This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It sounds like a church right now. The 12s are being quiet for the offense. Sam empties the backfield. Now he brings Charbonnet back inside. 3 receivers to the right. Motion back inside is Barner. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught. Touchdown. Make an extra point. Make a conversion. I don't care what it is. The Seahawks win the game again on the last play of the game.
What a night. And that is going to equal an absolutely loaded Friday edition of Sean and RJ live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning to Yusuf and Jay Ochoa, who are tweeting us already. Everyone in the chat, the YouTube, Fan Cam, and Twitch. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. And Al Michaels said it, an all-time Thursday night game as the Seattle Seahawks win in overtime with the walk-off two-point conversion.
Man, Al was hyped. Oh, baby, for Al. That was
what a game.
What a game, and a blown game from the Rams. I'm thinking, I don't think the Rams, necessarily. I don't think the Seahawks necessarily won it. I think more the Rams may have lost it. When you're up 30-14, that's a lost it kind of game. Love going for 2. They knew the situation. They knew the scenarios at play with the tiebreakers, so they had to do it. What a finish.
I switched this game off to the Mavericks while keeping an eye on the Stars, as it was a 16-point lead. When it was 16, I missed the Shaheed touchdown, and it was a 3% chance for Seattle to come back. Just like the Mavericks, it was an 18-point game in that one, so it was a night of comebacks. But, Bobby, you still got the Rams higher up in the power ranking?
Yeah, the Rams are still, that to me, I think you watch that game back, that's still the Rams are a better football team. That's look, they're
without Devontae, they were
up. Yeah, and it's, look, I mean, they've had struggles this year on special teams, and last night it hit them. They get the missed field goal, which blew Al and Herb Street's mind, which is like, that looked like it was right down the middle, and then it just hooked at the last. See, that's why you can't have number 82 kicking. But a 48-yard field goal, wide right, very Scott Norwood of him. But, I mean, you get the missed field goal, the Shaheed punt return, and honestly,
the 2-point
conversion. But
all time, the craziest 2-point conversion in the history of the National Football League.
Not even close. I mean, they were talking about it on the broadcast. It's like, these Seahawks fans probably they have no clue what's about to be said here, because they're not hearing the commentary. They don't know what they're looking at. They're just like, they're doing something up there. But, I mean, if it's, what was it? It was 2 or 3 3-and-outs in a row for the Rams in the fourth quarter. If it's not for that, this is probably in the bag. Not even an issue. No, I'm just saying it's huge. The Seahawks came up big on 2 or 3 drives. Otherwise, this was dominated by the Rams.
I hated the 2-point conversion. A whole spirit of that hit me with the spirit of the game.
Right. And I posted that on social media, and I got roasted for it. And I'm fine with that. They can be wrong. They're entitled to their incorrect opinion. It's not, replay to me is not for technicalities. I don't, if the lace of the ball touches, I don't care. I don't really care. Replay to me is, did the ball come out before his knee went down? It's not for, if you take a laser and you shoot it down the 3-yard line, and if that ball is 0.0005 centimeters backwards, it's a lateral. No.
I just felt bad for the Rams in that instance. The
whistle blew too.
Anyone is going to, did it?
Yes. That's the whole thing they were saying. The whistle blew. That's why everybody stopped. The whistle blew.
But it doesn't matter. They say if it's a clear and obvious recovery, which it was, he just walked right over. He picked it up.
Yeah,
Nobody else did.
But they stopped because no one else did because of the whistle.
That's why they say
obvious recovery.
You don't just play.
You play through the whistle.
Play through the whistle.
Here we go, Shoddy.
But that's the thing is that once they changed the fumble rules and said you can actually review if it was a fumble or not, then they changed it up to where it's even if the whistle blows, if the ball you think it's loose, make sure you just pick it up and are seen hey, I'm holding it, because they're going to turn it over.
Well, I'll tell you this, if there's going to be intent with things, you got to be intent with the picking up. That wasn't an intentional pickup of hey, I recovered it. That was a pickup to hand it to the ref.
He recovered it. There were 11 possessions in the fourth quarter last night. There's usually 20 in a game.
First team ever. Rams, first team ever to have 500 yards of offense, not have any, win the turnover margin by 3, have a quarterback throw for 450, and a wide receiver have 200 yards plus and lose. Ever. 93-0.
Wow. What a game. It lived up to all the hype on Thursday Night Football. And the Puka Nakua storyline, 12 for 225. I don't know why I didn't couple that on underdog with Phillip Rivers and the under. I'm an idiot, especially with Devontae not playing. But I'm sitting there watching that game, waiting for the Puka Jewish reference that became a story. It's like so many things came out of this live stream. And this one live stream with Aiden Ross, and I don't know why I tried to go down the Aiden Ross rabbit hole yesterday, and I hate this kid so much, as I was watching some Cribs episode going into David Spade's house, and I'm like, why is this guy so popular? I don't understand. But in the live stream, Aiden Ross is going over a celebration dance that they want Puka to do. Flex and then rub your hands together. Well, apparently rubbing your hands together, I actually shouldn't do that on the fan cam right now. Apparently that is offensive. And the league came out with a statement. The Rams came out with a statement. We will not tolerate this type of insensitivity, all forms of hate. Puka came out with an apology as well. So I'm sitting there waiting for Puka to just give the middle finger to everyone by doing that dance. He doesn't do it. Well, after the game, he goes to Twitter and social media immediately and insults the officiating, as that was the big storyline coming out of this first. Puka goes on and then takes down the tweet, basically saying, hey, you see what I had to say about the referees? Can you say I was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution. LOL. What call is he upset about?
The 2-point conversion.
The 2-point conversion.
I would guess.
Now, that's New York, right? That's replay.
I don't know. This is even Maggie this morning on Maggie and Perloff was like, that was some home cooking. They probably don't get that 2-point conversion overturned if that's not in Seattle. It's like, okay, that's literally not where the call's coming from. But no, it's amazing how in one live stream he became Antonio Brown. There are 8 things that have come out of this where. Honestly, that could just be the whole worst take segment. Which of the things Puka Nakua did on the stream was worst take? But he's just everything about this was just now the gesture is bad. I had never heard of this as being a gesture. He had never heard of it. Clearly, the guy telling him to do it was Jewish.
Here's my question: did Aiden Ross set him up?
He did. He was.
I think Aiden Ross thought it was just a dumb joke. Nobody's gonna think anything. I don't think he thought it was totally gonna be. Unless I don't know that he probably thought, oh, he knows what this is or something. I'd never heard of it. I'd never seen this.
If I'm someone down the road, I'm not going on with Aiden Ross anymore. I know it's for their own promotion and helps them out as well, but. If Aiden Ross set him up by teaching him this dance, and they're like, haha, watch this. They tried to get into the Rams facility on Tuesday, and they were turned away. But I'm like, did you set him up to look racist and catch all this heat after he joined you for a long sit-down?
Yeah, like Bobby said, Aiden, you said Aiden Ross is Jewish. He may not have thought it was offensive at all. He may have just thought, this is funny.
Or that's the thing. When you're live streaming, 10 hours of y'all hanging out there. If they live stream 10 hours of us talking during the breaks, it would not be good. There's plenty of stuff just you're cutting up, you're saying things in a joking manner in a group of people that you don't trust. It's just most people don't have a camera on them in those moments, and it's a bad look like that.
Sean McVay was asked about the live stream and Puka's tweet. Now, Sean McVay, keep in mind, he's running on no sleep. He just had a second child, and he was wired up.
Man,
I saw
bad planning.
I saw Adderall trending yesterday, and I was like, is this for Sean McVay? Because he had to be taking some like I had to do on my wedding morning. And this is McVay post-game after a loss.
Puka just tweeted something out, kind of taking a real shot there at the refs.
What are you talking about?
He just put something out on Twitter a couple minutes
Yeah, so what are you asking me right now?
Are you okay
I can't
with that?
answer questions about something that I'm not aware of.
Okay, but are you okay with players kind of expressing frustration over things like that? Or is that something that you hope that they kind of keep to themselves?
I got to have more information before I answer any of those kind of questions.
What conversations have you had with Puka about his live stream this week?
Yeah, he was very apologetic. I don't think he understood the totality of some of the things. I think he issued that apology. I know this guy's heart, and for anybody that was offended, terribly sorry about that. I know he feels that same exact way. He's a young guy that's a great kid that's continuing to learn about, just the platform that he has. I love him. We're going to continue to put our arm around him and help him learn and grow. But we never want to do things that ever offend anybody, and I know he feels that same way.
I know his heart, and I know he'll go for 12 for 225. So
so we're fine.
I'm much less concerned about Puka Nakua because my judgment now is like you guys. I don't think he was kind of doing that celebration with any hate or knowledge of what it was. So with that being said, I am much less concerned about Puka Nakua being insensitive or racist than I am him being an absolute dumbass.
Yeah, he's a moron.
Leapfrog Jackson Dart as the biggest dummy in the National Football League. It's not close.
Ooh, we gotta now see. That's what I gotta do. I gotta come up with. We gotta kick around the all dummy team in the NFL because I'm sure we can come up with
more concerned. You have to give an extension to one today. Pickens or Puka?
Oh.
I'm more concerned about giving an extension to Pickens, probably. Puka's an idiot. Puka's like, I think a lot of what he's like, other than the if he was going to keep doing the hand gesture stuff, like then he's going full AB, that becomes more of a concern. I think more in general, it's just okay, kind of a pain that you have to deal with. But Puka's showing up against the Lions 2 weeks ago.
Yep. Puka is. He's such a beast, and I don't care if he complains about the referees. Like I think the referees suck in general too. So I wish more people would complain about him. So I'm fine with it. People are saying the fan text that Aiden Ross is like, I guess his brand name is called Brand Risk. He's a risk to your brand. Just like but it's like that's what he does, right? He's an agitator.
We also had overtime at the AAC.
He's got this thing under control. They switch. Cunningham drive. Pull up.
The Dallas Mavericks were up 18 in this game. The lead melts away to the number 1 seed in the East, Detroit Pistons. They end up going to overtime, and your Mavs with another impressive win. Kiss maybe Team Tank goodbye until the next Anthony Davis injury. Mavs were up double digits in this game with AD 0 for 9 from the field, and they end up winning 116-114. Wow.
Yeah, screw you, Anthony Davis. This is like the team you're supposed to get traded to in a lot of these instances, and you go like, let me just brick every shot.
Yeah.
And the ball. Yeah, screw you too, Nico. Thanks a lot for setting this up. But just just an awful performance when we needed him to show up and show out and try to build that value back.
But there were some positives out of last night because if they do trade him indeed to the Pistons, this was a front row seat as to why Tobias Harris cannot be a part of that trade. He was such...
that seems like an equal trade. Their guy who can't make a shot for our guy who can't make a shot.
He is such a bum.
0 for 5 scoreless in 18 minutes.
Bum. Is he making $40 million a year? Bum. So front row seat, anybody but Tobias. Go Vols, by the way.
That was an awesome game. The Mavs end up pulling it out to improve to 11-17. By the way, Luka Doncic, after giving out 103 Christmas gifts to Lakers staffers, ends up going for 45-14 with 5 steals as the Lakers beat the Jazz. LA's 19-7.
But did he complain to a ref and maybe like have an Ole on defense? Because, God, you can't have that.
And a beer after the game?
And to add to the amazing night, the Dallas Stars over the Sharks 5-3.
Dude, they are so good passing the puck lately, especially last night. That was fun to watch. Not so fun when you got to go app to app. App to app really sucks, especially Thursday nights for watching Stars football is really bad. But they pass the puck so well, and sometimes it's on display more than others. Last night, it was really on display. By the way, shout out, hadn't watched a game in San Jose in a while. I love their horn. It's a very aesthetically pleasing horn. You know, sometimes you get that, this one is it's a very low, it sounds like a ship.
Isn't aesthetic a visual?
Huh?
Isn't aesthetic a visual?
I have no idea.
Wyatt scores.
Smart, though.
Wyatt scores twice. It did sound smart. Hintz has a goal and an assist, and the Stars beat San Jose to improve to 23-7.
And per our boss, Gavin Spittle, we were required to mention Money Puck this morning, which did say that the Stars were only 32% on the deserve to win-o-meter. But this is what you do. They've done this consistently all year. The deserve to win-o-meter holds other teams down. The Stars always rise above it. That's the sign of a good hockey team.
Duran Bland's surgery and Matt Eberflus is moving upstairs. A loaded Inside the Star Friday edition of Sean and RJ with Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20. 2 concert ticket giveaways. The Junk Drawer film room to preview the Chargers official picks. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting started with the 6 a.m. club on Sean and RJ.
But first, do you need a spot for happy hour drinks or somewhere for that work lunch today? I've got the place. It's Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks is your...
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never that pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, breaking news everywhere here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. You're going to get it first for turning it on, leaving it on. You're also going to get another Good Charlotte and Avenge 7-fold ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. We have Bobby's film room preview of the Chargers at 7:20. College football kegger, junk drawer, official Cowboys picks for Sunday at noon on this radio station at 8 a.m. Todd Archer with the news, Bobby, that Deron Bland is facing surgery on his left foot for the second time in as many years.
Yeah, that's never good. When you start having chronic foot issues as an athlete, that always feels like a bad sign. But look, that might explain some of the games he's had this year where he's been, I think overall, the overall way he's played this year has been oversold how poorly he's played in the macro, but he's had some really bad individual games this year, and that may explain some of it if he's just still dealing with some lingering issue with the foot.
Yeah, when did it happen? How long has it been bothering him? We'll ask Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20.
So he injured that foot, and then was that not the same one that he had the issue with early in the season where he missed a game or two?
I don't know. All I know is it's the same one he had freaking surgery on.
I think it's the same one he had the issue with that had him miss a game or two earlier this season where he re-injured it.
Choppy?
I mean, we've seen foot injuries end people's career around here.
Like?
Who were we thinking of?
88.
Yeah.
That fifth metatarsal, or whatever made-up word they want to use for that.
Yeah, I mean, that injury can be bad for people. I think Dez, everything started hitting him. Like, I think he started having issues all at once. I don't know. That was the biggest one, but I don't know if that was just the only thing that ended him.
This is potentially disastrous.
Big time.
With the money that you just gave him. It's good in the short term for Team Tank. I was telling Bobby in the elevator, maybe this gives Mariota, maybe this gives Jackson Dart a shot at the Cowboys secondary to add another loss since they want to be tryhards and put everyone out there for the final 3 games. Let's see how long that lasts. What?
Tryhards.
Yeah.
They're the TJ Watt of NFL teams.
He's gonna, Shoddy Tolos.
He doesn't Tolo.
He's going to confront you about that.
He has no idea what time we're on. I'm looking forward to it with Schottenheimer.
He thinks we're on all day.
I'm going to beg him for your own job status, for your own livelihood. Please reconsider. Play Dak against the Chargers. To Choppy's point, you prepared for it. After the Eagles win Saturday, get your little try-hard game out of the way, and then shut it down for the Giants and the Commanders, and maybe they'll have a shot at your secondary with Deron Bland. But, Choppy, this is not good moving forward at all.
Well, no, because now you can't. I don't believe when you have a player who's had injuries to the lower body, multiple injuries, sometimes to the same body part. Like, your expectation for what you can get from them moving forward has to change, and you have to plan accordingly. Like, you can't just go into next year saying, "Oh, well, we got Deron Bland." I don't think you could say that. I mean, when you've got injuries and it's the same, if it's the same foot, same injury, like, it's all right. What are we doing now? We got to prepare for the worst, and I think too often times teams don't prepare for the worst; they prepare for the best.
It's not a good sign for his availability and his level of play, and like it's going to start bringing into question about how long this is going to bug him. In terms of if it does end things for him or makes him less effective into the future, it's not devastating on the cap, because that was a bad deal Deron Bland signed. It wasn't good.
For Bland?
For Bland. It was a bad deal. They get done next year, after next year, where they get a year to look at it. If they look at him and he's bad, he gets cut and they save $13 million.
Thank you.
And so, I mean, it's not one that's like they're really locked into. That deal essentially ended up being the one that Paulson Adebo signed with the Giants. It's like 3 years, $16 million a season. And so they would be a year into it. The way it's structured, a lot of the money doesn't hit, or a lot of the guaranteed money hits earlier, and it was in the signing bonus, and so they should be able to walk away from him without a problem with a post-June 1 cut.
Does this now force their hand with having to play Diggs? They said they're going to wait till Saturday, which that tells me they're not planning on playing him, because you're trying to drag this out as long as possible. Stephen Jones will go on G-Bag today, and that's their excuse not to have to answer. Well, we're going to make that decision on Saturday again. If he was good to go, you just come out and say he's good to go. So you're not planning on playing him. Does this now force their hands to push Diggs out on the field with no Bland?
Well, I mean, if you're going to try to win the game, then it might, but there's also...
We got to compete.
You got to compete. There's also the possibility that they're just trying to keep him away from an injury guarantee.
Oh, that's not a possibility. It's a probability.
Right, which would be gone if you threw him out there, right?
If he got hurt.
If he got hurt. Yeah, if he got hurt. But, I mean, we've seen any player can say to her, I need this, I need that.
Bobby, any impact on Diggs playing because of this?
No, I mean, if they're going to play him, they're going to play him. If they don't want to play him, they'll throw Josh Butler out there is what they'll do, because Josh Butler just had his window activated. So.
Give me the secondary on Sunday.
My guess is going to be that it would be something along the lines of
he's trying to think
Josh
of names.
Butler and Triquez Bridges and Reddy Stewart and Savone Revel is what it'll be.
Woo! All right, let's go.
Woo! Team Tank, baby.
Move up that pick, baby. We're getting in the top 10. We're going to get in the top 10.
So we'll ask Brian Schottenheimer all these things at 8:20. Meanwhile, you are reorganizing chairs on the Titanic as now they decide, you know what? Let's make an adjustment. Let's do something different. Let's try this out, Flus, as Matt Eberflus is moving upstairs for the rest of the season to call the defensive plays.
We should be anyway.
So that's improvement.
He should be somewhere else. But
He should be on the couch. Get a good bird's eye view. But that's the whole point. That's the whole point of coaches being in the booth, is to get a nice view, a bird's eye view. They got phones.
A lot of guys who do it on the sideline.
I know. Be upstairs in the booth. I'm fine with that.
Bobby, what did you think of that? I didn't see this till your email. No one sent me this, and I'm scrambling, and I'm like, whoa, Eberflus is moving off the sideline? Why? Where's the audio of this?
There is no audio of it.
Why not?
I don't know. The press conference isn't on the internet anywhere.
Oh.
So, Matt Eberflus.
Wait, aren't the coordinators usually on the website?
Typically. This is my favorite panic move that defensive coordinators make, is the going upstairs to the booth or coming down to the field.
They're already scrubbing Eberflus on the website.
Getting rid of him.
They're already doxing him.
This is exactly what they did with Mike Nolan, only the reverse. Nolan was up in the booth the first 5 weeks. It's like, he's going to come down to the field, get more in the thick of things. It's going to fix things. This one feels like, why don't you just go hide out for the last 3 games? Shotty can't scream at you on the sideline for screwing up. At least it'll be on a headset. It'll be on a headset. But I mean, Shotty said the headsets sometimes don't work. So I mean, Eberflus can just take the headset off and hang his head if he's getting yelled at.
Is this also some type of audition for Aaron Whitecotton? Because the defensive line coach is now going to be the main person handling defensive adjustments on the sideline.
Yeah, so he's going to be talking to the huddle. He's going to be the one, in all likelihood, swapping out personnel, different things like that, because that has to be somebody on the sideline. So that's the benefit. When you say, why wouldn't you be in the booth? The booth gives you a better view of what's going on, and you can kind of see things developing. But when you're down on the field, you're the one making the immediate adjustments and swapping out personnel and doing things like that. And you can call out to the defense too from the sideline on certain things.
I actually think it would be worse for him. It'd be worse for them if all of a sudden they pitched 3 shutouts with him upstairs, because we'd be sitting there saying, "Why didn't you try something earlier before you were eliminated?"
Yeah. But hey, better. It's because Jerry's going to use the whole season. He's just not going to use a couple games. He's going to use the whole season.
Nah.
It just does. It does feel a little bit like Matt going up to the booth. Like he's going to be able to see everything. It does feel a little bit like, your dog went to go live on a farm. He has lots of room to run and play, and that's where he went. He's just living on a farm now. Your dog didn't pass away. He's over there.
So I guess I got to read this whole quote now, since the Cowboys have hid Eberflus on the website. He was asked what his thoughts were when Jerry came on our show and talked about his future. This is the NFL. Everyone's being evaluated. part of the job. Do you need a vote of confidence from the front office? Quote, I don't look for a vote of confidence. That to me is like kind of a hypothetical deal. So again, it's about doing your job. It's the NFL, and this is where our feet are. So that was Eberflus saying
now.
Comes with the territory.
That's where his feet are for now. His feet are going to be in a McCarthy-esque barn in 2 weeks, probably.
But barn together.
Yeah, that's exactly. They're both going to be prepping for jobs that neither of them are going to get next year. Just a couple of NFC North slaps right there.
Jerry has pulled this on us a couple of times, though. Like, we're Jason Garrett's gone. Mike McCarthy's gone. This person's gone. And then we get this shocking, surprising news that they actually come back. So I'm not totally ruling it out. I think
sure, you can't rule out anything with Jerry when it comes to these kind of moves.
He likes continuity.
But I will say
continuity.
This with Jason, it always felt like just vague. Like it felt like it was what he wasn't saying whenever people were going, oh, listen, he didn't come out with a big ringing endorsement, and then he'd come back. This felt really targeted this week towards Matt Eberflus, and that's the only thing is that's what made me feel like, all right, he's not coming back. This is Jerry just kind of fed up.
Meanwhile, Quinnen Williams upgraded to limited yesterday with the concussion. CeeDee Lamb missing again because of an illness. So it's pointing towards Quinnen playing.
Organic tanking. That's what it is. It's organic.
Not with Quinnen playing.
If Lamb's sick,
the whole team's got the flu.
We know George isn't showing up on Sunday, and then you got the. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Relax.
The picketers.
Relax. But even when Quinnen's been there, they've had trouble rushing the passer the last 2 weeks. We'll see if they can. The last 2 weeks that they played, it's against offensive lines that should give up that pressure that then don't. So the Chargers giving up a bunch of pressure doesn't necessarily matter.
They got pressure early in those games.
Yeah, doing things that Eberflus didn't want to. Yeah.
The first 5 plays, they got pressure.
Dak said he absolutely wants to play in the next 3 games. Quote, being a professional, this is my job. This is what I love to do.
Blah, blah, blah.
Sitting out last year and the times before, you don't take this game for granted. Javonte Williams has been limited this week with a stinger, and he said, I had it in my shoulder. The feeling and everything has come back, so I should be good. But we need to start seeing something out of Jaden Blue. Moving forward. Maybe after this Chargers game, Bobby, you come up with a list of the other guys that we need to see get some more reps. This is Inside the Star on your official home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ, along with our insider Bobby Roberto Belt, college football kegger, to get you set for playoff game number 1 tonight. The film room study of LA at 7:20, along with one of our final 2 concert ticket giveaways, Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte. But the Corey Seager, Marcus Simeon report has been dropped. We'll take you inside on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up.
aftermarket. Upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. We would love for you to win one of these concert ticket giveaways with Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte in the 720 commercial-free expressway. But the news just keeps coming from a Thursday evening as baseball insider John Heyman went on Bleacher Report and talked about the Rangers trading Marcus Semien and maybe dropped in an additional reason why.
I get why you're asking that. I understand that, and I've seen it out there that they're listening on Seager. Anything I get is that they do not want to trade Seager, but once someone's listening, you never know. I don't know. I thought the Seager and Semien was kind of a thing there that they wanted to break up. You know, they're two different people. You know, it was a kind of a clubhouse thing, a little bit of a conflict there, and I thought when they traded Semien, that meant Seager was staying. I know the people who are there will be very disappointed if they need to trade Seager. I know they have financial considerations, but Seager, two-time World Series MVP. That's tough.
Clubhouse conflict.
Gosh, does it have him? Is it that sad a story that he sounds like he's going to cry the whole time?
Wow. Are you the one he blocked?
They traded Semien.
Yeah, he blocked me 15 years ago because I said F you on Twitter and your stupid Cliff Lee reports.
Listen, I think there's a whole lot of people who need to go on, dial up on that old Twitter thingy and do at Kevin Pillar and just say, hey, man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I tried to dox you back in April or May or whenever the hell that came out.
Yeah, my favorite line from yesterday came from your email saying, I'm huge on self-accountability.
Yes.
And I almost dropped my computer when you said that.
Now, I may not admit it publicly, but internally, I internalize my accountability.
Who's self-accountability? Other people's
Yeah, he wrote, I'm huge on accountability, and I almost dropped my laptop.
Yeah. Be accountable. Be accountable. Now, you don't have to say it publicly because I don't believe in sorries. You stuff your sorries in a sack. All right, I don't believe in sorries. Sorries are weak. It's a sign of weakness. But if I internalize it and I be better, that's accountability.
Okay.
And
Just not letting anyone know that you're
it's somebody's business who I'm accountable to. For me, right now, it's about all you out there who went at Kevin Pillar and said he's just bitter. It's just sour grapes. If he was good, we would listen to him. And none of that mattered because he was right. And he was right all along. And this is a little dirty secret that happens in media. A lot of the media members know all these stories, but they don't say them until the player leaves. Because you can't. Because you have to have a relationship with that player in order to accurately do your job. And we knew these stories were going to come out. The moment they traded Marcus Semien, we knew these stories are going to come out. When Corey Seager is traded, more stories are going to come out.
Yep.
This is the way it works.
Yep.
When Chris Young is gone, more stories are going to come out. And when when Jeff Bannister was here and he left, stories came out. And then Woody, when he left, stories came out. And there were stories about everybody. And there's always going to be. And there's going to be stories about Shoddy. And there's stories about McCarthy. And there's stories about Garrett. And that's just the way it is.
Yeah, and I hate whenever the assumption is just always, well, they're telling you this now because they're trying to slander them in the process. It's like, no, I think a lot of times whenever these stories come out at the end, it's like these are some of the reasons why they decide to move on is because this sort of stuff happens. And yeah, they didn't tell you about it the last couple of years because they don't want to publicly have that out there while they're on their team. It doesn't make any point. Yeah. But they also don't want people to go like, you fired him for nothing or you did this for nothing. It's like, well, just so you know, here's some context as to why this would have happened.
I also don't want to point all this blame at Marcus Semien. We've dropped some of the Seager stuff here over the past couple years. That he's not the leader that they would love him to be. That's a fact. I've heard multiple whispers about that behind the scenes. When you traded or you acquired both of them, it was like, oh man, Marcus is like really your captain, but Corey can be a leader for you as well. Highest paid, best player on the team, lead by example. Well, we know that Corey Seager kind of keeps to himself. He's a terrible interview. Luka is a terrible interview. It's not a shot. Dak can be extremely generic, even though
it doesn't make you or break you.
Yeah, but I don't want to blame all this on Simeon, even though we heard some of it, Corey Seager has not been the clubhouse presence that they would prefer him to be. He just hasn't been.
No, and look, I mean, not everybody is a leader. Not everybody has to be a leader. Not everybody's a vocal leader. Some are lead by example. Also, when you're the best player on the team, guys follow you regardless of whether you're trying to lead or not.
I guess the follow-up question that's going to come from this is, did they trade Simeon in part because of Seager? Like, it was a Seager request or it was a Seager preference? That'll be the follow-up to all of this. Like, Corey would prefer Marcus not be there.
Yeah, I think his 312 OPS is probably more why I would have traded Marcus Simeon if you could get anything for him.
Same.
But it very well could be that, because Chris Young said to G-Bag, whatever it was a couple weeks ago, where he's like, no, we're not trading Corey Seager. People love calling about him, but, that's off the table, basically, is what he said.
I guess I'm comparing it to Sark. Like, we know that Sark is not leaving. We know that he's staying at least for another year because they go and get Will Muschamp as the defensive coordinator. Sark is making that hire. So people are going to try to have a similar thought like, well, Corey Seager's not going to get dealt now because they got rid of Marcus Simeon for him. I don't know. I don't feel like it's the same thing.
Are we blaming the wives for these chemistry issues?
Oh, man. Jared Sandler's going to call in soon.
So, because what's the Married with Children reference?
Marcy Darcy?
Is that
No,
what it
ma'am.
is? Okay,
No,
so
ma'am.
you guys do know, ma'am. My reference growing up was always He-Man Woman Haters Club, is what it was. But Jeff Wilson from DLLS saying a lot of the wives were traveling on the team. That's an atypical setup. Maybe some guys didn't love that their clubhouse was basically just turning into family time, and that Marcus Simeon was trying to get all these get-togethers going, and very few teammates showed up and hung out with him.
Just like Chris Paul.
Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Devastation in the world of NASCAR as former driver Greg Biffle and his family were among 7 people killed in a plane crash yesterday in North Carolina.
This looked like devastating. It was devastating. It looked like even worse on the ground with the fire, and it just kept the smoke. It was awful. But I went and looked at the flight radar of this plane. The plane never got over 2,000 feet. It was going up and down in terms of speed. Like, something obviously was clearly wrong with this aircraft. It was a Cessna. Had it was like a 2-engine Cessna, right? It wasn't like this giant jet. But I mean, it got up to 2,000 feet. Speeds going to 250, back to 150, up. I mean, all over the place. And then finally tried to come back to the airport, and never. It obviously crashed on the runway there. Just devastating. And there were stories about Greg Biffle. I mean, he was kind of like an aviation geek of sorts. Had a helicopter.
Yeah.
And during the hurricane, he was flying supplies via helicopter.
Tons of flights.
Tons of them. To some of the people who were displaced or needed food and stuff. So apparently a great dude. This is terrible.
On the flight, sorry, Bobby,
No, go ahead.
his 14-year-old daughter, Emma, and his 5-year-old son, Ryder. And I don't know why I did it, but I was like looking up some Instagram clips of Biffle. He was doing like a Merry Biffmas, where he was handing out cash and giving away cards and stuff. And then you see the family photos pop up, and it's gut wrenching.
Yeah, I can't ever look at that stuff after something like this happens. His wife, Christina, People Magazine reported that she was texting her mom from the plane, and all she sent her was, "We're in trouble." And that was the last text she got from her. And so they knew something was wrong. But this is why I will never get on one of these. It's hard enough for me to get on a commercial airline. I can't get on one of these smaller planes.
Well, that's Michael Irvin.
Michael Irvin, yeah.
Michael Irvin won't do it. And now you look at the series of incidents that keep piling up, plane crashes this year. The plane helicopter collision that killed 67 in Washington, the Air India crash that killed 260, a crash in Russia's Far East that claimed 48 lives. 14 people, including 11 on the ground, died in a UPS cargo plane crash in Kentucky.
Yeah, that was, you're looking at me.
No, I was just saying right there, that you referencing the helicopter collision in D.C., that feels like that was like 3 years ago now.
It was just
I
after
can't
New
believe
Year's.
that was this year.
Yeah, it was just after the New Year. It's been a bad year for aviation, and that UPS one is a mirror flight from the 70s, and with the same kind of incident. And obviously Air India, they still They're still figuring that thing out.
It's interesting. You remember it was Columbia, when Space Shuttle Columbia had broke up over Texas, like in 03 or whatever year that was. And it started with Challenger, too, back in the 80s, how they were talking about NASA has maybe oversold the safety. Like, that was what the reports came out and said. They were like, NASA's maybe oversold the safety of this stuff, and we got to, like, do a whole review over again and check into all these different things. And, like, there's lost confidence in space travel now. It feels like the last couple of years has done, for public confidence, a similar thing with flights.
Feels it. That Challenger, did you see the documentary on the Challenger? Like, they knew. Like, the NASA knew.
They knew there was issues with Columbia when it took off, and there was that piece of debris that hit it. They knew from takeoff that there could have been something wrong.
May as well get the awful stories out of the way. The Brown shooter apparently killed himself. They found him in a warehouse, and he's also supposedly the same shooter at MIT. Shot the professor, killed him. This guy used to attend Brown. You saw all the street footage with cameras all over the place, and they found him dead. Claudio Manuel Neves Valente found dead in a warehouse.
And did you see they had initially named somebody else?
Yep.
Which is just, that guy's life is ruined.
This has happened. So, like, every other one of these things, it feels like they identify somebody wrong.
And that, like, your life has changed forever. Like, it's
I mean, the guy that did it is dead.
The guy that did it is dead, but...
Like, I don't know that guy's name.
No, but there's like a, like, for instance, Oklahoma City bombing, when that happened, they reported that first day there was a third person involved who did, even though they never identified it, you still to this day have people who go, there was a third person that got away, and now they're covering it up. So somebody will say, this was the real guy, or this was the second person, and he got away, and they're covering it up.
Right, and then, you know, even in the interim, when that guy's name is out there, I mean, his life is at risk. The guy who the guy who was misidentified, like, if somebody knows him, you know, his life is at risk for that very small moment. It's just, this is the whole point of be right, not be first.
Candace Owens will be doing some podcasts about the misidentified individual. And then, man, the Rob Reiner representation with his son and the lawyers.
Dude, so he is, there's a statute in California, it's called the Slayer statute. Okay. And this is that where
Slayer.
So this is where, like, if you kill the person who is, you're in the will, you don't get any of their inheritance. Right? So if you kill your parents and you're in the will, you don't get anything. Well, Nick Reiner has this hotshot attorney, like one of the most expensive attorneys in Los Angeles.
Yeah, he represented Kevin Spacey.
Tons of people, right? And he is, that Reiner fortune is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. But if he gets convicted on insanity, he still gets the money. If he gets convicted without that, he gets nothing. But they don't know who is paying for this, and they suspect that Rob Reiner is paying for the defense of his own murder.
Probably, yeah, because if he's guilty until proven innocent, or if he's innocent until proven guilty, then, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like there'd be no reason not to let him have access to the funds.
Bobby's film room study of the Chargers coming up at 7:20, commercial-free expressway, but we got game one tonight.
Yeah!
RJ Choppy gets you set for the college football playoffs. The college kegger is next, but you don't want to get involved.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
It is time, boys and girls, for the college football playoff. Tonight, it gets going. Best game of the weekend, Alabama, Oklahoma. It is just a 1.5 point spread. Oklahoma favored by 1.5 over under a very low 40.5. Carter Freeman will be there tonight. Yeah, he'll be there tonight, Bobby. We're going to be having big time college game day.
Whether he's here or he's not, he's probably not doing his job. So.
Stop it. So we got a big game tonight here, a local game. Oklahoma's playing in it against Alabama. For this one,
40.5.
I know, very low. And it keeps trickling down. I mean, I've seen some places at 39.5. This is one of those games where, so last year the weather played a major factor. Notre Dame was cold, Ohio State was cold, Penn State was cold. Texas was fine, right? Yeah, obviously the game against Clemson, but 3 of those places were bitter cold. This year, the number one game, obviously Oregon has a chance with rain and stuff, but Oklahoma will give you some crazy rain weather at times for some of these late season football games. It looks like it's going to be pretty clear, 53. Perfect football weather, and then you got your games, in the down at College Station, and then in Oxford. So weather should not play a factor this year. But how are you going to split up tonight?
I'm going to be at a restaurant.
Well,
and I don't think they're going to have the Jake Paul fight on.
Okay, so that probably won't start till 10 something, 11.
And where can I watch that?
Netflix.
Ooh, yes.
I'll tell you, you can watch it Twin Peaks. Just go to Twin Peaks. There you go.
Yeah, so I'll watch the college game at the restaurant and then hopefully get home and then watch the fight.
Okay, because if these were on at the same time, the thing is with a boxing match,
same time I got the game on. But I've never been more intrigued for a Jake Paul event.
I'm kind of with you because this is you fight Tyson. There's nostalgia there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you fight some of these other guys, and it's just intrigue.
You might catch him with one punch.
Right.
This is strength.
This is totally different.
Jake Paul's looking up at him. Like Jake Paul's hurting his neck like your flat screen is hung too high on your wall.
Yeah. And Jake is 6'1".
Yeah.
Anthony Joshua is
This is the total opposite of what Jake was planning when he was supposed to fight that small dude.
Javante Davis.
And then everything got turned around,
right.
And now he is Davis.
He's Davis, and this is like in Rocky, whatever one with Clubber Lang. It's like he's a killer. Anthony Joshua's a killer. He is a killer. He is a monster. So there's that intrigue. It's he should just knock him down in one round.
The weigh-ins ended up being 243 to 216.
Yeah, it's a big weight difference, big height difference, big experience difference. It's been a long time. Obviously Joshua's not the same fighter that he was maybe in 2015. But she should wipe the floor with him. But that's, you get something there.
And yesterday they were answering questions about it being fake. And Joshua was like, there's nothing weird in my contract that stood out except for the money. So, man, I hope Paul gets destroyed to actually legitimize him.
It would. It would legitimize him.
Like that. He actually did a real fight, even though they've changed the rounds.
And that's the thing. It's an 8-round thing. The glove weight changes.
Back to college.
I just never trust anything involved with Jake Paul. So, Bama, Oklahoma, massive game tonight. Bobby, who'd you like?
I love Bama because I don't love Oklahoma.
Oh. Who do you think is going to win?
Bama.
You do?
Yeah.
Man, I don't trust either quarterback right now.
And these are the two quarterbacks that were ascending.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mateer cost me a lot of money against the Longhorns. And then this kid at Bama, he destroyed my Commodores. He put on a show, and he elevated. I was like, all right, this boy looks like the real deal.
Yeah. Now, get to Saturday. You get your 3 games on Saturday. 11 a.m. It's garbage. It's 11 a.m. It's going to be on ABC. A&M, a 3.5-point favorite against Miami.
You're just saying garbage because of the time.
Because of the time. At 2:30, this is going to be on TNT, HBO Max. It's Ole Miss Tulane. It's a 17.5-point spread. And then that night, 6:30, also on TNT, Oregon, James Madison. Oregon a 20.5-point favorite.
I've been waiting to play these clips for Roberto. Nick Saban was firing all the shots yesterday on the Pat McAfee show. Let's start off with A&M, and then I'll sit back and warm up my coffee as he calls two of these teams AAA members. But this is Nick Saban accusing Texas A&M of piping it in.
This place is one of the greatest fan places in the world, maybe, Coach Saban? Is that the way to describe that?
I don't think there's any question about it. You know, I did more complaining to the SEC office. It was more than complaining that I don't really want to say on this show about this is the noisiest place. Plus, they pipe in noise.
Whoa!
They pipe in noise. I mean, and you can't hear yourself think when you're playing out there. And it is a huge advantage when they play at home, especially for their defense, especially getting off the spot. Makes it really difficult for the offensive line. But the one thing that I think Miami can get under center and they can run the ball, that might be helpful to be able to settle them down from a noise standpoint. But if you have to go on silent count in this game, which you probably will, especially if you're in the gun, it's going to be a huge advantage for A&M's defense.
All right, piping in crowd noise.
You know, that's just a Bama claim about everybody.
I'm starting to think that Nick Saban and Bama just they think everybody pipes in noise because their stadium is so quiet. All right, because their fans are so quiet. They just assume that everybody with a real home field advantage has to pipe in crowd noise. But in the words of our girl from Indianapolis, when we went up there for the Super Bowl, oh, I'm not finished. He was not finished because he had a brief and ferocious statement about James Madison.
Look, would we allow the winner of the AAA baseball league, the international league, whatever they call it, I don't even know the name of it, would you let them in the World Series playoffs?
I don't think they do. No, I don't think.
No, they don't. But I'm saying, but that's the equivalent of what we do when JMU gets in to the college football playoff and Notre Dame doesn't.
This dude's such a bitch. He is. This little pocket holding coward who Google the term, who runs away from the CFP as soon as all the money gets on the table because now he can't compete and his old ass wants to just domineer over people and abuse players like he did Calvin Ridley. Let's go talk about that story where he basically told Calvin Ridley, you're not going to stay at the University of Alabama. I'll make sure you're blackballed off campus if you don't sign with my buddy Pat Dye as your agent, which was illegal. But go ask around the NFL about that story. He's such a dip S. I cannot stand him. And no, he's a total loser who wants things the old way. And he's such a And then he sits there on the sidelines and now tries to influence policy and do everything else he can because he wants the rules back to the way where he can go back to college, coach things the way he wants to, recruit the way he wants to, just basically abuse the rules the way he wants to. He's mad that rules exist and level playing field exists to an extent now. And I mean, JMU, he should love JMU playing in this because these are the same teams that he always scheduled to pad his schedule before he went into the SEC and pretended like he was some super dominant. Urban Meyer's a better coach than Nick Saban. Douchebag. I hope everything bad happens to Nick Saban.
But he's going to end up being right.
No, he's not. It doesn't matter.
He is right, and he's going to end up being right.
Why doesn't it matter? Because what he wants is he wants the power. He wants the power of the Power 5 to just crush them down. That 12th berth is for that. Whoever's sitting there at 12 is going to lose. That 12th person, they may go into the second round, whatever. Whoever's 12 is not winning the national title, so he shouldn't care who gets that berth. He shouldn't care. It'll never happen. The 12 will never win the national title, no matter who it is.
There's truth in that, but you can also have much better games or a first round upset with Vanderbilt or Notre Dame versus an absolute beatdown. None of us are going to be happy if we're watching these two games in the second half and it's a 20-point beatdown. I'm not going to be happy.
I care because I care about the these bigger schools that come in and raid the smaller ones, especially in an era where NIL's already going to dwarf them.
Absolutely.
And they come in here and raid these schools. The one advantage they will get is the playoff berth. TCU, when they made the run, and TCU wasn't even a small school. When TCU made that run, that was huge for them in recruiting.
100%.
And that James Madison, this will be big for them against everybody else that they compete against for recruiting. The least you can do after you come in here and just pillage their rosters and pillage their programs after they built them all up, and you're talking down to them. Meanwhile, you're trying to steal all their players. The least you can do is give them that benefit. So Nick Saban can shut the F up. He's such a... Oh,
it's
God,
not even about the
him.
athletic department. Like JMU's enrollment is going to go through the roof.
You asked me yesterday about who goes to heaven and hell. I know where Nick Saban's going.
Like, that's just the reality. Like, James Madison and Tulane, their enrollment's going to go up. So it's good for the school. But the reality is, if they played Texas tomorrow, Texas is winning by 20 points.
Let's get to some college football degenerate selections if you want to wager on the opening weekend of the playoff.
I have 3 college and 5 NFL.
Oh,
all right. I like Bama, Oklahoma. I like the over. I like the over 40.5. If you can get it at 39.5, I even like it even better. A&M minus 3.5 against Miami. If you go back and watch, Miami has not played great football all year. Like they played really, really solid in the beginning. But that Notre Dame game, Carson Beck made some throws that were inadvisable that actually worked out. And then the other side with A&M, this is the unknown. They played a really, 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 for an SEC schedule this year, they played a really bad SEC schedule. So there's not a whole lot. There's a lot of unknown there with them, too. But I like them minus 3.5 at home. And I love Oregon minus 20.5 against James Madison. I think they have the best motivator in the sport in Dan Lanning. They're a very good team. I think they're a little bit underrated. This is a bad. This is the worst matchup James Madison could have asked for in the first round. NFL, Chicago, Green Bay, under 46.5. I like Green Bay minus 1.5 against the Bears. Minnesota, minus 3 at the Giants. The Chargers and the Cowboys over 49.5.
I bet the under.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Tug of war. And the Detroit minus 7 against Pittsburgh. I just don't think Pittsburgh could keep up. There's your degenerate picks.
You can get in your plays at Underdog with promo code
TOLO.
Do you want to do a quick edition of Name That Bowl? Do you think that could work out? A little fun?
Yeah, I'll give you is this a bowl game or a fake bowl game? The Nutcracker Ballet Pinstripe Bowl.
Real.
Fake.
It's fake. The Pinstripe Bowl is real.
Oh.
But Nutcracker Ballet does not sponsor this one. The Staff DNA Cure Bowl.
Real.
Fake.
That is real. That is a real bowl name.
Where's my
Staff DNA? Is that the one Michigan's playing in?
Where's my ding?
Darling.
Staff DNA. I got it.
The Wasabi Fenway Bowl.
Fake. I don't think wasabi's that big. I love wasabi. I don't think they're that big to be a bowl title sponsor.
I'll say fake, and Kevin Hagelin prays it's fake because that's a Christmas Story bowl right there.
That is a real bowl. Wow. That is a real bowl.
Love wasabi.
The Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl. Is that a real bowl?
Say it
or
again?
Is that a fake bowl?
Real, because I don't think you would just throw in the word Gasparilla.
That's why it's fake, because he threw that in.
It's real. There's a Gasparilla Fest in Tampa. I don't know, Pirates or something like that. I have no idea what
I don't know what Gasparilla is.
I don't know. I thought Gasparilla was a drink. That's sarsaparilla.
Yeah.
I'm a big sarsaparilla fan. The Leaving Las Vegas Bowl.
Fake.
Real.
It's fake. It's a fake bowl name. There
It's a
you go.
Nicolas Cage bowl.
It's a Nicolas Cage bowl. There you go.
There it is. The college football carrier with degenerate selections. Are you pounding away, texting people back?
Yep.
877-881-1053 is the text and the number to call to win one of our final 2 concert ticket giveaways. We go commercial free in the Expressway. And will my bet with Bobby be settled Sunday against the Chargers? Let's go inside the film room for the preview after this.
After we get you over to Johnson Fitness and Wellness.
Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We're going to do our own show next week. It's just going to be me and Bob.
You know, human beings learn best and most from other human beings.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
Thank you, Shoddy, and Mr. Rogers and Michael Corleone for the intro. Great breakfast with Shoddy last week. Just talking ball, getting you guys set up. What? It was just a nice experience.
I wouldn't align yourself with him if something happens to Dak with this little try-hard stuff the last 3 weeks.
That's not try-hard stuff. That's, look, I mean, it's a common thing, I think, for a lot of people to think that maybe you just take off the whole month of December. I think we see a lot of that in DFW. But you know what? The Shoddy's different. He's this is no more Mike McCarthy culture. We're out here changing things. And it's going to start this week against the Los Angeles Chargers when I officially lose my bet with Sean, I think.
Yes!
So we'll have to say, yeah, this is not going to go the way that I want it to.
Reset the bet.
So it was that Dallas would go 6-2 down the stretch, at least, which that was included in there. I thought they'd beat the Vikings. I thought they would lose 2 of the games between the Lions, Eagles, Chiefs, and Chargers. And now that I've gotten a look at the Chargers, I think definitely this is going to be a game that you lose. But let's talk about how you could win it. This is a very boring football team.
Yes.
Like exceedingly boring on both sides of the ball, the way that they do things. So, you know, we hear about the Matt Eberflus, look, bend but don't break. Or like when Garrett used to be here. That's a good example. So Garrett, when he was here, you remember just used to be, just execute. We're not going to do anything crazy.
Hats on hats.
Just execute. And then on the other side of the ball, it was the Marinelli don't blitz and just, hey, kind of keep things in front of you. Execute. Do your job. Do this. Do that. That's what the Chargers do on both sides of the ball. They are all about execution. The thing is that they've got pretty good players who can execute and can do the things that you need them to. So offensively, I think they're really boring the way that they design things. It is a whole bunch of just.
Is this what Harbaugh wants, though? Like, my number one complaint, if I'm a Charger fan, I would go in to LA radio studios and say, man, if Harbaugh would make this offense, if we had a little bit more explosive offense, we could take the next step. Feels like we're going to win 10 games every year. We may win 11. But I want Jim to go ahead and take off some of the restraints, or is he just doing it because the tackles were hurt? Or does he want to, old school Parcells, except for having Bledsoe, win these games 23-16?
Thought he had Bledsoe.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he wants to old school it. That's why Michigan. Look at how
he's an offensive guy.
Yeah. But look at how he wanted to do things at Michigan. And he definitely, even though he's an offensive guy, he came up in the era of 90s, early 90s, run the ball and just.
I feel like it's such a stress on you every week versus having a rare game or two where you're like, all right, we're winning by 13. Mm-hmm. We're going to score 30. We're going to score 30. And it's a grind. Every week watching them, it's a tough physical grind.
They are comfortably number 1 in the NFL in average drive time. They take the most time off the clock in the NFL.
Look, we're already in a league where the margins are so slim.
Yeah.
And they even make them slimmer on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what is going on there? Maybe is it an indictment on Herbert?
It's just no, it's not an indictment on Herbert, who's still that's the new litmus test for the ball knowers is going to be Herbert. Because Herbert, if you watch the tape, you see Herbert's really, really good. Herbert is really good. He's in an offense that does what it does and wants to execute the way that it does. But if you talk about decision making and the way that he throws the ball, some of the stuff that he can, thread the needle through, he's easily one of the 5 most talented players in the NFL.
No one has ever disputed that.
Talent. I think a lot of people have disputed if he's a top 5 talent in the NFL. Not quarterback. I mean, in the NFL at any position.
Everyone says he's super talent. The mold of what you want a quarterback to be. Their point differential is plus 31. The Chiefs are 4 losses behind them, and they have a plus 60 point differential. There's a 30-point gap between the Chargers at 10-4 and the Chiefs at 6-8.
Nick Saban thinks they should be in the playoffs above the Chargers.
What's the difference between Herbert and Lawrence?
In what? I mean, like, if other than what? Like, what do you want me to say? Like, if you literally watch the two players, they are nowhere close. Look at their QBR in general over their career; they're completely different players.
I mean, Trevor's actually gone to the playoffs more. Right?
Okay, but since when have you ever been a team results guy over like what the quarterback actually is?
I think the quarterback has to.
Do you think Trevor Lawrence is as good as Justin Herbert? Dead serious? Because if you're going to say that, then it's just
I think we're talking their talent. Their raw talent is what everybody talks. All I'm saying is
I don't think it is nowhere close on raw talent. It's nowhere close on execution. They're not the same football player
Lawrence
at all.
Was like the generational Andrew Luck, John Elway. All I'm saying is
people can say that they are not the same player.
I would just like for one time, people to give Justin Herbert the same grief that they give Trevor Lawrence, because I'm super
That's
impressed
a ridiculous standard because they're not the same player. They're not the same player.
I'm starting to give Herbert grief.
You are.
You can give Herbert grief, and that's fine. Like, just like there's the question of, does Josh Allen get the most out of what he does? Does Josh Allen come through in big moments? Is there this or that? Like, you can look at it that way. But if you're just talking about his own individual thing and what he does and how he executes, to put him in the same breath as Trevor Lawrence is insane.
I'm not saying that. I can't stand Trevor Lawrence.
The numbers are basically the same this year.
I can't stand Trevor Lawrence. I don't want Jacksonville to succeed, but I'm done with the Justin Herbert passes. If you have someone that is this great and glowing, then I don't restrain him. I don't think Harbaugh's that stupid to go ahead and restrain him. And Justin Herbert, Kevin Hagelin, this will be a good fight. Bobby, don't let the Nick Saban thing
ruin your day.
It doesn't. The Herbert thing. This is just. I mean, this is literally. I'm
not comparing him to Lawrence.
No, this has been his worst season. This is by far the worst he's played. This season is.
Yeah.
But that's
the number one thing I'll give him props for. Man, he is a tough SOB.
He's tough.
He is taking beatings going out there with the surgery on the left hand. He's super tough. And he makes throws that I'm way more impressed by than Trevor. That's my difference.
Look, my issue with him is it's like in the Moneyball.
You could argue
movie. Trevor
has had better weapons. Is that crazy to say? I don't think any of them are going to blow you away, but
probably.
But I feel like, I can't think of who do we have? TCU wideouts dropping balls.
Hey, Quentin's played better.
Okay,
better.
He's playing a little better this year. Anyway, it's the Film Room Study in the commercial-free Expressway. We have a concert ticket giveaway coming up.
Yeah, and by the way, essentially the only guys I believe, the only guys since 2020 who have a 60 QBR or above every season coming into this year, it's Herbert, Mahomes, and Allen. Those are the three. So they're not even in the same ballpark, especially when Lawrence, I don't think, has ever had a 60 QBR in his life, much less 5 in a row. I don't think he has. All right, so the Los Angeles Chargers, they're incredibly boring. They want to out-execute everybody. They think they're just better on skill. Their offensive line has not been good enough. That's been a problem for them this year. They give up a ton of pressure. They do not open enough holes in the running game. Their running game has not been as efficient as I'm sure Jim Harbaugh would want it, but Jim Harbaugh wants to muck it up. Like, that's what he wanted to do at Michigan. There were times it felt like that's what he wanted to do when he was with the 49ers, was just, hey, let's out-execute everybody. Greg Roman is their offensive coordinator now and play caller. Roman obviously has been thought of as a little too old school for the last several years, and some of the stuff that he did previously with Lamar Jackson.
Harbaugh would go and hire Arthur Smith.
You should.
Harbaugh would go and hire like Maurice Carthon to run his offense or so. Like he would go so old school. He does want to. You got to remember, he completely took the ball out of J.J. McCarthy's hands at Michigan. He didn't want him ever throwing. He's never wanted to really push the ball downfield with any of the quarterbacks that he's had. Kaepernick, when he came on the scene and kind of burst onto it, a lot of people felt like he had always had kind of like restrictions on the way that he would throw the football. And
he had luck at Stanford, didn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, even still, it's one of those things where he so clearly just comes from an era that believes in grit and believes in intangibles over analytics, and that's what he does. Yeah, and he still wins. He's great. I would have taken him here. I love him.
Yeah.
But it is one of those instances of a guy who just believes in secrets in the dirt kind of thing. Like he is that type of a coach. But offensively, this has been a better year for Quentin Johnston than it has another year. I'm concerned about the way their receivers play. So the receivers are good. Quentin Johnston, Keenan Allen, Ladd McConkey. McConkey could be a real problem for them today or this weekend. Oronde Gadsden II, son of former Dolphins and former Cowboys receiver. A lot of people don't know he was with the Cowboys in training camp.
On my fantasy team.
The son of Oronde Gadsden. He has been a good player for them at tight end this year. So they've got guys who can execute in the receiving game. Like I said, Herbert has made worse decisions this year and had problems this year more than any other. A lot of it feels like it's related to the pass rush. A lot of that stuff that they've had to weather, he has been hit a ton. He's already up to almost 50 sacks this season. It's by far the most he's ever been sacked in his career. The pressure rate has been absurd. All of their offensive linemen struggle. All of them to actually block things up. So we've heard that the last 2 weeks. It'd be nice if they could block things up this week for the Cowboys, or if they could get some pressure this week for the Cowboys. But having not seen it the last 2 weeks, whenever the vulnerability was there, I don't know with certainty that they are going to execute. But you should be able to.
Keep in mind, Deron Bland is out Sunday and the rest of the season with the surgery again to the same foot. Quinnen Williams was upgraded to limited yesterday with the concussion, but no Bland. Brian Schottenheimer coming up at 8:20 to answer if that means that Trayvon Diggs gets pushed up the depth chart onto the field.
Defensively, Brian Schottenheimer had talked about...
and Eberflus upstairs.
Brian Schottenheimer talked about how defensively the Chargers are... Basically, he was trying to say it in a way that didn't sound demeaning, because it wasn't. He was saying it in a good way, but he said they're really not that complicated, or they don't really do anything, and it's because they play things pretty straight up. They blitz the least in the NFL. They essentially just play cover 4 a big chunk of the time. They're in zone a lot, one of the higher zone rates in the NFL. They just kind of stand up, keep things in front of them, and again, they're worried about execution. Derwin James is a big part of what they do in terms of how they move him around, how they want to place him, and he has been as good this year as he's been in any other year. I think he's been really, really fantastic, what you see on tape. Just really strong across the board. That to me is... We probably don't talk enough about how good Derwin James has been. Like, he's been so damn consistent since he got into the NFL.
My favorite player ever is Sean Taylor.
There's some of those aspects to him. He's better in coverage.
I was wondering if he has been the closest thing to Sean Taylor since.
Similar. That's a similar kind of player. He, like I said, Sean Taylor had his issues in coverage at times, but that was some of the play style.
Go get it.
Yeah, some of the play style, the physicality. Derwin James is very similar. The play recognition. I remember there was a play on tape at Florida State where Derwin James was on the opposite hash, saw the quarterback scrambling. They were scrambling from like the 10-yard line trying to get in the end zone. They were going the opposite way, and Derwin James had cut all the way across the field and got to the goal line in time to stop him. And so he sees stuff. He reacts the right way. He's got great instincts. He is the most dangerous, versatile player that they have on defense. Now, even though they don't really blitz very often, it's about a 20% rate, they will get to the quarterback. They've got one of the higher sack rates in the NFL. They've had a lot of success getting there with Odafe Owe, the trade they had made with Baltimore, which we had talked about previously. Like, that would have been a guy that would have been of interest to the Cowboys, I would think, or would have been helpful to the Cowboys if they knew he was available.
Derwin, by the way, officially ended the Chiefs' season with that interception at the end against Kelsey.
Tuli Tuipulotu, who is the former USC edge rusher, he's broken out this season. We all really liked him coming out of the draft a couple years ago when we talked about draft show stuff. Just really high motor player and physical, and he's picked up 12 sacks for them this season. He has been their best pass rusher. They've still got Khalil Mack, who can rush the passer and can turn back the clock a little bit, but it is a team that is able to get home with 4. They don't need to blitz. They can kind of play things back. They've had disciplined guys in the secondary like Dante Jackson, Derwin James, the different things that they've done there. I think the second level is probably where they're at their most vulnerable. Their linebackers haven't always been consistent this year. They've had some issues tackling in space. So this may be a game where Dallas tries to attack the intermediate area. Maybe they try to run the ball on them a little bit. I think you can run the ball on the Chargers. As good as their defense is, that's probably where the vulnerability exists, is just try to take advantage of the run game. Similar to last week, how the Vikings don't get the ball run on them a ton, or like the raw yardage wasn't one of the worst in the NFL. But efficiency-wise, you could find gaps where you could attack them. Similar sort of thing here with the Chargers. I think if you can get to the edges and kind of get some plays in space, that would help. Now, obviously, Javonte Williams is generally more of a physical between the tackles sort of guy, but if you can run things a little more off tackle, if you could hopefully get Tyler Guyton back this week, which seems murky at best.
Still the concussion?
No, it's the ankle.
Oh, the ankle.
Yeah, he hasn't practiced the first 2 days. If you could get him back, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'm trying to run off the right side and see if Terrence Steele can block things up for me. But they're going to have to run the ball really effectively, I think, early in this game to be able to kind of push the ball a little bit. But even still, with the passing game, I think it's going to be a lot of short of the sticks and a lot of intermediate area. I don't think they're going to be able to take a lot of deep shots in this game because it's a lot of cover four. The last team you played that played a ton of cover four was the Cardinals. And the Cardinals kind of kept everything in front of you and wouldn't let you push the ball downfield. Same sort of thing. You're not going to beat them deep, and they're going to be able to rush the passer with four. The only place you can live really is in those intermediate areas.
It's such a shame to have those uniforms and be so boring.
I know. The powder blue is number 1 seed.
Oh, yeah.
Or are you talking about the other ones, too?
Oh, the powder blues are the 1 seed. They don't wear those enough.
No.
They've gone back.
It's like the McRib.
It's like they have decided that they wanted to take the demon love child of the baby blues, but the white helmets, and then they're Stan Humphreys or whatever it is, 95 unis. And that's just not a good match. I mean, you got to go baby blue.
Amazing game, by the way, last night. Thursday Night Football living up to all the hype as the Rams end up losing to the Seattle Seahawks in overtime. A walk-off 2-point conversion. A 2-point conversion that went Seattle's way that we've never seen before. Puka Nakua going crazy. Going crazy again after the game by insulting. And what type of fine is he going to get now?
Oh, man. They will usually crack down pretty hard when you start calling into question integrity, stuff like that. I would imagine that, without remembering what it is, I would imagine he's minimum $50,000 for that.
Got the Jewish dance controversy.
Yes, you do.
On top of it. All of it right there with Thursday Night Football. What a treat. Dallas Mavericks winning in overtime over Remus Pistons and the Dallas Stars as well. Awesome Thursday.
It was. You know, you get too many games out there. You got to have 3 TVs. I mean, you really do. It's a lot to watch, especially when you're watching 2 on apps that are just damn near impossible. But that football game was, I mean, it was fun. I love going for 2. They knew the situation where if they had gotten a tie, the Rams would own the tiebreaker because of the way the previous head-to-head went. But what a finish.
Myles Garrett in 2023 called officials corrupt. He got $25,000.
That's it.
Andy Reid called their officiating embarrassing. They definitely go down harder on coaches because Andy Reid got $100,000 for saying embarrassing.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Avenged Sevenfold in Good Charlotte at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The 5 things Choppy wants to see Sunday with the home of the Cowboys coverage starting at 9 a.m., kickoff at noon. Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20 this morning. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst at 9:20. Someone in this building needs to get suspended. It's the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Aiden Butler, please put up the evidence on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. RJ Choppy, have you seen the photographic evidence that I'm about to discuss?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Again, the elevator the other day with Bobby. Very rare since he's now a part-time member of the KNC Masterpiece. And Bobby goes, hey, look to the left. And I see a dried up.
That's why Chop hasn't seen it.
Nasty blue piece of gum shoved into the elevator crack. Into the gap on the left, to the left of the buttons. And you said it's been there? Like,
yeah.
Is this a one-time instance?
No, I saw some in another elevator, too. But it's like somebody clearly took it out of their mouth and just pinned it to the side.
Whoever... Do we have cameras in the elevators?
I would assume so.
I would assume so. We could have seen Peyton panic when it shut down on him a couple Fridays ago. We need to access the cameras. I don't care who's Date Carter. Go ahead and do this if you can. Rick Lou, access the cameras, find that culprit, 1 week suspension. 1 week suspension. I'm calling for it. You dirty, nasty, not even inconsiderate. That's
It is,
inconsiderate move with this new building that we're in. What are you doing?
It's a big chunk of blue gum too. It's not like just small. And I mean, it's
and multiple elevators. That's where I got to suspend you. And not just one. You're doing it multiple.
This was in multiple. I thought you said it was in one. It was in multiple.
That specific one was in one. I've seen it in others.
Oh my God.
So it's a little bit like. I mean,
are we sure it's this floor? That's the problem, right?
No, we're not sure.
Yeah.
We're not sure. I'm just doing it for radio.
I'd like to think, yeah. I mean, this is definitely Carter did this.
So my first guess
kill you before
would have been Brunoff.
Literally.
He seems like a gum chewer.
Man,
he's got energy.
But the way I heard Brunoff orders his breakfast tacos, I'm not putting anything past him. What a diva. I hope he's out here in the hallway to bring him in. I need to cross-examine him. But the way I heard that he orders breakfast tacos, my Lord.
He just wants it done a particular way. Look, we all have specifics.
Hey, have you seen this and your thoughts and reaction?
I did. It's a salesperson, 100%. They're always chewing gum. They're always smacking around. They got to have good breath to pitch that sales pitch, you know,
Cody.
so it's got to be a salesperson.
It was probably Pretty Boy Cody.
Man, I'll tell you, Sarah is on a gum kick. Like, I'm talking, we're sitting there watching TV. She'll have 5-6 pieces of gum a night. I've never seen anything like it.
Trying to kick smoking?
I guess she's not a smoker, but she's going through more packs of gum than Shannon Sharp goes through tubes of toothpaste a week. I've never seen anything like it.
I'm calling for the suspension. That is gross. That is ridiculous. Find a freaking trash can.
It's just disgusting.
It's so bad.
And it feels, it's more than disgusting. It's entitled. Because it's so like, you're going to be on the elevator for 12 seconds. You can literally, whatever floor you're getting off of, I almost promise there's a trash can right outside the door. You could spit it out 5 seconds later.
Yep.
And you didn't want to. You want to go, nope, my space. This is staying up here. I own this elevator. That's exactly how it ends up looking.
So I'm going to look for gum chewers up here. And blue gum.
Yeah.
Was the other gum blue? Were both gums blue?
No, the other one was like white.
Man.
All right.
No, but that's how somebody does it. They they try to. No.
Chia follows nicotine gum or whatever. I wonder. There's no way he would do that though, right? But
does he have gum?
I don't know.
Those pouches.
Zinpack.
He's a pouch guy.
He's a pouch.
He's definitely. See, I would. That's how I knew Jeremy Pruitt was going to be a bad football coach at Tennessee. He was a pouch dipper. Can't be a pouch dipper and be a football coach. It is the junk drawer here on 105 through the Fan. Women, a study comes out.
Why are
Women,
you putting your hands behind your back?
Because I'm waiting to get slapped.
Oh.
This
is Bobby was going to do it at 7 o'clock.
This is a study revealing that women feel the most stressed when their husbands just relax on the couch without doing anything. And it hit me. It hit me with this. They're not stressed. They're resentful.
Yes.
They're not stressed out that we're sitting on the couch.
Right.
They resent that we're sitting on the couch.
1,000.
That we're like, you know, I know there's stuff, like I know that the island behind me is full of crap.
Yeah.
I know the kitchen island has so much stuff on it. I'm saying I'm taking care of it later.
Yep.
I'm not doing it right now.
This is my retirement fear. Like even if we won the $1.5 billion and I quit, I don't know how it's going to go. And Amanda's sitting there taking care of the kids and the house, and I'm sitting there chilling. And my answer is like, I just gave you $300 million. Like, I don't think that's going to have her say, well, you just can't do anything.
Right.
You know? Like, I would have to increase my at-home chores and work. That would suck.
Yeah.
And if I was like, I'll just pay someone to do it, I don't even know if that would go over well. I'll be like, I'll pay for someone to do, I just don't know if sitting around, if she'd be cool with that. But stress? No. It's bitterness.
Bitterness. It's resentfulness.
Yeah, I mean, apparently you're only allowed to rest on the couch from 9 to 5 when we're out there working. So,
That's Bobby. God. That's Bobby Bell. Whoa. He feels empowered to say it.
Hey, Bon time ended at 5.
Oh, man. He can say that now because he got his wife Chappelle tickets.
Yeah, I technically just won them. I didn't buy them.
Don't tell her that.
But, man, I got to start paying attention to Oscar's emails a little bit more. Oscar from our promo department, because he had sent out the engagement team trivia. And so I opened the email. I was sitting at a stoplight.
I got an issue with Oscar, too, right now.
Oh, no.
Because when we were out in the break room the other day, I think he looked out there, got up and closed his door. He's got the fancy chess table, right, in his office?
Yes.
I think he closed the door like, you guys are being way too loud and annoying. I didn't like that.
Ooh, shots fired. So I saw the engagement team survey, and it was a trivia question, which we get a lot of that stuff all the time. Like, hey, we're doing trivia, or there's happy hour or whatever. And a lot of times when it comes in, I'm like, I'll look at it later. And then I know everybody's already answered it by then, so I don't even bother. So I was just sitting there. I saw the email come through. I opened it up, and it said, here's today's trivia question.
By the way, Chiafalo has just texted us, says, nicotine patches. I'm not the gum culprit. That's an all-time jackass move.
It is.
All right, so you're off the hook, Chio. I think Wolchuk is a gum chewer, though. Anyway.
I don't know if I can think of anybody. Honestly, I feel like Dawson maybe chews gum, but I can't remember. So I saw this. Sammy. I saw this. I saw the engagement team trivia survey, and it was a question. It said, all right, it's trivia time. Read the clues. Tell me who I'm talking about. And I opened it right when it came in. And it said he was born in Washington, D.C. Major influences in his career were Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy. He has won a Grammy for Best Comedy Album. It's like, well, I know Chappelle's from D.C., and I'm sure he said those are his guys. So I just replied back instantly. It was like within the first minute, and I just said, Dave Chappelle. And I hit send. And then I looked at the rest of the email. It said the first 3 people to respond will win today's prize. The first 3 people to respond correctly. And it says, please do not reply all. And I looked down and said, winners will receive, and I'm thinking, all right, a gift card or something. A pair of tickets to see this person. And I went, because I had replied already, and then it hit me when I look at the rest of it. I go, I just won these. So I replied, but then here was the problem.
Could have given these tickets for my wife's birthday.
Right when I replied, somebody did hit reply all and replied with the answer. So I was like, crap, if somebody replied that quickly, it may have been I don't know how much the salespeople sitting at their desks just wait for this thing and hit reply back. And so I texted Oscar and I was like, please tell me my reply came in before so-and-so hit reply all.
To be honest, no, I didn't give a crap about how you won them. The story here is how you're skipping the show.
Probably. I don't want to. I have to get that tooth abscess that I had when I was out.
Tooth abscess?
I did the antibiotics, and I needed to get to the dentist, and I was going to do it next week. It has taken another turn. So it's looking angry.
You gonna put that up in the face?
It's looking. I can. It's looking angry in there, and
looking angry.
Yeah, and it was hurting yesterday, and I was obsessively touching my face, trying to see is it swelling.
Yeah, you look
I was
like
googling about how
Steve Nash. Who did that at the free throw line?
Who did the touch the face?
That was Hornacek, right?
Hornacek.
Good call. Touch his face. I don't remember that.
It was to his. Yeah, it was like to his kids or his wife or something. It was some signal.
It was the Doug Christie thing.
Christie.
So this was like yesterday. It started hurting a little bit more. I started obsessively taking photos of it.
Obsessively.
Yeah, like right here. There, I don't know if you can see that little whitehead.
Don't look on the fan cam.
Let me see it, Bobby. Point back here.
Yeah, so it's right there in the middle.
Oh, just pop it.
No, you can't do that. That's dangerous. But see, I don't think it's actually like at risk of a really bad thing. So here's the thing: if it goes below your jawline, it can kill you. If the infection goes below your jawline, it can kill you because it's this thing called.
You sound like RJ texting you last night with the scare tactic.
Yeah, he's telling me if I get a root canal, he's like, you basically need to go get chemo. Is basically what he's saying. He's saying that it's the surgery most related to cancer, which then I looked up and was like, no, that's a myth.
Well, I was just trying to scare you.
But if it goes below your jawline and then you get a deep neck infection, it can basically enter an artery and get into your heart. It can be really bad. So I was like, crap, this hurts. I need to go get this thing taken care of today.
That's what you did with me with the snakes, you a-hole.
So I got to go get this taken care of. I've got a dentist appointment at 10:50. I have to leave right out of here and go, I assume, get a drain. And then I think they'll need to either give me, if that doesn't fix it, I'll either need a root canal or like get the tooth pulled. And they'll have to put it in there. And so I'm not looking forward to that. And I don't know how much pain I'm going to be in tonight. So it's on the table that I would have to skip tonight. And then Kristen would just take Jacob.
Okay.
All right, at least she gets to go.
And let Jacob have a night out.
Before he leaves for the Army in like 2 weeks.
Oh.
Yep.
All right, one of the cheaters has spoken. The woman involved in the Coldplay video.
Ah, yes, the HR head.
Former,
yes.
Kristen Cabot, HR executive, busted with the photo that took over the entire world with her CEO boss. She says they were not having an affair. However, both were married to other people at the time. And a source said it's just unfathomable to witness what has happened, how devastating it can be for entire families. All I could think of is this could happen to any of us at any time. No, it literally couldn't, you moron. You'd have to be cheating. So it couldn't happen to any of us at any time. Well, Cabot spoke to the New York Times, and she said she was not in a relationship with her astronomer boss at the time of the concert. Before that night, they had never kissed.
No, never.
Never kissed. I made a bad decision, had a couple of high noons. Advertisement from Portnoy.
Oh, there you go.
Danced and acted inappropriately with my boss, and I took accountability and gave up my career for that. That's the price I chose to pay. I want my kids to know you can make mistakes and you can really screw up, but you don't have to be threatened to be killed for them. And then she said
her threatening to kill her?
Her real concern, her estranged husband at the time was at the same Coldplay concert.
And he knew.
He was at the concert. He did release a statement saying that he and Kristen were separated at the time of the concert, but there it is. She said that she and the boss have not spoken since the incident. How many freaking lies has this woman told in this interview?
That is the number one lie, that her and the boss haven't spoken. Oh, you mean the boss?
No, I think it's that they didn't kiss before the night.
Yeah, that for sure.
Both might be equal.
But the fact that they haven't spoken, I mean, y'all literally worked together. Until that point, you worked together, and then he got fired or he resigned, and she got it's like you didn't speak a single time, so all that went to waste for nothing.
Apparently, the CEO, he was seen in Maine having a picnic with his wife, so maybe she's sticking with him. But this is the woman in the Coldplay photo coming out with an interview.
This boy, I'm looking at some of these photos she did. She got glammed up for him. She dyed the hair.
I didn't
since
see.
the last concert, and my God, she's given Tyler Booker a run for his money with those hands. Those are massive.
Whoa.
Look at those.
Wow.
The grip strength this woman probably
Holy
has.
mackerel.
God.
What is she even? Her fingers are so long, I can't even tell what she's gripping. Is that a mouse?
It looks like a banister, like the bottom of a stair banister or something.
God.
But I mean, she's just.
Good gosh.
If she was
gosh, you know how insecure
running away
you know
from
how
her.
insecure he must have felt,
dude. Imagine if Jalen Brunson got that the other night instead of who's the teammate who
was it? Josh Hart?
Oil checked him. Yeah. Imagine that.
She could palm a basketball. I'm rather confident of that. Those are
that looks like
massive.
an octopus I'm going to order as an appetizer tonight. It's the Junk Drawer Friday edition, commercial free in the Expressway. One more concert ticket giveaway if you did not win them right now. Listen to 8, listen at 9. All right, so it's going to be our final Good Charlotte and Avenge Sevenfold ticket giveaway of the week. The 5 Things Choppy wants to see Sunday against the Chargers, and your official picks at 877-881-1053. Cowboys Chargers picks next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and say happy birthday to one of our...
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. Brian Schottenheimer coming up at 8:20 to explain why Matt Eberflus is moving upstairs and why is it happening so late. Deron Bland is going to get surgery again on the same foot, so he is out the rest of the season. How much did that contribute to the disappointing year that Bland had? When did it happen? And what is the long-term concern moving forward? Jerry Jones will also join the KNC Masterpiece at 10:30 today. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. The 5 things that RJ wants to see Sunday, 9 a.m. pregame, kickoff at noon with Brad and Babe on this station. Babe Laufenberg will join us at 9:20.
Number 1. Score early. I am taking the over here. I want this team to play with their hair on fire offensively. None of this 16-13 crap that they're going to try to draw you in on. Score early. Make them throw the football. I want points, baby. I want points. Number 2. If you're already eliminated, if Philadelphia wins on Saturday night, no kicking.
Oh, you're already trying to trade Brandon Aubrey.
No kicking. This is the moment this team gets knocked out, no more kicks. Now, if there's a chance for Brandon Aubrey to get a record, 70-yarder, go for it. But I do want the first drive to stall and he kicks. Confidence, baby. I want his confidence back. He missed a couple last week. I want to see that confidence back. Number 3, no timeouts on defense. Those are 2 pet peeves of mine in sports right here with football. 1, when you call a timeout to avoid a delay of game. Unless it's 4th and inches. Take the delay. If you can't get 5 yards, you don't belong in this league anyway. 2nd, I can't stand when you call timeouts when you're on defense. And obviously, look, if it's a big 4th down and you need to get a stop and you got the wrong personnel out there, whatever, fine. In the general, I hate timeouts on defense.
I'd like to ask that to Shotty one day. Calling the timeout to get the look, like last night.
Yeah.
Final touchdown, 2-point. How much is that really a pain in the ass to make you go to that second play? Because you're coming out with the first play. How much does the other team getting that look really screw things up? I've always wondered that.
Then you know that they're going to maybe change up things. Right? The other team might change things up. Like you get the look. You send your team out there. It happens in basketball. You send your team out there, see what the personnel's like. Oh, well, they're in this set, so I'm going to call a timeout. Well, then the other team comes out, they change what they just did.
Yeah, but at that point, you would just then hopefully, like if you know, like walking out there, like this is something we're going to run into a buzzsaw. So even if they change their personnel, we need a different look.
Number 4, for God's sakes, how about a pass rush after the 5th play of the game? Like they do well on the first drive, and then they forget what they're doing the rest of the way, and I don't know why that is. And then number 5, keep Dak on his feet. The O-line didn't let George cook last week. Needs to be better. Keep him on his feet. Keep him in the pocket. Allow those plays downfield to develop. And then the first bad hit he takes, get him the hell out of there. Because we don't need this. We don't need this try-hard stuff.
RJ Choppy's preview, the 5 things, and your official prediction on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Choppy, who wins and why? By the way, the spread has moved. Vegas is starting to think like me. It was 2.5. It's now Cowboys favored by 1.5, and the over-under is 49.5.
I like the over.
I love the under.
Here you go. I like the over. I don't trust either team. I think both teams are equally, well, not equally. Chargers are better. I just don't trust them, and I don't trust this Cowboys team. But I do think that
the Chargers in the last 3 weeks have allowed 14, 19, and 13. Now, that was against the Raiders, the Eagles, and the Chiefs. None of those offenses are as good as the Cowboys. And even in the last 2 losses, the Cowboys have scored 30 and 26. That does make me a little bit nervous for my bet. But, the Lions don't have the Chargers defense. No. And we know what Flores did.
Yeah, but the Cowboys still scored against Flores' defense. I mean, they still put up some points. I just don't see how the Chargers score enough. Like the Cowboys at home score.
Oh,
like this is to me. This is like now the Cowboys might give up 26 points, but I think they score. I think it's 30-26.
Who?
Cowboys.
Whoa!
I don't see how the Chargers score enough. And if the Cowboys score less than 20 points,
you don't
they need to fire everybody on the offensive staff.
If they what?
If they score less than 20 points in this game, everybody on offensive staff on notice needs to be on notice. It is unacceptable for that quarterback and this team to score fewer than 20 points at home. Unacceptable. I just made 11 syllables out of that one.
That's been this offense that we've all talked about is like, oh yeah, this is like a Super Bowl contending offense, and now you just want to put everybody on notice.
Yeah. Okay.
Bobby, who wins and why?
Chargers are going to win this game, and it's going to be they're going to all be put on notice, I guess, because it's going to be 23-17 Chargers. I think that.
Oh wait, are you putting the Cowboys staff on notice or the Chargers?
Oh, Cowboys! If you don't score 20 points in this game, it's unacceptable.
Oh, I thought you were putting the Chargers staff on notice that if you don't score 20 against this defense, you all need to be fired, which I agree with. I didn't realize you were talking about the Cowboys staff.
I mean, you can make it for both.
No,
make it for both.
23-17. The Chargers are going to score 20. The Cowboys are not. And I think it's just similar struggles that you saw against Arizona, because when they do the cover 4 looks and when you can rush the passer, that's going to make things tough. So if Guyton were playing in this game, I might feel a little bit better about it. I don't think he's going to play. Yeah, I think that this will be tough for them to push the ball downfield, and the Chargers will get enough done against the Cowboys defense, especially with some of their secondary issues.
Is the Chargers defense that much better than the Vikings?
They're both good in just different ways. They're probably similar, but they do things completely differently. I mean, Minnesota will show you some really exotic things. You're talking about the highest blitz rate in the NFL to the lowest, and you're talking about a team that disguises the most in the NFL to the team that disguises some of the least. And so they do things differently, but they're both really good.
Pepe, we're split here. Break the tie.
I'll get to the fan text first before I reveal my answer. 214 Cowboys lose 30-20. 302 Chargers win 27-24. 9003 says Cowboys win 30-17. And look, by the time this game kicks off, the Cowboys will be eliminated from the playoffs. The Eagles will beat the Commanders on Saturday, so they'll have nothing to play hard for, nothing to play for, really. Their season's going to be over, but sometimes you just have to believe Vegas and believe what they say. The Cowboys are 1.5-point favorites, like Sean said earlier, so I will have the Cowboys winning 30-27.
Whoa, that would be blowing past the over-under. I had Bobby's exact score written down, 23-17. I need this game for a number of reasons. Number one, I bet on it twice. I bet on the Chargers to win. I bet on the under through Underdog, promo code TOLO. I need the Chargers to win to ultimately win the bet over Bobby Roberto Belt and save me a $150 bottle of liquor. I also need the Chargers to win to go ahead and drop the Cowboys another game in the standings to try and move up that draft order. So let's go Chargers.
Okay.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I guess unless Philadelphia loses on Saturday. But
yeah, there's still a chance.
Yeah.
There's still a chance.
All right, let's get to a for real or fraud before the NFL games this weekend from RJ Choppy. Brian Schottenheimer coming up in about 10 minutes.
All right, so I'm going to rattle some of these upstart teams off here. You tell me if they're going to be a one and done in the playoffs.
This is so difficult, by the way. I'm going to have to say some teams are for real because of the unknown and the wide open races and playoffs that we're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
Like, someone's going to have to advance. That's what's going to be tough.
So I left Philadelphia off here. I left Buffalo off here. I left the Rams off here.
Why'd you leave Philadelphia off?
Because, I mean...
You think it's a lock that they're for real?
No. But they just won a Super Bowl. They are going to win the division anyway. Like, they're going to get a home game. I assume they're going to win their home game.
Okay.
You know, like, I just left them off here. Obviously, the Rams I left off, and I left Buffalo off. Seattle. Opponents' winning percentage right around 500. They beat Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Houston, Indy, and now Rams. Those are their wins over 500-plus teams. Outside of the Rams, we're not calling really any of those contenders. And Indy just started a 44-year-old. So for real or for Rod?
For real. Even though they gave up that amount of points last night, I'll say it, number one, because of their defense.
They're for real. Because, I mean, we would call Houston a contender, I would think, or close to it.
Title contender?
Houston's the most suffocating defense in the NFL.
They're tremendous.
Seattle's for real. The biggest question is just Darnold. Does Darnold keep it up? Does Darnold start turning the ball over? That's what it comes down to. If they didn't have Darnold in there, if they had...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In the last 7 weeks, Darnold has thrown 8 touchdown passes.
Wow.
He's gone 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 2 last night, along with 2 picks, including a pick 6.
Yeah, I'm saying for real, but it's just it does come down to Darnold. If you had an elite quarterback there like Justin Herbert, I think that the Seahawks would be just fine.
The Indiana Bears, they have a .445 winning percentage.
You're going to make me root against the Cowboys just to shut you up on Herbert, which I already know you're doing a Longhorn troll job.
.445 opponents winning percentage. They beat Pitt and Philadelphia as teams with winning records.
Chicago. Bobby, you go first.
No, they're frauds. I don't believe in them. They're frauds in terms of if they're going to contend for a title. Absolutely not. No. There's zero chance they get out of the NFC.
Frauds.
New England, .375 opponents winning percentage. They beat Buffalo. That is the only team with a winning record that they have defeated.
They're for real. It's
for real. Well, Bobby, what is this hesitation? Because you were on May 1st.
Yeah, because it's just the same question of like what he just said there. Like their schedule has been so easy. And
they were stomping Buffalo, who you're liking now.
Yeah, they were. They lost.
If you had to pick Buffalo or New England in the playoffs, you'd pick the Bills?
Yeah, if they played each other tomorrow, the Bills. So
how is that different from last night, you saying, I know that the Rams are still better, when they were leading the whole way and the other team came back?
Because the Bills are notorious for turning it on. That's how they do it. They did it first week against
Baltimore. Turning it on to what? Early Josh Allen exits?
Yeah, no, they turned. That's what they did against Baltimore in Week 1. That's what they have several times been in those sort of positions, and then they crank it up. They are the most dangerous second half team in the NFL.
For real for New England.
I think they're for real as well. Jacksonville, winning percentage right around 500. They have beaten Houston, San Fran, Indy, and the Chargers.
Yeah, Jacksonville's for real.
Ooh.
They got some good wins.
Kansas
City, too. They beat Kansas City.
Yeah, Jacksonville is top 10 in offense and defense. Cohen's done a good job kind of limiting some of the Trevor Lawrence mistakes. Defensively, they have been really impressive this year.
Frauds?
Yep.
I put Chicago as more legit than Jacksonville.
Real, I think they're more legit than Chicago, but...
That's your boy. You know you want to...
I kind of want to, but I don't see them winning. They're going to need to win 3 games to get to the Super Bowl. I don't see that happening. Denver, .433 winning percentage. Was .375 till last week. They've beaten Green Bay, Philadelphia, and Houston.
Bobby?
You said Denver?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're for real, unfortunately. Just because, again, it's sort of the same question that we're talking about with the Seahawks. Like, the defense is smothering, and there's a lot to really like about them. I just don't know if the quarterback's going to kill them at some point. They keep beating teams that I think are better than them, so they got to be for real.
Frauds.
I can't
allow one Bo Nix game to change my mind.
Right.
This spells like a 20-17 playoff loss, and all their regular season luck and the Sean Payton coaching advantage working against them. Since November 6th, Bo Nix has thrown for this amount of touchdowns. It's worse than Darnold. 1-0-1-0-4.
Wow.
Frauds.
I say frauds, too.
Man, beat the Eagles, Texans, Chiefs, Packers. Like, they keep beating teams that we all think are better.
Barely.
2 NFC North. Detroit, 500 winning percentage.
Let's save it. More time for us to tell Brian Schottenheimer why he needs to rest Dak Prescott. The head coach of the Dallas Cowboys joins us next on Sean and RJ. We'll talk about Deron Bland's surgery and Matt Eberflus moving upstairs with Shotty after this.
segment here brought to you by the personal injurers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
It is time for the Brian Schottenheimer Show. Every Friday at this time on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. It's brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Hey, I can't believe it's a full crew today with this close to the holidays. I'm shocked you three all made it today.
You know what? Wow. I'm so glad you stepped right into that trap.
Yeah.
As you just told our producer Peyton that you're out and not doing the interview next Friday. So I just want to counter with that. That's my counterpunch.
National holiday.
Shut up,
I
RJ.
always show up. Hey, I always show up, baby. Don't worry about that. I'll always show up, guys.
You're literally not going to be here next Friday.
Hey, we'll see. You know, I'm a busy man.
Coach, Todd Archer came out with the news yesterday that Deron Bland faces another surgery on his left foot. When did was it an injury that happened, and if so, when?
No, it wasn't an injury. First of all, Deron's such a great player. At the end of the day, it's just these things happen sometimes when you go and you get your foot fixed and things like that. These things happen, and it's just something where it kind of, over time it wore down, and it's unfortunate for Deron, but he's such a great competitor, and again, he and I've had multiple conversations since we found out, and he understands the journey that he's got to go upon again, but he's going to do a great job and come back better than before.
How long did it kind of linger for him this year? Because it seemed like a season that was not up to his standard.
Yeah, again, I think, at the end of the day, it wasn't a season of anybody's standard right now as we sit here with 3 to go. But, again, I think, it's one of those situations where, it comes and goes. And then at the end of the day, when you go and you look at it, you see that, hey, there's something that we need to go in and fix surgically. And, again, that starts the process of, a long rehab, but he'll do a great job with it.
Is there concern for his availability to start off training camp and next season?
No, we think everything should go great.
Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, does this affect Trayvon Diggs' status maybe being bumped up since you guys are down a man?
Well, again, I'll say this, my thing and stance with Trayvon's never changed, and he's having a good first couple of days, and we'll get out there today and see how today goes. But, again, we all want Trayvon to get out there and play, and he's got to keep doing his part. And, again, I think, like I said, he's doing a great job this week, and I hope and believe that will continue today.
Yeah, Shotty, so you've said recently, you had these standards or these boxes that you kind of wanted to see him check before you guys felt like he could get out there. So when you say he's had a good first 2 days this week, does that mean that he's checked those boxes for you in these first 2 days of practice?
Yeah, what I'm saying is he's met the standard these first 2 days, and that's exciting. And it looks like he's having a lot of fun out there playing football, which is what I love. I love guys that when they're competing every day to be the best versions of themselves, they're doing it with a smile because we're also blessed to be able to coach and play this game.
Brian Schottenheimer here on The Fan. Big news yesterday was, at least for us, Matt Eberflus moving upstairs to coordinate these final 3 games. Why the change?
Well, again, at the end of the day, we all understand that we need to play better on defense. That's not a secret. Nobody's shied away from that. Certainly, Flus hasn't shied away from that. I think as we look for options and ideas, it was something that Matt and I talked about. And at the end of the day, I've called plays for a long time in this league, and there's no question. Only 1 year was up in the box. There's no question you can see things better up in the box. You can make quicker adjustments up in the box. And I think when Matt and I kind of talk through this stuff, it became very clear that that's where we want to put him so that we can make some adjustments faster. And I think it's going to be a great thing for us.
Is this a move you wish you maybe made a little bit sooner, earlier in the season?
No, it's a fair question, but no. I mean, again, you got to remember we make the trade for Quinnen. We actually start playing, really, good defense, and we rip off 3 games in a row. You're certainly not going to do it after 1 game. You lose to Detroit, but just looking at everything from a holistic approach with, just kind of the consistency or the inconsistency of the way we've played on defense. it was something that I felt was the best thing for us.
Brian Schottenheimer with us here on 105 through the Fan. Coach, what changed for you guys the last 2 weeks that some of the problems you guys had generating pressure earlier in the season, that those seem to have returned after what was a pretty good stretch of getting to the passer?
Yeah, different things. I thought Detroit did a really good job of chipping the edges and things like that. We're certainly at our best when we're in our 5 down fronts. And then, when you're not getting home, as you guys know, you got to find ways to pressure the quarterback, and that's going to require bringing a 5th guy or a 6th guy in some regards. And I just think the overall consistency of the execution's not been there. But again, that's one of the other things is, when you're sitting up in the box and you can and you get that 30,000-foot view. Clayton can attest to that, right? Like Clayton's a guy who's rarely ever been up in the box, but you just see things so much better up there. And again, it's one of those situations where I really feel like, okay, hey, we're not getting pressure, we're not affecting the quarterback. And with Flus's experience and how well he sees the game, I think being up there is going to help him be able to make adjustments quicker.
Coach, I didn't write it down accurately, I don't think. How many times did you say you coordinated upstairs versus sideline?
One time in 2020, I ended up moving up in the box in Seattle. And I did that for different reasons, but the point of view, there's no distractions up there. You see much clearer what's going on, whether you're winning the line of scrimmage, whether you're not, whether you're playing man to man well, whether you're getting pressure on the quarterback. For the offensive guy, hey, are we getting movement in the running game because you're staring down at it? Again, it's when you're sitting on the sidelines, you're like, hey, what happened on the right side or the far sideline? Like, I can't see what the hell happened. And up in the box, it's a lot easier to see things. And again, my big thing is, hey, if we're not getting pressure or if we're not having success, we got to make those adjustments. And I do believe that this will help us do that.
So, Coach, why didn't you do it more than just the one time with all those advantages up top?
It's a great point. The trade-off is that, again, talking to the quarterback and being able to do that on the sidelines, I think is important. But I would say this to you guys, that really the magic for me is if you're up, you got to have incredible people down because they have to carry your message. And when you're down, you want to put your great eyes or guys that you can hear to. So there's lots of ways to do it. The other thing I wanted was I wanted a little bit of a safe place from Pete. Pete was so energetic. He was throwing his gum all over the place, and so I'd get hit with gum sometimes. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to get hit with gum up in the press box.
At least he didn't make you pick it up like Spurrier.
Hey, good call. Yeah, I've had to do a lot of picking up of stuff over my career.
Brian Schottenheimer joined us here, 105 through the Fan. What do you look for in determining whether the issue with a particular unit, doesn't have to be the defense, just any unit in general, whether the problem with the unit is a coaching issue or a personnel issue? What do you look for in that?
Yeah, well, number one, I don't think it's ever just one, right? I think it's a little bit of everything. I think at the end of the day, what you do is you go back and you keep eyes on it, and we've got tabs. We go back after every game and we write down our after-action reports, the things we did well, the things that we need to improve, and then a plan of how we're going to improve them. And again, I think there's some weeks where, if you're beat up, it is personnel. When you're beat up and maybe you're missing 4 offensive linemen in one game and you're like, man, we didn't run the ball well, or we didn't protect very well, or whatever. And then otherwise it's like, man, we didn't have a great plan, or hey, we didn't adjust very quickly. So rarely is it ever one thing, guys. It's usually a combination of both. And that's why it's so important to have the connection right between your coaches and your players. And when we make adjustments as coaches, the players have to believe. And then, quite honestly, we do ask the players their opinions, like, hey, what are you thinking? What are you seeing? And again, that's why it's a very comprehensive approach.
Coach, you've preached competition all year, and with the playoffs seemingly like a long shot at this point, are these next few games going to be a good gauge for you to determine who that compete message has landed with?
Yeah, again, I don't really worry about that, guys. I think this unit, this group of young men, I mean, they've given us everything we've ever asked for. And again, if you truly do believe in the compete every day mantra, then it should show. And again, we've had a really good week of practice. We're playing a really good football team. I mean, the Chargers are a very, very good football team. You can, look at not just their record, but the way that they, the quarterback and the way the defense is playing from a statistical standpoint, the way they're getting pressure on the quarterback. But at the end of the day, we're focused on us, and we want to win. And it's every game we play. You don't win every game you play, but again, the main focus right now is going out and playing well and finding a way to beat the Chargers on Sunday at home in front of our fans.
Coach, in the event that the games do become, I don't want to say meaningless, but the team is eliminated from playoff contention, where do you draw the line on competing and culture versus a draft pick and injury prevention and getting to look at guys that didn't get a ton of playing time?
Yeah, the starting point for us is always to compete to win. I mean, that's just the way it always is. And, again, I think at the end of the day, when you look at this, you can do that a lot of different ways. And at the end of the day, as we work and we practice, there's certainly guys you're like, hey, does this guy earn the right to play? Well, yeah, if the guy earns the right to play, then, yeah, maybe you want to take a look at that guy. But I can promise you this, the main focus that we always look at is, hey, what gives us the best chance to win? And why? Because at the end of the day, we're all being evaluated as a football team, as a coaching staff, as a group of players, as an organization on whether we win or we lose.
Coach, we all try to do this off-season topic of like momentum and things that you can establish into the off-season that can carry over for next year. Can you recall any specific instances in your time where pulling guys and quote-unquote organically tanking negatively, positively affected, playing all the guys when you're eliminated, positively affected heading into the offseason? Because, I mean, we want you to pull everyone, get the draft pick, and make sure Dak's good for next year. You're not going to do that, it sounds like. Can you recall instances where it has really helped or hurt?
Yeah, I think it's different. I mean, like, again, I look at it this way. We come in and we work, Monday, Tuesday, players are off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and, of course, next week.
You're off.
I'm off Friday. But, yeah, we're going to grind getting ready for Thursday because Christmas Eve will be up in Washington, or Christmas Day, I guess. But, at the end of the day, guys, again, there's different ways to look at it. And when we're in year one of this program, and what we're trying to build is a culture that's all about winning. And to me, yeah, you could say, hey, let's not play anybody, or let's do this or that. And again, will we play some guys that earn the right to play that maybe haven't played a lot? Yeah, potentially, if they've earned the right to play. But at the end of the day, I think you keep it very simple. And hey, we're going to compete every day. We want to win. And again, I know I understand why you guys say what you want to say, but you can't be all about winning. You can't be all about competing every day and then be like, okay, hey, I'm going to take next Friday off, or hey, I'm going to do this, or hey, I'm not going to play this guy or that guy. At the end of the day, I think that's the wrong message to your players.
Coach, what kind of an adjustment is it to pivot from one defense like Minnesota, which likes to disguise a lot and show you a bunch of different looks and then bail out of them at the snap of the ball, versus a team like the Chargers who are a little more straightforward and about executing at a high level?
Well, basically, this is my favorite part of the segment, when you and I get a chance to talk ball.
Thank you, Shelley. Yeah, of course.
Because you're the only guy that understands the difference between, like, 7-Up and all this stuff, and then the cover four that we're going to see this week with Derwin James playing the Buffalo nickel.
Yep.
I mean, you're the only one. I mean, really, this is our show.
Wow.
Ball knowers, the two of us.
You should have taken off today, too.
Yeah.
But, no, it's a great question because I'll tell you what, man, Jesse Minter's done an incredible job with this defense. Again, you just watch the way these guys play. But yeah, very different. They don't do a whole lot on first, second down. They're driven by quarters. They play spot drop zone, which means when they drop, they're dropping to a location on the field, and all eyes are on the quarterback. And that generally works the best, guys, when you've got an elite pass rush, and they've got an elite pass rush with Thule and Khalil Mack, and they got the guy from Baltimore. I mean, they've got dudes up front, and so very, very different. And again, it puts more of an onus on our execution because Minnesota, they took chances, and we hurt them some. I mean, ended up coming away with 26 points. But this defense is very, very. They're patient, and they make you work for everything you get.
Is Harbaugh the most old school style left in the league?
Yeah, I got to say, I love the fact he still wears gloves during pregame warmup. I love the fact that he still catches balls and things like that. But again, they are a physical football team. He's built that. You watch these guys play offense, man, and it's all, two tight ends. They've got the 280-pound fullback, Matlock, and of course the quarterback is just an absolute stud. He's, people don't realize how well he moves. I think he's rushed for over 500 yards this year. But, Jim has always had a certain style about him. I go back to when he was playing. He came into Arrowhead my year coaching, I think, in Kansas City and beat us as a player. And he's just always been the same person. And, again, you guys know me. I'm all about authenticity. And the one thing you can say about Jim, he's always authentic. He is who he is, and his teams model his personality.
Thank you so much, Coach. Most of it was enjoyable as usual, and enjoy the break next week.
Hey, guys, Merry Christmas. I really do appreciate you guys, for real. You guys make my Fridays enjoyable, really, for real. Thanks.
Back at you, Coach. We appreciate you. Brian Schottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys.
What a treat just getting to talk ball with that guy.
You know what's going to be a treat?
When I talk ball next segment?
No, my off-season goal is to turn him on you. I will line up for training camp the top 3 to 5 things that would annoy him and make him realize and see the true Bobby Ball.
No, because I'm all about competing. You ball unknowers just basically said you wanted to cowardly tank. Y'all are done.
Why Steve Sarkisian putting tons of quarterbacks in the NFL is actually bad news for Arch. That's next. And you know what? We're not even doing that anymore.
Ball knowers at the round table.
Right here on the Fan.
Couple guys talking ball.
But I'm a meat knower, and I'm going to get you.
here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. What a great day to talk ball. What a great day to talk about Arch Manning and how he is definitely going to be a bust now with the news of Tua Tagovailoa being benched. That's not it. All right, this is Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Before we get into the specifics of how Arch is probably going to be a bust now, we did get some uplifting news. You guys were always saying, why doesn't Dak take the hometown discount, save a little on the cap, spread the wealth a little bit?
Yeah.
Well, that is what Arch Manning's doing. News out of Texas. Arch Manning will take a reduced house payment share in support of the Longhorns' 2026 championship pursuit per On3. Look at that.
What a loser.
Love it. Love it. Pay Muschamp.
He's right. That is still, I don't understand. Like Muschamp, I don't know why you needed to switch out the defensive coordinator. That was not your problem at Texas.
Man, Will's a tremendous defensive coordinator.
He's great, and he's such a great defensive coordinator. Nobody's hired him to do it in the last 4 years. So he's just been.
He also was living off of
analyst for Georgia for 4 years. Which, by the way, the Georgia defense has been getting worse
because he's been getting paid by South Carolina and Florida for all these years.
I think when you look at clearly what was wrong with Texas this year, significantly down towards the bottom is the defense, which was top 10 to 15.
Did the defense underachieve, though?
The defense didn't finish the season great. That's one of the bigger things.
We're talking about they should have been a top, by preseason talk, should have been a top 5 defense, and you're saying 10 to 15.
Yeah, 15.
I don't think it's just, I don't think it's just, well, that wasn't the problem with us. And I'm not saying it was a problem, but people were talking about this was going to be the best defense in the country.
Yeah, I mean, they were, but if we're just talking about literally on metrics, so even including people who are not playing the same level of competition that Texas is or whatever, it's just like all 130 schools or whatever, their metrics were 10 to 15. That still is in the running for best defense in the country. And so they were one of the best defenses in the country for the large portion of this season.
Maybe Sark thought they underachieved.
Maybe Sark needed to scapegoat because he couldn't answer for why didn't I have enough talented skill players here for you.
Yep.
And it turns out
or develop the quarterback.
And he can't do that. He can develop you to a certain point, apparently. So we saw the news this week that Quinn Ewers is going to start for the Miami Dolphins, which is great news for the guy they call the quarterback whisperer. Steve Sarkisian, Inside Texas, had written this week that this is the 8th quarterback, or no, actually 9th. This is the 9th quarterback that Steve Sarkisian will have put into the NFL, that actually starts in the NFL. Doesn't just get there, starts a game in the NFL, which is one of the higher numbers that you're going to get out of an offensive coach. Here's the problem. Okay, that's great. A lot of good pedigree then for Arch to get things together. Maybe not so much. Here is the list of quarterbacks that they supply over at Inside Texas, because when you looked at this, it's like, maybe you should have just mentioned that he put 9 in the NFL, and then you shouldn't have identified who they were. First one.
Figured it out.
Carson Palmer. Good quarterback.
Good player.
Good quarterback.
Bum, but good player.
Not a bum. Good quarterback. And somebody who I think generally, if you're told you're getting Carson Palmer with the first pick, I think most people are saying I can take that as a first pick quarterback when you consider what quarterback plays in the NFL. So, good player. I don't know that we can necessarily say like that's totally just Sark's development. Sark was there, but Sark wasn't there the entire time. So Carson Palmer, good. A guy he was there for the entire time. Matt Leinart. That's a bust right there. That is not working out. Next on this list, John David Booty, who went in the 5th round. I'm not going to count as a huge bust somebody who went in the 5th round. You put him in the NFL, fine. Next pick, Mark Sanchez was his pedigree.
Two AFC championship games.
I already have my defense of this, but go ahead.
Next, the 8th overall pick, Jake Locker.
No.
We're talking about 3 top 10 picks so far that he's put in the NFL that have been busts. Cody Kessler, 3rd round pick.
Cleveland?
He played a bunch of different places. He initially went to Rams, I think. Next up, The man who is being benched for Quinn Ewers, Tua Tagovailoa. Why am I struggling with that today? Tua Tagovailoa.
He started off in Cleveland. I'm the ball knower.
Mac Jones, who again, also considered a bust. And then Quinn Ewers, who didn't live up to his potential. So, as we go through this list of quarterbacks, this seems like a lot of underwhelming and underperforming. And
sounds like a lot of first-round draft picks.
Which is right in line. Yeah, guys who went on to the NFL to become busts or who didn't develop in college.
Allow me to be RJ Choppy. I'll need to take a shower afterwards. All this tells me is that
in the pool.
He made those guys overachieve in college.
Yep.
He got the most out of them. And then they got exposed at the pro level.
Which means, though...
I don't worry about it too much.
Which means, though, that just means he's the Tennessee Volunteers, which is what Josh Heupel does. He he's smoke and mirrors you at the college level, and you get to the NFL, and you're like, oh, these Tennessee guys can't play. That's the knock on the Tennessee guy. Schottenheimer said that over the offseason about Joe Milton. He goes, well, yeah, he came from a system that kind of puts you behind when you get to the NFL. Talking about Milton.
I mean, Lincoln was the quarterback whisperer until USC.
Yeah, he was the quarterback whisperer, but then a lot of people have started questioning that because they look at it and they go, okay, but Baker's turned it around now, but initially people were like, well, Baker didn't really do what he was supposed to, and then it was like, well, Hurts is kind of declining on the back end, and then who was the other one that he had before Caleb? He had somebody else. Kyler. Kyler was considered a disappointment there for a while. Caleb's probably a disappointment at this point. I mean, not his team record-wise, but the way he's played.
Yeah.
He hasn't been great. But, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if you say that he gets the most out of them, that's fine. That does mean that, Arch, you're doomed at the NFL level, bro. Because that's a historic run of most of those guys getting to the NFL and then being like, they can't hack it.
The other thing I would say is Sark also has that NFL experience to know what they should need at the next level. Well, being in Atlanta, correct?
They have this
I don't even know why I'm asking you.
His job.
They have this picture of Mark Sanchez with him. Do you see how different he looks? That doesn't even look like the same guy.
His job is to win games.
Sanchez doesn't have. He's still got red on his shirt these days walking an alley.
His job's to win games and to get players ready for the next level. By being drafted in the first round, he did his job. What they do after they get to the NFL, to me, is not on the college football coach. Some of the developments.
Totally disagree. No, you're developing them to be pro-ready players, especially in this era.
Well, but also, first of all, none of them are developing them to be pro-ready players because they're running their own stupid system. So none of them are doing that.
All of them, in order to get the recruits to commit, especially in an era where the money is very similar, are trying. Carson Beck is going places to get developed.
Yeah,
a lot of these guys.
Got 6 first-round draft picks.
Fernando Mendoza went to. Again, they get to the NFL, though, and they're clearly not ready. Those are all a bunch of quarterbacks who are considered massive developmental liabilities. Locker, Sanchez, Leinart, all of those guys were talked about as getting to the NFL and being way behind. And that's the same thing you're looking at now. And Quinn was somebody who ended up falling way below where he should have gone.
Why don't you come up with some more Eberflus replacements that everyone else can steal from you?
Oh, yeah. That'd be great, since now everybody's all over Jim Leonard suddenly, when I don't think they're still not spelling his name right. They're not putting the H in there.
Yeah, there's an H.
So that clearly shows that they're...
Wait, where? Spell
after
it.
the N. Leonhard.
Oh!
It's like Leon Hard.
That's as bad as my first name. Sorry, Mom.
But that's basically what he's doing. Now, other defensive coordinator names, like Sean says there, they were talking over on ESPN. Barnwell had an article up of ranking the NFL head coaching openings. Who's got the best jobs? And I decided to look at it not because I wanted to see what Barnwell had to say, because he's an idiot, but I wanted to see speculatively, who are we really talking about that people think these jobs are going to be coming open? Because then, as the Cowboys like to do, they like to spot the former head coach who's a defensive mind and go, oh, let's make that our defensive coordinator. Their last 5 defensive coordinators have all been former NFL head coaches. It's their version of the rehab program. Like when we talk about going and doing the Alabama rehab program or whatever else it is. So there are 2 names here that jump out, and I want to get your immediate thoughts on how you would feel about them as defensive coordinator options. Number 1, if the Falcons move on from Raheem Morris, who's considered a big-time players coach and a little more rah-rah the way Dan Quinn probably was, but a big-time culture guy and somebody who was considered to be one of the better defensive coordinators when he spent 3 years with the Rams.
I'd be okay, but I got another guy in mind.
I'm good with it.
Another guy in mind from a potential coach opening?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it? Because it's the next one for me. There's only one more that I've got.
Don't say Rex.
Say on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Jonathan Gannon. Nope, Jonathan Gannon. I don't think Todd Bowles is getting fired. Jonathan Gannon is if you want to talk about somebody who was ascending really quickly, it was Gannon. Gannon was hired by the Cardinals, I think, when he was 39. He had done a great job in Indianapolis as one of their secondary guys. He got hired by the Eagles, spent 2 years there, got rave reviews for the way he did things with the Eagles. He went to the Cardinals, and he got a lot of praise in league circles for the coaching staff that he built of guys who were largely unknown. So he hired a lot of really young coaches that people became really impressed by. One of them was Clayton Adams. Clayton Adams was somebody he connected with in Indianapolis, brought him over to Arizona. Dallas clearly liked him, hired him away. So when Clayton Adams got here, that's somebody who's likely to give Jonathan Gannon a strong endorsement to Brian Schottenheimer to the Cowboys as well. And you want to talk about somebody who, as a defensive mind, is thought of as one of the more advanced guys and somebody who did a lot of really productive things with Philadelphia and some of their blitz concepts and different things. That's somebody who I think, young coach, really intense, somebody who's going to crack skulls a little bit, instill some discipline. I think that Jonathan Gannon would be a good one to hire here. And that's it. That's my names.
Below the belt. Right here on Sean and RJ, home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Babe Laufenberg at 9:20 and our final concert ticket giveaway of the week. But oh man, this is another loaded edition of Worst Take. Is it Puka Nakua? Is it Joel Klatt? Or is it RJ Choppy? Pew, 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 pew. Worst Take, biggest loser of the week is next.
But football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, make team picks.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Stafford under center. Play action. Ready to deal. Lets it go right side. Caught! Puka to 20. Puka to 10. Puka touchdown! Matthew Stafford sends a missile into the midst of Puka Nakua for a go-ahead score in overtime.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
I think he's going to be a winner this week. One Puka Nakua, who had a great game last night, which just goes to show, as long as you're really, really good, they'll put up with a lot from you. This is Worst Take. Got several nominees this week, including one from RJ Choppy that I don't think many would expect. But let's start with the first one.
It's my nomination of RJ. You don't know what it is, though,
No. I'm talking about the one that he said was in his worst take during the break just now.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, let's start with the first one, and who may be the runaway winner. We're nominating Puka Nakua for everything that he has said, and everything that's come out of his mouth in the last week. Here's just one of them.
You think the refs be bullshit times?
Oh, 100%. I'm like, they had a... Yes, the refs are the worst because they're just some of the rules aren't. And like, these guys want to be. These guys are lawyers and like, they want to be on TV too, bro. Like the game. You don't think he's texting his friends in the group chat like, "Yo, you guys just saw me Sunday Night Football." Like that was
no way.
Like that wasn't PI. Like, but I called it. I was like,
seriously, they do that?
I mean, these guys are normal human beings too, bro. Like these guys.
I mean, they do a better job than them.
Dude, am I even joking? Yeah.
Bro, they
do. They're cheaters, bro. I don't care.
I actually don't have that big of a problem with this. I think because of all his other stupidity, we're focusing on this like you dummy. What he did after the game in tweeting, see what I mean about the refs? That was much dumber than the initial comments. People blast the referees all the time in sports, and many people agree. Someone can go off on the NBA. A head coach could go off, and we don't treat them the way we are doing Puka Nakua. I have much bigger problems with him live streaming when his teammates didn't want to do it in the locker room. His brother robbing an LA Laker,
which he was officially arrested for.
He was officially arrested, and then they let him go for some reason, like on bond. And he's coming across like a space cadet.
He's had some.
You got the Jewish dance celebration, which I don't know for a fact, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he did not know what that little douchebag Aiden Ross was getting him to do.
He didn't seem like as he was doing it, he was just like, okay, well, like it seemed like he was learning it on the fly. So you can go for all that. Now, I think the reason why the officiated one was a bigger deal there is because most of the time, even when there's criticism, it's not usually said because these like lawyers, like these like peons that are not like us NFL players, they just want to get on TV. They like basically want to steal our shine. That's where the league will have a big issue, is where you're saying that essentially
I know the league is going to have an issue. I'm just saying,
but it's dumb.
We all bitch about refs.
Yeah, but we do. We go like, that's embarrassing. Generally, we're not saying like these guys with these jobs that are not us, they just want to be seen on TV.
Yeah,
like,
well, we come on the radio all the time and we're like, oh, Hockley's kid. He wants to flex his biceps and be like daddy.
Yeah, but we'd never say it as players because that'd be stupid.
Well, I don't know. Other players do it, and he also called out the Jags, most overrated team. Just he doesn't have a lot of sense.
I think you should be able to criticize the officials if you're a player and not get fined.
Ooh,
I think you should be able to do as coaches. You got to keep the officials in sports are the only ones that have no accountability. None. They don't get fired. They get
demoted.
Yeah, they fired like 4 officials at the end of last year.
NFL might. Baseball doesn't. It's crap.
Oh, yeah.
Crap.
Well, Joe West.
Angel Hernandez sitting there for decades ruining the sport.
Puka Nakua nominee.
Next up. This one, Sean, would you like to go to yours or would you like to go to the one that's going to hurt you?
Hurt me. Don't make it the bowl thing because we did that last week.
Diego Pavia. Diego Pavia is nominated for Worst Take here for, again, pretty much anything that came out of his mouth while he was in New York City for the Heisman, or came out of his hands when he had the little sign that said Indiana sucks or F Indiana. Yeah. You also had him saying F all the voters, basically. Even the ones who voted for me.
Pavia is the college version of Nakua.
Yeah.
With the week that he had. I'm going to counter all that and give Reese Davis a nominee. Reese Davis coming out and saying, well, I really kind of regretted it. And Pavi acted like a punk, no doubt about it. But he was living his life. He did apologize. He's probably not going to play in the National Football League. One last hurrah. But I even tweeted it. Bad look. But Reese Davis to go out there and say, I really kind of regretted my vote, and I was hoping that Pavia didn't win because of the way he conducted himself. Give me an effing break, you sanctimonious Hall of Fame baseball voter. This is what the baseball voters do. I didn't like the way that Barry talked to me. I didn't like the way that Jeff Kent talked to me, looked at me weird. Who gives a crap? Pavia could have rented a house and slept with 9 hookers and did blow on Instagram Live, and it should not affect the way you feel about the best season in college football. So I normally like Reese Davis. I got no problems with Reese, but that was a roll my eyes statement.
He'll do some roll your eyes
I really
stuff.
wish I didn't with the way he conducted. Who cares how he conducted himself?
Yeah,
Did he ball out or not? And he made Vanderbilt relevant, which no one has ever done.
And he also did the most impressive thing that Diego Pavia did. Do you know how much of a jackass you have to be to get people to hate Vanderbilt? He did it.
Well,
he did it.
Who's saying anything about Vanderbilt?
Oh, people, the hatred. It's on. You don't follow the SEC blogs. You don't follow the SEC.
I'm involved with the SEC now.
Yes, you are. But you're not on the unfiltered.
Right.
You're not on the dirty part of the conference. But I like Diego. I think Diego's great for the sport.
It's fun.
I hope he comes back again.
He's good. Do you want to get to your controversial, surprising, worst take nominee?
Ooh.
Sure. Yeah, I don't mind. I'll get to it. The President of the United States.
Oh, it's frozen over.
This is groundbreaking.
Not cool, man. The
Suckers and
Truth
losers.
Social post about Rob Reiner. It's not cool. It's just not cool. This is what he wrote. And he wrote it, and then he doubled down on it the next day. You know, he writes this thinking, oh, my supporters are going to eat this up. They're going to fist bump because Rob is public enemy number one. And it completely backfired to a man, to a woman, all completely not standing by what the president said on his Truth Social. A very sad thing happened. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director, passed away with his wife due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, a.k.a. TDS. He went on and on and on. Just not cool.
Now, what do you say back to those devil's advocate on the right who say, look how they celebrated Charlie Kirk's death?
Don't worry about them. Don't worry. And by the way,
that's the problem. That is the lack of maturity that we all lack.
Yeah,
that's the lack right there. Like, it doesn't matter what leftist, extremist, extreme right person did. I'm the president of the United States.
I don't even. Yeah, I mean, that's not even that. It's like, Rob, after Charlie Kirk died, was speaking out against everybody that was talking crap about him.
Yeah.
So, like, this was not the guy to go after. Just not cool.
But Reiner hated Trump.
Of course he hated. Yes, of course he did. I mean, like, that checks. I mean, Rob has been. If
Robert De Niro gets assassinated tomorrow,
Trump's gonna do the same thing.
He'll do the same thing.
He'll do the same thing.
Yeah.
And Rob has spoken out against the president. There's no doubt about it. But that doesn't make it okay. And it
good
wasn't
for you,
okay.
Ralph.
It wasn't okay when they did it with Charlie. And this isn't okay either.
What balance from RJ Choppy. All right, and worst take here on 105.3 The Fan.
Did you have another one other than Reese?
I do.
Hit us.
It is RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I compliment you, and then I slap you.
Is this the hallway interaction yesterday?
No. Oh, no. You're a loser, and this was a loser take.
What?
I didn't even bring up during the show. I saved for this.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
For you to criticize the New York Knicks for not putting up that stupid fake banner.
It's the cup, man.
I lost so much respect for you.
It's the cup. It's a big game for the cup.
You're like killing them. I can't believe it. They didn't put up the banner. It's RJ Choppy to a T. It's hypocritical. It's two-faced. It makes 0 sense. It's a loser. Only a loser would hang that dumbass banner And the New York Knicks, I applaud you. Well done for saying we're not putting that up in the rafters, unlike the Lakers and whoever else.
Bucks.
And the Bucks.
So two teams that have titles recent titles.
Yeah.
Hung the banner.
Yep. Good for you, New York.
Now, I'm not saying hold a ceremony. I would say you put it up in the middle of the night.
Loser.
The middle of the night.
Loser take.
I didn't realize you were genuine about that. I thought when you said that you're just doing like a bit, but you seem very serious.
Put it up in the middle of the night.
If you have to hide, this is like dating the girl that you're hiding from people. If you won't take her out in public, you shouldn't be with her. Yeah. If you're not going to take her home to mom, if you don't want to bring her to the station event, you're not proud of her. If you're not proud of it, it shouldn't go up in the rafters.
Then the players should not have held the trophy up.
Oh, shut up.
We have a.
If the game is played and a trophy is given, then a banner gets put up in the rafters.
You've been killing the whole tournament every day.
It's a stupid tournament.
Every day you mock it.
It's a stupid tournament.
Every day you mock it.
It's a stupid
league. And then you want them to celebrate it.
It's a dumb league, but I still, celebrate.
Stupid.
Got to put it up there.
Worst take.
Let's go to.
No sense.
We have a special celebrity nominee. They're going to come on here and give their nomination. Peyton, can you go ahead and bring on our special nomination?
You gave me 2 separate audio clips.
18. I told you in your head.
This is what happens when Bobby runs things.
Literally told him already.
What I said on their show on Monday morning early was sloppy and worded wrong. And so it was kind of like I landed the plane, but it was in a cornfield. And so like we had to hit the eject, and it was like we kind of like the plane didn't crash necessarily. Here's the deal. The NCAA basketball tournament, if the objective was to crown the best basketball team of the college basketball season, then it's a bad format. And because of that, then it's not fair, is what I said. And I said, it's a joke. It's the dumbest. And that's obviously going to grab headlines. And again, that's stupid of me to use those terms. But the structure of the NCAA basketball tournament, its objective is entertainment. It's meant to be a gauntlet. So the point is the best college basketball team for the year doesn't always win the NCAA basketball tournament. That tournament is set up to just crown its own champion. It's a made-for-TV entertainment event, and it's great. And by the way, I do love the NCAA basketball tournament. But if you're asking me, is it structured properly to crown the best team of the season, then the answer is no.
It's Joel Klatt nominating himself because he said that the NCAA tournament was a joke.
And Wolchuk, and RJ both nominated Klatt earlier in the week.
Yeah, Wolchuk also nominated Ryan Clark for his Bo Nix is the reason that Micah Parsons got hurt. So we got that. I mean, that's 7 of them right there. Do you want to throw Caleb in there too, or you want to just go to the votes?
Williams.
Throw him in quick.
All right. Caleb Williams. Joe Buck revealed this week to Jimmy Traina that Caleb Williams has skipped 2 production meetings now. It wasn't just the one. So when Troy Aikman went after Caleb Williams and they got all bent out of shape, maybe they would have had a better understanding of Caleb's responsibilities if he had shown up. 2 times now he has blown them off for Zoom production meetings. And he said, Joe Buck said they were just sitting on the Zoom for like half an hour waiting for him, and he never showed up. So Caleb Williams for blowing off the guys and then whining when he got criticized on the air.
Let us vote. This is a loaded list. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Just to reset the candidates. Is it Puka Nakua? Is it Diego Pavia or Reese Davis? Is it President Trump? Is it RJ Choppy Pew 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 Pew? Is it Joel Klatt or is it Caleb Williams?
Who?
What are the total? We'll get the total vote at the end.
Tolo's nominating me for my Trump take.
I vote for Trump, so I support you. That was indecent and disgusting.
Yeah, I vote for Trump. I can't. That's gross.
It was more indecent and disgusting to say they should hang a banner for the IST, so I'm voting for Choppy.
In-season tournament. It's the cup, sir. Get the name right.
The cup. You're no longer allowed to criticize the cup. Your punishment next year, a show bet, you have to watch 5 games of the cup and report back on it in the morning.
Hey, that's fine.
And not from the recap back.
I already said it's a big game. Every time there's a cup game, it's a big game for the cup.
I'm going to go Reese Davis, and I think maybe RJ is the winner on here, the fan text. I think so.
What
maybe.
a backfire. What a backfire. Way to addition.
I'll join you.
A late nominee.
I'll join you. You can't defend that. You cannot defend that. That's disgusting. Stop. 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Franco text line. Babe Laufenberg previews the Chargers next.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and you guys know this, most people's wages have not kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make their payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solved that problem with the Easy Lease, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense.
Injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never that pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's bring in Babe Laufenberg, Dallas Cowboys color analyst on the home of the Cowboys. He will be on the call pregame, play-by-play, postgame, 9 a.m. It starts Sunday. Cowboys, Chargers, here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto, along with Babe on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning, guys. I'm great. And let me just ask you quickly, if I said I'm going to buy each of you a gift, whatever you want, let's put a $500 limit on it.
Woo!
What do you guys want for Christmas?
Ooh.
What would each of you want the Bambino to buy them?
Oh, man.
Man, that's a good question.
You know what? Let's say 400, because I know all of you guys are going to want an Indiana shirt of some type.
Yeah, I want your Indiana Letterman jacket.
I need an outdoor trash can for the pool.
A dash cam for the car, truck.
The root canal I have to get right after the show. I don't think 400 covers it though.
Oh wow, are you really doing a root canal, buddy?
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
I got an abscess.
Oh wow, sorry to hear that.
So is this going to lead to something, or this is total hypothetical?
Well, it might be a gift if I felt like somebody really needed something, like they were getting evicted from the apartment, and I need 400. I'd say, oh gosh, I got you covered.
He needs his tooth procedure.
He's on his own for the tooth.
What would you like? $400 limit.
What would I like? Didn't even think about it, but good question. Maybe put $400 to my airfare that I'm going to the Rose Bowl. Trying to get there.
Did you get the tickets?
I did.
Well done. Awesome.
Yeah, so I'll be there.
All right, let's defeat you in trivia.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Cowboys leading the NFL in passing yards. Okay? They're also last in the NFL in allowing passing yards. Can you give me the last team to have led the NFL in yards passing and led the NFL the same year in passing yards allowed?
Gosh, I saw this somewhere.
Let's go with the St. Louis Rams.
No, but that's a good guess.
The 6 Colts.
Another good guess, but no.
Crap.
Okay, I guess I'm going to... Hey, let me just say this. If Peyton gets the answer correct, I'm going to buy him the gift.
No! Chargers!
Yeah.
Ooh.
You know, can I tell you something? The Chargers did it with Don Coryell, Air Coryell, in 81, 82, and 85. There's only been 5 teams since the merger do it. The Chargers were three of those teams.
But were they the last one?
No, they weren't the last one. There's one in between. You got it, Peyton?
Yeah, I got it. Guys, we're only going back about 9 years, not even a decade. It's the 2016 New Orleans Saints.
Oh, of course.
And they finished 7-9 that year.
Yeah, it's a Rob Ryan defense, right?
Rob Ryan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Those 3 years are the ones that keep Sean Payton from the Hall of Fame. Going 7-9, 3 straight years with Drew Brees.
Oh, look at you.
One of the 10 best quarterbacks ever. You go 7-9, 3 straight years.
He's been spitting out awful takes all day today, Babe. Don't worry.
Babe, you have been on the field And you broadcast upstairs in the booth. If you had to coordinate and coach a game or a season, would you rather be upstairs where Eberflus is moving or down on the sideline?
It's a great question.
I know.
And from an offensive coordinator standpoint, and defensive, I guess, but I think offense, but there's something to be said for being up top and being able to see everything. And I think I would be up top. Now, we all understand the downside of being up there. Honestly, you don't get to look in guys' eyes. You don't get to see them coming off the field. Are they hanging their heads? What's the sideline demeanor like? Do we need to pick them up? Do we need to kick some rear end? So that's a downside. But upstairs, it's much more analytical. You're not being bothered by all the things that are going on down on the field and on the bench. And it's hectic down there, as you know. So I think if I were to be a play caller, I think I would like to be upstairs. That said, I don't like the idea that in 17 years, you got to go back 17 years for Matt Eberflus to be upstairs.
17?
So, isn't that what it was? I think he said Cleveland.
Oh, my.
No, you know what? I apologize. Maybe it was Cleveland in 2017 was the last time he was in the – I was trying to remember what he said yesterday off the top of my head. And then maybe it was 2017 at Cleveland. He was the linebackers coach, and he was upstairs. So that's going to be a different feeling. But I don't know how they arrived at that.
Well, it's like they suck, so let's change something before you get fired. That's how they arrived.
Well, there's something to that. You look at this time of the season, all around the league, right? Aaron Glenn fired his defensive coordinator. Did he just realize, Miami, they got a new quarterback this week. So it is that time of year when if things aren't going right, changes are made on the field, coaching, front office, all the above.
Bobby wants to ask you.
Do not cut me off. No. Wow, I need to position it my way. No, you were just going to me. Babe Laufenberg.
I wanted to position
Tell Sean and RJ why their takes, specifically RJ, why their takes crapping all over Justin Herbert are bad, specifically Choppy saying that Justin Herbert and Trevor Lawrence are the same player.
Hang on a second. I didn't say they're the same player.
You suggested there's not a huge difference.
I suggested that we give one crap and not the other one when neither one of them wins.
I mean, we do give Trevor Lawrence a lot of crap. We're ready to run him out of the league.
Oh, no, you give him crap. We don't give Herbert the crap. It's like, it's like the old, if he can hit, why doesn't he hit good?
Yeah.
If he's a good quarterback, then why doesn't he win games?
Babe, tell him why Herbert's really good.
Oh God! If I have to tell him, we can't talk ball.
Yes, babe. Yes,
please. No.
Hey, listen.
It's not that he's not good. He's overhyped.
Yes.
He's overrated.
Fucking ball.
Quarterbacking is up top, and up top. Boy, he ain't got a lot. He got a lot of hair. He ain't got a lot of brain power up there.
Well, you know why Trevor Lawrence doesn't get a lot of crap, and obviously they're having a good year this year, and going to have a huge test with Denver this week. Because nobody watches Jacksonville. No, I mean they're never on.
Yeah,
they're not a Sunday night game. They're not a Monday night game. I mean, they get one a year because you have to, but nobody follows Jacksonville. So that's why, in part, you don't see what Trevor Lawrence is doing, kind of good or bad.
Yeah,
for the most part. Now, if you're a Jacksonville fan, you follow him, but there aren't a whole lot of those, as we know. But no, Justin Herbert, man. 2 years ago, the Cowboys practiced against them for 2 days before they played them in training camp and down at their facility. And the guy the ball just rips out of his hand. And I know that doesn't mean you're
beauty pageant.
Well, I'd like to marry a beauty pageant.
Yeah, but he doesn't cook or clean. They're 19th in passing yards. They score 20 points a game. So you're marrying looks, but you're not getting the grinder behind this. Well, man, I don't know what you're into, babe, but you're not getting it behind the scenes. You know where it counts.
Well, can I just tell you something? If the beauty pageant winner, and I know we've got some wives out there, but if a beauty pageant winner comes up to you and says, I'd love to marry you, you don't say, well, can you cook and clean? No,
that's true.
No, that is not one of the questions. You just say, hell yes.
You end up divorced.
Matter of fact, she says, I need you to cook and clean. I'd say, yeah, I'm in.
I dropped this song lyric on these guys. You'll know it. They always laugh at me for being
that old.
If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, finish the lyric, babe.
Gosh.
If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, give me the second part.
If you want to be happy for the rest of your life. I don't know.
It's not a Springsteen song. You wouldn't know it.
You should marry a beauty pageant wife.
Never make a pretty woman your wife. So there you go. It was a song. I thought you would know. You failed me.
Yeah, who sang? I failed you a lot.
The Herberts. I don't know. I have no idea. But you like Justin Herbert.
Physically, he's unbelievable. And let me just say quickly, that left hand injury, you say, well, you don't throw with your left hand. That is really a guiding force. It's not like a baseball pitcher where I'm not making fun of this. Trust me. Jim Abbott did not have an arm on one side, basically, and he was able to pitch Major League Baseball. That left hand is a real guiding part of holding on to that ball. And he's almost got a club over there with that after the surgery on his left hand. So that's difficult. It really is. Tell you what else is difficult, though, losing your 2 first-round tackles. That's difficult, that has happened to the Chargers, which is amazing how they just keep rolling on. I mean, Rashawn Slater is an all-pro, right? 13th pick in the draft. They lose Joe Alt at tackle. 5th pick in the draft. I mean, that's the way Harbaugh wanted to build his team, right?
Yep.
And the guys he wanted to build his team with, running the ball, being physical, all that, they're not there. And yet they keep winning. They won 10 games. So Harbaugh's pretty good. I will say that. He's goofy, but he's good.
Dave Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, D&M Leasing Hotline. The Deron Bland surgery news, having another procedure on that same foot. What does this do to this secondary now? And more importantly to me, how concerning is Bland's future?
Yeah, I honestly obviously have no idea on the medical in terms of the future. Maybe, I don't want to say dismisses, but, he wasn't playing great football this year.
Yeah.
Now you look at it and go, gosh, what was he playing on a foot that was maybe 70%? I mean, I don't know, but clearly you're not having surgery on a foot because it was 100%. And I don't know where it goes in the future medically, but I'm disappointed for him. If you guys, around him, just a great kid, humble. He's what you look for. I thought he did a great job tackling this year. Anyway, I really feel bad for him, and we'll just have to see where it takes him. But obviously they were poor in the secondary already. I can't imagine. Now you lose Deron Bland again, and who you throwing out there, and Savon Revel, God love him, but I mean he's going through training camp right now. This is baptism by fire.
Yeah,
he's not been good the last couple of weeks, and it's going to test him mentally to go through that. And as we all know, they say it a million times, corners have to have a short memory and all that, but you do remember those things if you're out there getting beat all the time.
If you were Jerry, Steven, and Schottenheimer and the Eagles, well, you'd be able to buy us those gifts that you just fake promised. But
I would have to limit on it.
If the Eagles eliminate you by winning Saturday, how many games, Babe Laufenberg is in charge, is Dak Prescott playing the rest of the year?
It never feels good. It doesn't pass the smell test if you say, we'll sit him down. I mean, because the other part of that is, okay, who else says, well, why am I playing?
Right.
So you're saying you can afford to get me hurt and have me go through rehab for 9 months, but Dak can't?
Yep.
And I don't want to be, let me say this. I was talking to somebody in the locker room there yesterday, media member, and I said, do you want to be the guy that goes up to Dak and say, hey, Dak, we're just going to sit you for the last 3 games? I don't want to be that guy. Because, I mean, obviously he's a competitor. This is what he does. It's what they do for a living. And is there a chance he gets hurt? Yes. Will I sit there and say, oh, they should have never played him? I will not. So I'm playing him. If you want to get to that last game in New York and you want to play Joe Milton, maybe in the final game, but certainly not the next 2.
Thank you, Babe. Fantastic stuff. We appreciate it. Enjoy the weekend. Have a good call.
Okay, you guys too. Thank you.
Great talking ball, babe. Bye.
May take a bye. D&M Leasing Hotline.
It is a morning to ball knowers.
I want you on the record right now, and no more joking and trolling. How many games would you have Dak play the rest of the year?
I'd probably just have him play it out. I would love to get the pick, but I'd probably have him played out just because of, again, the whole knowing him and the whole messaging of culture. Like, that's what they would want.
Okay. It's on the record.
On the record.
On the
As
record.
a ball knower. The ball knowers are all in agreement this morning.
You know two balls. And you also in that area what you're talking.
You're the meat knower, though.
3, because you got the abscess. That's a ball.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece and celebrate the Mavs and Stars next. But
Back number one Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. Call on number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
7 to shoot. Cade Cunningham. He's been special down the stretch. So is Jenkins. Jenkins 11 points in the game. He drives. It's blocked by Davis. Stolen back though by Detroit.
Incredible Thursday night of sports. Overtime, Seattle coming back. The Detroit Pistons came back, but Cooper Flagg and the Mavs shut that down. And the Dallas Stars, from beginning to end, get their W over the Sharks. What are y'all doing?
I'm trying to. I was wondering if I looked a little flushed. And then sometimes I wonder if the studio's hot or whatever. So I was just curious if my forehead was warm because there's illness going around. And I've got the root canal that I got coming up. So I want to make sure that's not infection that I'm dealing with. So I just had told Choppy, I was like, hey, could you kiss my forehead, see if I'm warm?
Right, because the lips are...
And he tried to use the back of his hand. And I said, no, that's not a good temperature. The lips are the way. And he said, I'm not doing that. And I said, oh, okay, just not comfortable with his own sexuality.
It's not you. It's not men. It's not that. I have no problem kissing a man. It's you have a wet forehead.
No, that was because I just washed my hands and then I brushed my forehead to see if it was warm.
I don't want to get the pimple.
That's not that's a lesion.
Well, I don't want to get the lesion either. Okay,
just give me. Would you feel my forehead?
I avoided
my forehead. Look, no.
Get this on the fan cam.
Is it warm?
What the hell kind of show are you running there, Sean?
You're fine. You need to wash your hair. It smells. But no, you're fine. You're not.
Do you feel off?
No. I'm a hypochondriac, and so now that I've got this infection and other stuff's been going around, I've been like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get there, and they're going to say I'm dying.
Yeah, he's going to skip Dave Chappelle that he won from the station because of this toothache.
If they pull a tooth today and I'm in pain, I'm not going. Kristen will end up taking Jacob.
Alec looks very disgusted. They're not in studio. If you're on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, where are y'all, and how did Fred get fired?
We are actually, that's a really good question. We're at Taco Bueno in Flower Mound, 4500 Long Prairie Road, and I think Fred did our show yesterday, and then he still did the night show, so I think maybe they were running him back out for this again might be a lot.
Did you almost want to fire him yesterday? Were you terrified when the wrestler that came in here started telling you that Christmas Story was his favorite Christmas movie right after you talked about how racist it was? And Fred clearly was ready to tattle on you.
I was disappointed in that answer, but then he said it was a bonding moment with him and his dad had passed away, and then it kind of felt like that probably
bonded over racism. Nice.
Yeah, it probably wasn't a good moment to talk about how boring that movie is too.
I actually listened. The wrestler interview was phenomenal.
You loved it?
I texted Fred. I said, "Great questions." Fred really dove into.
Okay, did that make you nervous at all, Hagee? I don't know how you guys normally address things, but when Fred did start just going a little more like, look, I'm sure they're shooting you up with painkillers where you are, blah, blah, were you a little like, okay, let's not be so direct?
No, see, that didn't bother me because, I know his story, and he's pretty open about it, so I appreciated that Fred dove into that aspect of it, because sometimes I probably nerd out a little bit too much, and I'm like, let's talk about this match you had in March of 2021, so it was probably really good, and Mike Santana is really open about that stuff.
See, not a creep at all, just a good guy, Fred Davis.
Yeah, that was a horrible defense that Peyton had as I was made no sense.
Bobby was there to
take him down. You got to listen to the segment. What would listening to the segment have done that would have decreased the offensive comment of being labeled a creep. I don't know what that would have done. Don't just take a clip. You got to listen to the whole thing.
I was doing a giveaway. What are you guys talking about?
Look how mad he looks. He looks so mad.
No, he's not mad. He was literally on the phone.
No, I know, but that's why he's mad. That clearly just frustrated. He looks mad. We're just talking about how your defensive calling Fred a creep made no sense.
I was wondering, driving home, how listening to the entirety of the segment would have changed things.
Because we were talking about the search history of the hub, of someone's Safari Google search history. That was the whole thing of being a creep.
So you think it's just less offensive if you're called a porn creep than a regular creep?
Yes, and Fred backed that up. He said, if you looked at my search history on Google, I'm absolutely a creep.
All right, so it might be a freak.
But he didn't say
more freak than creep.
We said the Google search, and then he went, "Well, Fred's a creep." So it was not even built on the context. He just
literally right after you said
Look
it.
how mad he's getting.
It was right after you said it.
Hayden, you should jump Carter in line and punch Bobby in the face.
Why, ain't he?
I'll let Carter take care of him himself.
Whoa! What's coming on the show?
Carter punches like this, I bet, with like one of those. Like this is like a
door knock.
Yeah. It's like he's knocking on a door.
What's coming
up on the show today? We've got Jerry Jones, of course, at 10:30. Also here at Taco Bueno, we got a pair of Texas High School football state championship tickets to give away. And then also I've commissioned this. It was supposed to be a surprise for Corey Majors since he loves this phrase, but he wanted to stay home. So we have commissioned many a Tolo Go T-shirt. If you want to get your special Tolo Go T-shirt, they're available here at Taco Bueno in Flower Mound off of Long Prairie.
Yeah, wow.
What is Tolo Go?
Turn it on.
Turn it on.
Leave it on. Get it on. It's Corey's mission to get people
Who
to
doesn't
have
listen now,
sex with their
Sean?
spouse while listening to the station.
This is Corey saying Tolo Go?
Yeah, turn it on, leave it on,
He
get
is
it on.
incorporated.
You guys are
it
the
into
worst
work.
with abbreviations. You're so you can't change the saying. Number one, number two, you wouldn't do. It's dumb. You shouldn't do KNC. It was KMC, and now you're changing up the whole station vibe.
If you want to get
throwing letters on.
Did you guys change the name of your show?
I didn't change it. The boss changed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a slogan of the building.
This would be the Sean Sharif Nation with Sean Sharif.
No. I started the show name that didn't have my name in it. So
that's true.
There you go. My Zoom just cut off.
Oh no!
Yeah, who pulled the plug? Peyton? Creep?
No, it's back.
So Tolo, Tolo Go. What are we doing?
Hey, listen,
I
really
want to change 105.3 the Fanatics.
I also don't want to know that another man would be having relations listening to my voice, or I can't imagine you would enjoy them listening to your voice.
Wait, recap that. Why are we talking about this?
You're getting
turn
it
it
on.
You're getting it on while listening to the station.
Toloing.
Like we want you to Tolo regardless, even if you're making love.
Nobody's doing that.
So
You know what? I hope you're right about that, Sean. But Corey keeps pushing it. By the way,
unless it's Lucius's segment, maybe.
What percentage of the times that you've made sweet lovin' would you say there's been music on?
It's very, very rarely.
I think it's been like maybe a handful of times.
I have to mute the TV. I can't concentrate. I can't be sitting here listening to Joe Buck. And
TV's got to be on.
What?
It's really Kevin Harlan that bothers him because he's like, calm down, Kevin Harlan. I'm trying to do something here.
No, that's what Sarah's hoping she hears is the Kevin Harlan sounds, of the yelping.
The TV can be on. That's fine if the TV's on. I just can't have the sound. I got to turn the sound
Would
off.
you rather have Gus Johnson or Kevin Harlan narrate your activity?
Gus Johnson, for
Gus.
sure.
Yeah, because Gus. Is that what
Anybody
makes
else?
more sense because Gus would be the slow build, and then as it's getting to the end, he's like,
No, Harlan does like to the 20.
But that's
to the
like,
30.
Harlan will be like, he's picking up his pace. He's jackhammering. Then he'll land. Then he goes, he's done.
Hold on. Can I change my answer to Al Michaels? Because I know I'll perform better than him. Because he'll be like,
fall asleep.
You fall asleep in the middle.
It was a touchdown or something. Who cares?
If it was John Smoltz, do you think he'd just be like, they're not doing this right. They're awful at this. This is just not good.
Nobody knows how to do this anymore.
Barkley would say, I had a surgery to fix that.
Barkley and Shaq would say, back in the 90s, we did it differently.
Alec, if you only had one to watch tomorrow night, Alec, you can only pick one. Are you going with the Paul fight or the bowl game?
Well, I'm going with the pole fight because I'm probably going to put stupid amounts of money on it.
Yes!
Because I don't have anything better to do with my time this weekend.
What are you going to
Specials on
bet?
Underdog.
What are you going to bet?
I don't know.
That's
Honestly,
have you looked at the odds?
I'm gonna make plays, Sean, on underdog.
It's not a bet.
Jake Paul is getting back in the ring, and this is his biggest test yet, right? So, and Anthony Joshua is out here publicly saying it's an embarrassment if I don't knock him out in the first round. So I think I'm just gonna smash the more on punches landed and some of those stats because I think Anthony Joshua is gonna dog walk him.
All right,
if it's real.
Here's some of the.
That's the big thing.
You can go half a round, higher or lower with the knockout. 1.5 knockdowns. That could be good value if you think you're going to knock him down twice. Jabs landed. You get a 50% boost right now as well. First round knockout, second round knockout. You can bet on all the different rounds.
Play.
What?
Huh?
Yeah, it's play.
Oh, play. Sorry. Where's my disclaimers? So, which one would you feel?
Powered by.
Which one would you feel the best?
1.5 knockdowns.
Playing.
So, yeah, I fed into the show of this all, and the over/under fight time is 10.5.
Of course you do. You're a wrestling fan.
Yeah, that's true. Hey,
feed into fake scripts. You're not going to feed into this?
Absolutely. 10.5 minutes is the over/under fight time, and I think they're going to jack around for a while, so I went higher on that.
Yeah, it's minus 910 for Joshua to win. Paul's plus 525.
Okay, let me ask you this because I asked Fred yesterday. Just given the
What's so funny?
That's the fan text.
Yeah, I was reading the fan text too.
What about what?
Yeah, 940 says that Chop brings up a great point. I logoed last week, and Sean's voice had me lasting forever up in there.
Coming up next, foreplay. Sorry, Kevin, back to you.
Oh, no, I want that as a drop forever. Would this rock your boxing world more than when y'all were a kid and Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson?
Nobody remembers that. We weren't old enough.
I do.
And you weren't. You do? Well,
Yes.
you're older.
I'm a little older. I was at my parents went to dinner, and we were at this family friend's house. So I was there with like their older brothers and stuff. And they had the fight. They had the fight on. Now,
wow,
It was in Tokyo, so I don't remember what time of day this was, or
dinner.
It was like the middle of the night.
It was in a replay. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a rest of the story? Would you be more shocked? Was this question?
Would I be more shocked? Yes, I'd be way more shocked at this one.
Really? Because it could be set up.
If it's real.
But we don't know.
We don't. That's the thing. We don't know if it's real.
Do you assume if Paul wins, it's fake?
Yes.
Yes.
I think
he should get murdered. He should get murdered. What is that? A Tolo Gomo Slow-mo flask?
No, it's just a
so.
It's just a Tolo flask.
What?
If you wanna,
that looks cool.
You know, turn it on, leave it on, get it on, drink it on, whatever.
Right. Tolo Godo.
Where are you guys again?
Yeah. We are at Taco Bueno in Flower Mound off Long Prairie Road. Come and see us.
Everyone have a fantastic weekend. Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30. KNC is next.
The more time you give, the more Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. We've got the famous Alec Medford, and holding it down back in the studio is Trevor Beck. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today as we are live from Taco Bueno in Flower Mound, 4500 Long Prairie Road. We are clearly open if you want to go ahead and come on out, and also want to ask all the Tolos out there, the Twitch, the YouTube, the text, 877-881-1053, how the heck y'all are doing as well. How are you guys doing?
Doing amazing, Hagee. How could I be anything but amazing when I'm in my favorite place on the planet? And
That's
is Taco
true.
Bueno.
That's
I'm not
true.
even lying. Like I want to say it was my high school graduation party. I catered from this place. For the
Really?
party. Yeah, like, you know, me and Corey's son have a lot in common when it comes to food taste here, and how we like to party and how we like to get down when things need to be celebrated. So, yeah, this is a perfect way to launch ourselves into the holiday week. And, I mean, when you got the Tolo Go t-shirts rocking and stuff, I might have one on under this hoodie. Who knows? Maybe the hoodie comes off at some point.
Hey!
And we really celebrate here on a Friday football feast. I'm doing amazing.
See, I love that. Now, these shirts were going to be a surprise reveal for Corey Majors, but he is not here.
Yeah.
But I still have commissioned and have plenty made, and we will be giving those out as well. And we've got the Tolo Flasks. We've got some Texas High School Football State Championship tickets. And I already want to thank Carruthers Candy Company for coming out here and giving us a bunch of awesome candy to take home to our families for the weekend. But we have a lot of sports to get to as well. So, Trevor, if you can go ahead and please give me cut number 3, let's kick off our Stars and Mavs Super segment.
Digits closest to him, 9. Here's Johnston, he scores! And it quickly goes to 13. Wyatt Johnston, his second goal of the game, 19th of the season, 13 on the power play, and the 2-goal lead is restored.
All right, and so there were times it looked like that game last night was going to be a runaway, but those upstart Sharks, they were not going to let it be easy. But the Dallas Stars, they pick up another win. They have been absolutely incredible on the road. Now, we did see a troubling continuation. I believe this is now 6 straight games where they have not outshot their opponent, but that's not going to bother me as much if they get the win, because really, who cares about the other part as long as you win?
Yeah, and stacking up these wins on the road is going to be really important for any team, but especially for this team that it just feels like when the AAC, it's almost a lock every single time with how the continuity of this team and getting a full offseason for Mikko Rantanen, everybody kind of getting involved. It's been nice to see the early success on the road, but you mentioned I kind of get tied up in the stats when I look at this hockey team sometimes.
Is it because they're so good that you have to, like, dig a little deeper? Like with the Mavericks.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily stat watching right now because we'll get to them in a second. It's like, hey, they won the game. Good for them. But with the Stars, you almost kind of, like, expect the 2 points.
Exactly. You always expect it, and you know how good they are, and you know how consistent they are, so you start looking at the box score. You start looking at some of the analytics.
I get that.
That guys like Brian Ray have told us about. I start diving into those, and I see that, you know, some games it's not as good as you would expect just because you walked out with a win. So I try to stay away from those in wins. And one of those is shots on goal, where it felt like, especially with some of these past playoff runs, where it just felt like you were getting peppered at the goal and you weren't putting up any kind of offense on the other end, and you were just getting drained within the first 2 periods of any kind of momentum and real energy that you had. So I'm almost a slave to the shots on goal moment, if you will, sometimes. And I just have to remind myself that you got a Moose out there. You've got a bunch of guys that are really gifted at scoring when they have the opportunities.
Right.
So even in limited opportunities, I got to remind myself that they're probably going to find some odd way to win this game. And even when they get outshot, they're still putting up 5 goals.
And that is what I want to key on. Not necessarily the 5. I want to key in on the 2.
Yeah.
The 2 first period goals, including one by Wyatt Johnston. He had 2 goals last night, but the 5-on-5 goals. So this is something that we talked a lot about in the last game. You broke a streak of, I believe it was a little bit more than 3 games where you not had a 5-on-5 goal. And Mikko Rantanen talked about that prior to the game, and he was like, look, we've been talking about it a lot. We've got to generate more 5-on-5 and play more offense on 5-on-5. We missed the net quite a bit on Monday, so I don't think the shots were telling the whole story. And I think that's a very fair kind of general thought on a game-to-game basis to determine that. But we've got to simplify a little bit, get bodies at the net, get pucks there, and try to get some gritty goals. And so to see 2 5-on-5 goals in the first period to open up the lead that you would not end up giving away the rest of the time, even though, like I said, every time it felt like the game was over, especially that Sharks goal in the third period, and you're like, okay, well, I guess it's not really over yet. I thought the Stars did a really good job and got another 2 points, which in this ridiculous division, that's probably what it feels like. Every night you don't get 2 points, you probably lost ground to Minnesota or Colorado.
Which is just absurd, but I do like the state that this division is in because it makes it a little bit more interesting, and it keeps you on your heels, right? Because you know that if you're not playing well at even strength, if you're not doing the fundamental things right, somebody else in this division is at that given moment, and you can lose ground really easily, but their power play has been so good to where I'm like, hey, just fix the 5-on-5, get the fundamentals right, and then this is probably the most unstoppable team in hockey for my money. I know that the records and the points might not show it, but
your face, Colorado.
Yeah, I don't really care about them, and I never really have, and I'm always going to take any chance I can to take a jab at them. But yeah, get back to playing well on even strength, because I felt like there was some healthy stretches where you were getting outplayed last night.
Yes.
You were absolutely getting outplayed offensively, but your goaltending, it doesn't really matter who's been in the net this year. Your goaltending has been fantastic.
And I believe Ottinger's birthday was yesterday.
Whoa.
And that is actually, that one of the issues that you've seen from him. He's actually been really strong in 5-on-5 play, and it's been some of the special team stuff that has hindered him. But it was his birthday. Celebrate with a win. Celebrate with a ton of saves. I want to say 34 is going to be my offhanded guess. But let's talk a little bit more about this division real quick. The 3 teams with the most points in all of the NHL are all in the Central Division in the West. Those 3 teams, Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota, in their last 30 games, they have a combined record of 21-5-4. And they are currently, these teams are all currently on a total of an 11-game win streak, with the Stars being the low man on the totem pole with only having won 2 in a row. So like I said, it's weird to say, but it does feel like every single time you don't get 2 points in this division, you're going to lose some ground to Minnesota or Colorado, especially since we're 33 games into the season and Colorado's lost in regulation twice. That is preposterous. Now, I realize they have a whole bunch of overtime losses, but until the NHL finally decides to switch the way they award points, you still get a point out of that. So, yeah, this division has been unbelievable. Another good win for the Stars, even though at times, like you said, it looked like they were a little bit outplayed. I thought they looked really good tonight. Continue the West Coast swing last night. You continue the West Coast swing tonight against the Don't Call Me Mighty Ducks. And the good news is, I think you might find yourself in a situation where that game wraps up, and then if you're so inclined, the Paul Joshua fight starts. I know some people might be like, that's absurd. That game will be over at 11:30. Just, those fights tend to start really late, especially because a lot of times they cater that to the West Coast time zone.
Yeah, I hope you don't have any major plans in the morning tomorrow if you plan on taking in all of the sporting action tonight, because that fight is not starting anywhere near what they tell you.
Hey, let me ask you a question. This is my mini moral compass. I already know the answer deep down inside, but you can't miss a funeral, right, because you stayed up watching sports too late? Theoretically, if you're supposed to go to a funeral at 10 a.m. on Saturday, you can't say, I'm sorry, I stayed up watching sports and I missed it.
So usually I'm Mr. Morality when it comes to this stuff, but I feel like we need context. What is the correlation very close?
Look at the clock. Yes. Look at the clock. We have to go. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I don't have a watch on. Normally we would have more time, but unfortunately we have to go to break. Coming up next, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because we'll fire it up live from Taco Bueno in Flower Mound off Long Prairie Road. Next, right here on The Fan.
With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
CNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do a little Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, and I know this can be a little bit more difficult just because there's not really too much on the line, but we're going to give it a shot nonetheless out here at Taco Bueno in Flower Mound, 4500 Long Prairie Road. Would you like me to start? Alec, would you like to start? Or would you like me to go to the text 877-881-1053? Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because.
You know what? I will start, but I want you to pick, should I start with win because or lose because?
Obviously, I would normally say win because, but I think we should switch our priorities to lose because. So let's go with Cowboys lose because.
Cowboys lose because they give up another career day. And who are they going to give it up to this time?
If it's Justin Herbert, we're going to give up 50 points.
Yeah, it's going to be Omari and Hampton is who's going to have his career day against us. And really, any of those running backs that the Chargers have, because I always feel like they're one of those teams. There's a lot of teams that they just historically have a good track record of having depth at one position. You know, like for the Cowboys over the past, I don't know, decade, you could always say offensive line. It feels like they have that one backup that you're like, oh, when he plays, we have a chance. It's okay. For the Chargers, it always feels like running back. They have that one guy that comes off the practice squad and he goes for 85 yards and a touchdown in his first game, and you're like, oh, okay, they're good, I guess. But Omari and Hampton, the first-round running back that I wanted here in Dallas. Yes. I really wanted him here. I was really beating the drum for that. I think he's a fantastic athlete. He can run between the tackles. He can get outside in zone concepts. He can catch the ball out of the backfield more than people realize as well. But he's got the vision to where he can make guys that I think aren't as good as him at seeing the field, like Kenneth Murray and company, he can make them miss, and he can take the cutback lane better than most running backs at his age and his level of experience. And that's with a trip to the injured reserve this season. Yeah. He missed a good chunk of time, and he still looks phenomenal. I think they could give up a career day to him, and the Cowboys lose because of that.
See, and I continue to see this from the 945. Cowboys lose because the Eagles win on Saturday and the fire dies. But from the flip side, from the 903, the Cowboys win because they have nothing to gain. And see, and that is just fundamentally not what the key players in the organization think. That's what I think. That's what you think. Mm-hmm. But Jerry doesn't think that. Shoddy doesn't think that. And so just be prepared. I think Cowboys lose because, unlike Dallas, the Chargers have a lot of players who can get turnovers. This season, the Chargers have had contributions from all over the defense, headlined by a league-high 5 different players who have multiple interceptions. Not 5 players who have interceptions, 5 players who have at least 2 interceptions this season. Look, we talked about it. One of the things is it's not always the most aesthetically pleasing brand of football for the Chargers, but their defense is awesome. They can force turnovers, and they win these games, and that's what matters. So I will go with that, is the Cowboys lose because, and then from the 972, Cowboys lose because they sit all of their assets. I just don't think that is the case whatsoever based on everything they've said. Like, Dak Prescott is starting this game. It doesn't matter if Philly wins on Saturday. Dak Prescott is starting this game. Schottenheimer was very clear about that. I do not think you're going to see any particular, sitting in this game whatsoever. Now, where it goes from there, I don't know, but I don't think you're going to see it at all in this game. From the 254, Cowboys lose because they give up 40 points. Cowboys win because they score more than 30 points. Now, Alec, I will give you the opportunity to start on this as well. Would you like to give me a Cowboys win because?
Cowboys win because they figure out that Chargers defense, and it's all because of Dak Prescott. That idea that he is really good against the blitz, that his But his zone pickup has gotten better over the past couple of years. We all remember the nightmare game against Denver with the too high shell and everything.
Right.
But it seems like he's gotten better at the pre-snap stuff, and that's something that we talked about, especially in those 3 weeks coming out of the bye week where it felt like they kind of had a chance again, was Dak at the line of scrimmage is masterful. And he has been this season. And you've seen it kind of ramp up the past couple of years, and I like to think that it's because Shoddy has been in his ear, and that means good things for the future of the quarterback position of the Cowboys. But I do think that Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator over there, is one of the most underrated in football. And that's all of football. I think his conceptual ability is great, but they just play a tough, hard-nosed style of defense that everybody just buys in on. And we already know that, it's been tough for people to buy in around this city to defensive concepts. When people just buy in and they understand what their assignment is on any given play, a lot of people can't name many players on that Chargers defense.
Right.
Deion Henley is one of the best linebackers in football.
He's been phenomenal.
He is awesome. He is so good. And a lot of people don't know who he is because the Chargers have 10 fans. But I do think that if they win this game, it's because Dak is making his checks at the line of scrimmage. He's identifying what he needs to get in and out of, and he's taking control of that game and taking the game plan away from the Chargers.
From the 817, Cowboys win because, of course, we would win once it doesn't matter. And the Cowboys lose because they give up 35 plus points. Cowboys win because their offense is the best in the NFL. And then this person says the Cowboys only win if we have a bye week. Hey, they've won some other games. I say Cowboys win because that Chargers offensive line, man, it is there for the taking. Consider this. This is the most stunning Charger stat I learned all week. Justin Herbert has been sacked 11 times in the last 2 games. That is tied for the most in any 2-game span of his career, with just a few weeks ago, weeks 9 and 10, when he also got sacked a total of 11 times. I understand the counter argument has been your pass rush has been all over the place. I believe, probably foolishly so, but Eberflus moving up to the booth will allow him to see how the blitz is really effective, especially against a very injured offensive line. And he's going to go, you know what, let's turn it out, and we're going to send people. I think they're going to get a consistent rush, and if they win, it is going to be because they take advantage of a depleted Chargers offensive line. From the 940, the Dallas Cowboys will win if we rush for 150 yards, and we will lose because there is no pressure or coverage because their defense sucks. And then you add in, and we'll talk with Jerry Jones, hopefully, in just a few minutes, and the news about Deron Bland. Yeah. Either way, it sounds bad. I know he's going to get a second opinion to see if surgery is needed or not, but even if he doesn't need surgery, it sounds like he's going to be done for the season, especially since your season is essentially over. And it's worrisome because he missed time last year. And I think, and this is probably going to make its way into one of my questions, I think he's had a rather pedestrian season this year, and now it's the same foot again, and you're just like, we seem to make the bad call on some of these extensions.
We do, and I wonder if he's been hampered all season.
That is a fair question.
We didn't really know about it up until this point, but yeah, that's just disappointing, and I don't understand how a guy who did his rehab in the facility could ever get re-injured.
In your face, Cowboys. He's talking about everything with Trayvon Diggs. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and you know what? That a very fair question that I think we can ask Jerry Jones. We will talk with him next, live from Taco Bueno in Flower Mound off Long Prairie Road right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno in Flower Mound off of Long Prairie Road. And right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Jerry has not called just yet. We're still waiting here.
Okay, we will reconnect with Jerry in just a minute. In the meantime, we did the Mavs and Stars Super segment, and that turned out to be a lie because we only talked about the Stars. I didn't mean for it to be untrue, but that is exactly what happened. So I say that we can talk about the Dallas Mavericks right here and right now. They also get a win, and this one was particularly stunning to me. I know it was a home game, but you were going up against a Pistons team that, hey, in case you haven't paid attention, is awesome, and Cade Cunningham seems to have fully reached his potential as a full-blown freaking superstar. Now, just like with the Stars and the Sharks, did the Mavericks decide to make it super interesting in the fourth quarter where they had a giant lead and then halfway through the quarter they'd been outscored 22-6 and all of a sudden they were losing? Yes, they did. And then Cooper Flagg hit what I thought was going to be the game-winning shot at the end of regulation, but there was a foul, and then the Pistons ended up only making one of those shots. It was a crazy night, but another big-time win for the Mavs.
Most impressive win of the season so far?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. But they've been stacking them up. We talked about, and I know some of the teams had players out, but we talked about you beat the Nuggets, you beat the Rockets, and now you've beat the Pistons. Those are three of the best teams in the NBA. And now I believe the Mavericks have won 6 of their last 8, I want to say, and one of them is that really irritating loss to the Jazz, which kind of, actually, that game against the Jazz kind of looks similar to this Pistons game.
It really does.
In terms of you had the lead, you couldn't hold it, and it went to overtime.
And it's nice that you're not getting killed by another superstar on another team as well, even though Cade Cunningham was fantastic in this game. But the Pistons are one of those teams this year, it's like you blink and you miss them because the past few years they've been the joke of the league, but here they are winning 21 games to start off the season.
And they are really, really good.
They are. They have built an impressive roster around Cade Cunningham, which I just didn't think they had the assets to do or really just the selling points to do. But you have guys like Asar Thompson, who has been fantastic.
All right, we're going to talk more about that, but nothing more important right now than talking with the Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys, good to be on with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the first thing I really want to know, we're less than 30 minutes away from kickoff of Stephenville and Kilgore for the Class 4A Division I state title. How much do you enjoy and hopefully perhaps get to watch all the Texas State Championship games that are at your stadium each year?
Well, I do get to watch many of them. It's according to what the schedule is, but it is such a privilege to have those games. There at the stadium, I just could share with you so many stories of men that walk up to me, family that walk, moms, dads, whose son played at the stadium. I'll never forget what a thrill it was that Stephen played in the old Texas stadium when we were living over in Arkansas, and he came down here and played, and it was, it was our Rose Bowl. To get to come down here and play at the old Texas Stadium. So I know what it means. I know what it means to the families that are involved, and it's just, it really is neat to be a part of that.
And the atmosphere from the fans. Like, I know fans get excited at NFL games, but it feels like the fandom and pandemonium at these high school games is just next level.
Listen, stadiums had a role for me in my life. We went to Houston my senior year in college when we played in the Cotton Bowl. Coach Brawls, our team, went to Houston to work out during the week of the Cotton Bowl to get away from all the camaraderie. And I'll never forget, he took us on a field trip out to the Astrodome. And the Astrodome was brand new, never had a game in it ever, and of any kind, and is going to do baseball in a couple of months maybe. We walked in that Astrodome, and I'm telling you, it was surreal. It was like being on the moon. And to think that you could actually some way compete in something of that magnitude and that impressive. And I'll never forget, from that time on, I read everything I could about the Astrodome. Well, just to show you what will happen to you when you're 19 years old, 20 years old, roll the clock forward about 30, 40 years later, and I can put 5 of those Astrodomes inside that stadium we built out there called AT&T.
Right.
So you never know what's going to go in some young guy's mind that's out there playing in a stadium.
Now, in terms of the Cowboys, there's been a lot of buzz, a lot of discussion, maybe some disputing reports. What can you tell us about the status of Deron Bland?
Well, again, the same thing. As you know, anytime there's an issue of availability being measuring how healthy they are, how capable they are of playing in that week's game, we make that decision near the end of the week, or we make it really sometimes as late as game day. That'll be made at that time, but we're looking at it.
Do you get the sense, or can you tell me at all if maybe he needs to get the screw replaced in his foot?
Again, I don't know that I would make that an issue as far as this game is concerned.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Has Deron Bland been compromised all season, or is this something that was brought to your attention recently?
Did you know what? I think I answered a question. You asked me about Bland, and
yes,
I had Diggs on my mind. My mind. And
okay.
But Bland will not play.
Do you anticipate him being done for the season one way or another?
Well, I think it is the case. I don't want to be doctor again, but my understanding is that it will require him to be out for the rest of the time.
And then I know you just said not to play doctor again, but I go back to my previous question. Do you have any idea if it will require surgery or maybe just replace the screw in his foot?
I think it's likely surgery.
Jerry, you did mention Trayvon Diggs, however. I do want to compare the situations. How frustrating is the juxtaposition between how Deron Bland handled his injury in the offseason versus how Trayvon Diggs handled his outside of the facility?
Well, that's a good question. I wouldn't want to make comparisons here at all, but, it's just so important to us when a player is rehabbing that he do it under our supervision in our place and with our trainers and our rehab people. So we make that a part of the agreements we make with the player, and that's the way that it is, and it works out better for us.
With all the injuries at corner now, how are you going to balance the excitement about some more important reps or going towards Savone Revel and the fact that he's still a rookie, he hasn't played much this year, so maybe you don't want to put too much expectation on him?
No, I think this will give him a good opportunity. It's got to have some impact on the entire secondary, not to have Bland out there. So I think you could look logically that everybody could get some more reps.
Now, and speaking of Bland, I know he had some injury issues last year. Now the setback with the same foot again after a rather pedestrian season. Any second guessing or any, regret signing him to that extension?
No, he's been everything you could ask relative to his rehab, relative to his competes, and he's done the best that he's had to work with, as it turns out, with his injury. So he's thumbs up.
Now, you were talking about Diggs, and I know you said we'll see. If Diggs doesn't get activated to play on Sunday, he will be out for the year. Would you anticipate him ever playing for the Cowboys again?
Again, sure. I don't think I've seen whether it's been connected what he's working through on this year's availability. But I think that's a stretch to put that thing that far out. I know that on my basis, on looking at his situation, I don't have that kind of attitude about him.
Jerry, Matt Eberflus yesterday said that he's going to move to the coach's box and make the play calls from there going forward. What do you think are the advantages to a play caller working from the coach's box versus the sideline? Because I know Dan Quinn was very adamant in his time that he wanted to be up there to get the bird's eye view. Do you think this is going to help the defensive play calling in any way?
You know, my experience has been with these coaches on whether sideline or not has been strictly a personal preference. I've never been able to discern the difference in any coach's preference as to how good a job is done with the defense. On the other hand, I can imagine that, that coach's box is a pretty solemn place. It's you pretty much can think, pretty concentrate, if you will. That sideline is a hectic place. And so that alone, to me, would give you a certain concentration advantage that you don't have on the sideline. And there's no question that as we watch a game from the stands or watch a game from a little elevation, we certainly seem to be, and I think we can see the overall picture better. But those coaches are trained to, and that's a part of their makeup, to have a feel for what's going on that close to the action. A lot of them like to be in the action. I can see that if you're strategizing in a certain way or looking at concepts or reading, I can see where a broader picture would work good for you. Now, you got a lot of eyes up there in that coach's box, so they're giving some good input to a coach when he's on the sideline.
You know, George Pickens, I think we can all agree, has had an incredible season. But you mentioned it, I believe, on Tuesday with our morning show, not quite as many opportunities in the past two games. What can the offense do better to get the ball into the hands of number 3? And do you have to be careful not to kind of force it because that could trip up your offense?
The best thing that we could do to help George is have that Lamb break loose on him about 4 or 5 times if he's being the least covered of the two. And that takes some action off of George.
You know, Shoddy has been talking about Javonte Williams. He said, man, I hope he's a Cowboy for a long time. Javonte himself said, I feel like it's special here. What have you thought about Javonte's play thus far this season?
Well, I have the exact same feelings that the two of them expressed. He's had an outstanding season. From the get-go, he's been as solid as you could ever say the word, and he's been, if you will, dynamic. And his all-around play certainly has been beneficial to us, the things that we've done really good. And again, he's been consistent. But I love the way that he brings the wood, so to speak, when he runs. And so, but looking forward, hopefully, to him being a Cowboy for time to come.
Do you, I know, I totally understand what you just said. Is it ever tough to try to stay away from a free agent running back kind of bidding war? Or is that a player-by-player, year-by-year, case-by-case, the way you handle it?
Oh, I think every and it's easy to say, but it's so true. Every individual, every player, every year has its nuances, and so that goes without saying. On the other hand, it should be that way. The players, not a number; they're a player, they're a person, and they're an individual, unique player, and he's established that. And that's important. But the big thing is that I'm glad that we get to talk about it to our fans, that some of the reasons we make some decisions we make is so that we can have the availability in that thing called the salary cap, which is as real as if you were out of scholarships if you were in college. And that's the reason we've made some of the decisions this year we've made, so that we can have the money available at running back.
Does that ever make your job harder, knowing that these are real people and not just numbers, as opposed to just being cold, ruthless, calculating and being like, nope, got to get rid of this money, got to get rid of this money?
Well, that's a softball. Thank you for asking it. But I'm known I'm known for getting involved and affectionate with players, and I have such respect for them. I begin with knowing how fortunate they are to be in a position to play this game. I tell them, boy, they've come along at the right time. 40, 50 years ago, football players weren't highly as thought of. It may not be that way 20, 30 years from now, but they've hit the red meat. And so I have a lot of appreciation for their opportunity. On the other hand, I have such appreciation for what they do to be an NFL football player, and especially an accomplished one. And so it's a mixed bag, but make no mistake about it, it's an individual bag. And yes, for 35 going on 36 years, I've had similar type feelings about players that I had with teammates when I was in college.
Jerry, around this time last year, I asked you about Tyler Guyton's performance, and you said that you may have gotten a little out in front of your skis with your expectations for him in his rookie year. Fast forward to this year, you drafted another offensive lineman in Tyler Booker. How do you feel about your expectations versus the performance that he's given you this season?
He's exceeded my expectations. He's outstanding in the areas that we hoped he would be in. He's a born leader. He's very, very conscientious as in to impose his will. The game to him is imposing his skills and his will on the opposing lineman. And, man, that's quite an attitude to have for an offensive lineman. So he's had a great year for a rookie.
You know, how do you think we've talked a lot about Shotty, the coach, Shotty, the man. How do you think Shotty's first year thus far has compared as a head coach to guys like Garrett, McCarthy, or anybody else you want to compare him to?
Well, I've, of course, had the opportunity to be around at least three now first-time coaches. First head coaches, Jimmy, then, of course, Dave Campo. Really, in the pros, I've been around, I'm going to have to be quick here, but I think it's 5 or 6. He ranks right there with all of them, as Ranks really has had an outstanding year. And it doesn't surprise me because of all of the wealth of experience that he had on coaching staffs in pro football, in the NFL. And it doesn't surprise me because of his youthfulness, his vim and vigor for never having done the head coaching function before. And he's been relentless. He's used his skills, his premium skills, which is his ability to communicate, his ability to relate, both with his staff and his players. And he's outstanding. He's technically as sound as you can draw up. And we like his really his philosophy of how to play football. And we've had some adversity this year. He's met them head on. He's had slip-ups that every coach would have and does have, no matter how long you've been coaching. And he meets those head on and comes back and doesn't make those same mistakes again. Or if he makes them, it was a mistake. So bottom line is I'm very pleased with his first year as coach.
You talked a lot about the positives that come along with having a first-year NFL coach. Are there any particularly unique challenges or potential difficulties that also come along with having a first-time NFL head coach?
Oh, I think so, and particularly for him. He needed to draw on everything he had with his experience around the NFL. Frankly, and I've said it till you're probably tired of hearing it, he grew up around it. But let me tell you one thing, he's the busiest guy in town. Not only is he calling the plays, but he's supervising or keenly involved. You can't call him unless you're involved in that. But at the same time, he's had the kind of challenges that you can't draw up relative to the team, relative to individual issues on the team, relative to some of the setbacks that we've had, the adversities that come with being disappointed in how you're playing on the field. He's had it all. And if you drew up a training ground, a smorgasbord for a first year, you'd have it with what he's dealt with. We're certainly disappointed with where we were, and that was asking a lot for us to feel like we should be significantly further along. But I understand why we feel that way. He feels that way. But, boy, he's made progress, and we've got a great future ahead.
Jerry, you've talked before about how you've almost gotten involved with the Chargers years ago. Are games against them a little bit more special, or are they just the next team on the schedule?
They are. I have to pinch myself. It actually was the very first game ever. It was a preseason game that I played after buying the Dallas Cowboys. We played a preseason game with them out there. And but no, I will always hold a special spot because they manifest. They are what you can call it a pipe dream. You can call it acting on your dreams. Any way you want to have it. I just really took off and made a genuine run at. Being involved with the Chargers from an ownership standpoint when I didn't have any money. But frankly, I didn't do it because I couldn't get it done. I did it because other reasons. And when I didn't, later when I'm involved with the Cowboys, I'm glad I didn't.
If Philly were to win on Saturday and officially end the playoff hopes, would you anticipate any sort of personnel changes for the Cowboys heading into the Chargers game?
I wouldn't anticipate. I've got it well in hand as far as where we are with our entire team, and I should do that, and I do that, and so I'm real up to date. We'll see how we play each quarter as we move forward, and I'm not trying to be trite. But certainly I'm aware, as we all are, is that we'd like to have played better in. Now then, do you basically, how much do you apply the reason we didn't perform to the player, to the coach, to the owner, to the general manager? How much do you apply to that? Well, I give old Steven most of the credit for all the bad moves. And so he's always at the top of the S list.
Well, and I know we're having some fun with that, absolutely, but how much, as you are the man, you are the owner, you are the GM, how much the blame do you take for this season's failures?
Oh, listen, there's no question, and it's no manning up or anything to know. I know exactly who ultimately is responsible in my mind for how we are doing. And I've always had that because I've always had the responsibility. I've known from the get-go that if when I got involved, that if the Cowboys failed, what if they had to be taken over financially? Believe it or not, possibility. I've always known that stops right there. So it's critical to me to have the support of our fans. It's critical to me to basically be everything we can possibly be on the football field. I got involved not to own and have an investment. I got involved to spend my life trying to figure out how to beat a pretty competitive bunch called the rest of the NFL. And so I take it real serious, and more importantly, there is accountability in a very, very big way. And I've got to live with when we're out of money and we want to sign a player and we don't have any money left and under the cap. I have to live with that. And so I'm judicious with it when I'm deciding whether to spend it on another player or not.
You know, you just said it's important to have the support of the fans, and this is your opportunity to talk to the fans. Do you feel like Jerry Jones still has the support of the Dallas Cowboys fans?
Well, that's why I'm on this show, guys.
Okay.
Is because I do want to go directly to the fans. That's how come I appreciate the job you guys do. And I'm not stroking you. I'm just saying it is one of the great things about sport that the sportscasters, the all of the people of, if you will, journalism, really tell the story. And they tell it unbiasedly if everything's going right. And I appreciate that. I've always tried to say that. And I understand when you have the criticisms that you have. But listen, I came into this thing pretty beat up. And I say that because I've had a great laugh getting beat up. And so it was no surprise to me when I, right off the bat, that we had some of the rough sledding we had in the early years with the Cowboys. I get it. I do get it. And I want to work. It's critical. Nobody, it doesn't do any good. There's been probably more general managers turnover. Probably. That may be a little exaggeration, but not much. There's probably been more general managers turnover in the NFL than coaches. And so there you go. You got another level to start with. And when you got a new general manager, he's always thinking about, well, how about let's get a new coach, or let's get a new quarterback, or let's get a new tackle. And so anytime you can create continuity, and of course that's what we're dealing with on our defense right now too. Anytime that you start mitigating continuity, you're going to pay a price. That's not good when you're turning it over.
Well, we appreciate the insight and time as always. Best of luck this weekend and on Christmas Day, and we'll catch up with you next week.
You bet. How about that Christmas Day deal? Now, that's going to be a special. And Christmas Day for the NFL is going to become as notable for football in my mind as, and maybe has, but still, we want to be a part of it as the Thanksgiving Day game is. So we're excited to be playing on Christmas Day too, but let's get this thing done Sunday.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, good sir.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
There you go. Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a lot to talk about. We will do it with Mickey Spagnola next right here on The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, oh, man, I'm going to say Trevor Beck. And you have the famous Alec Medford. Unfortunately, Corey Majors is not here. And right now, I hope, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas.
Hey,
we bring in our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, there's a lot to get to, and I know there are already plenty of holes on this team, but if I was going to pick one general position group where I did not need another injury, it would probably be the defensive backfield.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't feel like that is too much. That is too much of a stretch whatsoever. And then I guess short and long term, the absence of Deron Bland in terms of the rest of the season. And then I guess the long term concerns, especially if it's the same foot injury as last year.
Yeah, but I think it's something, if it's the same injury, it was the fracture of the fifth metatarsal. And, they did surgery to try to expedite the recovery. They put a screw in there. So evidently something has gone wrong, and you got to go in again and probably reconnect where the fracture is. That probably, when you mentioned, he's probably going to miss a couple months. But I think by time the off season starts, or for sure training camp, he should be good to go. And not that I'm sort of somewhat of an example, but I remember when I fractured one of my fifth metatarsals, the doctor told me basically, if you were a professional athlete, we'd do surgery and fix it, and you'd be back in about 6 to 8 weeks. But since you're not, we'll just let it heal on your own, and you're going to have to stay off it from doing anything stressful for 3 months. So that'll tell you the difference between us and these guys who have to do this for a living.
So is that what really undermined the future potential of your athletic career?
Oh, no, it just paused it, right?
Oh, okay, great. That's nice.
But, yeah, of all positions, right? So let's do this. Let's take him out of the equation, right? Now, what's at cornerback? And I'm going to include Josh Butler, who's been on injured reserve the entire season and has just started his 21-day window. We're talking to him this week. That Wednesday was the first time he's practiced since the days leading up to Thanksgiving last year. And remember, he was recovering from a torn ACL. So if you look at the injury report, Kalen Carson, Butler, and Revel are all listed as limited. So they're all dealing with something, right? And the only other guys at cornerback that are on the 53, Reddy Stewart and Triquez Bridges. So you would think they're going to probably say, well, if Butler's healthy enough to play, we need to put him on the roster, because I would imagine at some point here today, tomorrow, they put Bland on injured reserve, would open up a roster spot. Right. And then the only other guy capable of playing corner is C.J. Goodwin, who's basically your special teams player, who hasn't played corner in ever. So now that brings a big circle around Trayvon Diggs. And we're going to find out here in the next day, probably about 26, 27 hours, on what they think his future is with this team.
Well, and I think you just hit on it when you said future with this team, because you just talked about all of the desperate need for that position, and Trayvon Diggs has said he is ready to go, though I know players always say they're ready to go. So is your anticipation they don't activate him on Saturday, so he doesn't play on Sunday, you will not see him in a star again?
I would think that's what it's pointing to, right?
Yeah, I do too.
And, when you guys asked Jerry about it, and maybe not you guys, but on the station, right? And his answer was always health. Well, health can be a two-way thing, right? You aren't healthy, or we want to keep you healthy. And so I think those are things to consider, and we'll finally get an answer here because they're sort of desperate for guys at the cornerback position. But again, everybody wants to see young guys play. You might just get what you're asking for at the cornerback spot against a pretty darn good quarterback.
Feel like that was directed at me, and I accept.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Look, you're not flying solo on that, all right?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com insider, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. And, Mickey, whenever I see the Deron Bland news pop up last night, my mind isn't going towards, okay, who's going to take his spot? It's those safeties behind all of those corners really need to play some of their cleanest games of the season to wrap up the year. Do you think I'm alone in that thinking, and how much pressure is that going to add to guys like Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker?
Yeah, especially if they decide that, well, we've got a lot of youth there at cornerback. And remember, all those guys I mentioned, Kalen Carson, Butler are the only two guys that have been in the league for 2 years. This is their second year, right? Bridges, Revel, they're rookies. Stewart, he played, but this is the first year he really played. So, that's awfully young. And so if you're a little leery on putting those guys in man, that means you're going to be playing a lot of zone. And if you're playing zone, the safeties have to be on spot. They got to know what they're doing to help out because everybody's got a responsibility, and they're the last line of defense, so they really have to be where they need to be if they're going to indeed have these guys play zone.
Now, you're talking about you're facing a really good quarterback, and that is true. But one of the things that I think has really been a great calling card for the Chargers is they find a way to win games, no matter how ugly it is. And a big part of that is their defense has done a really good job of just kind of grinding people into the ground by the end of the game.
Yeah, with the exception of Jacksonville.
Right.
That's kind of how they've won these last 3 games, right?
Right.
They, haven't in three of their last 4 games they hadn't scored more than 22 points, and when they did, it was against the Raiders. They, you would think that they had the capability of putting up more points than they have, but in those 3 games, 6, I believe it was 22 and 16. So they haven't lit up the scoreboard, but they've figured out how to win, and that's all that counts, right? Yes. You can sit here and look at the Cowboys scoring all the points they're scoring, number 1, total offense in the league, but they don't seem to always find a way to win games, obviously. And so, you got to give the Chargers credit, and plus they come in here with 4 scenarios to clinch a playoff berth. And 3 of them are based on beating the Cowboys, and then they need help from other teams. And then 1 is the Chargers tying the Cowboys and then having 2 or 3 other teams lose.
I need to go back and look. I think it might be based on the Colts, but you're right. I can throw a couple of those scenarios out the window because they involve the Raiders needing to win. So I'm going to go ahead and say you can cross that scenario off the list.
Well, let's see. Probably the easiest one. The Texans would have to lose to the Raiders. The other ones are the Colts lose to the 49ers.
I can see that.
And then the other one, the Colts tie with the 49ers. And then the Chargers tie the Cowboys and the Texans lose to the Raiders, and the Colts tie the 49ers. So a couple of them pretty far-fetched, right?
Right.
But all based on them doing well, winning games.
Absolutely, and this is probably unfair because with the NFL, you never can be quite sure. But if I was them, I would cross out every scenario that included the Raiders beating the Texans. But that's just me, just for the week. By the way, speaking of across the NFL, did you get to see the entirety of Thursday Night Football? If you were the coach, do you think you would get ejected if you were about to get the kickoff and they were like, hold on, we need to go back and review this other play? And do we need to take Seattle seriously? I know that was a lot of questions, but tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, I think so, because what happened? They found a way to win.
Yeah, they did.
Against a very, very good team.
For
now, it took almost an act of God to get their 2-point conversion, right?
Right. And good on the guy who picked up the ball, just standing
Zach Charbonnet. You know what?
Yeah.
And he had no idea why he was picking up the ball. He just picked it up, right?
Yes.
I don't think he processed what had taken place. It was almost like, all right, here's the ball, get it out of here. Unbelievable, right? That they were able to pull that off. But yeah, the whole game, and I think we've. I don't know if we're allowing head coaches to run on the field, but boy, they sure had a lot of leeway in that game and some other games I've watched recently where they're out by the numbers, trying to get the guys' attention, right?
I know this isn't baseball, but I think I 100% would have gotten ejected from that game as a coach last night because there's no way I would have let that go. I would have stood out by the tee, and I'd been like, nope, no way. Explain this to me better.
Oh, I'm trying to remember what game it was. It was a college game, and no, it was a high school game here. It was at Allen, and the coach got upset with a call, and I swear to God, he ran 20 yards onto the field to get the head referee's attention, and there was no flag. And I'm going, how do you get away with that?
That is a great question, followed by hopefully another great question that I know you always love. What is your prediction for Sunday?
Oh, God. Can the Chargers score 22 points?
Maybe. I might top them off at 20.
Well, if that's the case, then we'll go Cowboys 24, Chargers 22.
Now, I think you're going to hate this prediction, but I also think you're going to understand why I'm making it. I predict Chargers 20-19 after the Cowboys kick 4 field goals.
I thought you were going to say they went for 2 and didn't get it.
Oh, yeah. Actually, 100% I support that. If it's 20-19 at the end of the game after you scored a touchdown, you better go for 2. Don't kick an extra point.
Well, it could end. I mean, with their their kicker, what he's been doing, maybe we just get a kickoff, right?
I would love that, actually. I really would. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again on Monday.
Yes, I will be here. See ya.
Love it. There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno in Flower Mound off of Long Prairie Road. And coming up next, oh my gosh, it's in person. It's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus Kevin Durant stinks off the court. Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you win.
With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car track work attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I know we're going to do Forgiveness Friday a little bit later, but this story is just too heartbreaking. From the 817. Speaking of last night's game, I left Matthew Stafford on the bench for Bo Nix because I thought the matchups would lead Bo Nix into a better scoring position. Of course, Matthew Stafford had 457 yards passing and 3 touchdowns with no interceptions. So that is a brutal beat. Also, shout out to HD Supply Drivers. They were repping earlier in Taco Bueno, and they are listening today. But right now, live and in person, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah.
877-881-1053.
Did somebody just yell sandwich?
Someone did yell sandwich. So I think Corey's
Corey's
here.
here in spirit.
He's here in like a Scooby-Doo style disguise.
Real?
Threw you softball. You're welcome. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, you're going to hear some sound from Kevin Durant because he stinks. Literally, not on the basketball court. Literally. Okay. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But, gentlemen, we are going to go to the National Day calendar, as we always do. And we see that there's some great national holidays today. Today is National Emo Day. So if you know any people who live the emo lifestyle.
National Spider-Man 3 Day?
Yeah, pretty much.
Remember
Just
that?
Go give them a hug, even though they don't like hugs.
That? What is Ross doing over there?
He seems very excited for National Emo Day.
You're not getting a shirt.
Some people partake. Some people enjoy that lifestyle. And if you do, hey, I feel like especially my generation, we all went through that phase at least in one point.
Is it more the dressing or is it the attitude? Do I have to come back and be like, pain is everything and life is nothing? Or am I misinterpreting
I feel
the
like
lifestyle?
I feel like you would appreciate this. It's partly that you got to be the moody teenager, but at the same time, it's like that episode of Family Guy where the band was on the stage and they were just going, feelings. That's the kind of music that you got to listen to. See, a Family Guy reference for you. I don't make many of those. You're welcome.
Yeah, if you don't know this, because I do it on the air some, off the air, there is almost no scenario that I do not think can be compared to a cartoon.
That's right.
Usually The Simpsons, Family Guy, or King of the Hill.
That's right. And National Emo Day is going to be highly celebrated, if I had to guess. I would stay away from the local malls because maybe Hot Topic and some of those places, like Spencer's and Zoomies, they might be a little bit busy today.
Okay, let me ask you a question about Hot Topic. What was the year that they decided we're going all in on Nightmare Before Christmas? Because for a while it felt like half of their inventory was nothing but Jack Skellington and Nightmare Before Christmas stuff. When did that happen?
I don't know the exact moment, but I know it was a good moment because it seems like they got a lot of business off of that.
Yeah.
And heck, they've got exclusive wrestling merch now.
Yes, they've changed it up for sure.
Their business model has changed a lot, and I actually really like it because I got dragged there a lot because my sister went through the huge emo phase with the bangs that covered her eyes and jet black hair.
Follow-up question.
Yeah. Okay.
What percentage of women have ever had bangs? Follow-up. What percentage of women thought it was a good idea after the fact?
I think the percentage.
I feel like that's a fair question.
The percentage for the former is high, and the percentage for the latter is very, very low.
Do you think it's 90-20?
Probably.
Okay.
Something like that.
I know they try it, and frequently they're like, all right.
This is as a grown man, Kevin. I did the Bieber bowl cut at one point, and I regret every single decision I made in that phase of my life.
Well, I haven't had hair for a really long time, so.
Well, that's
could just be jealousy by me.
It's unfortunate, and I'm sorry to hear that.
You need to get to the actual day that I care about.
I was not aware. But yeah, Kevin, I'm going to let you have the floor for this one real quick. It's National Underdog Day.
Oh, by the way, did you know on Underdog Fantasy today. They got all kinds of specials associated with that Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua fight. If you want to get in on it, check out Underdog. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE, $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. You're welcome.
And maybe I'll make a play and I'll share my slip on Twitter, at Alec on the radio, and you can follow at your own risk, because I'm not going to act like I'm an expert here, but I do want to try to make some money off of this fight because I have strong feelings about it. But we're going to focus in on National Hard Candy Day.
Werther's Original.
Okay,
now, I don't even need you to finish this conversation. I think Werther's Original are delicious, and then they came out with the chewy version of it as well. I love it. I don't care if that makes me 75 years old.
It does, and I have beef with that candy that I'll get to in a moment. Let me set up the question of the day, and I will explain why I hate that candy.
One more second. See, people have misunderstood this. When I said 90-20, it doesn't have to add up to 100%.
No, it was two different questions.
Yeah, exactly. So some people have issues with that. It doesn't have to add up to 100% because they're two different questions.
And Kevin's the math guy. He wouldn't screw that up. I promise he would be the first to notice that.
If
he would be very disappointed in himself. He would have to go home, look in the mirror, and admit man to man, or man to self, I guess,
that I can't do bangs.
That's right.
That's not what you were going to say. My mistake.
Anywho, what is your favorite hard candy of all time? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Why do I have beef with the Werther's Original, Kevin? You didn't ask me that, but I'm going to tell you.
Don't think I've ever heard that sentence. I'm intrigued.
I like thinking of sentences that have never been said in human history before and taking claim of the first time ever.
Okay.
So that is one of them, and I'm very proud of myself.
So if you said you're a fan of Jake Paul, that would be another first.
There's unfortunately people out there.
Yeah, actually a lot.
That are. I'm a fan of what he's doing for the game.
I agree with that.
But, and for the sport.
Boxing, yeah,
but not a fan of the person. But yeah, I like thinking of first time evers, and I think I just hit one, so I'm happy. I can go home and sleep tonight.
Why do you have beef with a hard candy?
Because that hard candy existed for a very long time in my household growing up. In my younger ages, my mom was addicted to them. She
you have the
loved
glass
them. Yes.
bowl jar.
Yes, that was sitting like on the end table of the couch in the living room.
Yeah.
And the thing about her was she would never throw away the wrappers. She was sneaky with it because she was sitting on the couch watching. She would put them in between the cushions of the couch. And guess who was in charge of cleaning and vacuuming the couches and stuff? Because I was, 12 years old and I had to do all the chores to get an allowance. It was me. So I had to throw away those Werther's Original, the exact same one that you're talking about, those wrappers. I had to throw them away. And when we moved out of that house, 4 years ago, and she had already moved out years prior, I was still finding them when we were moving furniture.
Did you guys have like a big couch? I guess what I really want to know is, was there more cushion for the pushing of those wrappers?
Yeah, they were definitely, they were very tall,
right?
Cushions, so there was definitely a lot of there was a big amount of space there, and it had one of those like fold out trundle beds.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, there was a lot of space down there, and sometimes if you reached far enough down, it would just go past the bed too and go underneath the couch.
Are the fold-out beds still big in society? I know I keep firing a lot of new questions at you, but I feel like everyone my age slept on a fold-out bed from a couch many times. Is that still a big part of society? We do not have a fold-out couch right
I don't
now.
think it is, because we don't have one either. We opted to get a couple extra recliners instead. So because we don't find ourselves, we have a guest room and everything. We don't find ourselves needing that anymore.
Right.
Growing up, we did, because we only had 3 bedrooms, and when family would spend a weekend or something,
right,
definitely. And heck, even when it was just cold outside and we couldn't, it was all iced over and we couldn't go to school, we would unfold it and play video games. Just to have more space. But that's not even a thing anymore. I just go upstairs. So I don't think they're really popular. But hey, big couch. Let me know. 877-881-1053. If you think we're just disparaging your brand here of fold-out beds, let me know, and I will apologize.
Did they ever figure out where to put the bar that wouldn't break your back in half?
That's a great question.
Ross says no. They were like, hey, we can make the heaviest couch in the world with that bed built in, but we don't know where the bar goes.
And that's not surprising to me. From the 940 Jolly Ranchers, that is my answer as well.
And that seems like the overwhelming favorite thus far. Do you love all Jolly Ranchers? Are there specific flavors that are the only way to go?
The elite one is the blue raspberry. That will always be the elite one. I'm drinking like a blue raspberry flavored Alani. Hey, you should sponsor AM on the FM. I love your products. I say that one and then the grape. Those are the two that have to be consumed whenever I get access to Jolly Ranchers.
Okay.
Those two are the elite.
I always like the red
elite
ones.
Those are pretty good too. Like
I know that's not actually a flavor, and there's probably a few variations.
Sure.
If it's red, that's fine.
I don't think that they make a bad one, which is nice. I feel like a lot of these candies that try to have 6 different variations in one bag, one of them is meh. Jolly Rancher, I don't unenjoy any of them. I made a word. 877-881-1053. Lots of Jolly Ranchers coming in from the 321. I like those strawberry candies. They have no brand, but the wrapper is a strawberry.
Freeze-dried Jolly Ranchers. Oh. From Carruthers. These are yours.
Yeah,
They're from me.
I'm going to need a moment during the break.
Okay.
I might have to go to the car. This is going to be out of body.
Makes it sound like you can make sweet love to those Jolly Ranchers.
You guessed correctly. I have a lot of free time this weekend, Kevin. But let's see. The puffed up peppermints that melt in your mouth.
Those are awesome.
Those are underrated. I really liked those as a kid. And a lot of people are saying those strawberry candies that you see at your grandma's house kind of thing. That they have no brand. They have no any kind of presentation other than they look like a little strawberry.
Okay, well, there's somebody here. Do you feel like they've made too many of them and they would just start putting them in products that made no sense? Like, I felt like when they would have, like, especially around Christmas, you can get your meat and cheese holiday set, and they're like, here's some strawberry candies, too. And you're like, well, how does that go with this? But all right. What an excellent edition, in-person edition of AM on the FM. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Taco Bueno in Flower Mound. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's take a deep dive into last night's crazy Thursday night football game. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on
Back-to-back number one Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Quick question for everybody before we get into Gridiron Gravy. Do you guys feel like, and you can answer here or on the text, the Twitch, the YouTube, do I say the word delightful a lot?
Yes.
Okay, man.
But it's a delightful word.
Okay, so I was doing the Jesus podcast on Wednesday.
As one does.
And they said they were going to entitle that episode The Delightful Podcast, and they all looked at me, and I didn't say anything. And they're like, because you know. And I just kind of sat, and I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, you say delightful a lot. And I was like, oh, do I?
You do.
And I'm sure there's lots of words that I say a lot, but I didn't realize that was one of them. At least it's a positive word.
Yeah, it's a great word. You've told me some not so great words.
I almost spit out my cough drop. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
I really hope that translated across mic. That was delightful. All right, let's talk all about the craziness that was the Thursday night football game. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 10, please? Because I feel like this was probably the one standout play.
As you go that way, 3 receivers to the left. Quick throw here and into a lot of traffic and incomplete. Man, there was a whole traffic jam on the left side. Terry, what do you see on this play here?
Al, this may be a backward pass. We need to get a good angle on it. But if it's backward, then this recovery in the clear and continuing action in the end zone would be a good two-point conversion for Seattle.
And that is exactly what happened. That play was bananas. And again, you brought it up. Good job by Charbonnet for picking up the ball. He was it wasn't a scramble. He was just standing there in the end zone and just picked up the ball because nobody cared.
The people of Seattle have spoken. They are calling that play the Zach Words pass. I knew you would love it.
No notes. No notes for the people of Seattle because they are doing the Lord's work. Since I mentioned the Jesus podcast. That
delightful.
Is freaking incredible. And multiple people are saying you absolutely can hear all of the feedback across mic. I love it. Rams Seahawks overtime won me $70 on Underdog. I really wish, because sometimes I like the comeback long shots. At one point, you could have picked up Seattle at 11.5 times your money, and I thought about it, but that's like midway through the fourth.
Yeah.
It was looking like it was going to be a fairly pedestrian ending with the Rams when they scored their early fourth quarter touchdown. You're like, all right, that's going to be it. But then you get a pair of touchdowns from the Seahawks, a pair of 2-point conversions, and everything is going crazy. But even then, give me cut number 11, because even when things look like they were going to be an upset, the Rams were like, nah, not today.
Phenomenal, doing it all year long. Play fake. Stafford fires. Nakua again. Nakua will take it to the end zone. Puka Nakua, 41 yards. What a night.
And, of course, it was Puka Nakua, because when we talked about how Matthew Stafford had 457 yards passing, half of them essentially went to Puka Nakua. Puka Nakua had 12 catches for 225 yards and 2 touchdowns, including the one that we just played. He was unbelievable. So now, Alec, Rams, they figured it out. They're going to win. Hooray. Good for them. Yeah. Not so fast, my friends. So Seattle, they get that score right back. Touchdown for touchdown. And, of course, you're going to go cut number 12 because this man has been the man all season.
Darnold, play fake, looks, throws, caught! Smith and Jigba. Now comes the drama.
8 catches, 96 yards, a almost relatively tame night for Jackson Smith and Jigba with the way he has been playing this year. They decide to go for two. They convert. The Seahawks win on a crazy night. And what I want to know from you to start is, do you think people will and should start taking Seattle seriously? Where do they go from here? Because Sam Darnold struggled. He had a couple of turnovers, but he overcame that. They kept fighting, and they won a game that there is no way in the fourth quarter I thought they were going to win.
I don't know if people are going to take them seriously just because the way that they sent it past regulation is because of a replay review on a fluke play. If we're being totally honest, that's what it was. Awesome. But it was a fluke. It was never meant to happen. It just happened to happen that way. So I think people are going to look at that and definitely kind of squint a little bit like, I don't know. And with Sam Darnold, it feels like there's always that conversation, right? Is like something out of his control contributed to him winning a game. Because like you said, he was off last night.
For sure.
He was 100% off, and he was having a Sam Darnold type of game. But then
Until he wasn't.
But for every two dumb plays that you're just like, what are you reading, dude? He makes a throw down the sideline 20-plus yards that you're like, how could any human on planet Earth fit it in that window? The pass to Cooper Kupp on the far sideline, toe drag, that was one of the best passes I've seen all year out of Sam Darnold. And he definitely is a prisoner to the moment because in the beginning of the game, he'll give you some. At the end of the game, he will make some incredible throws. And then Jackson Smith and Jigba, that offense really is just really, really good, but it hinges on the success of Sam Darnold. So I don't think it's going to change anything for people's like public perception of Seattle yet.
I will say I like Mike McDonald said once we got the overtime drive going, it was clear we were going to play and go for the win. I love that. If the Cowboys get in a similar scenario, I need them to go for the win as well. And probably what you don't want, and what has been a busy week of controversies for Puka Nakua.
Ooh.
Puka Nakua, after the game, by the way, became the second receiver ever to go for over 150 yards in 3 consecutive games, which is freaking bananas. You know the other person to do it? CeeDee Lamb. But afterwards, Puka Nakua tweeted out, "Can you say I was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution, LOL." Then, of course, cooler heads prevailed. Well, not really. Just people got in his ear, and they were like, hey, take that crap down, and he deleted it. But if you're popular enough, that's not really how social media works, and everybody got a screenshot of it.
So I would like to start a petition right here, right now. We ban all pro athletes with any level of success from YouTube, Twitch, Kick live streams because it never seems to go well. Shout out Michael Porter Jr. Just to look at some of the things that he said to the point where the Nets said, hey, we're going to have to punish you if you make these appearances because you keep talking about your societal expectations for women, how your brother who committed fraud and set up NBA games to help his buddies make some money was never in the wrong, and stuff that just generally isn't true.
Take.
Yeah.
Well,
so
that's a whole lot of bold takes.
Puka's going down the wrong road here, and I love Puka. He is one of my favorite players in the league. But he needs to learn that there is some responsibility that comes with that. And hey, when you're hanging out with your friends, it's easy to say some stuff that you wouldn't want other people to say.
Yeah, and you know, and people have some kind of across-the-board opinions on the Seahawks. I get it. From the 5-7-5, I'm still not taking them seriously. I think this was more of a Rams collapse. From the 4-6-9, I don't see how they do that to the Rams, but barely beat the Colts. That is a fair point. And then the fantasy implications. Puka Nakua got me 45 points on a Thursday. From the 8-5-8, I sat Matthew Stafford and Kenneth Walker, and I missed out on 70 points. I hate fantasy football. And then another one, the Rams cost me $700. I needed Sammy D to stay under 223.5 passing yards, and then that fourth quarter killed me. By the way, if you're looking for a market inequity, and I always say those are things that I don't feel like have caught up to reality, and if you play the numbers, it will eventually play out in your favor. Take a look on Underdog going into the second half or fourth quarter of games that are like 17 to 21 point spreads because they're not all the way over, so the team will just quit. But they're far enough that you know the NFL team is just going to keep passing the ball, and take a look at going higher on the yardage for the quarterback of the losing team because they're going to be pitching the ball around.
Sure.
And that is a market inequity that I don't think these kind of sites have caught up to yet, and I think that you can use that to your advantage. By the way, in case you wanted to know, we talked about the Raiders probably losing earlier. The Las Vegas Raiders are slight favorites over the Titans and then favorites over the Giants to take the number 1 draft pick. Not to win a football game, just to get the number 1 draft pick.
I was about to flip this table.
Now, I actually kind of want to see that. I don't think Ross would like that, but I kind of want to see that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which Cowboys players have you given up on heading into the last 3 games of the season? We will do that next, and maybe some baseball right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan." Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
to throw a no-hitter. So while we're representing out here in Flower Mound, we got all kinds of fun Flower Mound-based stuff happening. Right now, this might be less fun.
Oh.
But then we'll have more fun things coming up.
Yay.
See, that's really what I'm looking for. Who are the Cowboys that you've just given up on going into the last 3 games? Now, I realize that the Cowboys season is essentially over, 0.6% of making the playoffs aside. But are there players that you're like, yeah, normally I'd want to see him, but what's the point? They're not playing, or they're not going to play well, or get a reasonable amount of snaps to make a difference?
Ooh, as much as I hate to say it, Logan Wilson.
Yeah.
It feels like every time we press about why is Kenneth Murray getting snaps in the National Football League in the year of 2025 going in to 2026 with how lost he looks on any given play. And Logan Wilson, we ask Jerry all the time, and he says, oh, the IQ on this guy. He knows where to be. He knows where to put people and how to line people up when things are changing on the offensive end. Yeah, we're going to get him some more playing time. And sure, they might go and start him. And this, it almost feels like the old Mike McCarthy way that maybe Shoddy kind of took from McCarthy when he was learning from him was all right, ownership wants this. I'm going to start him, but I'm not going to play him like a starter.
Right.
I'm going to get him out there on the opening possession just so people will shut up and say that, hey, he finally started. Look at that. And then I go back to the one that I really want to play. And that feels like a Matt Eberflus situation because I don't know if you've heard, Kevin, he's really good at coaching linebackers.
When's that going to show up?
I don't know if you've heard that before.
All right, calm down.
Yeah, I want to hold up the laugh track again. But, yeah, apparently that's what he's supposed to be good at, right? And Kenneth Murray was a Matt Eberflus selection. That was a guy that he said he can run this defense for me. He clearly has not. So Jerry made what I thought was a great value move, a 7th-round pick for who I think is a starting quality linebacker. Do I think he's an all-pro or a Pro Bowler in Logan Wilson? No. But I think he's a starting linebacker in the NFL. They go and acquire him, and it's almost like Eberflus saw it as a hit to his ego. Like, oh, so my guy isn't good enough? You have to go get your guy? All right. Checkmate.
Yeah.
And I hate it.
Now, this seems to be the consensus from the 972 is all of them an answer. And then from the 214, all of them. Or none of them, depending on your perspective. So, yes, I would say that is an answer. Also, I want to hear back from this person from the 469. I bet all my Christmas money on Washington beating Philadelphia on Saturday. Straight up. Was that before you found out about Jaden Daniels? How much money is all of your Christmas money? Also, why? These are all of the questions that I have. Now, I have boiled it down to 5 specific players, but to those people's points, I think all of them makes a lot of sense. And if you said a whole bunch of different names, I totally get it. I'm going to start with Terrence Steele. Look, I ran the salary cap simulation the other day, and you probably could have guessed that this was going to be one of my answers. It's Terrence Steele. We've heard about it for a while. Oh, he's gotten better, and especially with this coach and that coach, and you just haven't seen it. So he's on the list, and then the other person that is also on the list, Jonathan Mingo. I feel like, especially since you gave up a 4th-round pick. Now, you talked about only giving up a 7th round for Logan Wilson. You give up a 4th-round pick for Mingo. It feels impossible to get him out onto the field, and maybe more impossible for him to make impacts as a receiver out there. Now, the 3 others are kind of different. Like Terrence Steele, Jonathan Mingo, is like, I've seen them. They make not the positive difference I need.
Sure.
The other 3 are different. Maris Leafau, Shamar James, and Sam Williams.
Oh.
Because I still think there's probably a future of Sam Williams with this team. I just don't think the ceiling is as high as at one point I really thought it was going to be. And then for Shamar James and Maris Leafau, the reason why I throw them in the group is I just don't think they're going to get the requisite amount of playing time that I want to see to make a difference. So I think that's totally different. I know Terrence Steele will get all of the playing time, and I don't like it. I just don't think Leafau and James will get the amount of playing time to make a difference, and that is the part that irritates me, because whenever we talk about like the young players that you would want to see out there, those are 2 of the players players that I want to see out there. And if people are like, well, they're not good, I'd be like, well, neither are the linebackers we have now.
Sure.
So let's give it a shot.
And I started to wonder at some point in the season, maybe around the bye week, if I don't know if it's coaching or what, if we're punting on Leafau a little too quick. The collective we, if you will. I saw a lot of great things last year, and I've seen some stuff even in the limited reps and special teams this year where I'm like, that's a guy that is still super rough around the edges, but everything that I want him to fix is coachable.
Yeah.
He's got the desire. He's got the speed. He's got the intangibles that I can't teach anybody to do. He loves the game more than most people. It's something that you hear like with George Pickens a lot. You know, Mr. Misunderstood is like, no, he loves football more than anything. That's why he's as wild as he is. Maris Leafau plays with that motor because he is addicted to this stuff.
Yeah.
And I want guys like that playing. Shamar James earlier in the year, whenever he got some reps because of injury, he showed, hey, I'm a rookie. I'm going to mess up sometimes, but I am a freak athlete.
And he stepped up, to your point. He stepped up when you're like, hey, we need somebody.
And I know the reason why he's not playing. Well, it's twofold. For him and Leafau, Eberflus is in save my job mode. So he's not going to play the young guys. He's going to play the guys that have experience. So I understand that. I hate it, but I understand it. But for Shamar James, in his case specifically, great blitzer. What does Matt Eberflus refuse to do?
Run the blitz.
So
I think that's going to change on this Sunday because I am Charlie Brown and Matt Eberflus is Lucy. And I know it's probably stupid, but I think this time it's going to happen. You're judging me for thinking I'm a dope, right?
I judge you a lot. You just don't really realize it.
I realize it.
I just don't want you to get my hopes up that this is going to happen because I did that after the Raiders game, where I felt like with Quinnen Williams and them going to a five-man front is already difficult to deal with in and of itself.
Sure.
If you add a 6th or 7th rusher coming down from the secondary like a Donovan Wilson, which he's been getting home a lot lately, it seems like, if you start doing stuff like that, then it's probably going to succeed, especially against a team like the Chargers, for instance. You said their offensive line can be gotten.
Oh, absolutely.
They 100% can be. So if you throw 7 bodies at them, imagine what kind of massacre is going to happen in that backfield. I just don't want to get my hopes up.
Okay, well, I have gotten my hopes up only for them to be expertly dashed all over again by the Dallas Cowboys because, unfortunately, that is what they frequently do. From the 2-1-0, Jalen Tolbert. I wanted him to be so good, so badly, but he just doesn't seem to have made all of the pro connections that he needs. Look, exactly.
Yep.
Somebody said they forgot about him, and part of it was Kevontae Turpin passing him up, but I think the real one is not the return of Jonathan Mingo, because you see that. Those spots were available, but instead of going to Mingo, it's gone to Flanoy. And we talked about him a lot in training camp as like, man, watch out for this guy, watch out for this guy. But I feel like we'd gone through that last year as well. Sure. But you've really seen more in-game progress and connection with Flanoy. It is easy to forget that Tolbert is on this team, so much so that when I asked Stephen Jones about him on Monday, multiple people texted in and said they didn't like that question because Jalen Tolbert didn't matter. And I'm like, man, that is a whole new level of irrelevance if people are mad because a question even got asked about you because you don't even matter to get a question asked about you. That is how far he has fallen.
That's sad because I loved his game coming out of the draft, and I thought he was going to be that next secondary receiver that you just absolutely hit on. The Cowboys have had that, at least in my lifetime. They've had some good success finding that mid-round talent that can be a true wide receiver, too. You've seen it time and again, and I thought his route running was as crisp as it could get for a day 2 pick. I thought that he was a phenomenal possession catcher of the football. And I still think he is all of that. And I know Fred brought it up yesterday with Luke Schoonmaker. I want to use that same ideology. Like, if I could have a closed-door conversation with the wide receiver coach or Shoddy or Clayton Adams, somebody that works with him every day, and say, why has this not clicked for him? Because he has the talent. He had the tape on college. I know small school and everything, but he was dominant in that small school ranking. I want to know what's just not clicking up here mentally for him because he's got all of the talent in the world. And I thought that he was going to be the next Noah Brown, that would really, whenever CeeDee Lamb is getting the double coverage and George Pickens has safety help over top, you can look at Noah Brown down the sideline just streaking wide open because somebody forgot that he exists.
Now, Jaden Blue has also come up, and I understand that. And then somebody goes, man, I thought he could be like Chris Johnson or CJ2K, if you don't remember that nickname, which is freaking awesome. So that has been a tough situation, but we just got this, and I have not been tracking this. If you're interested in the Myrtle Beach Bowl, I've got an update for you.
Okay.
From 682. Hey, Kevin. I bet on Kennesaw State. Have you seen that score? F my life. And so I was thinking, I have not been keeping track of that game. Right now, the Western Michigan Broncos, early in the third quarter, lead the Kennesaw State Owls 41-0. And we're a minute and a half into the third quarter, and it was 34-0, and Western Michigan tacked on a touchdown in the first 90 seconds to make it 41-0. So I hope you did not bet all of your Christmas money on that, because I feel like you are going to lose.
Yeah.
Or have to tell everybody in your life that they were bad.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a genius idea. Just say, hey, you sucked this year. You don't get anything. Deal with it.
Let me know how that works in your life.
I don't think it's going to work very well.
And actually, usually I have a different philosophy based on the phrase that you said. Yeah. Those people get plenty of presents. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. Think it over, people.
It doesn't take that much thought, Kevin.
Oh, okay. I'm just throwing it out there. Coming up next, we will move into the Expressway, where Alec will probably insist I put myself in Forgiveness Friday.
Bingo.
But also, it's time for the Combo Platter Holiday Edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is a holiday food or drink that you don't understand who that's for? We'll do that next, right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know unfortunately get injured in a car or truck wreck, I want you to go with the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in the DFW. That is the Frankels. They've been helping people out in the Metroplex for almost 30 years. And what does that mean? Well, obviously, it means they've got experience, but also trust. They're family-owned, local, highly awarded. You call the Frankels first because they put the clients first and get you the resolution that you deserve. Now, especially around the holidays, I know a lot of people could be concerned about the monetary aspect of this all. Well, with the Frankels, it's a free consultation, all right? What's that going to look like for you? There's never an out-of-pocket cost. The Frankels, they only get paid when you win. So if you or a loved one unfortunately have been injured in that car, truck wreck, I want you to go to frankelfirm.com or pick up the phone. Call the Frankels at 817 or 214-333-3333. That's Frankel & Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas. This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Make money predicting sports, politics, culture, and more. Legally, nationwide, with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin, the Oscars, and even politics. If it matters, you can trade on it. Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
For all the planned.
Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then.
And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Woo! Nice catch!
And the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. And Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs. With member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists, all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends January 15th. Visit needcoveragetx.com or call 800-435-1900 to sign up for health coverage today.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
The Expressway is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
2nd and 10. Prescott fakes a toss right. He's got Lamb wide open on the right side of the end zone. And the second RN Raiders. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved in the conversation on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. Hopefully you already knew that. But you know what? We get new listeners all the time. And by the way, thank you listeners very much for making our ratings just rock solid. The highest rated English language show in DFW in this time slot.
That's right.
There is another station that we cannot defeat. But you guys have been awesome for that. Good job. I heard what you said.
Thank you.
All right, right now, it's time for the Combo Platter Holiday Food and Drink Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is the holiday food or drink that you don't understand who that's for or who actually likes that? 877-881-1053. And Trevor, I'm going to give you an opportunity if you want to get involved in this conversation as well. But first, we will go to the 817. Dak will never be able to lead a team to a Super Bowl, let alone win one. And who is eggnog for? That is the grossest thing ever. Oh, spy icy. And from the 214, the Rangers will miss the playoffs again next year. And what the hell is figgy pudding? And why wouldn't the guy and his crew go out until he got some? There's actually I almost said Perry the Platypus. A Phineas and Ferb Christmas episode, and Doofenshmirtz gets into a big heated thing with carolers because they want figgy pudding. That's right, I know stuff.
I remember this.
I know stuff.
Ask me off air for my Doofenshmirtz impression.
Oh, okay.
It would peek the headset out. It's loud.
Okay. All right. So would you like to start? You want more from the fan text? You want me to go? Or do you want to give Trevor his chance to shine?
Ooh. Kevin, I think it is it's often called the season of giving, right? I think we give Trevor his go first.
I love that. Thank you guys very much. First off, thank you for letting me be on the show with y'all. All right. Do you want the holiday take or do you want the sports take first?
Well, you better give me the sports take first, or else you'll be like every other Nimrod on this show who always does it in the wrong order.
Yeah, that's fair, and that's why you asked me.
Please give me the sports take first.
To be clear is to be unkind. That's why I wanted to ask. So my sports take is, I believe Mikko Rantanen is going to be the new Rat King of the NHL. So over Brad Marchand, who is the current Rat King with the Florida Panthers. I believe Mikko Rantanen, I don't know, did y'all see him fire up last night after the slashing call?
Yes, I did.
And so he was dropping some bombs, and not just punches, but, the verbal kind. And
that's what you want? I love that.
Oh, and that's what I'm saying. I think he's got that Gordie Howe in him.
Yeah.
And so I want him to be the next guy that people don't like being on the ice with, because he can shoot, he can pass, and he can drop bombs. And I'm about it with him. So I think he will be the new Rat King of the NHL.
All right, I like it. And then what is the holiday food or drink? By the way, I'm sorry, since you said that, we did mention this earlier this morning. That's on me in the Stars Super segment, is that Jim Nill announced, he said he was going to give us an update. The update was, I'll update you later. But he said, essentially, I'll tell you the update. Tell me that's not what it sounds like. But he said that Tyler Sagan underwent successful surgery on Tuesday, December the 16th. His time frame for return to play will be reevaluated after the Olympic break. So essentially, his update was, I will update you in February. But there's still a chance he could be back for the postseason, and that's why all these discussions are happening. He will not be back in the regular season, but there's still a chance for the other one.
That's difficult, but it's also amazing at the same time because you hear ACL and you just think, oh, done. And
especially with somebody his age and injury history, I understand.
That's what
for sure.
we were, and a lot of the Tolos were saying at first is like, does he make it back from this one? And then it's like, it was like the Jaden Daniels thing where his elbow bent the wrong way. And they're like, oh, he could be back in a month.
Do you think that's why they did the 1,000-game celebration?
Yeah, that's why.
Because that's what I thought straight away.
That
All
makes
right.
me sad.
Sorry, Trevor, for the zigzag right there, although that would probably be very popular with our audience. What is the holiday food or drink that you're like, who is that for?
So first off, I love eggnog. Anybody that dogs eggnog needs to chill out.
Can I ask you an eggnog question?
Absolutely.
Do you drink eggnog straight up, or are you soft like me and you mix in some milk there to kind of thin it out a bit?
Oh, well, I don't drink alcoholic eggnog. I like the milk and cream and nutmeg and all the fun things. So I'm that kind of guy. I need it.
Good.
And I don't like it. The other way, I don't lighten it up. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it is. That's why I said
it's
I'm
very
soft.
creamy.
It's
I get it.
Too strong for me.
It's very yes. If you want it that way, don't you add milk? You don't add as much cream. I also make homemade eggnog. I'm a guy like that.
Well,
I know. Maybe one of these days. Maybe I'll figure it out. But
kind of feels like today should have been that day.
Well, you guys aren't even in studio. It's kind of, so don't go there. Come on,
I
now.
can drive.
But my holiday take, I despise candy canes.
What?
I peppermint's fine, but candy canes, I think they are ridiculous. The only thing candy canes are good for are stabbing your friends.
Oh,
that's it.
See, whenever I have a friend, I usually don't commit acts of violence.
No,
but
because
I see
stuff
what
I
you
say
mean.
is not so bad, is it, Alex?
Yeah, it's
the only. This is gonna say. I don't take this the wrong way. You slim down the tip, and then you poke people. Yeah.
So what I just heard is you're creating a candy cane shiv. You said don't take it the wrong way, but you're creating a candy cane shiv here during the holiday season.
Yeah. Who didn't do that as a child? Who didn't get stabbed by a peppermint cane as a child?
I mean, pretty much they're all in jail, so good for you, Trevor.
I made it out.
The odds.
I made it out. They're either 6 feet or they made it out, right? I mean, that's...
Holy moly.
I'm
Where
saying,
you go to school?
I went to a nice Garland school in Saxe.
Oh, crap. Yeah.
I'm just saying. I don't
somebody
like
who's
them.
also from Garland, I get it now.
I want
Never
something.
mind.
I don't want to have to hold something around. I feel like a 4-year-old child walking around with a candy cane. Not a fan. Just not a fan with them.
Holy moly, I did not anticipate that whatsoever. From the 945, Cooper Flagg will win Rookie of the Year. And who eats fruitcake? That is by far the leader. So far, said that word too many times. All right, but I wanted to talk about something with Cooper Flagg, since we shortchanged the Mavericks a little bit earlier to chat with Jerry. This is something that we talked about last year at Duke with John Shire. John Shire stepped out at one point and said, go be effing Cooper Flagg.
Yep.
And so he did. Before the Clippers game, essentially, that is what the Mavericks did. So they were going to be without P.J. Washington and Anthony Davis, and they urged him to be more aggressive. And Jason Kidd was part of that crew. He said, this all started with the Clippers. Be aggressive early and not waiting. I think sometimes he defers to AD or to others because they're vets and they can score too. I think he tries to do the right thing, but for him, when guys are out there, he looks to be aggressive. And in that game, or right after that, he had the 14-point first quarter, and I think that's been a huge jump start to Cooper Flagg, and a big part of why they have been winning games, 6 of 8, and it really should have been 7 of 8, and then in between, they got absolutely murder, death, killed by the Thunder.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that people are kind of coming back down to earth with Cooper Flagg, because I think the hype of #1 overall pick and talk of generational and all of these superlatives that get thrown his way, and for good reason, people regret to remind themselves that, one, he's 18 years old.
Yes.
Remember that. He
turns 19 on Sunday.
Yes. He is going to be 19 next week. On top of the fact that he is primarily being played out of position and being asked to do things that he, in an ideal scenario, is not going to be asked to do. But then you see the 40-plus point game. You start to see him racking up consistency. He's starting to find a little bit more comfort. He's driving to the basket more, which I'm liking.
Yes.
That's going to be key to that. If they are trying to be competitive like they say this season, but then they go and tell Shams that some of their 3 biggest contracts are available for trade, if you want, I guess. But I don't know. They need to start letting him attack like that, and they're giving him that freedom, and not only that, he's finding the comfort within it. So I'm glad that people are kind of like, okay, this is more of the brand of what I expected. What are you laughing at?
No, I'm not laughing at you because that was very well formulated. I'm laughing at the emotions that get conveyed on the fan text from the 210. Eggnog is fire. That texter can go to hell. That's too far. You could just say, I disagree, eggnog is fire, but apparently that is not the direction
I see.
that they went.
You know where fire is, Kevin.
I do get it. Do you think if there was a dog hell, it would just be somebody running the vacuum nonstop?
Ooh, see, great point. All dogs do go to heaven.
That is a cartoon. Do not base your life around cartoons.
Well,
I know dogs are good. I'm just saying, like Cujo or one of the evil dogs from the 972. It's just a question. University of Georgia will win the national title this year, and why do people eat fruitcakes for the holidays? Those things are straight cheeks. And that has easily been the leading vote getter thus far. But, Alec, I will turn it over to you for your combo platter.
Straight cheeks is an underrated insult, and I need to add that back to the arsenal because I love it.
See, you can do that. I think I'm too old.
I don't know. If we're being honest, you say a lot of things that you probably are pushing.
Probably shouldn't.
Yeah, pushing the line on.
Like what else? Oh no.
Stuff I can't say on air primarily.
That is true. Off air, I sometimes talk differently.
Yeah, and I appreciate it because it keeps me alert. But gentlemen, sports opinion. The AL West is going to be boring as hell this year.
Oh.
I really do think that this division is going to struggle to be relevant in the national eye because the Rangers are still kind of figuring things out. The Astros are still dealing with some key players that love to get hurt, on top of the fact that their owner fired their GM because he was essentially spending too much money. The whole division is just in flux to me because I don't think there's going to be a dominant team. But I don't think there's going to be, outside of a couple teams at the bottom like the Angels and the A's, whatever city we're going to attach to them. It feels like every year we could attach a new city to them because they don't have any sense of leadership. But I feel like it's just going to be mediocre. It's going to be boring. And I know the A's this year excited with some of the young talent that they have, but I feel like a lot of that was flash in the pan until they start trading those guys to go get more prospects for whatever team they think they're going to build in 20 years. But I don't think this division is going to be super fun to watch because the Astros will be good. They're pretty much good every year.
Yeah.
But they're not going to dazzle you in doing it. And it's not because I hate the Astros. I just don't think they have anything exciting. They are working on a trade right now, according to Channel Rome, to shore up their rotation by adding Mike Burrows from the Pittsburgh Pirates. So they're doing the right things, but it's not Bo Bichette. It's not any of these key free agents. It's not Kyle Schwarber. None of these guys are coming to the division. I just think people are going to be generally uninterested in the AL West.
Okay. And your holiday food or drink that you're like, who is that for?
Yeah, what were we doing and how many drugs were we on when we created Jell-O salads?
Oh.
Yeah.
Jell-O salad,
That's something that I see online pop up, especially on TikTok. You know, the people that are so confident in their ability to make something unique and different, but it just turns out looking disgusting. Who is that for? Like, a lot of people, you're talking about beets, olives, mayo, anchovies.
So they took all the grossest foods and made it into a thing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand this conglomeration of just absolute misery. And it happens in the holiday season where I'm supposed to be like fatter than usual and happier than usual. Reading this just gives me a wave of depression that I don't enjoy.
Okay.
And I'm kind of tired of talking about it. That's how much I despise the idea of this. I will say fruitcake is an easy number one hatred food for me, too. I don't understand who that's for, but I just wanted to switch it up because I've heard the Jell-O salad get thrown around before, and I'm like, I won't even get within a social distancing measure of that. I'm bringing that back when I see Jell-O salad. And the person who made it, I'm keeping my distance from you, too.
You don't want to go ask them questions?
No, I don't want to know anything about it. I know everything I need to know about you as a person if you bring that to a party.
Okay, all right.
And you're not coming to another one either.
See, and people get really fired up about the fruitcake from the 254. Pretty much every version is something like this. Rangers will win the division, and who the hell eats fruitcake? And if you didn't believe me, from the 817, who eats all of these fruitcakes? They're heavy enough to use as a boat anchor. And so, yeah, there's a lot of... So I hope this one makes sense, because this is what spawned... My answer to the food and drink is going to be like what spawned this combo platter. But first, I have to tell you, my sports opinion is I will hate myself for it, but I will definitely be watching the Anthony Joshua, Jake Paul.
Yes.
And I can't tell you that I'm just going to be watching, because we talked about it. There are two legitimate women's title fights in like the co-main event essentially spots, and they are ring title fights, so they're like for the real best fighter in that division. But I'm looking at the main event and also things like Anderson Silva and Tyron Woodley.
Yep.
And that's the part that I feel a little bit ashamed, because like kind of the weirdo fights. And also that cheese ball thing where they like put pieces of nuts or almonds on the outside of it. You know what I'm talking about? This is supposed to be like a food and a dip. The hell is that? Who is that for? That is what spawned this conversation. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It's for you and you. What is happening in this Taco Bueno? All right? And so that's the food that I don't understand. I don't know if that's where they got the concept for the spear from, but I think it's ridiculous, and I don't know who it's from, but apparently it's for all of our listeners.
I literally ate some of the cheese ball last night. I literally ate that last night,
But
Kevin.
you also said you wanted to murder somebody with a candy
I didn't
cane,
say I wanted to murder. I said I didn't want to get murdered. You ever seen a 4-year-old running around with those suckers? No, thank you.
I want you to mark that for next week,
Trevor,
please.
I want to spend more time with you, because you live in a place where 4-year-olds have created the candy cane shivs.
Yes.
And I just kind of want to hang out with you and whatever you're doing.
You know who I'm around most
is a
of the time? Fred and Blake. That's usually where my realm is.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That's
Okay,
probably
yeah.
stems. I also disagree with, now, I don't like the Jell-O with like olives and stuff, but I put Jell-O in cream cheese and pineapple. Not cream cheese, excuse me, cottage cheese and pineapple. You mix that all together, suckers bomb. I know.
no longer want to spend time around Trevor.
I get it. I'm sorry. So you say you want to hang out, like, man, I apologize,
I'm gonna
guys.
stick with it. If I could quote the Little Mermaid, I want to be part of your world, just so I can really understand more. I don't necessarily want to eat any of those things, but I just want to see the circumstances that have led you to become the human that you are today.
I was raised by my grandparents, so that probably has a lot to tie into that. So that probably will give you a little taste of that.
And spending that much time with Fred and Blake is probably not healthy either.
Yeah,
so
I feel like I needed therapy after working with Fred for one day yesterday, and I got a host with him on New Year's Day.
Man, I'll tell you this right now.
And I get to be I'm your producer for that too, so it's gonna be great. I'm gonna bring some Jell-O salad. I'm gonna bring a cheese ball. It's gonna be great, Alec. You're gonna love it.
And I'm going to throw it in the trash and then in your face after I dig it back out of the trash.
Wow, feels like if you did it the other way around, it could be more efficient. Just thinking out loud, but
I don't think often.
I will tell you this: when you're hungover on New Year's morning, or whatever you choose to partake in that morning, I really think that's going to amplify your enjoyment of the Alec, Fred, and Trevor show. I think that is just going to be that's going to be something, man.
Fred, Alec, and Trevor were the fat masterpiece.
Yeah,
the fatter piece.
Okay. I'll see you guys on January 1st then. I'll be there.
All right.
It feels like that, man, and I had no idea people had so many controversial opinions about eggnog. There are so many people they love it. There are other people who hate it. There's another person who said it wasn't Cujo's fault. He was infected, so don't put him in the make-believe doggy hell. So I don't know. There's a lot of feedback coming in on the fan text, and then this one might hit home the most. Don't base your life around cartoons, says a guy who compares everything to cartoons. Now you're right.
Yes.
Because I think you can make a cartoon equivalent to many social situations. I'm not saying you should live your life by what occurs in those cartoons. In fact, usually I would very much argue you should most definitely not do what Homer or Peter Griffin. Sometimes Hank Hill does the right thing, but the other two, I might stay away from what they think.
I've got a SpongeBob or a regular show reference for pretty much any situation I find myself in life, so I get it. I would not base my life around any of those shows because, one, I know how to drive at 24 years old, unlike SpongeBob, and then two, regular show, their work shift always ends in some sort of I don't know, disastrous, world-ending, universe-ending situation.
Yes.
And after
or
the show,
in space.
Yeah, I just get to go home. That's pretty cool.
Okay. Now, from the 903, they said the Cowboys will win over the Chargers, and y'all are getting easy food takes. Here's a hot one. Ham is garbage. That is an outrage. Honey-baked ham, which apparently exists all year long, is delicious, and I love it, but we wanted to give you the space to express your opinion, so there you go.
Even if it's wrong.
Yes, absolutely. Now, that's fine. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, what say we fire up a little Forgiveness Friday? Please forgive me. 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved, what do you need to ask for forgiveness for? What does anybody else need to ask you for forgiveness for? And I do believe we still have our Motley Crue ticket giveaway happening.
Yeah, we do, and I think maybe in a couple of minutes. Nope, I lied. Let's give something away.
877-881-1053.
Right now.
Oh, we'll win a pair of tickets to go see Motley Crue when they come to the Dos Equis Pavilion on September 10th of 2026, courtesy of Live Nation, which means you can go buy tickets with Live Nation right now, or you can win them for free. 877-881-1053. Now.
I'm sorry, Kevin. Something kickstarted my heart. I just had to get it out.
I get it.
Just had to get it out.
That's a nice reference right there.
Took a walk on the wild side for a minute.
Just bear
with me.
Oh, man. Did you plan all of that?
No, I grew up on that brand of music because of my mother. So, yeah.
Okay.
I listened to Russ Martin growing up, which, hey, probably not a great idea, taking in his content at 10 years old. But, yeah, that was what we had on in the car.
So your mom liked to listen to Russ Martin and Motley Crue with you and then went home and stuffed Werther's Originals wrappers in the couch?
Mm-hmm.
I would not have guessed those things would all go together.
It's a pretty simple and soft life. Yeah.
Okay. Now, Alec, I'm going to start with you. Do you need to ask anybody for forgiveness? Does anybody need to ask you for forgiveness? And we'll dive into some sports, and then people can send in theirs as well.
I think Corey Majors needs to ask me for forgiveness because he told us yesterday that he would be here, and then he forgot until this morning that I was going to be here too.
Yes.
And he saw that, and he was like, well, man, I don't want to do that. I don't want to feast when he's around because usually it's sandwich time.
Yeah.
So he was like, I can't violate the rules of that. So he faked an illness to not be here so he couldn't violate the rules of sandwich time because he's here at Taco Bueno instead.
That is sad. It seems like the two most popular theories are that either he's playing golf or playing Call of Duty. My other theory was he forgot to shop for Christmas presents, and that's what he's been doing the past couple of days, so he can go ahead and knock that out.
I like that, yeah, because I'm still late on some shopping myself. So,
all right, question for you as we get into Forgiveness Friday. What percentage of people do you think still need to buy a gift, any gift, for anyone on December 23rd?
Ooh, on the 23rd, I'd say give me like something shocking, something like 43%.
Oh, okay.
Like close to 50-50, because I feel like you could get that last-minute invite to a party or something, and you're like, oh, yeah, I got the invite on the 21st, and then you're, oh, I don't have anything for a person here, like a white elephant situation.
Right.
Like, I need to go get something, or Secret Santa. Yeah, I've definitely fallen for that a couple of times. I've gone on Christmas Day to go to a gas station to get a gift card before, because I did not know that
person really meant a lot to you, didn't
yeah, like I didn't know that a cousin was actually going to be in town or something. Like I was told, no, they're going to be out of town visiting like boyfriend's family or something. It's like, oh no, that trip never happened. They're going to be there. So I was like, well, I was going to wait and mail it, but you know.
Well, one of the 2 years I worked at Blockbuster before I got fired, I worked on Christmas morning. And in the first 15 minutes, my register, I had sold $300 of gift cards. And I remember that because there were people waiting when we opened the door, and they went right to the gift cards. And I was like, all right, I get it. They weren't like, I got to rate Gladiator. They were like, oh, I need a gift card. And I thought that was amazing. And I was like, all right, I guess Blockbuster knows their business. That's why we're open today, because we were shockingly busy there. All right, we talked about Puka Nakua earlier. Does Puka Nakua's brother need to ask for forgiveness? The allegation is that he stole a Lakers player's car.
What?
Now, it's not a marquee Lakers player, but still.
Oh, shots fired.
It's not. But the allegation is that he stole a Lakers player's car at the same week when his brother has posted negative things about officials, then did it again, and then had to delete that, but also had a badass game in the middle of it. But also they lost that game, and also he was accused of having an anti-Semitic dance that he apologized for. It's been a busy week for the Nakuas.
Yeah, and I just know that Christmas dinner conversation is going to be very fun. So what's the pecking order there? Do you address the elephant in the room of, hey, why isn't the other brother here? Oh, he's in jail. Or do you address the, hey, Puka, one, why are you getting fined for no reason? Just keep your mouth shut. And two, why are we doing hateful stuff?
So he did apologize for that. So I will give him the benefit of the doubt. There are things that y'all have told me off air that like, oh yeah, some people do that for whatever, and I'm like, what? And so sometimes you don't know that certain things are actually representative of another thing. So I'll give him some credit for that. And by the way, people are trying to help. If you need a last minute or white elephant gift, scratch offs are good. I also think alcohol is good. I feel like usually if you're bringing white elephant, if you're bringing alcohol or lottery tickets, people are going to be like, I want that gift.
Yeah, from the 469, I would like to ask for forgiveness because all of my white elephant gifts are giant Smirnoff ices.
Oh. Okay.
You are my least favorite kind of person in the best way possible, because I respect commitment to the bit, okay? It's not a fun bit.
That's still going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Always.
Is that what keeps them in business?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I don't ever say, hey, let me grab this for fun.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Mark that. All right. Go ahead. Valid. See, it's tough being on this side, isn't it?
Very.
All right. Does Tua need to ask for forgiveness?
Yes.
There are 11 quarterbacks in the NFL who currently average an annual salary of at least $50 million. He will become the first of that bunch to get benched for poor performance while earning that money. He needs to ask for forgiveness, right?
Yeah, from the organization, from the fan base, from his family for relocating them to Miami when he's not going to be there next year. There's a lot of people he needs to ask for forgiveness. Nick Saban for making him think that he was a good quarterback at one point, which he was for like a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
He needs to ask me for forgiveness because I started him in fantasy to begin the season because I was like, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill. Yeah, even if you throw a couple picks, you're still going to throw 5 touchdowns because you just pitch, catch, run. Nope, didn't work like that, Kevin.
Oh, okay. I'm not against that.
Sorry.
And then from the 972, apparently we all need to ask for forgiveness because this person said, I haven't started shopping yet because I've been slaving away at Amazon picking all your gifts out. Or probably like putting them for shipping. I don't think he has the carte blanche to be like, Alec, I know you ordered this, but you're getting this instead. It's not a Popeye's chicken.
That actually happened to me,
decide
though.
what you... What?
Yeah. Not the Popeye's chicken part.
Okay.
Yeah, where I ordered a bunch of clothes for the winter, and somehow a bag of dog food was delivered to me.
Do you have a dog?
I have two, but like I could tell because you're not supposed to open packages that aren't your own, right? That's actually illegal. So I did, but when you pick it up, you could hear the kibble rolling around, and it was addressed to a vet's office.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you take it to that vet's office?
No, they came back and picked it up because I called them and I was like, hey, I ordered I don't know, a couple jackets and stuff. I got dog food instead. Like, is that just emblematic of what UPS thinks about me, or I don't know. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a guilt trip because they're like, hey, you could just bring it back to us. I was like, no. You're going to come pick it up. And they're like, okay, we'll come pick it up.
And you can't, put it outside for bulk trash, right, instead of free dog food? Because, you definitely shouldn't drive around a neighborhood and look for a bag that says free dog food and give it to your dog.
That feels a little risque.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Interesting. From the 817, Al Michaels need to ask for forgiveness for calling the Rams kicker no good. I actually think he needs to ask for forgiveness. Oh, okay. I was going to say, I think he needs to ask for forgiveness for sounding generally disinterested in everything that happened. Go back and listen to his call of that punt return touchdown. He's like, oh, well, he's running he's going to score. By the time he's at the 20 and he's already moved down the left side of the sideline, there's nobody who's even close to him. He sounds like he's like, yeah, all right.
At this point in his career, he's got the propensity for one excited inflection per call.
Okay.
Because that call, the Shaheed call, it's like he's going down the sideline, he's still going, then it's Shaheed! And it's like, touchdown, Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, okay, he had the wherewithal for one word. He's like, one excited word just to sound like I still got it.
Okay.
Just keep you thinking.
Now, I can give you a kind of fun and ridiculous Forgiveness Friday or a crushingly sad one. Which would you pick?
I like ridiculous.
All right. Let's go to the Kraken. So the Kraken, they were going through a funk where they had lost 9 of 10 games, and in the post-game press conference, they refused to allow anybody but the own team website reporter to ask questions. And they also cut right to the chase because the press conference was 57 seconds long.
Oh, like a Mike Tomlin press conference.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Do the Kraken need to ask for forgiveness, or is that probably good for the press people because they're like, what are you going to say? Your team is still terrible?
I didn't think about that perspective, and it's kind of changing my mind because I get so irritated when teams control the narrative like that. They get so scared of their own awful product that they put out there in front of their paying fans every single night that they don't want to allow outside sources, because you see the NBA is having to put out press releases, disputing things The Athletic says, in their little newsletters, like, oh, league sources are saying this, and they're like, actually, The Athletic put out this piece that is totally false. They hate the outside media, and I hate that they're scared to get asked the tough questions. So yes, they need forgiveness, but hey, those reporters are probably like, cool, I'll go home early, beat the traffic.
Yeah, maybe so. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we would usually do the C-Block starring Corey Majors, but he is not here. So how about we fire up some NFL overreaction or reality? Also, I might have some baseball nuggets for you. All of it next, right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. You never know what's going to happen on an NFL field, but last night there was a first. The Seahawks tried a 2-point conversion, and it looked like it failed. Then a bit later, the officials gathered, and it turned out to be a backward pass that Seattle picked up, and they got the 2 points to tie the game. The Seahawks went on to beat the Rams. Football is tough to explain to people who don't watch it. Last night is a perfect example of why. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
A first-class buying experience. That's what you'll find at Mercedes-Benz of Plano. For 2 years, we've been the recipient of the J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence Award, and it's no wonder why. With state-of-the-art service, the largest Mercedes-Benz inventory in the country, and a history spanning over 80 years, we know what it means to be a dealer of excellence. Come by Mercedes-Benz of Plano for a first-class experience of your own. Dallas North Tollway at Spring Creek Parkway and online at mbplano.com.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is in the final stretch of our race to finish the year #1 in the world for the 3rd year in a row. Limited time, excess new Chevys must be sold. That's right, get our best year-end pricing below market value. We won't miss any deal. Shop year-end savings before time runs out. This is Texas. This is classic. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
My dad's sleeping on the couch. Yeah, Mom's really not happy because Dad forgot to mention his IRS problems. She found out when a whole bunch of IRS letters rained down on us like bad report cards. Mom's freaking out that the IRS will grab our stuff. She said if Dad doesn't get this fixed, he's out. And I don't want to see my dad on the street like a homeless bum. Plus, she said at this rate, I'll never get that little brother to be player 2 in my video games. I'm calling IRSprov.com at 214-214-3000 to get Dad a free consultation with Randy Martin. He's right here in Dallas, and he knows how to tackle those IRS monsters. Listen up. If your dad's in hot water with the IRS, you gotta dial 214-214-3000. I'll say it again, 214-214-3000. Call now. Those government guys aren't getting their hands on my toys. And don't forget to tell them that Tommy sent you.
Make money predicting sports, politics, culture, and more. Legally, nationwide, with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin, the Oscars, and even politics. If it matters, you can trade on it. Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot. My blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on. Good mornings make for better days. I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on. Wrangler, official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Available at Cavender's.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Game day starts with Wrangler, the official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. This week, the boys are home to take on the LA Chargers. Our 105.3 The Fan coverage starts at 9 Sunday morning with the Cavender's kickoff at noon.
You could win an ugly holiday sweater every Friday in December at 7 p.m. at Twin Peaks. Visit your favorite lodge for more info on how to enter. Plus, score free chips and queso when you come to the lodge wearing an ugly sweater to celebrate National Ugly Sweater Day. Available all day, Friday, December 19th.
For over a decade, Tolos have trusted Men's T Clinic to reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness. From preventative care and hormone optimization to weight loss and muscle mass, pain-free movement to sexual health and satisfaction. Their approach is customized, underlying cause focus, and rooted in dynamic tracking and treatment for long-term vitality. No one does total male optimization like Men's T Clinic. Mention Men's Health Awareness Month to experience a Total T consultation for $50. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, insurance accepted. Visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Taco Bueno in Flower Mound, 4500 Long Prairie Road, where we have had a lot of fun today. Feel free to come on out. Well, you can always get delicious deals and food here at Taco Bueno, as obviously Alec Medford knows. But we will be out here for another hour or so rocking our show. And Alec, I'm going to give you the decision here. Would you like to start with baseball nuggets or NFL overreaction or reality?
I'm going to say it in a nicer manner than Fred did yesterday. Not going to say let's get baseball out of the way. I'm going to say I want some baseball nuggets.
Okay, I like that. Thank you for saying it like that. Now, you already brought up that the Houston Astros are working on potentially a 3-team trade to bolster their starting pitching. I want to tell you about another pitcher. The Padres and Michael King agreed to a 3-year, $75 million deal yesterday. What I think is really interesting about this deal is Michael King has a built-in opt-out after year 1 and year 2.
Ooh.
So for a 3-year deal to have opt-outs after year 1 and year 2, that is fascinating.
So he got the Bregman deal.
Yes. Yes.
Huh. That's got to be a trend coming up, and it's interesting. This is something you talked about with especially like the staff and managerial contracts. Do you think some players are trying to push for that because of the potential work stoppage in the future?
100%, I think that is why that is happening. Now, this could potentially be sad news for Rangers fans if you hadn't already seen it. Sean Armstrong went ahead and signed a, again, 1-year, $5.5 million contract with the Cleveland Guardians. That includes a mutual option for 2027. There was a lot of hope that there would be a reunion with the Rangers. Sean Armstrong, one of the most effective pitchers in Major League Baseball. Hitters were 157 batting average against him, over 74 innings. So top-notch relief pitcher, now off the market, not going to be coming back with the Texas Rangers. And $5.5 million doesn't seem like that much, but like we said, the Rangers are working with really not too much money whatsoever. The money they spent was mostly the savings from the Marcus Semien deal.
Yeah, and if you have been questioning because we haven't gotten any kind of like real numbers about what the Rangers are looking to do in terms of payroll, it's just we're cutting payroll. We're cutting payroll.
Yeah, I would guess 200 flat would be about it.
And that's what I'm thinking, but if you had any kind of question of like, are they really that strapped for cash right now?
Yes.
1 year, just a hair over $5 million was too much for one of their better pitchers. That is a very emblematic sign that you are going to be working with a patchwork bullpen.
Yes. Now, let's turn it to baseball cards.
Yes.
Shohei Ohtani, his Topps Chrome Gold Logo Man autograph card. So the Logo Man patch in gold, 1 of 1 autograph. It sold for $3 million.
Jesus.
So if you ever wonder why cards have become so expensive. And by the way, it's Topps Chrome Basketball Release Week.
Yes.
And look, let us know if you're interested in going out and buying some of that. We have all kinds of card shops that we trust, whether it's the Sports Collectors Hub and Allen. Those are good people who run Dallas Card Show, RJ Dukes in McKinney, which is where we hosted Peace-a-thon.
That's right.
Worth collecting in Waxahachie. The Waxed Shops with 2 X's. I go out to the one in Rowlett. All of those companies were very, very helpful with their donation items for Peace-a-thon. So if you're looking for like specific places and you're like, I can trust these people, those are some shops. If you're looking to gear up for some Topps Chrome basketball, you've already seen a Cooper Flagg red numbered out of 5 that is expected to go for tens of thousands of dollars. If you wondered why people get so heavy into cards, there is part of the reason.
Yeah, I would love to pay my bills one day off of sports cards. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah,
and the things,
that's the dream, right?
The things that I've seen at the Dallas Card Show, like I still remember I was trying to work out a deal for, I think it was a Bianca Belair card.
Okay.
At some guy's booth, and we just couldn't agree on a price. And the guy next to me was like waiting to show he had a smaller case.
Okay.
Maybe like 8 inches wide. It was a tiny case, so it could maybe hold 20 slabs. And he was like, yeah, so I collect only really rare cards that are hard to comp. And the guy was like, yeah, I've heard that before. He opens up the case and he goes, oh, crap. And he was like, yeah, you meant that. He's like, yeah, I just sold a card for $200,000 yesterday.
Woo!
And I was like, I need to walk away because this is just not my area to be in right now.
You know what? And I'm going to keep brainstorming, make sure I don't forget anybody. Collectible Investments in Hearst is another great shop. They went out of their way to make sure they brought their Peace-a-thon stuff up to a Taco Bueno stop that we had. And so that is super cool. All right. You ready for some NFL overreaction or reality?
I am born ready, Kevin.
Oh, I like that.
How dare you ask me?
Overreaction or reality? You have already cut multiple Cowboys players in your mind.
Reality. That's.
I mean, I had a whole segment Wednesday that proved it's reality for me.
Exactly. And it's the people that you mentioned. It's Terrence Steele and Trayvon Diggs are the first ones that come to mind. I do think that Kenny Clark returns to this team, and I think it's probably for less money than people expect.
Okay.
I think,
what does that number look like to you then?
I think you could see him go closer to $10 million.
Okay. I said 10 to 12, so
yeah.
I would do that, right? Would you do
I would do that in a heartbeat.
Okay.
I think it was just the timing of it all wasn't great for him. It's a veteran player, sure, and you expect him to just come in and plug and play, but no, he spent his whole career in Green Bay doing the same thing, right? So give him a full offseason to kind of acclimate, and you're going to have a new defensive coordinator next year. I'll go ahead and say that. So
okay, let me pause you on that, because one of the things I don't disagree with that theory, but I keep thinking about something that Jerry said with us a couple of hours ago when he was talking about mitigating the progress that you have made as a scheme, as individual players, whenever you switch things up again. And if you go back to the idea that you'll have another defensive coordinator for another year, would that be 4-4 or 3-3? Yeah. So, and like, I keep thinking about how Jerry phrased that, and I wonder if they would say, hey, this is important for our progress saving. I don't agree with that, but as we've established with Jerry earlier, there's plenty of things this team does that I don't agree with.
Yeah, I just wonder how much of that is, I'm going to say the right thing to keep the players invested and motivated and not bail on the scheme in these last 3 games, and how much they really care versus their sense of urgency to get this fixed. I don't think it's an overnight fix, so I think Jerry looks at this and he brings back the old adage of, I don't have enough time for a bad time. I need to make change now for a guy that is going to adapt to his personnel rather than force his scheme onto the personnel that's already present. So there's got to be a balance there, but I don't think there will be. I think it's going to be one side of the coin or the other. So we'll see in the offseason. I think the idea that Jerry just doesn't have enough time is going to win.
And in case you're curious, Terrence Steele, Trayvon Diggs, Kenneth Murray, these are all people that have gone ahead and cut and made the appropriate salary cap adjustments. Overreaction or reality? Zach Taylor has coached his last meaningful game for the Bengals.
Reality. You can't have your franchise quarterback out here saying that he needs to figure out how to enjoy playing football again.
Yeah.
That to me is worse than any of the losses that they've taken this season. Is Joe Burrow, talked about with Maris Leofau earlier, he's one of those guys that lives and breathes and dies by the game of football. Like, he absorbs every second of it. You can hear it. Corey's mentioned it before that, like in his press conferences with media, he is super detailed, super descriptive because he loves the game. And when he's telling you publicly, I don't enjoy the game right now, I'm not having fun.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, of all people, if Trayvon Diggs told me that, I wouldn't be shocked. If Joe Burrow says that, I have a systematic problem in terms of leadership, and then you can actually go to the on-the-field stuff and look at how awful that team is with some of the talent that they do have. I know that their defense is just miserable. Even in terms of personnel, miserable. They don't have good players on that side of the ball. That offense is too good to be losing that many games.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Week 18 Steelers-Ravens game is going to decide the AFC North. Now, the thing about that's weird is the Ravens could theoretically be out of it by then. Now, the Steelers find themselves in a situation where they could lose their next two games, and as long as they beat the Raiders, they're still good to go, and they still win the division. So overreaction or reality, that game will decide the division.
It's a reality, and it's disgusting. I hate everything about that division. I feel like that Jets kid. I hate this team. I hate that division.
Do you hate it more than the NFC South?
I think I do.
Okay.
Because at least the NFC South is committed to being total cheeks, right?
Didn't take long for that.
See, and somebody from the 903, they said add poo cheese, dumpster juice, and camel ass to your disgusting vocab. Okay.
Oh my goodness gracious!
So gonna write those down. No, at least the NFC South knows that they're terrible and they lean into it. Outside of the Bucs, the Panthers are a pumpkin this year. I can't believe them right now. But I do think that division is just a disgrace to the AFC because I usually look at the AFC as the better conference and I look at them as the elite of the elite. And the Ravens are that team, and really the Steelers are like, they were the blueprint for this, right? The Ravens are just like the AFC Cowboys where they will do enough to stay in it, hang around the rim, and they will keep you guessing until the last possible second. The Steelers, you know they won't have a losing record, but you know they won't win enough games for you to care about them one bit. I'm sick of watching Aaron Rodgers play football because he's just not the person that he used to be on the field or off the field.
I think off the field he's the person he used to be.
We just see and hear too much of it now.
Yeah.
I miss when I didn't hear anything about that stuff. That was nice. But, yeah, that's going to decide the division, and they're going to be a total wash in the playoffs. And it's going to be great because I don't have to talk about them outside of the wild card round.
Overreaction or reality, Josh Allen has played himself back into the MVP conversation. It looked like he was the leader for MVP. Then we got to the point where I thought he played himself out of it. Now it seems as though the three-way matchup is him involved, whereas it looked like it was just going to be Stafford and Drake May down to the wire. So overreaction or reality, Josh Allen has played himself back into the MVP conversation.
I'm going to say by technicality, reality.
Like that.
Oh, that was a flow. I'm writing that one down, too. I'm in a weird spot with him, and I'm in a weird spot with this MVP race because everybody's kind of had their game that makes you say, they're human.
Right.
You know, Matt Stafford included, excluding last night where he was masterful, but again, didn't win the game.
Sorry to everybody who benched him.
Yes, and Drake May, I think for my money, is the best quarterback in football right now, and people need to start talking a little crazier about him. I'll start talking crazy about him. I think he could be heading up the next dynasty in the NFL because he's just got the composure and he's got the right people around him. But Josh Allen just won't go away, man. He is so annoying in a good way. He is so annoying where the second you forget about him, he'll have one of those games where it says Josh Allen becomes the first in NFL history to do blank. And you're like, yes, because he's Josh Allen, of course. I do think he's played his way back into the conversation, but I don't think he ultimately makes much noise in the conversation.
Now, I feel like I have been kind of on my best behavior today, so I will ask everybody this. Where do bad rainbows go? They get sent to Prism. But
see, what's traffic looking like?
Don't worry.
Going back home?
It's a light sentence, and it gives them time to reflect.
I've got a combo burrito still in a wrapper that I could use as a weapon like Trevor does candy canes.
You can thank the 214 for making that happen because they sent that in. I hope my delivery did you proud because I think you're doing some damn fine work there, 214.
And I wholeheartedly disagree. Thanks, 214.
Okay. All right. There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno in Flower Mound. And coming up next, I know there's probably plenty of people who have been waiting on this. What football game are you most looking forward to on a stacked weekend? And Masterpiece of the Week. All of it next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey there, folks. If you're looking for a spot that you can buy a brand new car, the place to go, especially during the holiday season, it's Platinum Chevrolet. They got their brand new 80,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Terrell where you can test drive, purchase, and get your service all done at the same spot. And my family has bought 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet in the last 6 years. It's the great people, the great service, the great selection, and those low platinum prices. And this holiday season, they're doing even more to make them even lower. The 2026 Trax is here and ready to go under the tree or maybe outside your house. You can get $7,000 off MSRP for the 2025 Tahoe and the 2026 Traverse, $4,000 off MSRP. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, especially during that holiday season. Together, let's drive.
Football is heating up while the temperatures in DFW are dropping. Cold snaps and shifting Texas soil can bring out foundation issues fast. Don't fumble who handles your home's foundation repair. Call Permapure Foundation Repair. Stinky doors, cracks in your walls. With over 25 years serving DFW, Permapure can tackle it all. They're also Tolos. Schedule your free foundation inspection and mention code TOLA to qualify to score a free $50 gift card. 844-919-7276 or visit dirtnerdsdfw.com. When shift happens, call the Dirt Nerds at Permapure Foundation Repair of Texas.
Serve a feast of holiday classics for less at Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on bone-in spiral cut ham with Prime through December 24th. As always, there's no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
This February, tennis comes to Texas. Ben Shelton, Taylor Fritz, Casper Ruud, and just announced, Grigor Dimitrov. The world's best players step onto center court at the Ford Center at the Star for 9 days of nonstop action at the 2026 Dallas Open, February 7th through 15th. Every serve, every ace, every moment, the stars shine brighter in Texas. Get your tickets now at DallasOpen.com. That's DallasOpen.com.
Guys, you're not alone. 85% of men deal with hair loss. Next Level Med Solutions offers Folix, the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive laser treatment to restore your hair's natural potential. Call 469-991-9292 or go to nextlevelmedsolutions.com. Mention the Fan for an exclusive discount.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppa here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas, Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, on the east side of the Metroplex between Highway 80 and I-20. And right now, you can take advantage of the massive savings this month at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep with the Wrap Up the Year sales event. Truly one of the best times to get your brand new ride. You can also start the process online, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
This next segment's brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
This next segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car truck attorneys in Taos.
Final play of the game. Davis to step up in the pocket, going to heave it for the end zone, and it is caught! It's caught! It's a touchdown!
We are going to get a rematch of that game. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a few minutes. But what football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? 877-881-1053. And there are lots of options, but I'm only going to beat you guys down with one of them to start.
Oh, God.
Did you hear that crows are losing their ability to communicate? Scientists are trying to find the cause. That is from the 940. There's also another hilarious one that I actually don't know if we can tell on air.
Now you got my attention.
It is significantly more intense and risque than the other one. But you could see why I might not tell that one on the air. All right. I picked that highlight. Sorry, Duncanville fans. It's funny, though, right?
It's great.
For just maybe not. That's why I need to be out at Taco Bueno. I'll tell you the
I got
joke
one for you
off
during
air.
the commercial break. That kind of goes along with that one.
Okay, great.
Now.
And so I am really amped up for more of the Texas high school football state championships. We've been giving away those tickets here today at Taco Bueno. But tonight, Class 5A, Division I, undefeated Frisco Lone Star, 15-0, going up against Smithson Valley. They're 14-1. That game will cap the night today at AT&T Stadium. And then tomorrow, this is, I can't believe we continue to get this matchup. It's Galena Park North Shore against Duncanville.
I know.
Now, keep in mind, and this is a wild thing about Duncanville, they are short 2 games compared to most teams in the state final because they said they couldn't find anybody who was willing to play them for those other 2 games. That game will go down tomorrow, 3 o'clock at AT&T Stadium. This is the 6th time in the last 8 years that Duncanville and North Shore have met for the state championship. That in it of itself is bananas. The Hail Mary that we played decided one of them in favor of Galena Park North Shore. They lead the series 3-2, but the momentum is on Duncanville's side because North Shore won in 18, 19, and 21, and then Duncanville won in 22, 23, and then we get the matchup again in 25. And obviously, I want Duncanville to win for Mike's sake, but then it would be 3-3, and then you would have a best of 7 state championship, and go ahead and pencil it in for 2026 because these two powerhouses just keep coming around with each other again and again.
And I will never get sick of it.
No.
I will watch every single second of it. Every year, I don't care at this point because sometimes there are those matchups, and I call games during the football season. Fort Worth All Saints, shout out, repeat state champs right there, baby. But especially in the UIL realm where there's just more schools and there's a lot more chaos. Like sometimes it is a little bit boring when you're like, okay, like I got the read on this team for 3 years now. This is going to be one of them games. But no, this is one of those matchups that you could give it to me every single year in the postseason. And I kind of want it outside of the state championship one of these times. Like that would be cool to see in a semifinal matchup just to add the intensity to that semifinal matchup a little bit more.
The semifinals are usually interesting. It doesn't always happen this way, but if you're going to get a Dallas school against a Dallas school, you'll get that in the semifinals.
Yeah.
Have you been out to AT&T Stadium yet this year for these playoffs? I know you've been out there a million times. I'm saying for these state championship runs, did you see that they had like a circus going on out there?
Really? I haven't been to this season's. I usually try to go to at least one of the matchups every year. And yeah, it seems to get bigger and bigger each year. They're adding new stuff. Like, they're adding seats, it feels like, every year.
Yes,
they're
opening up the decks, absolutely.
And seeing it on TV and hearing the crowd noise every year, it gets louder and louder and louder. The presentation of it is just fantastic. And I got to give the UIL credit there and AT&T Stadium and everybody involved because it gives big fight feel, if you will, to be topical.
Okay, now somebody was saying they did close the circus down because there was a fire. They said it was really intense. That's right, Alec. I made that story up. There's no circus out by AT&T Stadium. That was a setup just to pay off that joke. You can also thank a fan texter for sending that in, and I hope they appreciate the way I set that whole thing up. It was a lie just for that joke. Now, this could be problematic because I still need you to participate in this segment.
No, you don't.
And tell me what football game you're most looking forward to this weekend. Obviously, mine is Miami and Texas A&M for the 903. They said they believe the winner of that game will win the will be in the national championship game because speed kills. I see that answer a lot. Mine is Miami and Texas A&M, 11 a.m. tomorrow.
I think my favorite just of the week slate happened last night. I'm not saying because of the result. I was actually looking forward to that for weeks now. I was ready for that matchup last night on Thursday Night Football. But, Kevin, I can't believe I'm going to say this. In the Lord's year of 2025, I'm looking forward to Tampa Bay Buccaneers at Carolina Panthers.
Oh, that's your division-deciding garbage game right there.
Yes, the battle,
I get it.
The battle of 7-7 powerhouses. That's exactly what I wanted out of my NFC South, baby. Yeah, no, this game. When I looked at the schedule, I don't know, a few weeks ago, this was a wash. It was going to be like Tampa Bay's going to go in there and play an awful Carolina team and just solidify their spot in that division. No, this game actually matters, and I think these teams actually match up better than I would have expected. And this game is going to be a little bit more competitive, because not just because of the implications of the game itself. I just think Carolina's better than anybody could have predicted.
Yeah.
So, and I kind of like watching the Panthers offense. I can't lie. It's not the prettiest thing ever, but Dave Canales has a plan. He has a good scheme. He doesn't quite have the personnel to run it yet, but he's unlocked Bryce Young a little bit. And it's kind of fun to watch because whenever things are going Dave Canales' way, they're moving the football. Rico Dowdle, I don't have to tell Cowboy fans about him. We know what happened earlier this year. He's been doing good work for them. It feels like they're one of those teams that always has 4 good running backs for no good reason because they're not a generally good team. But there's fun players to watch on either side.
See, I'm surprised by the NFC South answer because, believe it or not, Patriots, Ravens, that could be another game that essentially kicks out the Ravens from the playoffs. And I think Packers-Bears. Packers-Bears is a really big one. So I'm amped for this weekend. You can watch Texas high school football right now. You can go to the games. You've got the college football national championship playoff starting tonight with Oklahoma and Alabama. You have lots of key NFL games. This is a dream football weekend, and I am super excited for it, as I'm sure so many people are. And for a lot of people, the main event probably is still going to be Cowboys-Chargers. And remember, everything you need for that starts here at 9 a.m. Sunday, 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have all kinds of special stuff for our pregame show, including an interview with Daniel Jeremiah. Ooh. And then the player profile from CA is with Donovan Ezraku. Plus, you get that postgame show, which is always fire, especially when the Cowboys are struggling. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
Welcome
that
in,
is Masterpiece
gentlemen.
Theater, Trevor.
Say that again?
That is Masterpiece Theater.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Masterpiece Theater.
Remember the one I texted you last night?
Let me.
Trevor, we're going to have to put you in Forgiveness Friday for what just happened. That's okay. I believe in you. You can recover from this and get the job done right.
That's what I'm going to make sure that you guys are proud of me here. I don't know if it's going to happen here. At least be proud, like after type bed. Okay, we're working on it. We're masterpiecing here. Okay,
very masterful.
From the 972, I literally turned it on to hear a stupid ass circus joke. That person's with you, and then there was some person who said they didn't get the crows joke. I will text them. They're trying to figure out the cause, like caw.
Yeah,
but it's a different kind of cause.
That same 972 is the person that said they turn it off, leave it off from 10 to 2 because this show is ass.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, and then they said they turned it on just to hear a stupid ass circus.
Oh,
well, hey, how about the great work we did with Jerry Jones at 10:30? You can hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app or literally anything else we did today.
That's okay. Look, I say the same thing to people all the time. If you give it a week and you just don't like the show, that's totally fine. I appreciate you giving it a shot nonetheless. But what can you do? All right.
I think we have it here. I typed it in.
It's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
There we go.
Hey, buddy. How we doing?
Woo! All right. Hey, I'm just glad. I'm proud that we got there. I'm doing well. Thank you guys for helping. Alec, I apologize. I typed in the incorrect thing, so that's on me 100%. But I have some fun things here for you guys that you guys have taken over the week. And I loved it when y'all do it when the person is not there. Hey, chill, you know what I mean. Come on. I love it when y'all do it with people that aren't here. That's always my favorite thing. So I got a little Corey here for you, and this one I thought was pretty cheeky.
I would like to ride, and you're like, that is a very tiny bikini.
You know, a cheeky bikini? No? All right. Yeah, well.
That does feel on brand for Corey.
Yeah, it does. I'm not surprised. I like what you said before that better. I'm not going to repeat it because I'm not going to get marked.
And look, for the record, it's Corey's fault anytime I don't think he's really sick, because he told me when we worked at the newspaper together that one time when he called in and told me he was sick, he wasn't sick and was doing other stuff. And because of that, I always think in the back of my mind, is that what he's doing?
I have a new theory. He's Tolo going. Trevor, what's next?
I got what next here is we got a little action maybe here. So again, another Corey, because I love it when they're not there and they can't defend themselves. It's phenomenal.
I know I can put my finger into the little hole.
Hey, yo. Pause. What were y'all getting into? Literally.
Third base. Was that not? And look, for the people out there who are going to complain, I understand there might be some discrepancy on the description of the bases, but that's not what you thought I was going to say?
No, not at all. I thought you were going to apologize for making that kind of a joke.
I would like to apologize for absolutely nothing. Right. I realize you could have a different definition of that, but I think we should go for that. Littlefinger. And the guy from Game of Thrones.
That's a phenomenal show until the end. And also, I figured since we're talking about holes, I don't know, Mickey wanted to chime in on something.
And then they know they're coming, and they were coming. You're going to have problems.
So there were some problems. And I just,
Pregnancy. Yeah, I got what you're saying.
Mickey.
Man, Mickey's wild up in here.
And the fact that he's saying these things while at the Star is just a little bit more concerning.
I blame society because these words didn't used to mean these things.
Yeah.
We have corrupted it as society. Like, you used to be able to say things, but now everyone's like...
Like what?
I almost gave an example, and I was like, no, don't do that. It's a trap.
Oh.
So I think it's society's fault, not Mickey's fault.
Oh.
Well, I mean, again, I think society has a lot to do it. But other societal things, like maybe the things that you get when you buy things or you get certain things is something that even, Kevin, you might have a reference here to it.
But you know what boats lead to?
Hose. Okay.
What did society say to that one there, Kevin?
All right, so that's from Step Brothers when they made boats and hose. Look, you've heard the other things that Corey has said. I assume that's what he was getting at. Very rarely does Corey say, further separation of the top tier and bottom tier of earners in society. It's usually something like that. So I was trying to cut to the chase.
I appreciate it. Makes my job easier.
He was not, in fact, talking about hose.
Are you guys excited for the holiday season?
Heck yeah, man.
Okay.
Are you?
Now, I'm very excited. I love Christmas and all the Christmas Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate. Are you guys a fan of the 12 Days of Christmas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I say all that because I'm curious, what your favorite day would be. And Kevin, I'm curious if this is your favorite day.
Oh, here. I got you a turtle dove. Yeah.
So defiant.
Because people are going to be like, the hell is this? How did you make this? Did you genetically engineer this? And what am I supposed to do with a turtle dove? But that was actually in reference to Home Alone 2, because the ending of that movie is stupid. And I feel like I've talked about this enough this week, but guess what? Here's one more. This lady is homeless. She sleeps at the top of the opera house. She's probably hungry and doesn't want to resort to eating her birds. You got a room at the plaza, a cheese pizza in a limo, and all the presents in the world. And he's like, here you go, a Christmas tree ornament. Where the hell is she supposed to put that? She didn't have a Christmas tree. She's homeless.
And you even came after her again, especially with this one.
Oh, great. She's still effing homeless. Yes. See? At least I just showed some consistency with that opinion, because that is still what I think. Because, when that old man helps him out at the beginning, what did Kevin McAllister do? That old man wanted to reunite with his son and his granddaughter, and he helped encourage him to make it happen. That lady probably doesn't want to be homeless, and he's like, well, too damn bad.
I should have never grabbed those clips. It brought something out of you that I was not expecting.
And I got one more here because I'm looking at Walchuk. He's sitting in the studio here. So, a nice little finger there from that, too.
Bobby comes in here and does weird things with this.
What is Bobby? Well, he does do a lot of weird things.
Can you play that one more time, please?
Bobby comes in here and does weird things with this.
Yeah.
Oh, that was about the microphone, the arm, right? The microphone arm, the way you move it and everything.
Yeah, or he could be talking about my hair, too, because Bobby loves to get very touchy with the bun. No.
So
fun,
you do
huh?
not appreciate it when Bobby touches your buns.
No, I really don't, because there's usually some undertones to it that make me...
He's married.
Yeah.
Any buns. Look, if a woman has a hair in a bun and you're like touching the back of their hair, that's weird if you're not together. Like if I just walked up and started touching people's hair, that would probably get the police called. Rightfully so.
You know what? I don't want to leave it on that note because I'm having flashbacks. Trevor, play one more. I know we got one more.
All right, one more. Let's see here. Since again, another one since Corey.
Pause. Hold on. Pause. From the 682. Kevin, are you encouraging children to invite homeless people into their homes with their parents away? No. By that point, his parents were back, and they were in the hotel, not his home. He gets to go back to Chicago. That lady didn't know where he lived. His parents and everybody were there. All right? So it's fine.
And from the 972, cheese pizza in a limo goes hard.
It does.
I agree.
And Tim Curry's trying to bust you when he's not playing Pennywise.
Does give a good Grinch smile, though. Anyway.
He does.
Here's the last one, just for Alec here.
It's Slurpee time, baby.
How does he make that sound creepy? Should Peyton's answer of creepiness have been Corey?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, that's a good clip that you just played. I am going to go Corey talking about being Littlefinger or whatever he was doing there.
Oh, yeah. I guess we're not replaying.
I'm sorry. Here, yeah.
I know I can put my finger into the little hole.
Oh, it doesn't get any better. It really doesn't.
That's bad.
I'm going to go with Slurpee time, baby.
That was tough.
It's Slurpee time, baby.
It's weird. And from the 214, this person said their supervisor was fired for touching a girl's hair. Yeah, if you just walked up behind an employee and you're like, oh, I love your hair, and started touching it, that's weird.
Oh, I didn't dispute that. I brought it to light.
Okay.
I brought it to 100,000 watts.
All right, Trevor, it feels like it's going in Corey's direction. We have Littlefinger versus Slurpee. Would you like to break the tie and play the winning cut?
I am absolutely about this one.
I know I can put my finger into the little hole.
Absolutely.
Well, good for you, Corey.
And that's why he is not here today.
Got to find new ways to keep the marriage alive. I get you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for a chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, are the Cowboys officially out? Nick Eatman back from the stadium at 9:20, star up, star down, and all the CFP games from the world of college football. It's a football Monday on The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM Network, here to help you beat the books. We're going to the college football playoff tonight, taking Oklahoma on the money line against Alabama. These two teams squared off in the regular season, and the Sooners went into Tuscaloosa and won. Tonight's game will be in Norman. Norman is going to be jumping. I'm not expecting a ton of points, so I'm staying away from the 1.5 line that I'm seeing with Oklahoma, but I'm confident enough in the Sooners to take them on the money line. You should be too. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere.
had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Guys, you're not alone. 85% of men deal with hair loss. Next Level Med Solutions offers Folix, the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive laser treatment to restore your hair's natural potential. Call 469-991-9292 or go to nextlevelmedsolutions.com. Mention the fan for an exclusive discount.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sloman's Home Security has an exclusive deal. A free home security system with free professional installation and 24/7 central station monitoring when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. That's right, free system and professional installation. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Sloman's. Your system includes a touchscreen keypad, 3 door or window sensors, a motion detector, notifications, and remote keypad access, so you can check in anytime from anywhere. You can't put a price on peace of mind. At Sloman's Home Security, we believe every family deserves to feel safe, because protecting what matters most shouldn't be complicated or expensive. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Sloman's to get your free home security system and professional installation today. Sloman's Home Security, protecting families nationwide. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say keyword Sloman's. That's pound 250, keyword Sloman's.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it quits working. It's time to call the doctor, Garage Door Doctor. We've been Houston's go-to for over 35 years, and now the doctor is in the Big D. No subcontractors, just pros who show up and fix it right. If your garage door is loud, slow, or letting bugs in, don't ignore the symptoms. Call Garage Door Doctor. We've been all over Texas, and now we're right here in the Big D. Call Garage Door Doctor or schedule online at garagedoordoctor.biz and ask about our $29.99 tune-up special.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouthwatering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, Babe Loftenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhart. Joey, how's it going?
It's going great, babe. We're in the final stretch of our race to finish number one for the third year in a row.
The championship is on the line. What's the play of the day?
Upgrade to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 and score $15,000 in total savings. That's right, a winning drive with $15,000 in total savings.
And you've got the deepest roster in the game, a huge selection to find the perfect upgrade.
That's right, babe. It's a world champ selection with a world champ savings. We won't miss a deal. Shop year-end savings before time runs out.
Don't wait. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com or go see Joey in the truck building today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023-2024. Stock number TG138456. Classic discount $8,500. Customer cash $2,000. GM bonus cash $1,500. Chevy Select Market bonus cash $3,000. Plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 1/2/26.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment of Crosstalk is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We've had a blast today at Taco Bueno in Flower Mound. Thank you to everybody who has rocked and rolled with us today. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Heggy, we are rolling. How the heck are you?
Man, I'm doing phenomenal, and I would really love to loop you all in one of the conversations we were having just a few minutes ago about there's big-time games at the high school level, collegiate level, obviously in the NFL. Is there a particular game or pair of games that y'all are most amped up about this weekend, especially with by the time we get to Sunday, the Cowboys likely being officially eliminated from the playoffs?
Yeah, I think the fun starts tonight in a big way with OU and Bama, just all the local fans that are fired about this one, the opportunity to beat a program like that in the playoffs, it's massive. But, for me, I'm still holding out hope the Packers miss the playoffs, so they're in Chicago tomorrow night at 7:20. That one's huge.
Yep. And it feels like a lot of people are counting on Chicago to fold. Dawson, what do you think about the Bears' prospects for the rest of the regular season and then potentially in the playoffs?
I've been skeptical about the Bears for much of the season, but they finally sold me. And I think Caleb Williams is one of those quarterbacks that maybe just took about 25 or 30 games to figure it out. I've seen signs from him the last couple of weeks that he is starting to develop a swagger under pressure instead of peeing down his leg. And that's, obviously a big sign of the position.
Do you feel that way at all, or do all of y'all feel that way at all about Sam Darnold and the Seahawks? Because he struggled, but when it came down to it, they got the job done.
They did. They found a way to get the job done. I mean, that one, you talk about momentum. I think that was like the perfect series of Reggie. Momentum is real. Because that was all Rams. Dawson called 40-14 or 40-13 Rams would win. And it
was looking like that for a minute. Yeah,
it did. They get that interception in the red zone. I'm like, oh, my gosh, Dawson was all over this. He nailed it. And then Rashid Shaheed gets the punt return for a touchdown. One of the best trade acquisitions of the deadline. Clint Kubiak, of course, with him in New Orleans. That was a statement win for Sam Darnold. He battled back. They were able to get the job done. The back and forth with Mike McDonald, defensive coordinator, calling the plays. Sean McVay, the offensive coordinator. It was awesome. But the Rams not having Devontae Adams, I still think the Rams are better between those two teams. But that was huge for the confidence moving forward for Sam Darnold.
Heggy, I'm interested in the Cowboy game because I think Diggs is going to get activated and play.
Okay, so let me ask you then, would that have happened if Deron Bland was still good to go?
I don't know the gymnastics of that whole thing. I think that Dallas has got to kind of position itself to, Shotty talked about wanting to win games, and so this might be an opportunity. I think the Chargers we've talked about them all week. I think they're an outstanding team. It's going to be a difficult game. But, this is, this thing is, we kind of thought, well, this thing's going to end in a way where, this will be Diggs' last game, and, he's not going to be active and all that. But evidently that he practiced a little bit better this week from what I was told. And, there was going to be a possibility of him playing, and I'm just starting to hear some whispers that he will be activated and will get a chance to start on Sunday. So be interested to see how that whole dynamic works out for him, with these last 3 games.
Okay, can I ask you one more question about those last 3 games then, please? Do you think that, much like Eberflus, these last 3 games will predict the future for Trayvon Diggs and if he sticks with the Cowboys?
Well, didn't Jerry this morning tell you asked several good questions of Jerry, and the one about Diggs, he kind of said, I can't tell you that right now.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's 3 games or, they're going to probably sit down postseason and kind of figure out, okay, what does our cap situation look like, and then go from there. I'm sure that Adam Pacifica, Todd Williams, those guys all over there that work on that have probably given Jerry a decent idea. I kind of feel like the thing with Flus, I think that thing has already been cast. I just feel like, when you start to talk about, putting a coach up in the box and stuff like that, and you can see things, and that's Schottenheimer. I have a feeling is going to tell us on, Brad Sham will probably ask a question of him, on Sunday on our pregame show about that, about putting the guy up in the box and seeing things and all that, and being able to make adjustments quicker. I think that's what they're going to try and sell. They're going to try and sell that, having him up there. They just didn't feel like that they made adjustments quick enough this season, and maybe this will be an opportunity to see if maybe things could be a little different that way.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. We will have Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock and Nick Harris, Star Telegram, at 6:20. He's going to be live at AT&T with the championship games going on. So we'll talk to him about all things football there coming up at 6:20.
Oh, man, that could be really fun. Yeah, absolutely. All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Merry Christmas, Kevin.
Merry Christmas, all you ho-ho-hos out there.
All right.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ultimately, the organizers of the college football playoff just want people to watch the games, but it does feel like their choices are going to be put to the test this weekend. They controversially put Miami in over Notre Dame. If the Hurricanes lose, you can count on hearing from Notre Dame fans. Just another layer of drama in what promises to be a very, very exciting college football weekend. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Here's something most doctors know that most men never talk about. Stress from work, money, and family doesn't disappear at night. It could follow you into the bedroom, and suddenly your mind won't let your body do what it used to do naturally. For moments like that, doctors often look for treatments that help both the brain and the body. That's where Rugiet Ready comes in. Unlike those other popular brands, Rugiet Ready is a next-generation drug that helps prime your brain for arousal and increase blood flow. It uses 3 C ingredients in 1 mint that dissolves under your tongue so it absorbs fast. Most men are ready in about 15 minutes on average. Over 150,000 men have already tried Rugiet. A doctor reviews your health online, and if it's appropriate, the prescription ships discreetly to your door. Visit Rugiet.com/sports to get 15% off your first order. That's RUGIET.com/sports. Individual results may vary. Rugiet Ready is a compounded prescription that is not FDA approved. Visit Rugiet.com for full safety information.
Hey, Cowboys fans, this season is not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/royal rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
Make money predicting sports, politics, culture, and more legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin, the Oscars, and even politics. If it matters, you can trade on it. Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Tolos, as parents, we'd all hope that someone would help our kids if they were in need. You have a chance right now to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's easy, free towing, paperwork done, and a tax deduction. Your car helps at-risk kids at Texans Can Academies earn a diploma. Visit carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety.
Football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. Here we go. It is our number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. We'll reset you on that top Cowboy story Brian was talking about at the break. General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. You have Jacob Ray in for one Lucius Alexander today. Send LA some love on social. Let him know he's missed. Wolchuk's in the house. Chief is he's doing some holiday stuff there with the kids. So salute to Eric. Send him some love on social. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And, welcome into the show. Trayvon Diggs had a good week of practice. They've been non-committal about him playing or not playing publicly. We do have Stephen Jones coming up in 1 hour. I imagine he'll tell us that this is going to be a decision they're going to make an announcement on over the weekend. But, Brian, what are you hearing?
Yeah, I just talked to a couple of folks in the organization. You did mention about him having a good week and some things, improved with him. The way that he practiced and the way they felt about him practicing, and so it sounds like that he's going to get the opportunity to get elevated this week and then be able to start for you on Sunday. So those are. I think that's good news, and it's so funny how I know myself personally have gone from you need him to play to like, I don't think he's going to play to now he's going to play. And so it's really kind of strange. I know Heggie asked the question about, with Bland being out and all that, and some of the situations with some of your other corners. Do you need him to play? Shotty wants to win games. With that all being said, you're probably going to have to find a way to get your best guys out there, and he's gonna be one of those guys for you. So look for him to there'll be some type of announcement. I'm sure we'll get the report today about who practiced and what, and who's out and who's in. But I believe that we'll have Diggs in this week. So good thing for him, and we'll see if it's a good thing for the defense this weekend against the Chargers.
Yeah, I do think it's too late. I hope he just goes out there and plays great and exposes their foolishness for not activating him sooner, and boosts his trade value. That's what we got to hope for right here, that, if Trayvon goes out there to a great finish to the season, his contract is well below market value at corner. If he can prove he's healthy and go get a couple of interceptions here at the end of the season, then maybe you could get something for him.
Yeah, it's look, that would be a positive. If he's able to go out there and play well, and maybe even gets his hands on a football, gets an interception, you see a little bit of vintage Trayvon Diggs. It's great either one moving forward with the Cowboys, especially if they make a change at defensive coordinator and he's happier about that. Or two, maybe he is able to up some value in these last 3 weeks, and there is a trade partner to be had. But to me, it's one of two things. I do tend to feel if we didn't get this news on Bland, it probably would have been status quo, and you don't have Diggs. I think, again, this goes back to the reactionary. We're going week by week. We're kind of just, hey, whatever is good for us in the moment is what we're going to do. Or the positive view of it is he has ticked off all the boxes. He did what Dak told him to do, and he went to the coaching staff and said, what did you need to see from me? Check in every day. He was accountable. He practiced to the standard that they wanted to see, and you know what? He earned the right to get back in the lineup and start. And so I hope that's what it is, and it's not just, well, now we need a corner, and it's the reaction to, all right, you know what, Diggs, we're just going to play you because we now don't have Deron Bland.
There have just been so many different data points on this coming in from the player side, coming in from the coaches, coming in from the front office. It's like everybody's got a different way of talking about it depending on which day it is. It's really difficult to get a firm understanding or believe anything that appears to be true or not. But yeah, I think whatever the case, they should have had Diggs back to put him on the field with Deron Bland and given themselves a chance to win these last two games. You gave up so many big plays. You made Jared Goff look great. J.J. McCarthy looked great. And I believe Diggs would have, had something to say about both of those situations. And now, you're in a spot where I don't think there's any way you can cover anybody with what we were about to put out there once Deron Bland is out. And, Deron Bland needing the foot surgery, I think a lot of people have talked about him because there's the Marvin Harrison game was brutal. There's been a couple of other plays that have been brutal, but he has been not bad, not horrible, maybe just an average level starter, and you want him to get back to that level that he was a couple of years ago. He probably won't ever get back there, but that was a playing style that's dependent upon pressure, and they just have not been able to get a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. I think that's one of the reasons why they'll likely lose this game this weekend is because the fact that we've kind of been really adamant all week. It's been, banged up, compromised offensive line. I heard Heggie and little Alec Medford talking about it today, about their situation. And, but every time that we've talked about compromised offensive line for 15 weeks now. And this team just does not generate. It generates pressure. It doesn't generate sacks. And that's the issue here. And when they get back there with pressure, they don't find a way to finish. And I think that's the bigger issue. We'll see with the Chargers. I'm not anticipating them having a bunch of pressure on this guy. They let a quarterback who's essentially a rookie last week off the hook the way they played. Maybe, everybody's talking about, well, maybe Flus can sit up there and see more see when, they're blocking us this way. I need to bring more pressure and all that. Hell, I don't know how you can just stand on the sidelines and see when you don't rush and you don't bring pressure, you have problems. I don't need for you to be on the field, the press box, sitting next to me, standing in the parking lot, wherever. but that's just it. Like I say, this seems like all like too late maneuvers here.
Yeah, it really is an interesting story. I don't buy the angle that they both just got together and decided, hey, let's see if you can see this better up in the press box. It's awful coincidental that after 17 years being on the sideline, Eberflus has just decided, hey, why don't I go into the press box and see if the lights come on for me? I think it's much more likely that Eberflus was offended by the way the head coach talked to him, and the head coach doesn't want to show his ass and lose his temper again on the sidelines because frustrations are coming to a head. That's what I think makes a lot more sense. But again, it's hard because football teams are half in the PR business with what they let out. So you just kind of got to take them at their word in a lot of situations. Thursday night football, a lot of takeaways. Number one, I usually don't get into uniform talk because we've been doing it for 2.5 decades at this point. I'm exhausted by uniform talk. But damn it, that looked terrible. They looked like they jumped in a muddy puddle, like they were hanging out with Peppa Pig and they got their uniforms dirty. Okay. The numbers were shiny in a way that as the stadium lights were hitting them, I couldn't see the numbers, clearly. The helmets were a weird, color change thing. So that was my first takeaway is just like, let's stop with these. These and the Arizona uniforms that had the specs on them, 10 weeks or so ago. Both of these bothered me, But man, very exciting finish to the game.
Amazing.
Seahawks down 16 in the fourth. They get 2 touchdowns, two-point conversions, one of them on a backward pass that got deflected into the end zone where the running back went to pick it up, just thinking he was getting the ball for the official. I'm just going to go over here and be a nice guy, and they're like, 2-pointer good upon further review. And then in overtime, the Rams score a touchdown. The Seahawks score, and they go for 2, and they get the win. So they take control of the NFC West in the most improbable way possible, and they're in the driver's seat now to the number 1 seed. But they win despite turning it over 4 times and allowing the Rams nearly 600 yards of offense. It's the only time a team has lost with that statistical profile in NFL history. But pretty exciting stuff there. Football, Thursday night football. It was good
incredible.
Times.
It was the game of the year.
I think the Rams are making fools of themselves because it's in the rule book.
With the 2-point thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Stafford after the game saying, well, I didn't think you could advance the ball. It is a backwards pass in that situation. We've never seen anything like that.
No.
It was unreal. I mean, they got it right. It clearly did go backwards, and they got the proven shot of Zach Charbonnet picking up the football in the end zone. And to your point, he didn't know that was going to be a 2-point conversion, but it was. I mean, that's why you've got to play to the whistle. If that's why they teach you to. No matter what, no matter if you think this is blown dead, always run to the football. And for the Rams, that certainly cost them one, but they had plenty of chances. And defensively, they got some stops, and credit Seattle's defense. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence looked unbelievable last night for Seattle. I can understand, especially after Ferg was talking to us, why we miss him.
Yeah, we do.
He was an underrated player, and the fan base wanted to crush him because he didn't get the sack numbers after he got paid. But that was a dude who, down in, down out, you knew what effort you were getting from DeMarcus Lawrence. The run defense was always there. He was maybe a pressure guy, not a sack guy. But Seattle's lucky to have number 0 right now.
Yeah, you could snap your fingers. You'd go back, and Jordan Lewis and Tank Lawrence would still be on this football team, and they'd be a lot better for it. Okay, college football playoff Friday night here. How fired up are people heading to Norman, Oklahoma? Go ahead and text in at 877-881-1053. I imagine a lot of you are already up
Carter
there.
Freeman's on his way to that game.
He sure is.
Man, what a dream come true. It's a 7 o'clock tonight, Memorial Stadium. Sooners 1.5-point favorite. I'd be betting Bama here fairly comfortably. How about you guys?
Yeah, I'm with you. The rematch, I don't know what version of John Mateer you're going to get. If you get the John Mateer pre-injury, I think Oklahoma at home with that defense, they got a good shot. Their offenses looked so bad. I think Alabama will have the adjustments. They helped Oklahoma in their first meeting. The pick sixes, special teams errors. I think
it was 17 points off turnovers. They only scored 23.
I think they'll have things cleaned up. I would pick Alabama, even though I don't think either. I think both these teams are pretenders. I don't think either has a chance to do much past this game.
Who's my guy, Joshua? Is that the guy I argue with? What was my guy's name?
Gabriel? The T-shirt,
it's
Gabriel.
Gabriel. Yeah, Gabriel. I'm sure he's locked in right now.
Hoping to hear from Gabriel tonight.
Yeah.
What you drinking and what you thinking.
Maybe for
round two.
A little pregame activity.
Little smack
and stuff
talk.
like that. Yeah, I think Alabama will play a much cleaner game. And you're right about Mateer. I mean, every time you watch him play, you're kind of feeling like, you watch the Texas game and some other games, and you're just like going, "Gosh, what is he doing?" Yeah. But I think Alabama's built for these types of situations. So give me the Tide over the Sooners and tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they really, really rolled them in yardage and first downs, everything in that first game was in their perspective. And then coming off of that game and having that be in their memory, you got to imagine the ball security, the focus, the determination is going to be at an all-time high. Now, you do have to give a ton of respect to the Oklahoma defense.
Absolutely.
Defense is amazing.
I was watching their edge rusher, Thomas. And
good player.
He is a really good player, and he's coming back. I mean, they have not had him since the Tennessee game. And Proctor, Thomas, there's going to be some really good matchups across the board here tonight for this Alabama offensive line and then this Oklahoma defensive line.
And then you do have to wonder, and this is a common theme, I think, in many of the games, many of the teams. How does the DeBoer, is that a distraction?
See, I was going to bring that up of maybe the Michigan situation.
Yeah.
That maybe because you just never know if you all of a sudden you look bad, you lose this game, and then the coach bolts. What do we say? He had coached at one of the directional Michigan schools. I think it was Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, I think it was Eastern Michigan.
Eastern Michigan, yeah.
But I'll double check.
But he was an offensive coordinator at one time. I was kind of thinking, okay, what's his connection to the state of Michigan? Well, he worked up there at one time, in the MAC there with one of those directional schools. I think it's Eastern Michigan is where he was at.
Eastern Michigan, 2014 to 16.
But yeah, I mean, Michigan's a big job, and they're probably holding off. We haven't heard much about. We've heard a bunch of names as far as guys, maybe the wish list. They might be holding off so they can talk to this guy, and if in fact Oklahoma does win this game, hell, we might have a change. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if he were to leave. There's a couple of teams that would be in play now too. I think Texas would be in play with Sark maybe leaving, and my alma mater LSU. I think both those teams might be in a situation where that kind of falls apart. That maybe even Lane Kiffin could leave LSU if the Alabama job were to come open.
All right, we have just learned that Stephen Jones is going to join us at 2:45. Coming up here in the G-Back Nation, little Football Friday conversation with Steve coming up at 2:45 here in the Nation. Okay, so we'll move things around a little bit, get Mr. Jones in here. Mavs beat the Pistons in overtime, 116-114. Anthony Davis playing with the flu. He had sick face. He looked pale. He was battling through. Yes, Flagg with 23 and 10.
Oh, my gosh.
AD with 15 and 14, and you get the win in overtime. He's clutch. Cooper Flagg is clutch.
We might need to recalibrate what we think of this team moving forward.
Yes. I mean, that's the best team in the East, or at least the team with the best record in the East.
They were 21-6 or 21-5 coming into this.
Yeah, and I was totally with you guys. Like, this draft class is awesome. Let's go ahead and team tank. But if Cooper Flagg's going to play like this, especially late in games and consistently, you might have yourself a superstar that is arriving way earlier than we expected.
He has played well enough that he's now good enough to be on the AD Kyrie timeline. Like, he can help them win a championship late, kind of like Kawhi Leonard helped Tim Duncan get his last one.
It's stunning just how good all of a sudden the last 2 weeks he's looking.
Yeah. So a lot to go by. Like all these reports that they're going to tear this thing down and they'll be tanking and building through the draft by February. I mean, you better get rid of these guys quickly because they're going to pile up a bunch of wins. And if you let Kyrie Irving get back in the mix, they might be the second best team in the West.
Oh, don't say it.
You're not going to beat the Thunder, and you're not going to win a championship this year unless they get seriously hurt and everything comes together well for you. But man, it's a hell of a team. Dallas Stars, Tyler Sagan had surgery. December 16th was the announcement from Jim Nill. Repaired that torn ACL. Time frame to return is going to be evaluated after the Olympic break. But you won't be seeing him till training camp. Sucks for him. Sucks for the team. As it's at minimum. if you're half Wolverine, 7 months, 8 months, something like that. All right, we'll be back. G-Bag Nation, we got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Happy National Underdog Day, the 10 greatest underdogs in sports. 877-881-1053. Who's your favorite underdog? That's next. But I love Prize Picks. I'll tell you, you can go ahead and get in tonight. We've got the fight. That's right. It is Paul, it is Joshua, and it's happening on Prize Picks. So they got the weekly flyer option for you. This flyer, okay, they can go ahead and get the max discount this week. Special max discount promotion live on the board right now. Anthony Joshua has been discounted to only needing to go for more than half a total punch landed in the boxing match against Jake Paul. So just add another player to your lineup, and if your picks hit, you can cash in. So if you want to go ahead and add in tonight's stars back in action, you can go ahead and more or less on the Mikko Rantanen shots on goal, more or less on the Jason Robertson points. You can also dabble in the college football playoff options. And, of course, they've got regular football as well, more or less on the CeeDee Lamb receiving yards. So you think Pickens has the bounce-back game, more or less on half a touchdown for him. The Dak Prescott passing yards, attempts, tons of glorious options on Prize Picks.
No, you're freaky deaking her.
So when he said A, I said she'll allow it. LA Live is still my idea. It's your idea. That doesn't make it.
I was gonna say, that doesn't make it better.
No, babe. I want to put it on.
I'm trying to find out what G back in the day is.
Also, LA Live, that's an early time to be getting it on.
Unless you're listening to it on the Odyssey app.
Imagine you're doing it live.
Well, unless you're listening to G-Bag Snacks.
LA Live's gonna come on, take our clothes off.
It comes on at 12:45. Hurry up. We got 5 minutes.
Pretty funny bit there. Very funny show there, Fred and Blake, every night, 7 to 11.
It's a fun show.
Yeah, and the way I would weigh in, I would say maybe not inappropriate, just you don't want anything that can be a distraction.
Sure. Tolo go, right? That's what Corey's trying to get going. That's a good example right there.
I think
Lucius is on.
I think the sports brain is a good delayer of gratification, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know? You ever in one of those moments you're like, man, I gotta put on a little bit better show?
Yeah.
Just start going through the Cowboys depth chart. You know, anything to distract yourself of the pure glory that is, in process.
Just anger yourself.
Is that just me?
Yeah. No, you got to
your
think of
tricks?
anything. Yeah.
What are your tricks? Maybe you don't need one. Maybe you're a full bedroom Chad, and salute to you if you are. It's time to go over here to Zach with an H, or Wooly Bully with his top 10.
Thank you. It is National Underdog Day. I think we all know an underdog in our life. Shout out to you. 877-881-1053. Who are some of your favorite underdog stories? Or what are in all of sports?
Miracle on Ice.
Yeah, it's
the greatest.
That's the GOAT, I think, too. I'm with you. 1980, U.S. men's hockey team, Lake Placid.
Texas Rangers against the Rays, the O's, the Astros.
Yeah, absolutely. That 2023 run was pretty damn amazing. I mean, heck, the first NFC championship for the Cowboys in the 90s, going to Candlestick, beating the 49ers. That was an underdog story. They were a year early to many people. They had no chance. No chance. And then against the Bills, because nobody circled the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. They're not beating Jim Kelly and company. What they do, they kicked their ass in the Rose Bowl that year. A lot of great underdog stories throughout the years. 972 said, my favorite underdog is me versus my wife in any argument or discussion.
That's not one you want to win.
No, that's one where you just, regardless of if you know you're right, just accept defeat.
Yeah.
And you can sleep well that night. Otherwise, just expect you could get killed in your sleep.
I don't think you should accept defeat. I think you should just accept there's no winning. You know? Yeah. Accept the fact that she can't accept defeat. Mm-hmm. And you can be the stronger person.
Does walking away make them mad? Or do they respect you for being able to walk away?
Just existing makes them mad.
I've never had that experience.
Just existing makes them mad. There's nothing you can do to stop them from getting mad and disappointed. It's a perpetual state.
I just never found myself walking away and it actually working out for me.
Well, it hasn't worked out for you, clearly.
0 for 2, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But if you weren't walking away, maybe you should have tried it. I don't know.
I will listen. I will sit there.
That's usually the key.
Like my life, my life nowadays is just 12 hours of talking. If somebody wants me just to sit there and listen to them talk, I am all in.
Yeah.
Because all I do is talk all day. So, if somebody wants to get mad at me and like, I'm like, I'll sit there and nod. Yeah.
Glorious.
Do you ever think sometimes I'm listening way too much? These people will not stop talking because they're just unloading on me?
I'll tell you what, man, the older you get, the more you do listen.
Yeah.
That's what I've found. Like I said, I've told you my life in the 30s.
Mm-hmm.
I should have just kept my mouth shut about with Parcells and all that instead of fighting.
Yeah, it could be a GM right now.
Now at 62, I kind of think like, God, how bad did I F all that up? You know? That's the thing that you talk about a regret. I don't have many regrets. That was the one. Just keep your damn mouth shut.
Learn how to bite your tongue.
Yeah.
Just keep it locked.
Yep.
Well, speaking of underdogs, Jake Paul, 7-1 underdog against Anthony Joshua
is a
tonight.
Giant.
Yeah,
I saw that.
It's bad. It looks awful.
I saw the stare off, weigh in, whatever you want to call that thing.
Yeah.
Is he a 6'6" guy? How tall are we talking here?
Let me see. I sent this to myself yesterday because I had the weight that they both weighed in at, and it was, so Paul is 6'1", 216 with a 72-inch reach. Joshua 6'6", 243, 82-inch reach.
Okay.
Is what they weighed in at. So
and
quite an advantage for Anthony Joshua.
And the guy who Paul's fighting is a former boxer himself.
Heavyweight champion.
Holy
This
jeez.
might be the biggest size mismatch since Balboa and Drago.
Yep, I'm with you. And here, the previous person, Gervonta Tank Davis, Jake Paul was supposed to fight. It would have been the opposite way for Jake. Jake was towering over him. Now he's got a guy that this could be awful for Jake Paul. But he's attracting 82% of the bets and 90% of the money that has been wagered at DraftKings so far. So a Paul upset would result in nearly $100 million loss for the sportsbook.
Nobody wants to bet on Joshua. You'd have to bet like $1,200 or something to make $100.
He looks just so overwhelming.
He does.
Like, he does not look like a sloppy guy at all. He's like a kind of a tight end looking guy. You know,
and he's
like
only
from
36.
Iowa.
Yeah, it's not like he's gotten out of shape or anything.
No.
I've seen interviews with him. My gosh, he's fighting a dude that you would think he would fight a guy that you kind of sloppy looking and
no,
maybe
I mean,
not
good for
all
Jake
together.
for fighting a legit fighter this time. You know, I'll give him credit for that. And if he's able to somehow, if he lands on Anthony Joshua, he's got a chance. I mean, Joshua's been KO'd before. His chin's not great, but Joshua might just be so fast for him. I don't know how good Jake's defense is.
But
he might open himself up to get.
But if his chin is 5 inches up, I mean,
he's got to hit it.
Is that constant or is it all body shot, and then because punching up all day?
It worked for Usyk against Fury, that's for sure. Because Usyk is a very much shorter fighter.
Because
and so the angle in which he was able to get.
That's what I'm saying. The shoulders of having to keep punching up.
You get
instead
that
of
uppercut.
direct. Yeah,
he has a chance, but you're right. I mean, looking at them, the face off, I'm like, dude, I don't know how Jake Paul's going to survive this.
The reach looks...
It is. It's a big reach advantage. Yeah. All right, let's get to the top 10 greatest underdogs in sports. Jakob Ray, do you have a favorite underdog?
I'm going to go Bears-Packers this week. My Bears are an underdog at home against the Packers.
Bears,
that's what I'm going to go with.
That's what we're doing. All right, really well prepared, Jacob. That's all right. Your dog got his nuts cut off yesterday.
Whatever's top of mind.
Yeah, that's true.
I went to Rangers. You could throw in Mavs against Heat.
Yeah, Mavs Heat, 2011, 100%. That's a good one. Vince Papale is on this list as an honorable mention. I mean, it's a hell of a story.
Yeah.
Appalachian State going to Michigan, the Big House in 2007.
Blocked a field goal to get that one done, right?
I'm going to skip over that in 07. We don't need to talk about that. Jeremy Lin Sanity is on here as an honorable mention.
What was the 07 one?
Well, we don't need to talk about it.
Was it a Cowboy one?
It was a Maverick one.
Oh.
Golden State.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that was wild. I think Golden State was the 8th seed.
Yes, it was the first ever 8 to beat a 1.
That's right.
Yeah, Baron Davis, I still can't stand to this day.
Don Nelson getting it done.
I hate him. Kurt Warner, honorable mention, underdog story.
I'll tell you what, amazing. I've told you guys the stories that we had Kurt Warner as our like fourth.
Yeah, he didn't want to go in.
Didn't want to throw.
He didn't want to throw. I've never seen a guy do that.
He was intimidated.
He was very intimidated. It was Favre, Burnell, Detmer, and Kurt Warner, and he just did not want to go in. Like Mooch tried. Mooch tried to send him in a couple of times. He just didn't want to do it.
I didn't want to throw at that flag football game I was telling you about a couple of nights ago. There were like 5 high school quarterbacks, and they're like zipping it around in the warm up. I was just like, I'll just jog it over to you.
You're like, please,
there you go.
Please, let's not do this. We got a text in for Boise State, Oklahoma. Certainly 903. Andy Ruiz. Speaking of boxing, 100% from the 817.
That was a great upset.
Who's the guy that beat Tyson that one time in Tokyo?
Buster Douglas.
Yeah, Buster Douglas will be high on here.
Yeah.
Tennis, the 2017 Mississippi State Bulldogs. Shout out to Dak.
Okay, how about this one that we just now are living? Congratulations to Texas A&M, knocking off volleyball women, knocking off Nebraska.
Oh, yeah?
Knocking off #1 Pitt yesterday.
They beat #1 Pitt?
Yeah, the Aggie ladies they're
on a run.
They're in the finals against Kentucky.
That's unreal. Good for them.
We're in the finals of the tournament already?
Yeah, we're in the finals.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I thought that was in the summer.
We need to find a way to get the TVs on ESPN. That might be it.
I know. Trust me. I've only figured out this whole thing is a weird setup we've got here. I've got this one working.
We're trying.
It all controls everything. This is a weird deal.
Youth volleyball is a total beatdown, as I confided in you guys a couple of days ago. I was so happy when Abby quit it, but there's just something about the college volleyball that's significantly better.
Ladies are outstanding athletes, but congrats to the Lady Aggies. Pitt was #1 in the country. Knocked them off yesterday.
You were a huge Wisconsin Badger fan for a year.
I was.
Number 9 is
Their
Shaq.
videos were outstanding.
Oh, a lot of pics and vids. That Shaq Griffin comes in at number 9. because he had the one hand, makes it all the way to the NFL. That's a pretty awesome story. Rulon Gardner, wrestling 2000.
Oh, yeah.
20-year-old.
Did he get frostbite or something at some point? Wasn't that part of the story? Maybe that was after his gold.
It might have been after, because he did beat Alexander Karelin of Russia, who had not lost since 1987 until that 2000 Olympics in Sydney, when he was able to beat him.
13 years without losing?
13-year undefeated streak, and had already won 3 gold medals, and then loses.
This is the Roman Greco wrestling stuff?
Yeah. 2016 Leicester City, number 7.
Oh, that was. How about this one?
They've stunk ever since, right? Like, they have not been good since that year. Haven't they been relegated?
Been all right.
Did they almost get relegated?
I don't know if they have been relegated.
You know what's funny about that list? There were people that bet on them to win it, and they had the odds. I think it was 5,000 to 1.
Yeah, they cleaned up.
And there were people that were trying to buy them out of their bets. Like
5,000 to 1. An estimated $32 million was lost in the sports.
Holy
books.
crap! They've been relegated twice since winning.
Yeah.
They have not been good.
They had their owner passed away in a helicopter
They were
crash.
immediately relegated the next year, making them the first winners to go down immediately. And then the year after that, they got out of the championship.
Yeah.
So they're like in the.
Yeah.
That really was an
flight.
underdog story. Number 6 is Joe Namath's Jets, 1969. 18-point underdogs.
Joe guaranteed it.
5 is the 16 Cleveland Cavaliers, down 3-1 in the finals, come all the way back to win. First championship in 52 years. 4 is the 08 Giants against the undefeated Patriots. Patriots were 12-point favorites in that game.
Made money on that.
3 is Rudy. Best underdog story.
No,
you listen to
I don't think that thing's real.
Joe Montana talks about, well, he was a real guy, and that did happen, but the story has been exaggerated.
Buddy of mine,
Joe Montana hates Rudy.
Yeah.
Really?
A buddy of mine,
he has disdain talking about
his brother played on that 73 Notre Dame team. He said that's all a bunch of crap.
Yeah, they definitely, Hollywood took some liberties in that, but he did get lifted off the field. I think this was more of like a locker room joke that had happened, though. 2 is Buster Douglas. But number 1, greatest underdog story in sports history, 1980, U.S. hockey team. Again, who do you play for? I play for the United States of America. Hopefully, we go ahead and get gold this year in the Olympics.
I don't know,
again.
man.
Bring it on, Canada.
Our hockey rink is not the NHL.
The ice is bad.
It's not even built.
We got slushy ice.
We got 2 months to build an arena, and I don't think we're going to have it up.
We got problems. They got to figure this out.
Yep, a lot of problems.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 in the books. We got Stephen Jones coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys.
Let's chat East Dallas Diesel. It is the holiday season. No better place to go to get yourself a new ride this holiday than my friends at East Dallas Diesel. And if you've been thinking about getting into a new truck, SUV, or an awesome performance vehicle, now's the time. You got end-of-year savings on the horizon. Best tax advantages with East Dallas Diesel. And here's what makes East Dallas Diesel really unique. Maybe you've been checking their website. You haven't seen the exact truck or SUV that you want, or maybe you saw something close on EastDallasDiesel.com, but you want it leveled up. You want it wrapped. You want your name on it. At East Dallas Diesel, custom is the standard. So if you don't see your perfect vehicle, don't settle, okay? Make sure you're checking out. They got new inventory every day. EastDallasDiesel.com, East Dallas Diesel on Facebook and Instagram. Call them now. Ask for my guy, Tony. He and the team there will help you source, build, or customize exactly what you want. They're truly unmatched when it comes to delivering a one-of-a-kind vehicle. They got end-of-year savings, tax benefits, and that awesome team that is family-owned and operated that builds anything you can dream of. That's why East Dallas Diesel is where you need to be. Check them out online or call today. Say what's up to my guy, Tony, at East Dallas Diesel, where custom is the standard.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, are the Cowboys officially out? Nick Eatman back from the stadium at 9:20, star up, star down, and all the CFP games from the world of college football. It's a football Monday on The Fan.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. If your home is over 8 years old, you might be due for an electrical inspection. If you're dealing with breakers tripping, dimming, or flickering lights, don't let these issues leave you in the dark. Save $75 on any plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical repair. $250 minimum service required. Call us today at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
But at the same time, we know we've got a lot of work to do.
So speaking of the good week of practice, has Trayvon Diggs done everything that you needed him to do to meet the standard to be playing on Sunday?
Yeah, I think he's certainly trending in the right direction. I mean, looks like that certainly could very well be the case. And I know he wants to get out there and compete. He's a competitor and certainly trending that way. But we'll play that up to a game time and see where we go.
Stephen, I know that you guys, you try and stand in the way of what your coaches and coaches' decisions are and stuff. Just could you comment about Matt moving to the coach's box and why at this point, and if you kind of thought it was something that maybe could have helped the team, why not was that done earlier?
Yeah, I think Matt historically has been comfortable on the sideline. I think as we've evolved over the course of the season, we're looking for ways to improve. And, we thought we had made some good steps there, but the last couple games, hadn't been as good. And, we're just looking for long-term solutions and certainly want to look at options. And Coach Schottenheimer is the one who came up with the idea and sat with Coach Eberflus, and they came to the conclusion it'd be a good idea.
Troy Aikman made some comments earlier today about the front office involvement with the coaching staff, and he just feels that should all be head coach decisions. So does Schotty get the final say when it comes to making changes or anything with the staff, or is that something maybe you and Jerry also are involved in?
No, I mean, I would say 99% of the time we go with what Coach Schottenheimer and his staff want to go with. I mean, anytime you have ownership in anything, you obviously if you're keeping up with anything in a responsible way, then you certainly want to know what's going on. But at the same time, you're also supportive of the people you put in place to make those decisions.
If Coach wanted to make a change then on the staff, he would just run it by you guys, and then you would do the best you can to help him see that through, right?
Yeah, guys, we're not going to get into theoreticals. We're worried about the upcoming game. We play the Chargers, and we'll continue to work hard and not only to beat the Chargers, but obviously to continue to take the next steps to make this a better football team as we go forward in the future.
What's the most important thing to win or most important matchup to get the best of the Chargers on Sunday?
Yeah, I think, these guys like to possess the ball. They win their time of possession most of the time. Obviously, they're, a solid football team, only lost 4 games this year, but I think, they certainly are going to count on the run. We have improved on the run since we brought Q in here, Quentin Williams, and, feel like that's going to be real important as first and second down and, try to get, work to get them behind the chains. That's when they have their most success. Is when they have success on first and second down, and that's important. But that's a typical Coach Harbaugh football team is to possess the ball, and then the same holds true on playing their defense. You don't want to get behind the chains because they do get after the passer, and we need to have success and get back to our explosives on the offensive side of the ball.
It was certainly gutting to hear the Deron Bland news, getting to have interviewed him several times. You guys know him well, worked super hard. Any context you can add to us on how long or any time frame this could lead into for 2026?
Yeah, I think he'll be fine for 2026. I think it should be something where he's ready to go, has a real chance to be ready to go for the mini camps and all of that. Our guys will do a good job getting him ready, but I don't see any lingering thing other than pushing him into, having a thorough off season with his rehab and hopefully be ready to go for all of our mini camps and things of that nature.
You extended Hunter Lipke back in September. He looked awesome in place for Javonte Williams until the concussion. How do you view his role moving forward? Would you like to see a little more Lipke involved?
Yeah, he's, at the end of the day, he's just an all-around solid player. I think our guys, Will, and our guys in scouting said it best, whether it's a offensive rep at fullback, at H-back, at, if you need him to run the football, special teams, he's going to win his rep. And he's just a really good football player. And, a great guy to have on our football team.
Stephen, when you meet with the coaches, what have they talked to you about, you and Jerry, about how to get Pickens more involved? The last couple of weeks, it looks like that teams have done their best to try and limit the number of opportunities he has.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to keep your best players involved. Obviously, it's opened up opportunities for CD the last couple of games, but at the same time, you want to keep everybody involved, your weapons. And certainly, I think, George has had a great week of practice, and look forward to getting him even more touches as we move forward. But, those are the things that come with that in terms of, if they put too much emphasis on one guy, it certainly opens it up, for other players. And it's great to have guys like George Pickens and CD and Javonte and Ferguson. Great to have those weapons there. I know Dak certainly is great at knowing, what they're giving him and where to get the ball.
Did seeing the injuries in the NFL last week affect your opinion at all on sitting guys out if you do become mathematically eliminated?
No, our guys are in this to win football games. We want to get momentum as we head toward the end of the season. Certainly, injuries are a part of it. There were, obviously some injuries to some high-profile players. You always hate to see that, whether it's high-profile or any player. You don't want to see injuries, but obviously it's the NFL, it's a contact sport and a physical game. And, unfortunately injury comes with it. But at the same time, I do know this, you go out and watch our practice, starts at the top with the quarterback. They want to go out and they want to win football games. And certainly that's our goal, as we get prepared to play the Chargers.
As far as areas that you want to see improvement on in these last 3 games, I imagine is edge pressure at the top of that, or what would you say? How would you answer that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think I've heard it said by a whole lot of good football people. Every quarterback's kryptonite's pressure, and we certainly could use more of it. Since we've gotten Quintum with the Cowboys, since he's joined the Cowboys, I think he actually leads the league in pressures from the defensive tackle spot. But obviously, we're not getting enough pressures because we're giving up explosive plays and we're not getting the ball. So we can always improve upon that. And just as a whole on the defensive side of the ball. And then, certainly last week we didn't do a good job of getting touchdowns. We moved the ball and settled for field goals and didn't move it when we needed it the most. But this whole team needs to continue to improve, and certainly. We like a lot of the pieces we have in place, but also know we have to get better as a football team.
Love it, Stephen. Have a great weekend and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Take care, guys.
Salute. There you go, Stephen Jones, every Friday, usually 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. Wanted to float the sketch, move it up 15 minutes. We do that for him anytime he asks. We'll catch up with him a couple more times this season, including next Friday, the day after Christmas. All righty, coming up next here, Wolchuk, what do we got in store?
All right, we can hit you with the football fix. We got the game of the year, and let's get you ready for the CFP. That's next in the Nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Fingers crossed for James Madison and Tulane. I hope one of them puts up a 4-quarter fight this weekend to quiet Nick Saban and all the others. Yes, a group of 5 school may never win a national title, but they deserve a seat at this table, whatever the CFP format looks like. Every powerhouse whining about not having a spot should have won more games when they had the chance. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Stuck
stuck in a job that just isn't getting it done? Maybe it's time to go for IT. Whether you're just starting out, switching careers, or a military veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you launch a rewarding career in IT in months. No prior experience needed. Why spend years getting a traditional degree when your future in IT can start right now? Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Your most powerful upgrade? Your career. Go for it. Go for IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being told by an HVAC company that you need to replace your home's furnace, pump the brakes and don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. They'll tell you the truth and not just try to sell you a furnace you may not need. Their focus is fixing your furnace and getting you warm again. Plus, you'll get a stay warm guarantee for the rest of the winter. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
This Christmas, get a bonus AI Essentials course when you enroll in any My Computer Career IT program by the end of the year. That's a $3,900 value. Attend classes online or on campus. Enjoy lifetime job placement support and IT certifications in high demand. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Conditions apply to AI offer and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouthwatering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who'd heard their ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific football Friday. Just had Stephen Jones on. If you want to go back and check that out with the Odyssey app, 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, YouTube, however you like to listen, you can rewind it as long as it's not the traditional radio. That's the only spot you can't rewind it these days. And thanks to Stephen Jones for joining us. We got the C-Note coming up in 20 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with some sports.
All right, let's do it. We got a big football weekend, so let's get into the fix.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
A stunning come-from-behind victory for the Seattle Seahawks. 16 points down in the final 9 minutes. They had a 3% chance to win, according to Next Gen Stats, after Sam Darnold throws his second half pick, his second of the game. And then Rashid Shaheed, the punt return for the touchdown. They go for 2. The flukiest 2-point conversion you'll ever see. Zach Charbonnet picks it up, but boom, they get that right. They get a couple of stops. Jackson Smith and Jigba, touchdown, 2-point conversion in overtime. Boom, baby. Here's Seattle, number 1 seed in the NFC, and the Rams collapsed. Oh, they absolutely did. The thick kicker, Harrison Mavis, whatever the hell his name is. We don't even know who their kicker is. He might even be an imaginary person.
If they had Dick the kicker like we told him to, they won that game last night.
Missed it. He missed a kick.
They have Butthead Pakua.
They did have Butthead Pakua, and we'll get to Butthead Pakua here in just a second. McVay was not happy. Stafford was doing everything he could. I'll tell you this. Despite the loss, I think Matthew Stafford sealed the MVP last night.
Really?
He was brilliant. He really, really was fantastic. He's standing in the pocket. He's getting absolutely smacked. At
the no-look dime.
Third most. Yeah, the no-look is just such. Nobody does it like him. Like, Mahomes will no-look it, but nobody does it quite like Stafford does. Puka did have a career-high 225 yards, couple of touchdowns, but Stafford, 457, third most in his career. The 2 touchdown passes on the road, in the rain. He did his job. Overtime, he gets the ball. What's he supposed to do? You go down the field, you score. He did that. Unfortunately, the defense didn't hold up their end of the bargain. I think the MVP is his. We will see what ends up happening. It could be Drake May if New England's able to go on and win this AFC East. I could see that. Deserving for him. But what Matthew Stafford's done this year with the Rams at his age, absolutely incredible. And kudos to Sam Darnold. Statement win for him.
They do like a little bit of a career achievement award here and there. The voters do, so I wouldn't be surprised if
put it past it.
Stafford gets that for now. Drake May probably on his way to win MVP at some point in the future, but if you don't give it to Stafford now, he's not going to get one.
Oh, no, this is his best chance, 100%, because I could see, he's pretty much year to year. Like, if they're able to win the Super Bowl this year, I could totally see this being Stafford's last ride.
I mean, weren't there reports that he was in like a significant back brace of some kind?
Yes. I mean, there was questions of, I picked them to be the NFC representative. I was nervous about that. I wasn't sure how much Stafford was going to play this year, but fortunately that back has held up. Now we get to Puka Nakua, or what did you call him, stupid Bakua?
Butthead.
Butthead Bakua. Well, immediately after this game, and Puka balled out, he goes straight to Twitter, and he says, "Can you say I was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution. LOL." This is after he took a shot at the officiating last week. So he immediately deleted it, but this was about 30 seconds after losing the game. He gets to the locker room, and he's got to hop on Twitter and blame the refs again.
I mean, he probably saw what the Rams should have done internally immediately, which is to Google the rule, and it would have read, for whatever reason, a backwards pass isn't a fumble. We treat it like a fumble, but it's a loose ball. And maybe the NFL competition committee needs to look at this and say, hey, same rules apply. Can't advance a backward pass.
Yeah, and they might change that. I mean, that would make a lot of sense. I think it should all be the same, in my opinion. If you can't advance the forward fumble, I don't think the backward pass should be advanceable
There's
either.
inconsistencies to it.
Yeah, we need to go ahead and get on the same page here.
But as a player or as a coach, when you don't know the rules, that's when you shut up.
Yeah.
Right? You don't bring attention to the fact you don't know the rule.
Shut up. So here was Sean McVay. Now, Puka has been fined $25,000 for his comments about the officiating, per Mike Garafolo. So he did get fined.
Dang.
But here was Sean McVay. He had no idea about this, the Puka going straight to the locker room and the tweeting. And he, in real time, finds out. This is the back and forth with the reporters.
Kind of taking like a bailed shot there at the refs. I mean,
what are you talking about?
You just put something on Twitter a couple nights.
Yeah, so what are you asking me right now?
Are you okay?
I can't answer questions about something that I'm not aware of.
Okay, but are you okay with players kind of expressing frustration over things like that? Or is that something that you hope that they kind of keep to themselves?
I got to have more information before I answer any of those kind of questions.
What conversations have you had with Puka about his live stream this week?
Yeah, he was very apologetic. I don't think he understood the totality of some of the things. I think he issued that apology. I know this guy's heart, and for anybody that was offended, terribly sorry about that. I know he feels that same exact way. He's a young guy that's a great kid that's continuing to learn about, just the platform that he has. I love him. We're going to continue to put our arm around him and help him learn and grow. But we never want to do things that ever offend anybody, and I know he feels that same way.
So he apologized. Obviously, Sean McVay apologized for him. I love what Sean McVay said there. There was more in that presser, but it was about 2 minutes long, so I cut it in half. And thank you, Jacob, for pulling that. But McVay also did apologize for kind of how quick he was. He's emotional after the game. That one was back and forth. I get it, the heat of battle. And we got a text that came in about the anti-Semitic stuff. And, Aiden Ross is the one that needs to catch the backlash. 559, look, speaking as somebody who is Jewish, I agree. The context of that is important. And the people that went out of their way to blow that thing into Puka Nakua was being anti-Semitic, and he didn't know what he was doing. If you watch the video, Aiden Ross, who is also Jewish, gets him to do this celebration that Puka had no idea what he was doing. So there were no bad intentions, in my opinion, from what Puka did. Where Puka needs to learn now is, dude, during the season, you need to cut the live stream stuff out. This is a distraction. And maybe you can handle it. Other people in your locker room and with your team, it's probably not great for them. They don't need this added irritation and the backlash that comes from something like this. Something as harmless as we're practicing a touchdown celebration, but now it's taken and blown into, okay, now we've got to apologize for possibly doing something anti-Semitic. All right, Puka, you need to know better and stay the hell off of the social medias after the game, dude. You don't need to be going straight to Twitter to complain about the refs, and now you're dealing with a fine. So that was on Aiden Ross, the streamer. That was his fault. He needs to take accountability. I think he did for it yesterday. I don't blame Puka as somebody who is Jewish. I don't think he's anti-Semitic at all, but this needs to be a learning experience for him and probably others. Like, let's move on from this. We don't need to be distracting our locker room by causing something that doesn't need to be necessary.
These players and athletes, I think in all sports, at halftime, what's the first thing they do? They go to their phone on the top of their locker.
Yeah, and they're probably searching their name.
They go to the restroom, come back, grab a Gatorade, sit down, and or with their backs to the other teammates, check and see what's on the phone. Maybe they see some comments or something like that, and then they put the phone back up in the top of their locker and, get ready for the second half. It's just a society we live in. We can't live without our phones.
Well, and everybody's so sensitive. That governor, whoever it was, the elected official that's now calling for Puka to be kicked. The dude didn't even watch the video.
Yeah.
We need to do our due diligence to educate ourselves on a topic before we go out there and just speak on something that we don't know anything about.
We really don't. But this is and I trust me, working with all those kids at DallasCowboys.com. I mean, it was a struggle for them. This, and it's not their fault. It's just it's society the way it is that we have these devices in our hands and we learn a lot. We also, it's like things we shouldn't be messing with, whatever, have to comment on. It's just now what we're having to deal with, and I don't know if it's going to change. To be honest with you, I think it's only going to get worse.
It probably will. You're right.
It's going to get worse.
I'm sure a lot of these players are just going to lean in. And I'm cool with it. In the offseason, do your thing, man. Build your brand. Go ahead and set yourself up for life after football. The streaming thing is popping. A lot of these influencers now, they've got a bigger platform than what we do. People on radio and television. People are going to these podcasts now. I mean, we saw it with the past election, right? It's crazy the pull that the Theo Vaughns and the Joe Rogans and all of these people have now. The Neons and the Aiden Rosses. So, yeah, there's something to it. I mean, smart for Puka, build your brand, but let's not do it in season. Let's not do it the day before a game.
I wish we lived in a world where it wasn't as big of a deal, but it is.
It is.
Yeah.
As far as the people wanting to be on social media and do their podcasts. Yeah. But really, it's a world where the rules are set by guys in their 40s and 50s, and it's owned by guys in their 60s and 70s. So you're stepping into their world, and by the time they get old enough, the next generation is going to be doing silly stuff. Yep. So it's a never-ending repeat cycle. For me growing up, it was you Gen Xers, you don't get it.
No, 100%.
And now we're saying it about the Gen Z guys and whoever's coming up next. It's a self-perpetuating cycle.
Great start for Carthage, by the way. First play of the game.
Dogs.
Yeah.
Let's go, Bulldogs.
Yeah.
7-0 on West Orange Stark, the Mustangs, Class 4A D2 championship. Shout out to Stephenville, by the way. They got a 10-0 win over Kilgore in the 4A D1 state championship.
They're well-blocked play for Carthage.
Carthage is built, man. They're an absolute juggernaut. Some wide receiver news. Garrett Wilson's been shut down by the Jets. Jets tanking. It's on there with the Green Jets. Then you've got Jacoby Myers. 3-year, $60 million extension with the Jags. This is after they traded for him on November 4th. He's been awesome since they traded for him. 27 catches, 355, averaging 13 yards a catch and 3 tutties. Really nice target there for Trevor Lawrence. They've ascended. Maybe he was just a Jacoby Myers away, Trevor Lawrence was.
Yeah.
We're not buying it? Pretender, no. Contender, or pretender?
I think they got a good coaching staff.
Yeah, I do think Liam Cohen has done a really good job, but you're right. I'm not expecting the Jags to go very far. All right, let's go into college. Josh Hoover, Rockwall Heath product. He's going to enter the portal. So TCU.
Who's not entering the portal?
Could be. Dude, this is kind of the most fun thing about the portal, though, is the quarterback stuff now. Because you have so many good quarterbacks in the portal, and it's where are they going to go?
Is USC the only team that's kept their quarterback so far?
Yeah, and that's the one they announced, we're re-signing our guy. And Joel Klatt was livid about that one. But I think on Saturday, we're in for either incredible Cinderella underdog story or, oh my God, what have we done to ourselves with this Tulane and JMU thing? And here was Taylor Lewan.
Stupid.
Busting with the boys. He's got a nice money deal on the line here for JMU and Tulane on Saturday.
If Tulane or James Madison wins this game somehow, I will donate money to their NIL fund.
How much?
I don't know. Name a number.
$100 million?
No. Sure.
You'll donate $100,000.
Cut it in half, call it 50. Cut in half, call it 50.
I'm just saying, whatever it is, it'd be like, hey.
Yeah, okay. I'll donate $50,000 to either Tulane or James Madison if they can beat either of these teams straight up. And I'll dress up in the entire mascot outfit and sit on their diag. And I will apologize to every student that walks by me for the greater part of a day.
Will you shave your head too?
Sure, I'll shave my head. What else?
I don't really know what you're promising to do.
I'll get a nose piercing. Like, what do we?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just wondering. It's like if I'm sitting there excited seeing Tulane potentially upset Ole Miss, that'll be something to sit there and watch for.
I've stood on this G5 thing for a minute now. It's like, okay, now is Judgment Day. I feel more confident than ever that these teams will not win. So it's like, yeah, you can put anything you want up there. It's that's what's going to happen. So I got both those.
I love it. He's pretty confident that that's not going to happen. I'm pretty confident it's not going to happen either, but wouldn't it be glorious?
It would be fun, and right before I moved here, one of the last college football games I, quote, covered, and by covered, I mean I went there and got totally hammered. Actually ran out of the field after the game. Watched Oregon State beat USC as like a 22.5-point dog. I bet on it against the spread and took the money line. I think that was Matt Moore and Jaquiz Rogers.
Okay.
Like, these things happen.
They do happen.
Every year 22-point games happen. And just with the weirdness going on at Ole Miss, if I was Taylor, I think I'd have that checkbook out right now.
I'm ready. I'm into it. Let's do this thing. All right, storylines. Oklahoma, Alabama. That's tonight.
I don't believe what you just said.
Yes, he does. He's rocking. He's rocking for Tulane.
Just pull my old guy,
they
Randy
only lost
Galloway.
by like 30.
Yeah, and it's a rematch now, right? Nothing good happens in a rematch.
Something.
That's why we're taking Bama tonight. Another shot at revenge for Kalen DeBoer and the Crimson Tide. A season ago, a below-average OU team crushed their playoff hopes. They were at 6-7. They beat Alabama. Bama doesn't make the playoff. Why? They lose to Oklahoma. This year, they screw them again. They go to Norman, they lose. So now, revenge is on the mind for the Crimson Tide. Now, it could be one of the worst games played in terms of offensive football that we see. Oklahoma, one of the worst offenses in the country. John Mateer at the helm is 78th in points per game. They're 90th in yards per game. They're 106th in rushing yards per game. And Brian, 79th in third down conversion rate. You tell me, is that good? 80? Is that top 80? Hey, yeah. Oh yeah. Meanwhile, Alabama, not much better. They're not looking really good. Their offense is total just 209 yards and a shocking -3 rushing yards in the SEC title game.
Yeah, Georgia
wasn't good. 69th, nice in yards per game, and a dreadful 117th in rushing yards per game.
Is this what we signed up for?
This is what we signed up for. Realistically, and I'm sorry, Alabama and Oklahoma fans, these are not two of the top 12 teams in the country, in my opinion.
I just wondered, did we sign up for this?
We signed up for this.
Highly flawed football teams.
Yeah, we waited all this year.
We didn't want to penalize Alabama for playing in the conference championship game, even though they should have been penalized. They lost by 21, and they looked horrible, and they're a 3-loss team. They shouldn't have made the playoff. And Oklahoma, I guess you did earn it. You only lost 2 games, so good for you. But any team that has that bad of offense, and I guess for the defense, like maybe it's unfair to say that because their defense is awesome, but they don't have a shot. You can't be that bad at offense and legitimately, like when we're looking at this, do these teams have a chance to win a championship? No, they don't. Maybe if things click and Ty Simpson gets healthy, if he's healthy again, maybe. Because he looked good in the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
I'd say Bama has a decent
shot.
Decent. But, I mean, they're underdogs in this game. So, yeah, you only have to win a couple to get there. I guess I could see it, but in most years, you have a team that's got at least a really good offense and then a great defense, or a great offense and a really good defense. Like you shouldn't have unbalanced teams in your national championship picture.
A&M and Miami, that's the game tomorrow, 11 a.m. I can't wait to see the environment there at College Station. All right, Kyle Field's going to be rocking.
This is where this needed to be changed. A&M needed to be playing the night game, and Alabama and Oklahoma need to be playing the sluggo 11 a.m. game.
Oh, the flipperoo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have been in on that for sure. Yeah. And I think the whole thing got screwed because the NFL now was playing on the Saturday.
Yeah.
So they didn't want to compete with the NFL. And I get that.
NFL's crushing that Christmas Day NBA schedule.
Oh, yeah. The NFL's starting to get greedy and just flex their muscle on everything.
A good run.
But Marcel Reed will be a big question. Can he bounce back? You talk about the coaching change. Their offense coordinator and defense coordinator at A&M, they're out the door.
They're losing all kinds of coaches over there.
No doubt. And then the strength on strength, the Miami's offense against A&M's defense. We talked about the tackle there at Miami, Cassius Howell, and that defensive line of A&M. I can't wait. That's going to be some best on best right there. And the bulletin board material that Miami's offensive line put out, or A&M's offensive line put out there, Trey Zune on Ruben Bain. That's going to be fun, and I'm kind of rocking with both road teams in these games. I kind of think Miami's going to go to College Station and beat the Aggies, and I'm rooting for A&M in this one, but I don't know. They seem like they're in a bad way right now.
I really don't care who wins. I'm just looking forward to watching the draft prospects. You know what I'm saying, Brian?
That's what you got to do, man.
Yeah.
This is the best time, though. When we get this film, it'll be great to watch these guys, the good-on-good matchups.
Yeah.
Cannot wait. Thank you, Wolchuk. Mixed bag of daily sport is in the books, and we got a must-lose game coming up for the Cowboys. Brian gave you breaking news on the corner. We'll reset that and get everything else happening with this football team coming up next in the nation.
All right, let's chat Trajan Wealth, shall we? That's Trajan. And, hey, it is the holiday season, and there's nothing better than getting that peace of mind that wonderful wealth management can provide for you, right? I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan that second look, and it turns out, well, they're...
nearest location online, johnsonfitness.com. That's johnsonfitness.com.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting the Jake Paul fight legally nationwide with Kalshi. Jake Paul's trending at 14% to beat Anthony Joshua. Put 100 down, win 715 if he does. Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. Time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. You got Krusty's Corner coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. Of course, what you drinking, what you thinking is coming up. We got an eye on the high school football championship games out there. Carthage is driving again. They are up 7-0 against West Orange Stark. Late first quarter over there at AT&T. All righty. Now, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been hurt in an accident, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas. Go to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, practice report is out. We're going to get to that in just a second. The Bills got Matthew Judon, the pass rusher edge that the Dolphins released early this week. And T.J. Watt is out this week for the Steelers along with Nick Herbig. So they got a pass rusher issue as they get set to take on Detroit. Bland and Guyton are out as we've been expecting. Big list of questionables: Butler, Carson, Lipke, Maffa, Quinnen Williams, and more question marks there on the Cowboys practice report. But if you missed the top of the show, Broadus broke the news. Diggs is going to play. You standing on that, Brian?
I am standing on that one. Yes, I am. Stephen Jones said he was trending in the right direction there, right?
Yeah.
So
definitely did not shoot it down.
Nope.
If he balls out, let's say 2 picks and and good PFF scores here for the remainder of the season.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Good film. Brian's looking at the film saying, "Wow." And what if I ask you this question? Would you rather keep him or trade him if he snaps into 2023 Trayvon Diggs?
I just, if you're asking me, I was initially thinking keeping him, and then I started kind of hearing things, and I was like, not so interested. But if you're saying the ball out situation, all that, I think I'm kind of still moving on. I know that's me. It sounds like listening to Jerry Jones today talk about it when Heggie asked him the question. It didn't seem like they were too interested in moving on from him right now.
Yeah.
It didn't sound that way, but...
And that makes me feel like maybe they're trying to protect the trade value.
Yeah, I think they're playing the game a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Unless what you hear from other people is total BS.
I would personally move on myself.
Yeah,
what if they were bringing in a new DC that really liked him and is going to run man?
Hey, if you're bringing in Al Harris as your defensive coordinator, he's staying. Al Harris is going to get the best out of him, regardless on if he's coddled or I don't care. Diggs was awesome under Al Harris, but I just think in terms of the culture that Shoddy's trying to build, I understand. Look, good for him. Maybe he's finally bought in. He said that he wants to be here. If I can get a day 2 pick or even a 4th, I'm moving on. I mean, if it's a 6 or a 7, it might just behoove me to keep Diggs, right? But if I can get something that's a top 4-round pick for Trayvon, I'd absolutely do it.
Yeah, I would trust Shoddy on this. If he really likes Diggs and feels like, man, I don't know what my defensive coordinator was doing. He played him out of position. We're going to have to take a hit against the salary cap of like $6 million to waive him, or we could keep him for 18. There might be a justification for it, but it's got to start with him playing great here for the next 3 weeks, and chances for that are low.
You were trying to walk me through a scenario of him getting interceptions and knocking balls down and stuff like that.
Be his first PBU of the season.
That would be rare for anybody playing in the secondary right now for the Cowboys, the way that is. That defense, it's amazing how it for a couple of weeks there, we kind of thought, okay, maybe some things, after the bye. Oh, look.
You'll see that defense on Sunday. That'd be very Cowboys. They get eliminated on Saturday, and they show up and find a way to beat the Chargers.
Yeah.
It's a must-lose game. I mean, you could finish 9-7-1 and end up picking, what is that, 19th, 20th, 21st?
Yeah.
You could absolutely play your way out of really good players. And if you lose these 3 games, you might be looking at the best tackle, the best corner, the best edge.
I think Steven, when you asked him the question, was talking about, we're trying to win these games. Yeah, you're trying to win these games until you realize that, you know what, it's better off that we don't risk Dak Prescott or Quinnen Williams or CeeDee Lamb or somebody like that out there.
Yeah.
That's when, to me, sitting in that chair, I always wanted to win all the games because you sign up for, at the time, 16 of them. But there also comes a time where I'm also looking at the places you're about to go play those games. If you're out of it, that field, the old FedEx Field, not good this time of year.
Yeah.
That field at MetLife, historically, not good. Cold weather there, not good. I'm not taking a chance of, having to put myself behind the 8 ball in 2026 because I'm trying to win a couple of games to be 500 or something like that.
Yeah, I really wish there could be somebody in charge up there that would really fully drive that message home, but they look at it like every game is a chance for people to fall in love with our team. There's thousands of people that have never seen a Cowboys game. They're going to come and watch our crappy players get steamrolled. They might decide then, I'll never like this team.
It's possible.
I think, to me, the attitude of the head coach, we heard Stephen Jones talk about that just a little bit ago. And that's why I asked him the question about, well, okay, if Shotty went in there and wants to fire somebody, you guys going to do everything you can to do it? I believe they would. But if Shotty walks in there and it's like, Shotty will want to go in there and win the games, so he's going to want to play. But there's a side of me also that's kind of thinking about, man, you know what? Let's take a peek at Joe Milton. Let's see if we can, let's take a peek at some of these guys and get an idea. Big picture thinking, if you were in the last year of your job and you're trying to get an extension, and I can understand trying to win those games, but with thinking, if you're out of it, there's no reason to. Play for the better draft position. Look at some younger guys. What if all of a sudden you put Phil Moff in the game and he rushes really well against the Commanders, against the Giants? What if you put a combination of Flanoy and Mingo in there, and all of a sudden Mingo looks a lot better catching the ball? Whoa, wait a minute, Luke Schoonmaker actually making some plays here?
Come on, now don't go that far.
But you get what I'm saying.
Good one, Brian.
But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I do, absolutely.
All of a sudden you're playing. Maybe you take Overshone out.
No, don't do that.
Well, okay,
He needs to play.
I get it. But to me, it's
We've been winning Overshone. Overshone still needs to earn it.
Definitely take Murray out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Play Shamar James.
Yeah.
Play Maris Leofau.
But you've honestly seen what James looks like, right? You kind of
saw for a few, but he's also a rookie, right? I mean, guy could get better from when we saw him last to now. But we did see a few weeks of him.
I'm absolute with you. I'm totally with you on this one. But see, I'm thinking like long term. I might consider playing TJ Bass, one of those guys that takes Smith out. Yeah. Smith's had a knee injury all year long. Why not get him get him a start? If he needs to go get a scope, get some rest, get him ready for the offseason. There's some things that they could do. And you could try with these guys. Hell yeah, you could try with you wanted the Jets game with a backup offensive line.
For sure, you're capable of beating Washington or the Giants with all the guys we talked about. And I think that the finale against the Giants, I think you'll see that. I think they're going to play the next two out, assuming the Eagles don't keep you in this thing.
If the Eagles
if they do, it's a different story.
If the Eagles lose, it's all hands on deck until you lose. Yeah.
But the Eagles win. I would be willing to bet the finale in New York is when you'll see Dak's not playing, and a lot of these, and Tyler Smith's not playing.
That's what I'm saying. Butler needs to be out there.
I think you'll get
Moffa
that.
needs to be out there. Sit all those guys down that are all banged up now.
Yeah. Yeah, an 8-1 finish. Probably
Jason Garrett made a living doing it.
Yeah, he sure did. And that's what Shotty needs to realize is you're not going to be evaluated on what happens this year. You'll be evaluated on what happens maybe in year 3 and year 4.
There you go.
You got plenty of time, but it's most important that you make decisions now to put yourself in the best position possible. And literally, once you're picking outside of the top 15, 16 players, you can get a guy who can't even start for you in year 1. Jerry Jones would like to re-sign Javonte Williams. He's had an outstanding season, he said, with KNC today. I love the way he brings the wood, so to speak, when he runs. He says, looking forward to him hopefully being a Cowboy for a long time. Some of the reasons we make some of the decisions we make is so that we can have the availability in that thing called the salary cap, which is...
It's real.
Real as if you were out of scholarships if you were in college. Yeah. That's the reason we made some of the decisions this year we made so that we can have the money available at running back.
Well,
okay, so this was a step back of spending perhaps to get ready to spend a little bit more. And Javonte Williams has earned it. Wouldn't be surprised if shortly after the season ends, but even before the full-on free agency gets there, that you get a deal done with Javonte Williams, because that's a perfect situation. He's not such a big name. He doesn't run away from guys in a superstar way that's going to create a massive market for him. Mm-hmm. You should be able to get something done before he goes out there in free agency. And I would say with his pass protection, it's just a massive benefit. It's kind of like Zeke with his ability to pass pro. Tommy Yarish, how about this? Since the trade deadline, Quinnen Williams leads all NFL defensive tackles with a 20.3 pressure rate. I think Steven saw that, actually. He mentioned that when he joined us.
He gets all the clips, yeah.
Says Osa is 12th best at 10.1%. So I guess there's some value in there with Osa when it comes to his pressure rate. However, in that time span, Dallas edge rushers have a combined 7.8% pressure rate. That's over the last 5 games, and that is now 3rd lowest in the NFL. They got to do something big and drastic. Yeah. I hope Trey Hendrickson's in play.
Does the back...
Yeah, I worry about the health with him
you're like the guy that always talks, and I mean this in respect. I don't mean this in disrespect. You're always the guy that talks to me about, I don't know, Broadus, the guy's got a bad back, guy's got a bad knee, guy's got Tommy John. You're always kind of talking me out of these hurt players. Yeah. And now you're like jumping both feet up on the table for a guy that's got core and back problems.
Okay, so
at 30 years old, that's yeah. I wonder what changed. This is a New Year's resolution for you? What's going on?
He's having core muscle surgery.
He did just turn 31. Okay, he's played 15 games or more every year since 2020. Now, this year stopped him short at 7 games. I'd want to lean on my trainers with this one, but I think he's going to hit for around $30 million, where the top of the market with Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt, and Micah Parsons is significantly higher. I think desperate times do call for desperate measures. I'm open-minded to hearing about more durable guys, more available guys than what Trey Hendrickson is. But I think 2026, 2027 is a very unique situation where you got to go for it with the best possible players you can bring in by any means necessary.
I'm in with you on that. I just if he's cleared and he's healthy, you're not going to find much better than Trey Hendrickson. The dude, back-to-back seasons, 17.5 sacks. I'm a big fan, but at that age, core muscle surgery just has me a little bit nervous. I just need to make sure physically he's good to go.
Yeah, we'll get our medical guys on this situation.
I need you to go examine him, doctor.
It's amazing to me.
I'll take a look.
It's amazing.
I'm paranoid. I mean,
he might have a crack problem here. We need to worry about it.
He split his crack.
Okay, let's get out of here because we got Krusty's Corner coming up next. We've had enough talk about my crack this week. Thank you very much. Yeah. Restroom revelations last night. I still feel traumatized from that. Brian, what do you take?
It carried over to the first segment of Fan After Dark.
Did it?
Eric went back in there for more.
I saw Fred leaning in through the window. I think he was highly intrigued by that conversation.
That show's built for that kind of bathroom revelation.
You know what I did when I got home last night?
Wiped back to front.
I did.
No way.
Honestly,
just to try it out?
It wasn't too bad.
See? You can keep things sanitary.
Wasn't too bad.
Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I'm going to let you know who the officials are for this game. We'll go through the Zebra report next.
Okay, I want to get you over to Men's T Clinic here because we're getting ready to end the year. I hope you have all the energy to just crush the holidays and do whatever needs to be done for yourself and your family. But if you don't, and if you're dragging, you're experiencing brain fog and lack of libido, go to Men's T Clinic because they will get you so dialed in by optimizing your hormones. It's going to feel outstanding, okay? So 5 DFW locations, very affordable cash options. They also take your insurance, but Men's T Clinic has been with us since they opened up their doors there in Addison, their first location back in 2014. We love them. Our Tolos describe Men's T Clinic's therapies as life-changing, and it's not just the testosterone replacement therapy. I mean, they are the best at TRT, but they also have great preventative care and wellness. Let Men's T Clinic help you build a roadmap for preventative care from anti-aging, bedroom health. Men's T Clinic can help you unlock the tools and in-tandem therapies to help you achieve your long-term health goals. It does start with testosterone, but it doesn't end there. They have great hair replacement therapies, natural regenerative therapies for joint pains that pro athletes get to come back from operations, get back in the game. Men's T Clinic, empowered care for men all under one roof. Don't go it alone. Tap into the team that I trust, that we trust. It's Men's T Clinic for total male optimization. 972-GO Men's T.
Deep Cowboys Dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Jacob Ray, in for Lucius Alexander. Today, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone as well. Zach and I had a new Love of the Star podcast.
We do. It's out right now. You can
go
ahead and listen to it and download it and subscribe and like and share.
Yeah.
Shoot, yeah.
We appreciate all that.
We love you. We love the On-Time Experts.
We're trying to get back into the good graces of Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we were like a 3% podcast team. We're trying to get it up.
Get to the 4?
Trying to get to the 4. Well, we were 4 last time out. You know,
we were. You're right. We moved up.
Yeah, but we appreciate everybody out there that listens. You know, to all our podcasts, all our platforms that we're on. Means a lot. Really, really does. I want to ask you guys a couple of questions before we get to the officials this week, if possible. Is that cool?
Mm-hmm. Sounds good to me.
Willie, I'll start with you on this one.
Okay.
How do you think Diggs really plays? Does he have a I told you so game? Or, nah, we knew better?
I lean, we knew better. I hope he has an I told you so game. And I think Herbert's the kind of quarterback that could lend to that. He'll throw one up that you're thinking, what are you doing? But I don't know about the pass rush. And I also just don't know how good that knee is. I mean, it's strange because there's people that I trust that I was talking with that had heard like, man,
ain't good.
That knee might never be what it was.
Sure.
You know, and obviously he's healthy enough to play or they wouldn't have even been considering it to practice him. But I wonder if he's physically capable of getting back to that same player. So I hope that it is I told you so, but I'm leaning, we knew better.
Dawson, is he going to have you the I told you so game or, we knew this?
Man, I think it sets up well for him because of how emotional he's going to be coming into this thing and trying to prove everybody wrong. And the power of the story is in play here. Like whatever can cause maximum pain and embarrassment for the Cowboys organization is likely to happen. And that would be him being amazing, making everybody think they could have beaten Detroit if he had played and Minnesota. But I do think a lot of it comes down to the edge play. And I mean, the Cowboys aren't bad at getting pressure.
Yeah.
You know, they just can't finish.
Yeah,
so
the finishing's been the issue.
They seem about due. And here are some of the worst tackles in the sport, once again, providing the opportunity to whoop them. So I think Fowler, Ezeraku, Clowney, they set the table. James Houston for a good Trayvon Diggs game.
Well, I got another question for you.
Okay.
How are you going to feel when the Commanders beat the Eagles on Saturday?
Don't tempt me with a good time now, Brian. I'm going to be feeling pretty good. Pretty good. Look, I love seeing the Eagles lose.
Yeah.
And I really do. There's something about this game on Sunday that I just think the Cowboys are going to end up playing more towards the team we saw against the Chiefs and Eagles. It just feels like they did it around the same time last year. They find a way to beat the Bucs.
Does that bother you?
Yeah, it does. It bothers me. I hate the Jekyll and Hyde nature of this team, the lack of consistency with this team. But the Chargers are also one of those teams that you don't know what you're getting week to week. Like, they are a good football team, and Harbaugh's helped mitigate that somewhat.
Yeah.
But they do have deficiencies, and I have a lot of doubts about Herbert. Like, he is the prototype of the position. He'll make throws that nobody else can make, but he'll also make decisions that are rookie-like decisions. So I do think this lends itself for maybe the typical when you think the Cowboys are out of it and you don't want them to win and you're down and out, they find a way to pull you back in type of game. So, especially if they're not technically eliminated, it just creates. I want to be able to, in a perfect world, like enjoy the football season. And your team being eliminated with 3 weeks left is a terrible feeling.
Dawson, how are you going to feel when the Commanders beat the Eagles?
About the same as I felt going into Minnesota, where your playoff chances were around 8%. At that point, I think you move up, but you still got to you got to at that point walk a 4-game minefield to make the playoffs still, because their magic number's sitting at 1.
The likelihood it's not there, but it keeps it interesting for a week.
I got you. Final question for you guys too before I get in the referee report here. If you had to say, hey, I do these last 3 weeks want to see more, who do you want to see more of when it comes to Mingo, Maffa? I mentioned Thomas. James is the guy you brought up. Butler. Is there somebody on your list as you look at the 2 deep off our lads?
Yeah.
And figure out, is there somebody on that list that you'd like, listen, I want to see them play this guy? Is Joe Milton? Is there somebody that you want them to play?
That's the joke answer, is Joe Milton, because he clearly can't play, but you want them to lose their 3 remaining games. I'd love for Joe Milton to start and play every single minute and them not run him. Let's come up with the Joe Milton preseason plan.
Joe Milton pocket play?
Yeah, that would be awesome. That might be heading for a top 10 pick, but seriously, I want the running backs. I want Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa.
Cosign. Yeah, I mean, I'm a Maffa guy. He blew me away in training camp. I didn't really know what version of Maffa we'd get. But I think that he does have a similar style to Javonte Williams. So I just want to know if the price tag for Williams somewhat goes up and it's like, hey, well, this is too rich for us. How do you feel about the fallback of having Phil Maffa? Blue is in that category as well. I mean, I'm into the culture building where if he hasn't earned it, don't put him on the field. But I'd like to see what I've got in those 2 rookie running backs going into the offseason.
Well, where do you guys feel about Mingo then?
I don't think Mingo's any good.
Okay.
I think that was a bad trade. He hasn't been able to get on the field when they've had injuries.
Yeah.
The blocking has not been as dominant as I thought it would be. He's been okay. I think Jonathan Mingo is what Jonathan Mingo is. And the Carolina Panthers were laughing their ass off when the Cowboys were trading a 4th-round pick to them, and it was a terrible trade. I think Jonathan Mingo's a guy, no disrespect to him, I don't know if he's in the league in 3 years.
Yeah, I would love to see him play just to see how much development has happened under Clayton Adams and Connor Riley organizing that running game, because we really have only seen Mingo in that Mike McCarthy offense, but he is so big and physical.
Yeah.
As a pass catcher, I think he's always going to be like only when he's wide open. We should not be throwing him for contested catches or anything too sophisticated, but he's so physical in the run game that I'd love to see him at least try to unlock it because of what you did give up for him.
All right, your official in this game is Alan Eck.
Have we had Alan?
Have not had Alan Eck this season.
It's a new name.
Yeah, Alan Eck he's a recently added official. Last 2-3 years, Alan Eck's been with us. By the way, the officials last night in the game, that was Brad Allen's crew. Brad Allen's his crew calls the least amount of penalties of anybody in the National Football League. Alan Eck's crew is right there with him.
Let's go.
Yeah, actually, the only guys that call the only 2 crews that call fewer penalties are Land Clark's crew. I say that Clark.
Land Clark.
That's him.
Yeah.
And Brad Allen. Alan Eck's crew is right there with him. And what's interesting?
Too many rules in this game.
What's interesting is very much Alan Eck is a kind of a home official. On average.
Give me the Cowboys. They're winning the damn game, boys.
Well, Alan Eck has officiated a Chargers game. In Week 7, he caught the Chargers and the Colts playing in a game. And then, but he's very much a home type of an official. Generally 11 calls against the home team, 14 against the visitors. So we'll see how that plays out at the end of the day. Where you look at the majority of his penalties and where they come from, offensive holding, big. Defensive pass interference. Here's one for you. 11 away calls for defensive pass interference, only 4 for the home team. Unnecessary roughness, there's 8 of those, so he's going to try and keep control of a game. Delay of game, we've got a clock watcher here. He's got 7 of those calls of the 13 games he's officiated, so be very mindful of that. Here's one, too, roughing the passer. That's 7 calls. Of 13 games, he's got 7 roughing the passer penalties. It'd be nice if Dallas could get close enough to rough the passer. That might be something that would be a good thing. Defensive holding, illegal contact, and then a legal man downfield would be the next one. So, Alan Eck, he is your official this weekend, and tends to favor the home team more than the visitors, and his crew overall, though, the third less penalized crew, with only Land Clark and Brad Allen being ahead or behind him.
Should be a more watchable game. I always appreciate light flags
Yep.
on the afternoon. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. We got the other big games you need. I like to call it the OBGYN report as we go into Week 16, and why it's still possible the Packers might go quietly into the non-playoff night. That's coming up next year. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. These are the final days of the Infinity Sports Network, and for many of us, the final days on these airwaves. So let me take this minute to say thank you, wherever you are, whatever station is carrying us, for listening over the years. Westwood One Sports will be taking over, and you're in great hands with the incredible content they're going to produce. For me and all of my colleagues, the past has been magical. I've appreciated every moment, and I wish you the best and a happy holidays. I'm Bill Ryder.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Stuck in a job that just isn't getting it done?
America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got the other big games for Week 16 of the NFL season and some interesting angles on those. We did have Stephen Jones back on at 2:45, and Brian brought us breaking the news for us today that Trayvon Diggs is going to play. So there's a significant amount of interest there. Obviously, would have been nice to get him back a couple of weeks ago with an opportunity to make a move on this division. I mean, you could really be sitting in a good spot, even if he just hadn't lost to Minnesota. So it's interesting that they've decided to do it now, and with Deron Bland now officially being out, the chances of them getting good enough play on the back end definitely dwindling. I think your only shot is to play press man and to give that pressure just another half second to get home. That would be the only thing that would maybe make it possible.
Maybe you're going to be in a situation where Flus is sitting up there thinking, damn, why did I play so much zone? You know, I mean, it's very clear that when you do watch how they've played, he's got to. I mean, it's such a shame that it's the adjustment part of it, and we kind of felt like that he was adjusting better. You know, remember when it was the Raider game? There was, you play zone against the Raiders, you play a lot of zone against the Eagles.
Man against Washington.
You play against Kansas City, you play a little bit more man. Yeah. You know, and
there have been some things.
And you felt like that maybe they were going in the right direction that way. Mm-hmm. And then the Detroit game, and it kind of reverted back to like, you start off with somewhat of a game plan. First 15, you kind of have an idea of where, hey, we're coming after you, we're going to create some pressure. You know, they were able to kind of harass the Lions a little bit offensively, and then they go away from it, and then bad things start to happen. Last weekend, you're thinking, we're talking all week about a quarterback that's not accurate. He's young. You let him off the hook.
Big time.
There's just, I just think there's so many things that have happened this year that, you say that like, play more man coverage and try and harass and, get the pressure home. Which would make sense. Yeah. Would absolutely make sense against an offensive line that's as compromised across the board as any team. But like I've said before, we talk about it every week, compromised positions. It just never seemed like that Matt Eberflus and this defensive staff took advantage of that.
Yeah, and it seems like the offensive staffs that you're facing are taking advantage of the fact that you're in off coverage. Yeah. Like you can pressure us, but the quarterbacks have fairly easy answers to the test, or at least most of them do.
Right.
For whatever reason, the Eagles couldn't get that figured out with Jalen Hurts. Really back-to-back seasons you frustrated him with that approach. But the Eagles are on the verge of NFC East history now here, as they have basically ended the 2-decade streak. Haven't had a repeat winner in the East since they won 4 in a row. That streak ended in 2004, and it's been fascinating to cover this thing over the last 15 years. It's just grown, and at one point it started to look like, man, the Cowboys are going to come back and actually extend this streak out another year. But Eagles' magic number is now down to 1, and they take on the Commanders tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very difficult situation for the Commanders, because them having a matchup in the secondary, the Commanders are really banged up back
One
there.
of the few defenses that today is worse than the Cowboys defense.
Yeah.
They're 31st in the NFL.
Yeah, Lattimore, Trey Amos, those guys have really kind of struggled. When it comes to giving up yards, they've given up a ton of touchdowns. I would think that A.J. Brown's probably going to go off in this game. Yeah. Would be my guess, with the way that Marshawn Lattimore and Amos have been playing.
And Jaden Daniels is out for the rest of the year, right? So you don't have any hope of trying to keep up with them, offensively and get to the 27 or 30 points or whatever it's going to take to outscore Philadelphia tomorrow. But I guess we can always root for turnover luck and special teams, and for this 0.8% chance, it would be incredibly historic and exciting. But with Deron Bland out, the hope for me was that you could get Bland and Diggs healthy at the same time, and along with Hooker and Wilson playing better than the safeties you had in the first half of the season, like this could be somewhat more respectable. But the injuries and then the lack of ability to rush the passer off the edge is just, we had the stat for you just about 45 minutes ago, 7% pressure rate coming off the edge since the bye. If it wasn't for your defensive tackles, there would basically be no pressure on the opposing quarterback. And that's shocking, considering the veterans they brought in and the amount of pressure that like Clowney and Dante Fowler have, been able to get, but it's not good enough to affect the passer. It's like those PFF pressures where maybe you were a couple of yards away, but the quarterback really wasn't bothered.
Yeah, you watch the tape, it doesn't seem like it's a pressure, and they call it a pressure.
Yeah.
I think this is why I asked you guys the question about Aaron Whitecott yesterday, and where that's all at. We were very much excited. We all were that Aaron Whitecott was going to come in here and revitalize and uplift. And, man, we saw more of that with Jeff Zagina and that crew last year than we have, with Dan Quinn. Of course, we saw that the way that they played. But this has been, I think, a very disappointing year when it comes to defensive football, defensive coached football, and the way that these players have, I don't think their games across the defensive line have been elevated at all.
No, it's been bad on all three levels, and you just hope that a draft, free agency, and different coaches can really bring this thing together. Yeah. Like, you look at the Jets and what they were last year with Robert Saleh, and they let him go. They were a top 5 defense last year, and now they're one of the bottom third defenses out there. This matters.
And Aaron Whitecott was a coach on that staff, but I just don't feel like, watching – and you mentioned it, Sam Williams. Maybe Sam Williams is who Sam Williams is.
Sure.
Fowler was a, 10 and a half sack guy last year?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's, Houston. They don't know really when to play Houston. Sometimes he gets pressure. Sometimes he's not even on the field for large stretches of that. You can say what you want. I don't think Oso Digizua has been great by any means. Quinnen Williams is Quinnen Williams because he's Quinnen Williams.
Yeah.
Hell, I could coach Quinnen Williams.
Yeah.
But it's just, I think it's really, really been unfortunate overall, the defense and the way that the way they've gone about some of these games and the way they played in these games.
It's incredibly disappointing, and now the Eagles have won the division back-to-back years. There's no doubt this century the Eagles have absolutely run this division so far, and now you got to look at, are they going to do it again in 2026 and put together a run like they did at the start of this century? Obviously, their biggest storyline is A.J. Brown. Will they move on from him? Saquon Barkley getting older, does he lose another half step? And Lane Johnson at 36 years old, is he going to retire? And I guess he could. He did say last year, right before the Super Bowl, when he was asked about retirement, he said he's definitely playing in 2025. He hasn't said anything about 2026 yet.
Not at all, no.
But even then, that's 2 players, and that's fairly replaceable, and they have put together some pretty dang good drafts. So I would say at this point, it looks like the Eagles would be favored to win that division again next year, and that's a little bit disappointing. I hope the Cowboys are intent on becoming aggressive. And I wonder, I know I brought this up last night with you guys, but I do wonder if back-to-back losing seasons is the catalyst that maybe the Cowboys front office needs to change their level of aggression.
I think, Dawson, they are going to be aggressive regardless. If the season had ended winning the division and all that, I mean, everybody'd be happy and all. I think that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones clearly have heard the fan base. I do. I feel like that whether it's on 105.3 The Fan, your podcast, my podcast, whatever work we're doing, whether some of us like on DallasCowboys.com talking about it, I think the fan base has made a difference here. I think fans, now they show up at the games, they still buy merchandise, but that's what fans do.
Selling a lot of tickets these days to opposing fans.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, I think that to me, there's been enough, and this PR staff here with the Cowboys puts a lot of information in front of the Joneses when it comes to who's saying what. I think they. So
okay.
I think that you could hear comments. They're not immune to that. I've worked over there. I worked over there for 14 years, doing stuff with DallasCowboys.com, working the scouting department. You see and hear everything that goes on the outside. I think that the fan base, the uproar of the fan base, I think, and I think Jerry Jones's age is another thing that's probably going to make them have the type of off season that we're going to look back and say, okay, that was the pivot point of them going forward here.
I salute to the PR staff, by the way, for putting that in front of the Joneses. I know, at some point with levels of wealth and success, you kind of get immune to it or lose touch with what the fans are thinking, and it is important for the Cowboys. The legends are all over them, the media, the fans. Okay, next fascinating matchup for this weekend, though, Packers at Bears tomorrow night, 7:20. Chicago is a 1.5-point favorite. Now, Packers have Baltimore and Minnesota remaining on their schedule. Now, without Micah, they'll probably still win one of those at least, and you got to like their chances against Minnesota. Ravens had a recent 5-game winning streak. Chicago's on fire, but 10-6-1 might not be enough if Detroit handles business. They and Chicago would both be at 11 wins. I mean, the Bears are at 10 right now. The Rams and Niners can easily get to 11 wins. That would shut down your wild card window. I think this is pretty dang realistic, and it's the most interesting football that we have left to watch from a Cowboys perspective is the Packers games.
Yeah, I think that where you have to, the focus is going to be on, if you want to say an identity check here for the Packers, when they don't have Zach Tom on the field, their right tackle, they're a different offensive line. And teams blitz that side when he's on. We'll need to see with Zach Tom what his situation is coming up for this game. But when they're that's something that the Bears are really were big on. They force turnovers. They get pressures. They're not the quickest, the fastest team off the ball, but they find a way to make you uncomfortable in the pocket. And I'll say this: I kind of feel like though that the Bears getting pressure will be the thing in this game that maybe turns it into their favor. So they play a lot of dime personnel too, so the extra defensive backs. So here you are with pressure, extra defensive backs. Those are all things that kind of affect Jordan Love as a quarterback.
Yeah, and they have a ton of injuries this week, and I know Quay Walker was hurt last week as well. Josh Jacobs is questionable for this game. Yeah. Christian Watson with the chest shoulder thing is questionable. You mentioned Zach Tom and Igbare. Evan Williams, the safety, very good safety. Yeah. He is questionable as well for this game. So there is hope in there with Green Bay that maybe their pick could be in the early 20s as well, and your pick could fall somewhere between 10 and 14 right now if you lose 2 out of 3. Obviously, worst case scenarios, you could be right there on just that edge of the playoffs and have a couple of picks just inside or outside the top 20. So there's still a pretty big range on where these picks could fall. But the great news is, I mean, without Micah Parsons, you're not making a run through the playoffs if you're Green Bay. No. So, maybe wild card or divisional slot at best. Dolphins are going to host the Bengals. I think you just want maximum chaos in this game. The trade story of Joe Burrow is one that's significant. If they go out there and lose to the Dolphins, they're trying to bounce back after losing to the Steelers. I could definitely see that coming into play. Alrighty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And how about this, Brian?
Yep.
An NFL draft big board report. I know how much you love talking draft.
I love the draft.
We have a college football playoff edition of the big board.
Walk me through it.
Who are the players in here that the Cowboys should consider with their first 2 first-round picks? Brian's going to tell you about that, answer all my questions for him coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app.
817-333-3333. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I thought Wolchuk maybe had a gastro issue earlier when he was in here, so I went out into the hallway at the break, and I was going to leave that door open. Then I rounded the corner, and it's worse out there. I think we might have some sort of a plumbing issue here. There's the Lakeside Studios.
There's something going on in the break area.
Okay.
I don't know if it's some food we threw away, some food in the building.
Yeah.
It smells very rancid right now.
Yeah, I thought, okay, that would make sense then. I didn't poke back in there, but it kind of did smell like when I worked at KFC, they made me clean the grease trap. That was pretty offensive. But salute to Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, for putting this list together here. What's his headline? NFL draft prospects to watch in the college football playoff. Cowboys could fill multiple needs with their top picks when you look at some of these guys. I've watched a number of the first round guys or guys
good for you. Good start.
But I haven't seen any of the Indiana guys other than Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
But we start with Elijah Surratt, their wide receiver.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Indiana kids.
Okay.
I'm with you on the Indiana kids. I've watched Indiana against a bunch of other players is what I've done.
Okay.
So, yeah, but go ahead with the names, though.
Surratt, 6'2", extremely productive, 3 seasons. He was at James Madison before this. Now he's in Bloomington. He had 28 career touchdowns, yada, yada, yada. Jalen Tolbert will be a free agent after this season. Investing a day 2 pick in a productive receiver is not a bad call, but right now they don't have a day 2 pick, and I wouldn't bet on them. I know they'd hope that they could trade back and get good value, but sometimes there's a lot of teams willing to do that.
I'll give you a guy, and I don't know if he's going to be a first round. He might be a late one, but he might be a second round type of a player. Is this kid Concepcion from Texas A&M? You'll see him on Saturday morning, and he's a transfer from North Carolina State. I'll tell you what, he is number 7. He's not going to be hard to find in this football game. I know Miami's got some big-time players, receivers on their end, but keep an eye on Concepcion for Texas A&M.
Iconic name in sports.
Yeah, I swear when I was watching him play, it's Casey Concepcion. When I was watching him play, he's 5'11", he's 190 pounds. If you're looking for a receiver, this is a guy. This guy is a dynamic player with the ball in his hands, the run after catch, outstanding punt returner. He snatched the ball on the move. He runs intermediate routes. He could go down the field. You could throw him the ball. I was watching the Mississippi State game. They threw him the ball on the 4-yard line. He ran through like 3 Bulldog tacklers to get into the end zone. The physicality he plays for.
I like it.
Yeah, this guy, if you're going to give me a day 2 wide receiver, him, the kid named Boston from Washington. I know we're talking about guys in the game.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Concepcion is one you want to look at.
Yeah, we have draft prospects participating in the college football playoff here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Of course, Broadus once again is going to quarterback and headline our draft coverage all season long. I thought there was going to be a question I meant to ask you about A&M. We'll get back to that here in just a minute, though. We go to Ohio State. Safety Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what I was going to ask you. Ways you can get a day 2 pick if you wanted to take Concepcion.
Yeah,
that's either a move back with the Packers pick or, I mean, where are you with trading George Pickens right now? A tag and trade of George Pickens. Do you think there's any possibility? I think if he struggles in the final 3 games, it'd become fairly realistic.
I kind of felt like that if you weren't going to do anything to tag him, if you were just going to play through, but it just sounds like to me that Dallas is so much interested in getting a deal. But yeah, I think the best way to get day 2 picks would be to move likely your own pick. And I'm talking about where you could get like a higher. So say, for example, you're at 14 and you would say, I would move, you would probably have a better chance of getting more quality with your pick than you would the Packer pick.
Okay.
So if you're interested, you never want to trade away from a great player. And Dallas might be in a situation where if they lose these games, they'll be hovering right around that area that, where they could get an outstanding player. I know on my stack, there's probably going to be 15 to 17 first-round grades. So you're kind of right at the end of the, where the run might be, or the actually how many first-round grades you might have. and that's cool. But I think moving that first pick, your own pick, is the one that will get you the best value for those day 2, day 3 picks. Trading Pickens, it just sounds like to me that they're kind of like excited about maybe trying to get this done.
Yeah.
So I don't think that, but I would have traded him. I would have traded him before the trade deadline if the intention was not to sign him or not to tag him.
Be very interesting to see how they do that. I want George Pickens back, but not if it means they're going to sacrifice other parts of the team. Like, we need to fill out a lot of spots, and if you're like, well, we have George, and now we're going to ask George, CD, and Dak to make up for all the weaknesses elsewhere. I think we've seen that play before. We know how it ends. Ohio State has a number of players. Arvell Reese, linebacker, edge. Sonny Styles, linebacker. A wide receiver, Carnell Tate, and then you add Caleb Downs. I'm a little different on Downs. I think I want him to fall outside the top 10 for me to pick him. Like, is he there at 13, 14, 15? Is he one of those last players? Because he's a box safety. Coming downhill, he's outstanding. I don't know what he's going to look like if you wanted to play him more in coverage. I think he's a perfect player for that kind of a system, maybe a cover 3 system. I don't know. You take over here, Brian. Tell me what you think of Caleb Downs.
Yeah, I think this guy is very reminiscent of what you see with Brian Branch in a way. This young man started his career at Alabama, like a freshman All-American, a star from the jump. So he's played in a lot of big games in his life. He's led the team. He led the Alabama team in tackles his freshman year, playing safety, and he was a big part of that championship run last year for the Buckeyes. I think this guy processes information really quickly. The communication skills, when you watch him play, he's always kind of talking with the linebackers. He's talking with the corners. He's pointing out where things need to be going on. I think he's, as we mentioned, I think he's a reliable tackler in open space. I think he doesn't shy away from the contact. I really like the way that he does a really good job of breaking down in space and making those plays. He's kind of a guy that finishes through the ball carrier. This guy, by the time when I did my report, he'd played 415 defensive snaps, and he had only missed 6 tackles in that and all that. So I was pretty impressed with that. I mentioned the Brian Branch. You can see him line up at linebacker. You can see him line up at safety. You can see him play slot corner. There's some snaps where he's actually playing as a free. I've kind of listed him as a strong safety type of prospect, but don't think of him as just a box player. I think of him as a guy who can kind of do a little bit of everything. He might very well be one of the top 5 to 8 players in the country when this is all said and done. When people really start to stack, depending on where they have some of these edges, where they have these linebackers. He could very well be in the mix with those guys.
Speaking of edges and linebackers, take me to his teammate Arvell Reese. Do you think the NFL is going to look at him as an edge?
I've got him listed as an outside linebacker myself, and the thing that I think he could do both. I think that you're talking very much at 6'4", 243 pounds. Very reminiscent of what you might have with the Micah Parsons kind of a player. This guy, I think he's going to be one of the best players in the country when it's all said and done. When I do my stack, he's probably going to be either 1 or 2 on my board. But he plays with this raw strength. He's got some violence to his game. He's one of those guys that can really cover some ground as a player. You watch him when he rushes the passer and the ball's going away. He is running for somebody that big. He just can overwhelm blockers. I think he's got the power to do these things. This is not just one of those, like he's a linear built thin guy running to the football.
It's kind of what he looks like.
Been in the corner.
But he's more than that.
He's more than that. His power is really, really, really good.
Okay, talk to me then about their middle linebacker, Sonny Styles. He's number 0, right?
Yeah, he was recruited as a safety to Ohio State, and they moved him to linebacker. I scouted his dad way back in the day, and he's got that same kind of temperament. This is a guy
kind of quieter, right?
Yeah, much quieter type player. But you can watch early in the season, like if you watch the Texas game, maybe he was struggling that opening game of getting off blocks and kind of playing better with his hands and doing what he needed to do. You watch the Indiana game, the Big Ten championship game. He was all over the place. He plays downhill. He's got lateral quickness. He's got downhill quickness. He plays with power. He's smart. He can cover. He plays in space. There's a lot of this complete linebacker to his game. I mean, he uses his hands so much better now, and he puts himself in position to make a lot of plays.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a nose for the ball. When he sees it, he's over there. Man, at 6'4", again, he's another 245-pound guy. Yeah, these are Ohio State linebackers, and you got to know they're playing in that kind of a pro-style system with Matt Patricia. You know, they're getting that pro-like coaching when it comes to, hey, how to read, how to play, how to diagnose, where you need to be, how you need to fit. All those things make these kids ready to play.
I am so biased towards dogs, and I don't think there's enough dog in his game. Like, his tackling is weird. He's more like going to drag you down, and he's so big. Like, you're not going to get away from him. He's got an incredible wingspan, but I don't. Obviously, as a first-round pick, I'd love to take him. I just wouldn't do that in the top 10 or maybe top 12 picks, something like that. We go to Georgia. Their linebacker, C.J. Allen, is the first player. Joseph Hoyt-List, but also Dalen Everett, Oscar Delp, and the wide receiver, Noah Thomas. I really liked Allen, speaking of dogs, though.
Yeah, I think this guy physically is a really good player, and he moves well. The reactions are really, really good. The physical strength is really good. He can work through blockers. You see him. I mean, he is no problem getting through that. They always call it the trash. The short area quickness is good. The burst. He can run down a play in space. This is a guy you mentioned as a dog. He plays to he plays to the echo of the whistle and beyond. And that's when you start to talk about those guys that, you know what, he's got that little bit of an edge about him. But man, I'll tell you what, the acceleration, the burst,
the strength, the contact balance.
If I would say this guy has a weakness, I would say the weakness is pass coverage stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a great man cover guy. We hear Shotty talk about spot drop linebackers. When he's talking about that, it's like he goes to a spot, that's where he's going to get, and then kind of read what's going on. I think Styles has got more ability to read and see. That's probably because of his safety background.
Yeah.
But I think Allen, he's 6'1", he's 235 pounds, very similar to Rodriguez from Texas Tech when you look at, but he looks like a thicker, bigger player weight-wise. Than what Rodriguez, but both those guys surely get after the ball.
Okay, let's go on to Texas Tech then, as we're looking at college football playoff players who the Cowboys could draft, make this team better. Linebacker Jacob Rodriguez is number one. Been a standout for Tech, enters the playoff with 117 tackles, 7 forced fumbles.
Yeah.
The Cowboys like linebackers who can be around the ball and punch it. He kind of reminds me of the 6'1" college point guard who averages 25 points per game. It's just, I don't know if he's big and athletic enough to get it done at the NFL level.
Yeah, the thing that's going to be the question mark about him now, when you talk to scouts, they absolutely love him. And then the first thing that they say is, does he check all the boxes? And the physical boxes, yes, there's the limitations there. This guy went to Virginia originally and was a quarterback. So he's a quarterback, running back. He's played wide receiver.
Smart.
His first year, he kind of did all those offensive things. Came to Tech, was dealing with some injuries. I think the Liz Frank on the foot was something he dealt with. And then the last 2 years, he has been great. You talk about creating turnovers, being around the ball. There's been some smaller linebackers we've seen in the league now. The Carson Schlesinger that, we've seen him out of UCLA, lighter linebacker, but always around the ball, always tackling. This guy is one of those types. I think to me, you see a guy that kind of, when it creates turnovers, his ability to play in coverage. I was watching him in the Houston game where it was drop, turn. He was constantly he was just getting depth, and as the quarterback was moving, he was getting depth with the quarterback, the ability to turn, adjust, turn again, adjust, and then get in to go make a play on the ball. He's just around the ball a ton. He's not a big guy. I don't think he has the power that you have in Allen. But when you start to talk about just that nose and the ability to tackle, that's what this kid's got.
I love listening to you talk about these guys and the kind of things you're looking for. Now, I wanted to get your thoughts on their edge, David Bailey, because he's the best player that's going to come. He seems like the most refined pass rusher in the country to me.
Yeah, I think when you look at David Bailey, now here's these, we always talk about these bendy, athletic guys, 6'3", 250 pounds, transfer from Stanford. They went out and bought this player is what they did. But he is a super impressive athlete. He does a really good job of coming off the ball. He plays with that explosive quickness. The first step about him, he can cover some ground when he's playing on the move. He runs plays down from the backside. You see teams. I was watching the Utah, I watched the BYU games, the game that was played in Lubbock, and then the game that was played, the Big 12 championship game. He's just got this knack for going after and getting the football. He has all kinds of pass rush moves. He could swat, he could swim, he could spin.
Yeah, the spin's awesome.
Yeah, he does everything to kind of free himself. I mentioned the bend, being 6'3", 250 pounds. He can retrace his steps to get back in on a play. Ball goes up the field. Now he's back in on the play. He is not the biggest guy weight-wise. And so all of a sudden there were some snaps where you see some of the bigger blockers were able to kind of move him around a little bit. But when you talk about the explosiveness, the way to get off the edge, bendy, create problems in the pocket, this guy will probably hear his name pretty early.
Okay, we ran late on that one, but there's more players to cover, and the college football playoff is underway tonight. So let's continue. We'll get to A&M and the players they have going that could help the Cowboys and the remaining teams as well. Then coming up at 5 o'clock, it'll be time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Here it's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we celebrate the KNC Christmas party live from Taco Bueno in Flower Mound, 4500 Long Prairie Road. We hope you come out and party with us. Great giveaways, delicious food, and at 10:30, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and GM, Jerry Jones. So join the show in Flower Mound or listen to us 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Football is heating up while the temperatures in DFW are dropping. Cold snaps and shifting Texas soil can bring out foundation issues fast. Don't fumble who handles your home's foundation repair. Call Permapure Foundation Repair. Sticky doors, cracks in your walls. With over 25 years serving DFW, Permapure can tackle it all. They're also Tolos. Schedule your free foundation inspection and mention code TOLA to qualify to score a free $50 gift card. 844-919-7276 or visit dirtnerdsdfw.com. When shift happens, call the Dirt Nerds at Permapure Foundation Repair of Texas.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books of the BetMGM network. The Lions host the Steelers on Sunday as a 7-point favorite in a massive game for both teams. Detroit is 15-0 straight up and 14-1 against the spread in their last 15 games off a loss. I don't see the Steelers having the firepower to hang with the Lions on the road. Give me Detroit -7. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
The following is sponsored by Bid My Listing.
Selling your home with Ready, R-E-D-Y. Real estate agents will pay you up front for your listing, just for a chance to sell your home. Why would they pay to be your agent? Well, your listing is really valuable. So if an agent is smart, they'll go on Ready and offer you cash up front to get it. And you do want a smart agent, right? Call 888-545-READY. 888-545-REDY.
Game day starts with Wrangler, the official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. This week, the boys are home to take on the LA Chargers. Our 105.3 The Fan coverage starts at 9 Sunday morning with the Cavenders kickoff at noon.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, Babe Loffenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhart. Joey, how's it going?
It's going great, babe. We're in the final stretch of our race to finish number one for the third year in a row.
The championship is on the line. What's the play of the day?
Upgrade to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 and score $15,000 in total savings. That's right, a winning drive with $15,000 in total savings.
And you've got the deepest roster in the game, a huge selection to find the perfect upgrade.
That's right, babe. It's a world champ selection with a world champ savings. We won't miss a deal. Shop year-end savings before time runs out.
Don't wait. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com or go see Joey in the truck building today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023-2024. Stock number TG138456. Classic discount $8,500. Customer cash $2,000. GM bonus cash $1,500. Chevy Select Market bonus cash $3,000. Plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 1/2/26.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by DFWSecurity.com.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW Security. Get a jolly good deal on DFW Security's state-of-the-art cameras, access control, security, and smart home from now until Christmas. Protect your home or business with the best.
DFWSecurity.com. Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Jacob Ray, in for Lucius Alexander here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys pregame Sunday morning, 9 a.m. with Broadus and Chiafalo, and then the postgame 3:15, 3:30 or so with Wolchuk and Broadus, taking you into the afternoon as the Cowboys take on the Chargers here.
He gets to drive the Cannon, Smokey the Cannon, from from Austin to Orlando for a
really?
Game. Yeah, they're
Roadie.
They're going to be on the sidelines for the bowl game. So, yeah, that'll be his last official duty with Smokey the Cannon, and yeah, he is done with all his undergraduate stuff. So he's on his way to the McCombs Business School Master's Program.
We could talk Longhorns as well, some Anthony Hill, some other draft prospects down there at UT. But this is all about college football playoff players who could be of interest for the Cowboys. And salute to Joseph Hoyt once again, Morning News, for putting this thing together. At A&M, he starts the fun off here with their edge, Cassius Howell.
Yeah,
I haven't watched him yet. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm a big fan of this Cassius Howell. At 6'4", he's about 245 pounds. He's a great-looking kid. You watch the Notre Dame game, the LSU game, Mississippi State, Florida. Guys who transfer from Bowling Green. So we're going to see that a lot. We're going to hear, hey, he was a transfer from. He was. But we talked about Bailey with the first step, the quickness, the explosiveness he has. What's amazing about him is the way he gets off the ball, and he does it from a two-point stance. Like he plays standing up, almost like an outside linebacker. So you'll see him sometimes hand on the ground, but the most of the time, his first step, he's on like 2 feet and going. And, it's pretty impressive. He can win a lot of different ways rushing the passer. I've seen him like duck underneath blockers, come off the ball. I've seen him turn the corner with speed. I've seen him win with power. I've seen that cross chop where he hits guys' hands, knocks the blockers' hands out of the way. He's got that spin when he needs to. Man, he could be really impressive coming around the corner. I love the way he uses his hands. I know there's people talking about, he might not have the outstanding length and all that. Show me an offensive tackle in the league nowadays that extends his hands fully. We make so much about the arm length and, scouts forever. Oh, he's got short arms. Very rarely are we seeing these tackles nowadays completely extend on these blockers. So,
do you have him in the first round?
I have him in the second round.
Okay.
Actually, I've got Bain from Miami as my first overall edge, Bailey from Texas Tech, and then with my 15 grades likely, or 16 grades, Howell's going to fall in that group of the stack from, say, 16, 17, 18, someone right around. So he will end up being probably a first-round player. But I've got him right now. I've got Bain, Miami, Bailey, Texas Tech. Howell then would be my next guy. And behind him is Mason Thomas from Oklahoma. We'll see him play against Alabama tonight.
Cannot wait. We're just 2 hours and 10 minutes from the college football playoff getting underway. Hoyt did throw in the wide receiver Casey Concepcion that you mentioned earlier.
A really good player if you're looking for a day two guy. He might go the end of day one. He's got that. It's just impressive. You watch North Carolina State tape, and you see the same thing. This guy's got separation. He catches the ball out front. The run after catch is impressive. The power, he can run. He's a punt returner. You could see all these things in the open field with him as a player, and he wears number 7. So Miami will have their hands full with them throwing the ball to him and him making stuff happen.
The other player is the linebacker Torian York. I thought maybe
haven't seen York yet.
Similar value to Rodriguez for me. I'm just really good, maybe a little undersized college football
linebacker.
Him before? York? Yeah.
You have?
I did. Yeah,
Okay.
I watched him the other night.
What'd you think?
Just kind of like Rodriguez, where it's a smaller guy who is awesome at college football, but I don't trust his physicality at the next level.
Got you.
Okay, the safety, Peyton Bowen, as we go to OU now, and the game tonight, Cowboys fans, if you're looking for an added reason to check out that game, many Dallas area readers familiar with this guy, a standout and 5-star recruit at Denton Guyer, 3 years at OU, consistent and productive safety, has 2 interceptions in his last 4 games, potential day 3 pick that could add an impact to his hometown Cowboys, and they're gonna need some day 3 love if they're gonna fill all these holes out of the draft. The other players, the wide receiver Isaiah Satania, the defensive tackle Grayson Holton, and the defensive tackle Dominic Williams. So number of guys there coming out of OU. What'd you think at Bama of the tackle Caden Proctor compared to the other guys?
Yeah, I tell you what, I got Proctor. I've got Fanu, the Utah tackle is number 1, the Miami right tackle number 2, and I've got Proctor as my 3rd best tackle. I have him again. He's going to fall out of that range of my first round guys, but at 366 pounds, this guy's pretty damn impressive with the way that he moves. And sometimes these tackles, for example, remember Amarius, the Mims, Donovan Smith, these guys are these massive tackles and they don't move particularly well. This guy's just the opposite. He's 6'7", and I mentioned 366 pounds.
Dang.
He just overwhelms people coming off the ball. I mean, when he comes out of his stance, it's You talk about some instant just push. If you're watching Booker last year, Tyler Booker for Alabama, you noticed Proctor a lot. I mean, you noticed him a lot in the way that he played. He's just a difficult guy to deal with because of how big he is. The power, the mass, that's a problem. He's a hard guy to get away from because he's got really good grip strength. So if you try and rush him down the middle, you're absolutely dead. If you try and take him to the edge, he's a guy that's got some of that lateral slide. He can finish blocks very easily with the way he plays. He likes to punch defenders. You can see him the way he jolts them. Man, he can kind of get guys off balance that way. That sometimes the hand placement will come and go a little bit, but that initial punch is really, really, really good with him. You got to watch him though too, because sometimes if he gets beat, he gets a little grabby. So he'll grab somebody, but it's not often that they get the corner on him. But for somebody that's 6'7", 366, man, he is the total package when it comes to power and athletic ability.
Where do you think he's going to be drafted?
I think he's going to be. I would think that maybe that the Utah, as I mentioned, the Utah tackle Fanu would be. I think that guy might. I think he would probably be the first one. We'll see with the Miami with what he would go. There's a kid Lomu. I think I say it right. Lomu from Utah, the other tackle as well. He's more of an athlete. People might draft these athletic tackles before they take a guy with that size because they're worried about a guy being that damn big. But man, I'll tell you what, he is super impressive the way he plays, though.
All righty. There is a double segment NFL draft big board report. I mean, it's only appropriate here, but the Cowboys' playoff chance is sitting at 0.8%. Yeah. What are you thinking about your Cowboys, the draft, the Mavs, the Stars, the college football playoffs at 877-881-1053? It is time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. And we're back with that here in hour 4 of the show.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, hour 4 of the nation. Time now for what you drinking and what you thinking here at 877-881-1053. Go ahead and call in. Jacob Ray's in for Lucius today. He'll get you screened up, and in just a couple of minutes, you'll be telling us what you are drinking and what you're thinking here on 105.3 The Fan. As always, we go around the broadcast position. We reveal what we are drinking and thinking, and then we'll get out to your phone calls here again at 877-881-1053. Crack them if you got them. It's quitting time on a Friday. It's an extra special Friday. It's a quadruple witching Friday here in the markets, but it's also a holiday Friday with a lot of people taking next week off and the New Year's week off as well. That vacation buzz is definitely in the air. We'd love to hear from you. Currently, I'm working myself about halfway through my second 20-ounce Diet Coke of the day, Brian. And I'm thinking we might have a new trend of universities looking for any questionable behavior from their coaches and firing them with cause to save money.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure how I feel about this. I think it's probably a good idea if you're the university. But, I mean, if I'm the agents, I'm going to start punishing universities if you try to get away with this stuff. Okay, it's one thing if it's what happened with Sharon Moore.
Mm-hmm.
We go to Ohio University, where football coach Brian Smith is out. Reports say he had romantic relationships, including one he admitted to with a student, as well as an allegation of public intoxication in a letter stating his intent to fire him for cause. The problem with this is there's no university rule about having a relationship with a student. So maybe the university should have been like,
so Ohio doesn't. Ohio University does not have a rule.
They don't have a rule about that.
Wow.
And he is saying all I was doing in my office was what every other coach in this athletic department does. We have cocktail hours sometimes. So did I catch a little bit of a buzz while hanging out with the other coaches and toasting to their success? Maybe. But this is something that every coach in your athletic department does. So they say he carried on with this type of behavior, but he's fighting it, and his attorney, Rex Elliott, is going after him. Stated that Smith did not participate in an extramarital affair, and you know it. He says Elliott added that Smith and his wife separated earlier this year. We're going through a divorce, and we're living apart during the fall.
Right.
So it's just this technicalities.
He was with somebody that he was already somewhat in his mind. He was single.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Yeah. So maybe it is a little bit scandalous that I'm getting a divorce and I have a girlfriend already, but this isn't any sort of an effort.
I wonder if the young lady led to the divorce for him and his wife.
I mean, all fair questions.
Yeah.
But there's a burden of proof that's out there. I think these universities, they have so many millions and millions of dollars that they can recoup. I think it's worth a shot.
Sure.
But I wonder if it might end up biting them and to what extent this will continue. I think if you're getting ready to fire a coach, you got to do a thorough investigation. Right. Put a little PI on the tail and see what you can come up with.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What are you drinking and what are you thinking?
Yeah, I earlier had my green tea, and I'm trying to be creative with it. The way I'm doing it, we don't currently have an ice machine in our office. We're working on that. I'm sure we're working on it. But so I'm having to brew the iced tea, put it in a glass, then put it in the freezer.
Okay.
And then 30 minutes later, go get it.
Okay.
So I'm really struggling. I love, you know me, I love my green iced tea. So I'm just trying to work on that. What I'm thinking right now is, though, this whole thing with Diggs.
Yeah.
It's just amazing the amount of emotions. And I say this in a way of trying to be accurate and try and help our fans understand. And I'm I want him to play. Let him play to, wow, it doesn't seem like that he really cares about football and he's not willing to do everything he can. And then all of a sudden, well, hey, we have a couple of injuries. Well, we need to have him play, and
everything's going great now.
Everything's going great, and I can only imagine what's going on over there. Honestly, I hope that Diggs works out. I hope for himself it works out. I know that we've all kind of trying to run down the stories of, there's people that when you ask the questions, they're tired of answering questions about him. Mm-hmm. And they're like, so hopefully he goes out there, plays at a high level. See what happens in the next 3 weeks when the season's over. He might be a cap casualty. He might be a guy that Jerry Jones wants to keep around. But if he could give them a level of competent play for the next 3 weeks, by all means, that's something they sure can use. This season defensively has been just a real mess overall.
It is disappointing that it's at this point now that we're getting the Diggs back, because the ceiling for this defense was with him and Bland playing together, and now Bland is out. But if you missed it at the top of the show, Brian broke the news for us that, in fact, Trayvon Diggs is going to play this weekend and, give the Cowboys at least a better chance of defending Justin Herbert and that trio of very quality wide receivers.
And the tight end, Gadsden,
You got 4 guys to worry about. Let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Jacob Ray's been doing a hell of a job. And what are you drinking and what are you thinking, buddy?
I'm drinking some high-quality H2O out of my 60-ounce Yeti. Ice cold. Brought some ice from home. Shout out, brought us.
Yeah, there you go. Not that smart. You went to Tech. I went to LSU. That's
you got to think ahead in these matters.
I'm not thinking ahead at all. I'm just kind of thinking, well, one day I'm going to show up and an ice machine's going to be here.
Which it probably will.
I know it will be. One day it will be here.
And I'm thinking that tomorrow night, my Chicago Bears can do some help to the Dallas Cowboys and knock that Green Bay Packers pick down a couple slots.
Yeah.
Maybe bump them out of the playoffs, take control of the NFC North. Who knows? But I don't think they lose twice in a row to Green Bay, especially not at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm banking on, baby. And then they have Baltimore next week, and what kind of a game could Lamar Jackson put together against them? And by the time they get to Week 18 against Minnesota, the Packers might already be out of that thing. If Detroit wins as well, this could get really, really interesting with 2 picks in the top 2/3 of the first round. All right, let's take these phone calls then at 877-881-1053. Only 2 rules here in what you drink and what you think, and you got to answer the questions, and you can't be operating heavy machinery, which does include an automobile at the time of your call. Jacob, where are we going?
Let's go out to Polo and Garland first.
What's going on, fellas? It is so happy Friday. I've been waiting a week to call y'all. There's just so many things on my mind. I'm sorry I'm not drinking anything. I'm doing my homeboy tattoo as we speak.
Nice.
What I'm thinking is I got a question for my boy Brothers. Okay, every year y'all boost up Allen, South Lake Carroll, all these schools, but all these southern schools, while the African Americans go to, y'all don't say nothing about them on the radio and the news, nothing.
Polo.
It's always Mike Leslie, I'm in South Lake Carroll.
Polo.
I'm in Frisco. But y'all don't never say that about soccer. These boys could go to the championship 5 years in a row. Hey, no South Lake Carroll, Allen never did that. I know my boy Colin Murray did his thing at Allen, but no. And then you got DeSoto. Okay, I got a question for you. This is my question for you, brothers.
Yeah.
The University of Texas hired Charlie Strong a couple years ago. Only African-American coach ever coached at Texas.
Sure.
Do you see Sarkisian dumb butt that keeps on getting all these so-called 5-stars across the country and can't recruit his own state because you don't even really need to go out of Texas to recruit nobody? Do you see Claude Mathis maybe replacing him at Texas in a couple of years? Because he got that boy running, Sherrod, what's his name? I can't think of his name. Because I think the money too white in Texas to get another black coach. What you think about it? Because Sarkisian ain't nothing. Bye.
There he goes, Polo and Garland on brand. Brian, how do you react to those thoughts?
First off, I'm a DISD kid myself. So, yeah, I know all about the South Oak Cliffs, the Roosevelts. I played against them all. But I have the utmost respect for those programs, and I feel like that they don't need me to talk about them because they're already damn good. These are state championship programs and stuff like that. So, my apologies to Polo. Doesn't think we talk about them enough, but I am a DISD kid. Claude Mathis, what he has done has been incredible. Steve Sarkisian, I'm going to say this: if that Alabama job comes open, I would be interested to see if Steve Sarkisian would try and kind of channel. Now, he's been firing some coaches. I shouldn't say fire. He's been replacing defensive coaches down there in Austin. And so it makes it seem like that he would like to stay here. Probably there's been some rumors about him. But if that Alabama job, I'm going to include Sarkisian. I'm going to include my guy at LSU who just got the job. That thing, I think, will go crazy. I don't think people are totally interested in what's going on at Michigan. But if that Alabama job comes open, that is a whole different animal. But to his question about the Texas job, why not? Claude's proved that he can coach. But would he want to do that? It's a whole other thing.
Joey McGuire is showing that the path can be traveled and thrived in.
Joey McGuire, if I was Texas, I would sure in the hell. I know Joey McGuire just signed a new contract. I'd sure in the hell talk to him. He's got it figured out. He knows how to evaluate players, too.
At 877-881-1053, that opens a line for you if you want to get in. Where are we going next, Jacob?
Here we go. Nick in Stephenville.
We driving home today from Arlington back to Steveville, Texas, after winning our 7th
Congratulations,
state
man. Well played.
And a cold bottle of water.
Let's go.
Go Jackets!
Well played.
You have yourself a good time?
Oh, it's a blast. Nothing like watching Stephenville win another one.
Yeah. How much of the town was in there today?
It was a packed house for such a small town.
Yeah. I love that, man. Thank you, Nick. Have a great weekend, and congratulations to Stephenville hanging number 7 up there. What a powerhouse.
How about that? That's nice.
What are some of these schools like? We're watching Carthage over here.
Yeah.
They're up 35-0 with 8:44 to go in the third quarter.
I think this would be their 11th state title, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just rolling them up. I wouldn't be surprised if Tim in Carthage can lob a call in here.
Yeah.
He's no doubt in the stadium, as most of that town is. But it's just incredible how some of these programs, they get something going with a coach, they get momentum going. Then all of a sudden you get kids who are good in middle school wanting to move there.
I asked you, how's a town of 700 people, like every year, have a state finals team?
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing? I think we're doing some outside recruiting there.
Oh, absolutely.
I think we're bringing some kids into Carthage. Just what we're doing.
You got to figure out a way to get these families to relocate when you're cruising around in the lower ages.
They are doing a great job. They really are.
Where are we going next, Jacob?
Let's go out to Tyler in Hazlitt.
Tyler, what you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
Oh,
have we lost Tyler?
Tyler,
we've lost Tyler.
Okay,
Bye.
Who's next?
Happy holidays, sir.
Let's go to Rafa in Lake Travis.
Rafa, what you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
I'm waiting for my daughters because I was supposed to pick them up for 2 hours and then go spend time with them. But what I'm thinking is, I just want to give a shout out to everyone that deals with mental health problems, that deals with either panic attacks, anxiety attacks, all types of whatever. You guys matter. I know in tough situations, or the month of December, it could get hard for people. Also, I want to give a shout out to the people that that like to take care of everyone else, and at the end of the day, they don't really get taken care of because they just putting all the effort into everyone else. So shout out to all of you guys. Shout out to Brothers for always working a lot, either Sundays, Saturdays. I don't even know. I just be loving whenever I'm tuning into 105.3 The Fan. I hear Brothers, also Fred.
Yeah,
he be working really hard, and guys, just happy holidays and thank you for everything that you guys do.
Thank you, Rafa.
Thank you for the words, man. Well said.
That opens a line at 877-881-1053, and appreciate that reminder and that salute to the people struggling with mental health and anxiety and panic and all that.
Especially the holidays this time of year. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, where are we going next, Jacob?
Got Black and Gold in Red Oak.
What's up, buddy?
Yo, what's going on, fellas?
How are we doing, sir?
I'm drinking a bottle of water right now because I'm still driving home.
Good.
But I'm thinking, that I am ready for this offseason to get here. It cannot get here quick enough for me, man. This has been a terrible football season from my team, at least. And I don't know. This is one of the worst seasons I remember. Even though, this is worse than the 3-13 season, I think. Because, it's just so fresh. But, yeah, I'm ready. Of course, I'm going to finish watching the games. I'm going to watch the playoffs and watch the Super Bowl. But, yeah, man, I'm ready for the offseason because this has just been rough.
Yeah, I think Cowboys fans can agree with that. Yeah. Although,
I'll probably feel the same.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the back-to-back years, Cowboys and Saints feeling the same way by the time we get to the end of the year. Do you feel like there's a decent chance?
Before I go to the song, I want to recommend is Check It Out by John. Hey, y'all have a great weekend, fellas, and I'll talk to y'all next week.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Black and Gold B.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, decent chance they found their quarterback at Tyler Shuck. What do you think about that?
Man, you know what? I'm not going to lie to you. I have yet to watch a Saints game.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I get, what happens to me is the pre and the post and the games, and I keep up with the opponents, but I have yet to watch the Saints play. Has he played at a high level? Has he played? Because I didn't think he was great in college, Okay. So I was kind of like, well. But I couldn't tell you if he's if Kellen Moore's got him playing great or not.
Well, the thing that's happened for him is he's made some passes down the field and into the middle of the field that might be more than what you'd expect from a rookie drafted when he was drafted. Was it late first round or was it second round there for Tyler Shuck? He's completing nearly 70% of his passes. Quite a few of them are checkdowns, has 6 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. But I think they're encouraged enough to maybe want to give him a second season there at the helm after moving on from Spencer Rattler at 877-881-1053. Kellen Moore maybe doing a nice job putting him in a decent position to succeed. What you drinking, what you thinking, brought to you by our friends at Jake's Burgers, a great place to go watch the game tonight. Get an amazing burger and something cold to drink. Where are we going next, Jacob?
Let's kick it out to Mike in Garland.
Michael.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing?
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, so I got 4 things. I got 3 things, and I'm just going to make it quick. So Cooper Flagg, he's a monster. Everybody doubted him when he first got in there because what he was doing, but he was a rookie. He was young, but I've been going to the games a lot. I've been to about maybe 10 games already at home games.
Good for you.
And, man, he's a beast. He's going to be – hopefully he said he wants to stay, and hopefully they don't trade him like they did last time before with Luka.
Sure.
And then second of all, Texas Tech, I think they could take it out of the way. A lot of people saying they didn't play nobody good. But the thing is, college has changed. It's not the same like it used to be. I mean, I think anybody in the playoffs could take it right now.
Sure.
I'm not saying anybody. There's a couple of teams that shouldn't even be in the playoffs. And then third thing, Jake Paul, man, that's a joke.
Okay.
I boxed for about 10 years. I went to the gym with Swavey with Garden Police.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I went there for about 10 years. I know him real good.
Great.
And I know boxing, and that's just a joke. I mean, that's sad for boxing that they even allow that to happen. And
Fourth thing.
I just want to ask you a question.
Sure.
When did y'all think in Cowboys season that they should have started tanking? And that's it to me. I really do appreciate y'all taking my call. Have a good, blessed weekend.
Thank you. Happy holidays. When should they have started tanking? Is that what he's asking?
Yeah, I would say they shouldn't have started tanking until now.
Yeah. I mean, the way Philadelphia was playing, there was no reason to tank.
What was it at the bye? 3-5-1?
Yeah.
You're still in there?
Yeah. I mean, Philadelphia was not. I mean, Philadelphia was kind of sputtering oil.
Yeah.
You know, and if you'd have won some games along the way, Lions game, this Minnesota game, you know, you could have been right in the middle of all this. You never put enough pressure on Philadelphia.
No.
That was a problem.
No, and, you know, right now you should absolutely be tanking to preserve all of your health for next year.
Tank. Well, if Philadelphia were to lose Saturday night or Saturday,
okay, yes,
you got to play.
Good clarification.
But if the Chargers come in here and find a way to win 28-24, then now preserve the health the rest of the way.
Yeah, Jerry Jones talking this morning again more about just the idea of having more cap space than they have in previous years, and maybe their lack of aggression at the deadline or earlier than that to fix corner. Like that, to me, this year there was so much good going on. Jake Ferguson was with us yesterday at this time, said this is the best offense he's ever been a part of at any point in his life. There was so much good going on this year. I would have actually much earlier in the year gone for it a tremendous amount. They're carrying over $23 million in cap space for next year. I just hope they have massive plans to truly go forward in a proper way. And yeah, Cooper Flagg just continues to put on a show. He's way ahead of schedule. And, with the early season struggles now well in his rear view, 2 things happened. Number one, I don't know why he was playing point guard, but then last week his teammates were like, dude, you need to be more aggressive.
Yeah.
You know, we need you to go be more of a scoring guy. And as soon as the 3-point shot starts falling, and I have faith that it will, he's going to quickly move into top 20 players in the game, then top 10 players in the game, and we'll see after that if he can continue to climb that ladder. And yeah, he said he wants to be his entire career. He wants to be a one uniform guy, so let's go ahead and make that happen. And now that Nico's here, I don't think there's any concern about that. And I don't think there would be even if Nico was here, because he's a two-way player. You know how much of a blessing it is when your best player is also going to be not only your best defensive player, but one of the better defensive players in the entire league. It's just an absolute home run, and the basketball gods definitely were smiling on us when we lost Luke and instantly delivered Cooper Flagg. Who's next, Jacob?
Let's go over to Rodeo Ron.
All right. Ron.
Well, boys, only thing I'm drinking is a little bit of Dr. Pepper because I'm still on the clock.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, I can't wait to get to that dang liquor store and get me a bottle of Jim Beam.
Let's go.
Other than that, hey, I just want to say Merry Christmas to all you guys, man. I love you guys. Merry Christmas to all the Tolos.
Thank you, man.
I hope you'll have a safe week next week. And if I don't talk to y'all before the new year, Happy New Year, too. But remember one thing. If you're not hanging out with Rodeo Ron, drinking Dr. Pepper, trying to get to the dang liquor store to get some Jim Beam, listen to that 105.3 The Fan, then where the F you at, baby?
There you go,
Let's
sir.
go, Ron.
Thank you.
Have
Be
yourself a
safe out
great
there,
night.
Ronnie. Yeah.
Been a long time since we had a sober call from Ron.
Yeah, that was.
Didn't think he had it in him.
I thought for a while there he did have it in him. It just really didn't last very long. But hey, glad to hear he's okay.
Yeah, I figured Ron would have got a job where his boss was all right with him getting hammered.
Let's go back and relive that. Was that one of those shocking moments on what you think, what you drink?
When he went sober for 45 days and then called up.
He was calling up, and then all of a sudden it was just like, whoa, what just happened? We all kind of looked at each other like, whoa, what we just do?
It was odd because, I mean, for that entire stretch of time, he was still calling in and saying, if you're not hanging out sober with Rodeo Ron, where the bleep you at? I thought he was going to be one of those guys that totally turned it a 180 and was Captain Sobriety for the rest of his life. But
hey, listen,
he knows how to have a good time.
He knows how to have a good time. We love him for that.
Yeah, we sure do. Any other calls, Jacob, before we get out of here?
Yeah, let's throw it over to Brandon in Aledo.
What's up, Brandon? What you drinking? What you thinking?
What's up, boys? Hey, General, you forgot the golden rule of what you're drinking, what you're thinking, so I'm going to go ahead and ask it. How you boys doing tonight?
Amazing. How are you?
I am drinking an ice-cold Miller Lite, and what I'm thinking right now, hey, shout out to Kavanaugh. I'm curious, when was the last time that an NFL team ended up with back-to-back picks without trading back into the first round? And the way it's shaping up right now, there's a pretty good chance that the Packers pick and our pick might be back-to-back. And I'll say one last thing before I let you guys get on break, before the expressway here, and before we take over. I just want to say that at least in DFW, we have 3 good general managers. We got Jim Neal with the Stars. We got Chris Young with the Rangers doing the best he can with the little amount of money that he's got. And we got Gavin Spittle out there being the best general manager he can be for you guys. Y'all take it easy, boys. I'll talk to you soon.
Love it, Brandon. Have a great weekend. Man. Merry Christmas and all that. That'll do it for What You Drinking and What You Thinking, brought to you by our friends at Jake's Burgers. Head to one of the DFW Jake's Burgers locations for a delicious burger, something great to drink, and football on TV all weekend long. It's a heck of a hangout.
Get you some onion rings while you're at it, too.
Those
onion
are amazing.
Rings, turkey burger, they got it all there. Good
all right. We got G-Bag of the Day coming up on the other side. Then we'll do some L.A. Live and take you all the way up till 7 o'clock before we hand it off to the Fan After Dark, and we're back with more here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because if you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, you're going to love having the Frankels on your side. Scott and Mark, these guys are the best. They will absolutely fight to make a full recovery for you. You don't want to settle for less because these settlements can be 6 or 7 figures quite easily when you think about the losses that you've incurred, the pain and suffering maybe for decades that are going to be on board for. You're going to get around differently for the rest of your life, might have to change careers. And then an ambulance ride can be 5 figures, a hospital stay. Maybe your vehicle's totaled, you need a brand new vehicle. You can see it quickly adding up in your mind. Scott and Mark, they've been doing this for over 3 decades now, fighting for victims of negligence in North Texas. 18-wheeler hits you, commercial vehicle, something like that can literally turn your life upside down in an instant. Everything's different on the other side. So how are you going to take care of yourself and your family and get back to doing everything you want and need to do? It's by calling the Frankels at 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Game day starts with Wrangler, the official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. This week, the boys are home to take on the LA Chargers. Our 105.3 The Fan coverage starts at 9 Sunday morning with the Cavenders kickoff at noon.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics Data 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. LegacyBox.com/value.
Get ready for the most electrifying holiday event, the Cowboys Christmas Extravaganza, powered by Reliant at the Star in Frisco. From November 21st to December 20th, join us every Friday and Saturday night for a performance featuring the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, Dallas Cowboys Rhythm and Blue, Rowdy, Santa Claus, and appearances from your favorite Cowboys legends. Best of all, the show is free and open to the public. For details, visit thestardistrict.com. Don't miss out on the holiday magic.
Hey guys, it's Nix to tell you to join us for game day Sundays at Buck's Cabaret Dallas. Buck's Cabaret has amazing specials such as $10 food specials, $3 imports, and $2 domestics. Drink specials provided by Deep Eddy, open from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Buck's Cabaret Dallas Import Room. Check out all the great specials at Buck's Cabaret at bucksclubs.com.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW Security. Get a jolly good deal on DFW Security's state-of-the-art cameras, access control, security, and smart home. From now until Christmas, protect your home or business with the best.
DFWsecurity.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time to hit the expressway. We go commercial-free to the top. G-Bag today coming up here in a few minutes. We'll get you some L.A. live, although L.A. is he's out. He's out on starting his holiday vacation just a little early. So send him some love on social. Let him know he's missed. Wish him a happy holidays. Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Broadus had the breaking Cowboys news of the day. Trayvon Diggs is back. He is going to play. Do you think he's going to start on Sunday?
I think so, yeah.
So your starting corners, him, Reddy Stewart, Revel,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And not too bad if you can get some pressure, and it is time to absolutely get some pressure. Holy cow. Okay.
Yeah.
It is a college football playoff Friday night, though, and everybody's looking forward to OU and Bama tonight for one reason or another. We'll get more on that coming up a little bit later on in the show. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, is going to join us at 6:20. Here's Jacob Ray in the Pimp Cup for Lucius, the G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, G-Bag of the day time. We do it every day right here on The Fan at 5:30. Let's get it started with the champ here. This is Fred and Blake. We're talking about the top 5 things to listen to while getting it on.
Would it be inappropriate to play sports talk while having relations? 877-881-1053.
I like that.
Something to think about.
Because what about?
I will shout you out.
Okay,
we will shout you out.
Quick side top 5. What do you think the top 5 audios that are played while people are intercoursing?
817 texted in. My girlfriend would allow it if it was LA Live.
Wow. Okay.
Your girlfriend would
Shout
allow
out
it
to
LA.
So she's basically thinking of Lucius while you're freaky deaking her.
So when he said A, I said she'll allow it. LA Live is still my idea. It's your idea. That doesn't make it.
That doesn't make it better.
No, babe. I want to put it on.
I'm trying to find out what G-Bag of the day is.
Also, LA Live, that's an early time to be getting it on.
Unless you're listening to it on the Odyssey app.
Imagine you're doing it live.
Well, unless you're listening to G-Bag Snacks.
LA Live's gonna come on. Take our clothes off.
It comes on at 12:45. Hurry up. We got 5 minutes.
That's crazy, like people's bedroom activities, their kinks are so weird. I think some guys might be into that.
Yeah.
Most guys aren't, but some guys are. They're like, oh, yeah, honey. That getting you going? Listening to LA Live? Like that Lucius guy? Maybe they're that lifestyle a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
All right, you squares.
LA's a popular guy, though.
He is super popular. Yeah, fun guy to be around, too.
Who's challenging today, Jacob?
All right, we got a clip here from the Sean and RJ and Bobby show.
Oh.
Bobby was dealing with a root canal and had a little bit of a fever this morning, and he wanted Sean to check his forehead in a very odd way.
What are y'all doing? I'm trying to. I was wondering if I looked a little flushed. And then sometimes I wonder if the studio's hot or whatever. So I was just curious if my forehead was warm because there's illness going around. And I've got the root canal that I got coming up. So I want to make sure that's not infection that I'm dealing with. So I just had told Choppy, I was like, hey, could you kiss my forehead, see if I'm warm?
Right, because the lips are
And he tried to use the back of his hand. And I said, no, that's not a good temperature to get. The lips are the way. And he said, I'm not doing that. And I said, oh, okay, just not comfortable with his own sexuality.
It's not you. It's not men. It's not that. I have no problem kissing a man. It's you have a wet forehead.
No, that was because I just washed my hands and then I brushed my forehead to see if it was warm.
I don't want to get the pimple.
That's not that's a lesion.
Well, I don't want to get the lesion either. Okay,
just give me. Would you feel my forehead?
I avoided
my forehead. Look, no.
Get this on the fan cam.
Is it warm?
What the hell kind of show are you running there, Sean?
What is going on there?
God, that's a mess.
Yeah,
that show is a mess.
Yeah, kissing the forehead, that's just bizarre.
The whole thing with Choppy and the massage thing, I'm surprised he didn't kiss Bob. Remember he said, oh, you got to have a man rub on you, and all that. I'm surprised he didn't kiss his forehead.
But I would imagine even a gay man wouldn't want to kiss Bobby's forehead without greasy and oily that thing is up there.
Bobby
probably hasn't showered.
Yeah. Bobby's in that scraggly ass beard he has.
His neck beard situation going on.
Dang.
Choppy is just a mystery and an enigma all in one.
Well, wrapped in one, they say.
Yeah. But
might get my vote today, though.
Yeah, I can see that winning. Yeah. I see that. I see that being eligible. Jacob, who's next?
This one was sent to me by Wolchuk.
Oh no,
a Philadelphia Flyers announcer. During a break. He sent it to break, but they didn't take him off the air, and he asked for an interesting favor, I guess you could say, from one of the Ice Gals.
Sometimes the Flyers get a sense of urgency when they're playing from behind. Now they're going to take the TV timeout. We'll take it as well. 7 gone in the third. It's 3-2 Buffalo on the Philadelphia Flyers Broadcast Network. Up it up it up it up it up. While you're down there, would you mind? I think we're still on the air, Tim.
Oh,
No, we're not, are we?
Oh,
Yes,
no.
you are.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are.
Yeah, that's the old joke where somebody goes under the table. Maybe it's getting late in the game.
Yeah.
He's starting to break down the broadcast position. Well, I'll plug your laptop for you. Yeah, while you're down there. That's definitely an older gentleman and an old school joke that might not be appropriate for this time. But the fact that it was on the air, was this recent?
It was. I saw it last night. Was when it got posted.
Jeez.
I just saw it on Instagram about 20 minutes ago too.
Oh, jeez.
You think that's a fireable offense, or
you gotta be careful, man.
I mean, in this day and age, you might promote a guy for doing something like that, for saying something like that.
I mean, that's an FCC violation at least.
Yes, I would think so. We'll see if the world cares about those as much as they used to.
Yeah.
I mean, you used to have people back in the day on radio. You'd say a bad word, they'd be calling into the radio station.
I told you guys I had to sign a document.
Sending in FCC violations.
CBS National, CBS New York.
Yeah.
I had to sign a document to say that I wouldn't cuss on the air anymore.
It was unbelievable that day you were talking about me. Still can't believe it. Didn't you say Bleep Dawson? Isn't that what got you in trouble?
Yeah. I thought I said Paul Dawson. I said Gavin Dawson is what I meant.
It was a TCU linebacker, Paul Dawson,
Paul
right?
Dawson, yeah. We were at the Mudbug Bash. It
Yeah.
was me, KT, and Jeff, and we were doing the pre-radio. We were doing a little draft stuff. Like, we were like our college show, but we were doing draft. And KT asked me about a TCU linebacker. And I said, F Paul Dawson. That thing went out on the air. And thank you for text. Like, you guys are live.
Yeah, I was
You're
driving
live.
in.
Yeah, everybody was driving in. Everybody was like, our phones were blowing up. And I told Jeff and KT, I said, listen, I'm the part-time guy. If they fire me, you guys didn't say anything. It was me that said it. So, but Spittle goes, he came in and he had that document from CBS New York, and he's kind of trying to hem-haw around about it. And I say, hey, boss, is there a document I have to sign? Because I could see CBS, and he was trying to well, Brian, you got, just give me a pen. I just signed it and handed it back.
It's been a long history. I mean, that was 10, 12 years ago, wasn't it? That was one of the first time you guys were doing the draft show together with Jeff and KT.
Yeah.
I mean, when I started board hopping, I had to do the Mariners for 6 months, an entire season before they would put me on a live show. Here it's like, you want to do radio? Do you have an experience? No. Okay, you're running the board tomorrow afternoon for a live show.
Yeah.
And it can be intimidating. Jacob, what was your experience like in that regard?
Yeah, my first night was actually with Kevin. It was on New Year's Eve.
Oh, and, good for you.
Yeah, and I think I got on the board for maybe 2 segments, but I mean, it was all over the place, man. We had people calling in hammered and talking about what they were going to do for New Year's Eve, and we actually we ended the show at 10 p.m., not 11 p.m. Okay, so that everybody could get on their way. But
it's kind of like, I mean, have you ever run a board, Brian?
No, never have. I mean,
it's kind of like playing a brand new video game. Yeah.
I don't know
what
how
all
you
these
do
buttons
it. Seriously,
do.
If we switch spots right now, no way in hell. There's no way in hell. There would be all kinds of buzzers going off. We're off the air. All kinds of stuff would be happening right now.
Oh, yeah. Full on chaos.
Could you go in there right now and do it?
I could get it figured out.
Did you guys ever hear the bet me and Chief made about the chicken tender eating contest?
No.
Oh, that he'd have to come run the board for you?
Yeah, he was on KNC, and if I beat him, he had to come in and run the board, and I would get to take his spot for an hour.
Did you beat him?
No, God, no.
Chief can eat.
Yeah.
You got to see him at a Cowboys game.
I think he beat me and Peyton combined.
I'll tell you this. Chief will eat 2-3 plates full of food pregame, and then he'll go and wait at halftime and wait for the Brad Sham booth to open up, where they got the chicken tenders and the sushi and all that.
Yeah.
He's standing outside kind of waiting for people to kind of clear out. Then he goes in for the kill.
Yeah, he's the cleanup guy.
He can eat now. It's impressive.
He is a machine. Any other nominees, Jacob?
Yeah, let's. Do you guys want to hear a Giants fan saying their curse, or do you want to hear another Fred and Blake clip?
Let's go with the Giants fan.
Giants fan. All right. This was from the Broncos game that they lost in the fourth quarter, but Wolchuk did confirm to me this hadn't graced the air yet, so here we go.
I went into the locker room with 5 minutes and 14 seconds to play in the game to take a shit. What the happened during that shit? What kind of insanity happened on that field? Then I come out and watch the fest of insanity that occurred over the last 60 seconds, and now I am convinced that evil forces are working against us. That is the only explanation for how we can lose this game.
Oh.
Nothing you did good during that game matters. Nothing! For 55 minutes, you sucked up the joint so bad that you look like Pop Warner's sack in blue helmets.
Pop Warner's ball sack and blue helmets. That's a strong line. That's going to earn my vote here. It's a three-man skeleton crew as we have a Holiday Friday show going on. It's the G-Bag Nation. I'm voting for the Giants fan who had to take a break there, and they lost the game while he was sitting on the john there. Jacob, who you voting for?
I'm right there with you. I spent so much time editing that it's got to be the winner.
Brian?
All right, I'll just throw a vote to Bobby and them because they need our love. So I'm voting for Bobby there. So it's, 2-1 on the final there? Okay.
2-1. If you ever miss the G-Bag of the Day champ, you can always tune in every day at 2:20 as usually Lucius replays that champ for you right before we get to Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. And speaking of Lucius, it's time now for a Friday night edition of LA Live.
All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Chad, welcome into this Friday night edition of LA Live, December 19th.
Yeah, can we say hello to all the people having relations right now?
Yes. Sorry to disappoint you.
Sorry to disappoint you. No LA, so if you're good, please keep it on the station. We could use your support.
I got some LA Live themed content, I think. We'll see how long this goes.
It's tough to do, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got his own thing going on.
He's got a really good thing going.
And salute to him for that. But I think I've done a pretty good job today, at least collecting some stories that he may have decided to go with.
Okay, Florida man.
Okay, yeah, we'll get maybe some Florida man in here. I'm definitely going to get you Georgia Kid here in just a few minutes. You see Georgia Kid?
Georgia Kid's a good one.
I mean, it's been a great week for viral sports content on TV, and I imagine we'll get some more tonight one way or another as this Anthony Joshua versus Jake Paul matchup.
Crazy.
You heard the guy, what you drinking, what you thinking. He said he was a 10-year boxer, and Jake Paul's kind of a joke. I just hope it's not on the take at all. And the reason I bring that up is Gervonta Davis, who was supposed to be the matchup. He says the Paul camp was attempting to script the fight, and he didn't want to go along with it. That's one of the reasons. But it's a messy spot because there's already litigation and a civil suit involved filed by Paul and the DV case that Davis is facing from an incident with his ex-girlfriend. So it's messy. It's hard to tell exactly who is telling the truth there. But you can't rule it out, can you? That Jake Paul has got such deep pockets, even in a real sanctioned fight, he would break the law and try to fix it in some way to enrich himself.
Okay, like all the problems, like people actually gambling on this fight, is that why there's such? That's the fixing a fight is not good. Fixing anything not great,
but it happens.
But it happens.
Yeah,
man, I'll tell you what that would be, because I kind of had respect for him for coming and kind of pushing boxing in a way that people were kind of noticing. Like initially, like he was getting people to talk about it. The more he fought, the more you're like, okay, he's actually doing something for the sport.
Yeah.
But if he's trying to kind of fix things, man, I lost a lot of respect.
Social media stunt. I think this is all this could be. But with this fight against Anthony Joshua, who is just 36 years
He's
old,
a massive dude.
outweighs him by 30 pounds. He's 4 inches taller, has a 6-inch larger reach, and he's one of the most powerful punchers that you've seen in boxing over the last decade or so. Majority of the money is coming in on Paul, though, because as a 7-1 underdog, it's just not financially beneficial or prudent. So Joshua is minus 1,200, which means you got to lay $1,200 to even make 100.
Yeah.
So if you bet 120, you would only make $10 off him, and because of that, the overwhelming majority of that cash is coming in on Jake Paul. So that fight on Netflix tonight, hopefully late after the football game.
Yeah.
Because I'm not coming off that football game to watch this disaster.
Not at all.
I'll wait for the sort of highlights and the reaction to it stuff.
We figured out how to watch that YouTube stuff where you can kind of get the cliff notes.
Yeah.
It's nothing wrong with that.
And I mean, the great thing with Netflix fights is you can go watch it on your time.
On your time. You can go back,
Once it's live, you can jump in there at any time. That's what I did with the big fight a couple of months ago. Okay, Christmas movie news here in LA Live. The Home Alone house, the original house, that big, beautiful house that's in the movie. You can picture the one.
Yeah.
So it's in Chicago. It's a 9,000 square foot house sold for $5.5 million. The buyer is going to restore it to the classic look that it had in the movie there in the 90s and maybe make a tourist destination out of it.
Yeah, good for you. Got $9 million to do that. Good for you.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a tremendous financial undertaking.
Can you make the money back on that, you think? Okay, so what's this going to be? Is this going to be now, so you say you bought it for $5 million?
Yeah.
So this is going to be probably put another $1.5 million back in it?
I would suppose so.
Is this going to be a
redecoration, at least a couple $100,000?
So this could be maybe, okay. So say $6 million house. Can you recoup the money just touring through it?
I don't know. I don't know what that kind of market is like. Like, are people really going to go in mass spending a bunch of money?
That's what I'm saying.
I bet you would get like 50 people a year. This has got to be a passion project for a rich person.
I'll tell you what, man. I've always impressed the number of people that show up while we're doing podcasts over there at the Star.
Yeah.
That walk by that window every day when we're talking.
Yes.
And you're just kind of like, this is going to end sometime, isn't it?
I would think so.
It just hasn't. It just hasn't.
But the Dallas Cowboys are like a modern soap opera that continues across sport. This is a movie that I always thought was kind of overrated.
It might be a situation where you get the people that are like my age. How old were you when that movie came out? Were you like a young kid?
I don't know. I assume it came out in about 95, 98, something like that. I was around 20.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I was a little bit older, and I didn't watch the movie originally. And I don't think I would go and see it. If you told me you could go around and see all of Ferris Bueller's things and stuff like that,
might be a fun trip.
I would do that. I liked Ferris Bueller's. That's another Chicago setting there.
But I don't know. I guess I've never liked the movie genre of the silly cops who are just doing such stupid stuff. They're getting foiled.
Yeah.
I need a little bit more realistic than criminals being dumb. It is in Chicago. It's a 9,000 square foot home, and they're going to get it redecorated. So I guess if you are a Home Alone super fan, you got a bucket list trip at least to have in mind. Yeah, Georgia kid refusing to sing Rocky Top.
I saw that
at his school's Christmas music show. This might be the best viral clip of the holiday season. Apparently, this is a Georgia family inside Tennessee. And all the other kids are singing Rocky Top, but you have this kid, I don't know, maybe 9 or 10 years old in the background, just staring into the camera, shaking his head.
Got the arms crossed kind of deals, yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like he might be looking at his parents.
Yeah, like I'm not singing.
Yeah.
Like Dad's looking at him like, don't you dare do this. Don't you dare sing.
Yeah, this would be like the Eyes of Texas or whatever being at a school recital. I don't think that's appropriate. There's other universities around here.
I remember there was a really cool picture, and if I was this guy, I don't know if it was AI generated. You know me, yesterday I did something like, hey Dawson, check out this dog jumping out of an airplane with a parachute, and you're like, bro, that's AI. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, but I don't know if it was AI. There's a picture of a guy, University of Texas fan, at Kyle Field when they're singing the Aggie War Hymn in the fourth. He's sitting in the middle as they're all swaying. He's a Texas fan. He's got his arms crossed, but he's like in the middle of the A&M section by himself. Kind of a defiant moment with arms crossed, looking straight ahead. But that's kind of that moment that if I was that guy, I'd love to have that picture of me just standing there while you're doing your whole thing, and then you walk out of there with a victory the way they did. So, there's some cool shots that way.
I just love the passion of college football.
I think it's amazing. I think I would much rather go to a college game than I would a pro game.
Yeah.
I mean, I was talking with Jane Slater about this because she's a Texas alum. Bennett being a Texas alum, she's got some hooks. So we're going to show up in Baton Rouge for that Texas LSU game, November 14th. And I can't wait to go to that and see that whole scene again.
There's just so much more community at a college game than at an NFL game.
The tailgating NFL games are cool. College, it's on a different level. It seems like pro game, you might go there for the day. College, you might make that a 2-day, 3-day tailgate party.
Yeah.
If you got a really nice bus and you're kind of hanging out in the parking lot, it makes it all worth the while.
Yes, the retired college football fan who's got the money to jump in the RV and cruise around the conference footprint.
I have buddies down there in Baton Rouge that they buy a space, and when they know their space, they take the bus and park it there the whole year. They just leave the bus in its spot, ready to go, and they just bring the supplies in for it for the game experience. But they just never move it. They just leave it right there with the tag on it, and here we go. And it was right outside the practice field at LSU where these RVs used to park. And every Wednesday they'd come stacking in there. God, that was fun.
Yeah, that's the good life right there.
Absolutely.
You got to go find a way to stake up right next to one of those big smokers. You got to find the one with the trailer,
Yeah, it's super. I'll tell you, I went to the Alabama-Auburn game one time. The Alabama fans, because when Alabama beat Auburn in the Iron Bowl, we got to go to the Sugar Bowl. And so the people from Alabama were so happy for us to get to go to the Sugar Bowl. Like plates of food, all the beer we can drink. Come. Oh, these are our LSU friends. And you're like, you don't know any of these people, but they're so happy for you. But that's kind of what football fans, I know in Baton Rouge, I make fun of the BYU fans, they're the friendliest ones. LSU fans will hand you a plate of food and stuff like that. Here, have a bowl of jambalaya. Here's a Dixie beer.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Absolutely.
Yeah. Do they do the mostly Cajun style food at their tailgates?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a
fried gators or smoked gators.
Smoked gator, but you'll get a lot of things that they have these huge pots that they can make massive amounts. You might start off with the first course of jambalaya while something else is cooking, So, yeah, springtime baseball, you have crawfish boils out there. I mean, there's a lot of things that these teams do. I'll tell you what's really nice. We played a game in North Carolina at the University of North Carolina, and their fans were super nice to us. This one guy, he's got this baby blue, sky blue Cadillac. And he's like, he looked at me, we're standing there, and he goes, well, you guys kicked our ass today, so